Chapter 1 Awakening. SSS Level Talent. Xuanwu City, inside the Awakening Hall. Chao Wei, Soul Power Awakening, Occupation, Trainee Priest. Congratulations, classmate, you have awakened successfully. The staff member who had been impatient with him just now looked at Chao Wei with a much calmer look. This is a future world, where countless dimensional gates appear all over the world. Countless ferocious beasts and alien races poured in from the dimensional gate. People have discovered that there is a certain probability of activating soul power through the awakening stone, becoming a soul power user, and resisting the invasion of natural disasters. TSK, but awakening to become a priest is nothing special. Ha, a nanny with such crappy basic stats, which team would want him? Wow. This is the first time I've seen such a bucket like 5-dimensional. What's the point of a nanny having such high strength, agility, and defense? Seeing his own attributes, Chao Wei was stunned. Character, Chao Wei. Occupation, Trainee Priest. Level, 0. Health, 100. Soul Power, 100. Attack, 20. Physical Defense, 20. Magical Defense, 20. Strength, 10. Attack equals 10. Strength coefficient 0.2. Burst potential. Constitution, 10. Health equals Constitution coefficient 10. 1. Conversion ratio, weight equals Constitution coefficient 5. Physical defense equals Constitution coefficient 2. Speed, 10. Sensitivity plus movement speed, critical damage is 100% plus speed coefficient 1%. Intelligence, 10. Soul power equals intelligence coefficient 10. 1. Conversion ratio, magical defense equals intelligence coefficient 2. Luck, 10. Increases the chance of critical hits. Skill, slight recovery F+. Talent, holy evolution SSS. Equipment, none. The priest only requires soul power and endurance. In simple terms, it means having more blue skills to add blood, and then having thick blood to be less likely to be. Just kill it. It's no wonder that others would ridicule him, because the 4 dimensions of the bucket are indeed recognized as the worst talent. However, when Chao Wei saw his talent in the last column, he was slightly stunned. Holy evolution? SSS level. Looking around, no one around him seemed to notice his talent? Could it be that he is the only one who can see it? Immediately, Chao Wei checked his talents. Holy evolution, use experience points to upgrade your skills, items or equipment. Currently it is 10 times the upgrade. This skill. For personal use only, upgraded skills and equipment are soul-bound and cannot be used by others. Advancement conditions, use tenfold upgrade 100 times. 0-100 no experience required for the first trial. Seeing this talent, Chao Wei was slightly stunned at first. Then, he was in endless ecstasy. Having this talent means that he can enhance garbage skills and garbage equipment into magical equipment and skills. During the apprenticeship period, you have acquired magical equipment and skills, you are the daddy. Chao Wei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He couldn't wait to find a place to test his talent. Just as he was about to leave. Behind him, the soul stone on the stage suddenly burst into a golden beam of light. There was silence for a moment. Li Hong, soul power awakened, apprentice noble knight, rare profession. Suddenly, there was an uproar at the scene. The noble knight is a hidden profession with a rare professional talent, noble aura. Those who gather around the noble knight will gain a 10% increase in all attributes. This effect is definitely a killer on the battlefield. All noble knights will be promoted to captain rank directly after joining the army. It can be said that noble knights are natural leaders. But when Chao Wei saw the person on the stage, there was no envy on his face. On the contrary, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. This person, he knows him. Li Hong, a disciple of the Li family in Xuanwu City. As the wealthy family of Xuanwu City, the Li family is not only rich enough to rival a country. There are countless disciples with amazing talents in the family. The bank that Chao Wei's parents borrowed money from was Li Hang's family's bank. Over the past year, Li Hong and Chao Wei have been attending the same school. He would always bring his group of younger brothers to harass Chao Wei from time to time. The reason why Chao Wei was so eager to become a soul power user was partly because of Li Hang. He is the local bully in the school. Without becoming a soul power user, Chao Wei could only endure silently. I thought he finally had the power to fight against Li Hang. As a result, Li Hong successfully awakened a rare profession. How could Chao Wei, who had always been bullied by him, not be angry? At this moment, Li Hang's gaze was directed at Chao Wei. There was a hint of contempt and disdain flashing across the corner of his mouth. Hey, isn't this the one who owes my family money? What's your name? Ha, I saw you awakened as a priest just now? Not bad. Do you want to come to me? I will pay you 2,000 yuan a month. This way, you can pay off my family's debt in just 80 years. Ha ha ha. Hearing Li Hang's contemptuous laughter, Chao Wei couldn't help but clench his fists again. Although he really wanted to punch the other person on the forehead, he took a deep breath. He just snorted coldly and turned away. Many people heard Li Hang's teasing of Chao Wei. At this moment, everyone looked at Chao Wei with sympathy. Because an ordinary priest faced a noble knight. Even federal officials could help him mediate Li Hang's bank debt. I'm afraid there's a lot of room for improvement in the scale. This is also the reason why Chao Wei temporarily avoided the limelight. He knew that Li Hang now had the capital to be arrogant. But he's not bad either. The professional talent of the noble knight is possessed by all noble knights. But his special gift is unique. The only one in all planes. Soon, Chao Wei arrived at the trial site. The so-called trial ground is actually the connection point between planes. Different planes connect here. Different races are fighting here. However, in order to protect their young fellows, each race tacitly divided the trial grounds into different levels, and strong people who exceeded the level would be prohibited from entering. Before entering, Chao Wei came to the supply station in front of the trial site. This is the place where newcomers are given supplies. If you have money, you can buy D-level equipment. And Chao Wei, at this moment, all his belongings are the 100 yuan in his pocket. A bottle of blue medicine costs 50 yuan. An E-level piece of equipment costs $100. A space watch for storing items costs a full 5,000 yuan. And it's only 1 cubic meter. Li Hong felt a little hesitant after touching the wrinkled 100 yuan note in his pocket. Even if it's only 100, he must spend it wisely. Hello, sir, how can I help you? A sweet female voice came, and the shopping guide recognized at a glance that Chao Wei was just an apprentice soul power user. Although there was a friendly smile on his face, there was a hint of disdain flashing across his face. I'm just looking around. Huh, just looking around? I'm afraid you can't afford it. Suddenly, a familiar, contemptuous voice came from the side. Chao Wei turned around and saw that it was Li Hang. And his bunch of annoying little brothers were now following him like little followers, fawning on him. Who said that? I want that E-rank axe. Chao Wei has made up his mind. The attack power of that E-level axe is not high, only 20 points, but it has the effect of adding 2 to all attributes. Ah, poor bastard, your wealth is only enough to buy an E-class axe, right? Look at what I have on me. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed. Li Hong was wearing all D-level equipment. That light is exactly the effect of the suit. As an apprentice profession, this luxurious suit is simply invincible in the early stages. As far as transitional equipment for the apprenticeship period is concerned, dressing like this is simply inhumane. I have to say, even Chao Wei felt a little jealous when he saw this set of equipment. But soon, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he picked up the axe and left. With holy evolution, he will have as much equipment as he wants in the future. But behind him, he could still hear Li Hang's annoying voice. Ha, little trash, this young master is just in need of a healing priest and a trash-picking priest. Would you like to hang out with me? I'll give you 50 a day. Ha ha ha. Am I being very generous? Ha, who doesn't know that you, Master Li, are the most generous person in Xuanwu City? Boy, be smart and obey me. That's right, Master Li wants you and you think highly of me. But you have a rubbish job and you're a nanny, who would team up with you? That's right. Other gold farming groups charge money, but Master Li actually gives you money. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing the ridicule from Li Hang and their followers, Chao Wei became secretly angry again. He spat secretly and left immediately with the axe in his hand. Seeing Chao Wei being so ungrateful, Li Hong frowned slightly. Bah! You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. A rubbish dad, do you really want to solo it? I'm afraid you're looking for death by turning on the light in the toilet. Hearing Li Hang's ridicule, Chao Wei's body trembled slightly. He turned his head and gave a disdainful smile. Ha, I'm just going to do it solo. Chapter 2, Solo Priest. The place of trial. This is the novice area, levels 05. The most common ones are some low-level goblins. This kind of thing has low IQ, cowardly character, and is very easy to deal with. It is most suitable for a group of novices to form a team. There are already quite a few people gathered at the door. There are 4 of us missing a priest sister. All the level 5 brothers are leading the priest sisters to fight monsters. It is efficient and safe. A level 3 warrior is looking for a nanny to level up with him. No nanny please. A 5-class team is still missing a reliable nurse. Ordinary nurses are not welcome. Those with powerful skills, equipment, or hidden classes are welcome to consider. The scene was bustling with activity, and there were endless requests to form a team. From what everyone said, it could be heard that pastors were not particularly popular. The requirements for forming a team are either a nurse or powerful skills. A stay-at-home dad like Chao Wei has an awkward position in the trial ground. Basically, it's a character that is not loved by grandma and uncle. Not to mention that he is a weak player and there is basically no hope for him to form a team. Dude, are you a warrior with that axe? Just as Chao Wei was about to step into the trial ground, a group of 4 people suddenly stopped him. Brother, we are 2 warriors and 2 shooters. If you are a warrior, can we team up together? Hearing the other party's words, Chao Wei just smiled and shook his head. Excuse me, I'm a pastor. What? Pastor? Pastor, what are you holding an axe? Go away. That's right. Forget about the crappy profession, you can't even pick a weapon. Go play somewhere else. A priest holding an axe, do you think you're a tank? If you want to live, get out of here and find a gold farming group to level up. Ha, a stay-at-home dad wants to team up? How about you give us 2,000 yuan each and we'll help you level up? Watching the 4-member team opposite go from initial enthusiasm to disdain, Chao Wei has become accustomed to it. What happened to the pastor? If I have the talent, won't you all beg to call me daddy? Without saying anything more, Chao Wei carried the axe and left. The team behind him couldn't help but spit in disdain after seeing Chao Wei leave so arrogantly. Bah! A priest soloing? I'm afraid he's just hanging himself because he thinks his life is too long. Don't worry about him, Captain. Let's find a reliable warrior. That's right. Even if we have to find a pastor, wouldn't it be better if we find a wet nurse? Under the disdainful gazes of the 4 people, Chao Wei entered the trial ground by himself. From time to time on the road, you can see a team fighting with goblins. The further you go in, the fewer people there are. When Chao Wei finally arrived at a valley, he could no longer see any team. Okay, this should be deep enough so no one can see us. Take out the E-level axe. Holy evolution! After a dazzling flash of light, the axe changed completely. Become hideous and terrifying. Name, Trembling Axe D. Equipment requirement, level 0. Attack power, 50. Effect, automatic counterattack. When attacked, you will automatically counterattack, triggering a divine storm that deals damage equal to your total attributes to surrounding enemies. Seeing the trembling axe in his hand change drastically, Chao Wei was shaking with excitement. Holy evolution is so awesome. Just one evolution actually upgraded his equipment to a higher level. Coupled with the ability of the trembling axe, it is a perfect monster-killing artifact. Immediately, Chao Wei found a goblin camp. Looking at the 7 or 8 low-level goblins inside, without saying a word, he rushed forward. The attack power of the goblin here is about 5 health points at a time, while his health is as high as 100 points. Can withstand 20 attacks? Even if he was surrounded by these goblins, Chao Wei was not afraid. He didn't believe it. Even after being hit 20 times, he still couldn't trigger the special effects of the trembling axe? The additional effect of the trembling axe, the Holy Storm, can wipe out the entire enemy in one go. After making the calculations, Chao Wei appeared at the entrance of the goblin camp in a swagger. Hey! Grandson! Your grandpa is here. Several goblins inside were taking a nap when they were suddenly awakened by a sound. Wow, human! The broken language rang out. Several goblins, grumpy as they woke up, picked up sticks and rushed towards Chao Wei angrily. It seemed that several wooden sticks were about to hit Chao Wei on the head. Suddenly a golden storm rose from him. The stick snapped in the storm. The thin body of the low-level goblin was also knocked away at the same moment. 40. 40. 40. A red number floated up from the head of the low-level goblin. All. Full health. Flash sale. Chao Wei looked at his masterpiece in surprise. Not only was his health full, but all the goblins were killed instantly. Ding, kill the goblin and gain 20 experience points. Ding, kill the goblin and gain 20 experience points. Ding, kill the goblin and gain 20 experience points. A series of experience points jumping made him feel very happy. In a blink of an eye, he had accumulated enough experience to reach the next level. And there are more than 100 points more. After cleaning up the camp, he found a tattered suit of armor. Name, Goblin Armor F. Equipment requirement, level 0. Attribute, increase defense by 5 points. Ding, evolving F level equipment requires 200 experience points. Well, the first trial effect of Holy Evolution has ended. Now it's time to gain experience. However, level and the like are not necessary for Chao Wei now. Good equipment provides attributes that are no worse than those improved by upgrading. Holy Evolution. After another burst of dazzling brilliance. Name, Goblin Helmet D. Equipment requirement, level 0. Attribute, increase defense by 200 points. Effect, immune to poison, bleeding, weakness, freezing, burning. The effect is okay, but the increased defense is quite a lot. With 200 points of defense, Chao Wei was completely oblivious to the surroundings in the trial area. Any attack from any creature hitting him can basically only cause a little force damage. In this way, Chao Wei slaughtered people all the way. Finally, he arrived at his final destination, the Goblin Palace. Chapter 3, Getting into Trouble. The trial ground is not unique to the human race. For other races, the trial ground is also a place for them to train new recruits. The Goblin Palace is a protected area to protect the newcomers of the Goblin clan. Although outsiders can come in. However, there are level 7 Earth Goblins guarding inside. If the level exceeds level 5, it will also attract level 10 law enforcers. Chao Wei has learned all these in textbooks. And his destination today is the Goblin Palace. With his current strength, attacking the Goblin Palace is like entering an empty space. Killing him 7 times in and 7 out is not a dream. This place is simply a holy place for him to gain experience. But what Chao Wei didn't expect was, there are many people who share the same idea as him. It was not until Chao Wei arrived at the Goblin Palace that he discovered this. Most of the Earth Elves inside had been slaughtered by 2 human soul masters. The woman in the lead can be guessed to be a mage by looking at the equipment she is wearing. However, every time he casts a spell, it is surrounded by a circle of frost. She is actually a rare profession frost mage. The other soul power user was holding a spear in his hand. Every shot can accurately hit the hobgoblin's head, causing critical damage. Unlike the bows and arrows used by ordinary archers, this archer girl actually uses firearms. She actually also has the hidden profession, mechanical hunter. When did rare professions become so common? In just one day, he actually met 3 of them, including Li Hang. In addition to their super strength, these 2 female soul power users are also equipped with luxurious equipment. You can tell at a glance that the identities of these 2 people are definitely not ordinary. Rich people, confirmed. Only such a wealthy family would have the confidence and ability to massacre the alien novice protection area on a large scale. Judging from the looks of the 2 men, it seems that they are not going to go home until they have completely wiped out the Goblin novice protection area today. On the other side, Xiao Shuang and Momo also noticed Chao Wei coming in. I glanced at Chao Wei and found that he was holding an exaggerated axe. Is he a warrior? Judging from the equipment on the other party, it doesn't seem to be bad. Could it be that they are family members who come here to gain experience like them? Xuan, have you heard of any family members coming here to awaken today? That's impossible, except for Li Hong from the Li family. But he's not a noble knight, so why would he hold an axe? And if it was Li Hong, wouldn't he have a large group of followers behind him? When talking about Li Hong, Xiao Shuang couldn't help but flash a trace of disdain in his eyes. Obviously, even if the other party awakened a rare profession, it would not be enough for Xiao Shuang to take it seriously. The 2 exchanged information while fighting. He still looked very relaxed and without any effort at all. After discussing for a long time, neither side could guess Chao Wei's identity. Just in case, the 2 of them simply ignored Chao Wei and continued with their monster killing mission. At this moment, both of them are obviously level 5. He continued to kill monsters, probably hoping to reach level 10 in one go. Although the two were wary of Chao Wei, they did not think that Chao Wei would be a match for them. So he didn't take it too seriously, but his eyes would still look at Chao Wei intentionally or unintentionally. Now, Chao Wei didn't know that he had been targeted by two girls. Upon entering the Goblin Palace, he was attacked by a group of goblins. Facing this group of Earth Elves, Chao Wei just smiled contemptuously. Raise your signature middle finger. You bastard. Your grandpa is here. Hearing Chao Wei's provocation, the hobgoblins immediately roared in anger. Rushing forward. Ding, automatic counterattack activated. Divine Storm. 40. 40. 40. 40. After one round of attacks, the hobgoblins lost half a bar of health. And the damage they caused to Chao Wei. 1. 1. Still 1. Just like that, it's like a turn-based stand-alone game. After fighting for several rounds, the Earth Elves were actually taken away by the Holy Storm in one wave. Ding, kill the hobgoblin and gain 120 experience points. Ding, kill the hobgoblin and gain 120 experience points. In an instant, Chao Wei gained over 1,000 experience points. This much experience is enough for him to upgrade a complete set of F-level equipment. Unfortunately, Chao Wei does not have any other equipment on him at the moment. So he simply used all his experience to upgrade. Ding, your level has reached level 1, and all attributes have increased by 3 points. Ding, your level has reached level 6, all attributes increased by 3 points. In the astonished eyes of Xiao Shuang and Momo, 6 rays of light flashed across Chao Wei's body. Seeing these 6 rays of light, the two people's eyes changed slightly. What's going on? That guy just upgraded 6 times? Wait, so he's already level 6 now? Madman. How dare he? Seeing Chao Wei suddenly reach level 6, their expressions changed. Immediately, the two of them tried to escape. But they didn't take action yet. Suddenly, the entire Goblin Palace was shaken. Then, a slightly hoarse and angry voice sounded. Who is it? How dare you massacre my Goblin clan? Suddenly, Chao Wei knew that he had messed up. I just clicked on the upgrade button, and ended up gaining so much experience that I reached level 6 in one go. Now that he has exceeded the regional limit, the level 10 Goblin law enforcers are dispatched. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long wild boar was teleported into the trial area. Sitting on the wild boar is the Goblin law enforcer. His body was actually more than a head taller than the Earth Goblin. He was holding a huge stick as tall as a person in his hand. At this moment, the law enforcer was staring at Chao Wei with bloodshot eyes. Seeing so many corpses of their own kind around them, the law enforcers looked at Chao Wei, Xiao Shuang, and the other two with even more resentment. Human, you deserve to die. With a loud shout, the law enforcer pulled the reins in his hands. Then he rushed towards Chao Wei like a high-speed car. The terrifying brute force instantly pushed Chao Wei back several steps. Suddenly, the law enforcer's data appeared in front of Chao Wei. Name, Goblin Enforcer. Occupation, Knight. Level, 11. Equipment, Wild Boar Necklace. All attributes increased by 10%. Health, 4,000. Attack, 200. Physical defense, 90. Magical defense, 55. Skills, Boar Charge, Hammer Strike, Mace Strike, Death Strike. A 1 also appeared on Chao Wei's body. Suddenly, Chao Wei understood the other party's attributes. As a formal first-level law enforcer, the opponent is just an ordinary goblin with thick blood. The attack power is exactly equal to Chao Wei's defense power. So unless the opponent has any skills that increase attack power. Otherwise, his ordinary attacks will not be able to break his defense. Chao Wei, who was originally a little nervous, suddenly became alert. Hey! I thought you were so awesome, but you're just a show-off. On the other side, Xiao Shuang and Momo were stunned. Who would have thought that Chao Wei's defense was so high? The first-level law enforcer couldn't break his defense. You're telling me this is a new person who just awakened? Let us look at Chao Wei's current attribute panel. Level, 6. Equipment, Trembling Axe, Goblin Helm. Health, 1000. Soul Power, 400. Attack Power, 100. Physical Defense, 200. Magical Defense, 160. Strength, 25. Speed, 25. Intelligence, 25. Constitution, 25. Luck, 25. All attributes are exactly 125. And his attack was just enough to break through the law enforcer's defense. Add to that the passive skill of Holy Storm from time to time, and as long as you grind slowly, getting rid of the enforcer is not a dream. I looked at the experience points I had left, and there were about 200 points left. This amount of experience is just enough to upgrade an F-level equipment. Having just killed so many earth goblins, Chao Wei has not yet carefully checked the harvest. He couldn't help but stare at the ground, looking for equipment that could help him. Finally, while fighting with the law enforcers, he picked up a pair of gloves from the ground. My dear, whether we can turn the tables this time depends on you. Holy Evolution. Name, Tyrant's Gauntlets D. Wearing requirements, level 5. Attribute, Strength plus 20. Effect, attacking enemies has a 15% chance of ignoring defense. Chapter 4, Driving Up Pork Prices. When Chao Wei saw the gauntlet on his hand, his eyes suddenly lit up. This is exactly the key to breaking the deadlock he is looking for. The extra 20 points of strength directly increased his attack by 40 points. There is also a 15% chance of breaking defense. Immediately, Chao Wei chopped at the law enforcer in front of him without saying a word. The huge stick and the huge axe collided, and the friction actually produced a trace of flame. The two people attacked back and forth. The blood volume between the two sides is also slowly changing. The law enforcer just smashed it down with a hammer. 1 damage poured out from Chao Wei. On the other hand, Chao Wei chopped down with an axe. 150 damage. The minimum damage is 50 points. As one side gains, the other loses, and the law enforcer's health is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, with Chao Wei's last chopped axe, all that was heard was a scream from the law enforcer. The next moment, it exploded. Congratulations on killing the goblin law enforcer. You have occupied this trial ground. Kill the enforcer to gain 1000 experience points. Obtain the mount reward, Ferocious War Pig. Obtain equipment, Law Enforcement Necklace. Obtain equipment, Law Enforcement Mace. Obtain equipment, Law Enforcement Armor. Name, Law Enforcement Necklace E+. Wearing requirements, level 10. Soul Power, 200. Effect, restores 2% of the user's total soul power per second. Name, Law Enforcement Hammer E+. Wearing requirements, level 10. Attack power, 100. Effect, increases the priest's healing ability by 15%. Name, Law Enforcement Armor E+. Wearing requirements, level 10. Stamina, 20. Defense, 100. Effect, gain 3 seconds of invincibility every 6 minutes. Law Enforcement Suit Effect, within your territory, all weapons gain a multiplier effect equal to the number of components obtained. All current territories, trial land not activated. Ding, your actions have angered the goblins. In the next 24 hours, you will suffer a total of 24 waves of attacks. Defense succeeded, and permanent use of the trial grounds was obtained. If the defense fails, the goblins will reoccupy the trial grounds. On the other side, Momo and Xiao Shuang were shocked when they saw Chao Wei defeat the goblin law enforcer. They never expected that Chao Wei could take care of the law enforcers alone. This person's profession seems to be a pastor? Looking at Momo beside him, Xiao Shuang couldn't help swallowing. Momo, could this person be from some high-ranking family, here for the trial? His strength is too strong. Hearing Xiao Shuang's question, Momo raised his eyebrows slightly. After staring at Chao Wei for a long while, she shook her head and said with a frown. I don't know, but I basically know all the high-ranking families in Xuanwu City. But do you think you can defeat the goblin law enforcers with just those greenhouse flowers? I suspect he is a disciple of a hidden family who has never been born yet. After hearing Momo's analysis, Xiao Shuang couldn't help but take a breath. The look he gave Chao Wei was filled with caution and secret admiration. Her impression of Chao Wei became increasingly mysterious. At this moment, the two of them had already thought of Chao Wei as a member of a hidden family. It is said that all members of hidden families have one thing in common, that is, they are very powerful. With the training of the family, challenging opponents of higher levels is not a problem at all. And Chao Wei, the newcomer who had just awakened, was actually able to kill the goblin law enforcer. The two of them had subconsciously put him into the template of a child of a hidden family. Chao Wei, on the other hand, had no idea that he had become the object of fantasy of the two beauties beside him. At this moment, he was holding the wild boar necklace with a smile on his face. This is great stuff. I'll use it as a spare part for my clothes. Then, he remembered that a mount seemed to have dropped just now. Come out. Wild boar mount. All I heard was Chao Wei shouting. A 2-meter tall porcupine appeared in front of him. Name, Porcupine. Grade, D. Effect, movement speed increased by 40%. Attached mount skill, boar charge. The barbs all over its body make this porcupine look very tough to mess with. With every breath, the porcupine mount was like an emotionless steam engine, spraying out large amounts of mist. Oh my god. A mount actually dropped. This person is so lucky. When the two young ladies saw the porcupine mount suddenly appear in front of Chao Wei, a light suddenly flashed in their eyes. Mounts and the like can usually only be caught after reaching level 20. Chao Wei just killed a law enforcer, but he received such a huge reward? This guy's luck is so good. Suddenly, Momo ran to Chao Wei with some envy and said, Hey bro, this mount looks so powerful. Want to sell it? I'll give you 100,000. What? When Chao Wei heard that the beautiful woman next to him wanted to buy his mount, his eyes widened. This porcupine of his is so expensive? Who is this person? Spending so much money on a pig? Does your family know you're such a spendthrift? Why is pork so expensive? It's you guys who are driving up the prices. And this porcupine has so many barbs on its body. Don't you mind if they prick your butt? But money is extremely important to Chao Wei now. He is short of money now, so if a beautiful woman is willing to spend money to buy his pig mount, he will naturally be very happy. But the young lady actually spoke so generously. Does this mean that he still has room to raise the price? Bargain? Thinking of this, Chao Wei's eyes curved into crescent shapes. A malicious smile appeared on his face, but he quickly suppressed it. Miss, look at how strong my pig is, it weighs at least 600 kilograms, right? Even if I take it home to stew meat and make soup, it will definitely be a tonic. What's more, it is a D-level mount with its own skills. So this price. Having said that, Chao Wei rubbed his hands unconsciously. Rub your thumb, middle finger and index finger continuously. The meaning is already very clear. You can sell it, but you have to pay extra. Porcupine. Ding, your porcupine silently took a step back and gave you a sanitary eye. Momo was slightly stunned when he heard Chao Wei's words. Can it really be sold? Suddenly, a gleam of I-made money flashed across her face. She had originally intended to just ask, but she didn't expect Chao Wei to be so generous. Immediately, Momo nodded and agreed generously. No problem. Is 200,000 enough? Chao Wei. Why do I feel like I made a profit but actually lost money? Just when Chao Wei was about to see if the generous young lady in front of him was willing to buy back the equipment he didn't want anymore. Suddenly, bursts of roars came from outside the trial ground, directly disrupting his rhythm. Human! You killed the law enforcers. Today we demand your blood for your sin. Outside the door, groups of goblin cavalry suddenly blocked the entrance. Seeing this group of goblin cavalrymen equipped with the same equipment, Chao Wei understood instantly. The defense mission begins. Chapter 5, the first job change mission. Not far away, outside the palace gate. I saw a goblin cavalryman leading the group blowing a huge horn. Immediately, all the goblin cavalry gathered around him. Everyone pointed their spears and was about to charge towards the goblin palace. All the goblin cavalry have reached level 10. The strength of just the first wave of enemies was as strong as that of the goblin law enforcers. Fortunately, the opponent did not have the bonus of the law enforcer suit. Therefore, the strength of this group of goblin cavalry is not as strong as imagined. Race, Goblin Cavalry. Level, 10. HP, 1000. Attack, 45. Physical defense, 50. Magical defense, 50. Skills, triangle formation, linear formation. Whether in terms of physical fitness or basic attributes, they are far behind the goblin law enforcers. It must be because these goblins are all of ordinary professions. Facing this group of cavalry, Chao Wei was not at all panicked. Looking at Momo and Xiao Shuang beside him, he suddenly asked, Ladies, do you want to fight with me? How about we divide the spoils equally among the three of us? After hearing Chao Wei's suggestion, Xiao Shuang and Mo Mo's eyes lit up slightly. The two agreed to Chao Wei's suggestion without thinking. The two men have recognized Chao Wei's strength as he was able to defeat the goblin law enforcer. The level of the goblin cavalry is quite high, and they should be able to drop a lot of good things, which is exactly what they want. Immediately, the three of them formed a team and jointly defended against the wave of cavalry in front of them. Ding! You team up with Momo and Xiao Shuang, and you become the temporary captain. You will be immune to attacks from your own team. Hearing the prompt, Chao Wei's mouth corners slightly raised. He just rushed out of the palace without saying a word. He chose to confront a group of ferocious-looking cavalry head-on. Xiao Shuang. Don't think about attacking, just hold the enemy back and let me fight him. Momo. I'll leave my rear to you. And keep Xiao Shuang safe. Upon hearing Chao Wei's order, the two immediately entered combat status. The next moment, Wang Haochen rushed towards the opposite cavalry formation like a tiger. The goblin cavalry were thrown into disarray by Chao Wei's reckless charge. You know, the advantage of cavalry lies in the combined attack power of their formations. With the acceleration of their mounts and the support of the formation, they can even exert nearly double their strength. However, under Chao Wei's domineering actions, everyone didn't even have time to speed up and started a hand-to-hand fight with Wang Haochen. Countless spears pierced Chao Wei's body. 1. These first-class goblins couldn't even break Chao Wei's defense. At the same time, under Xiao Shuang's magic suppression, countless frost magics and debuffs hit them like a tide. Frost trap. The pace is stagnant. Freezing technique. In just a few minutes, Xiao Shuang cast several spells in succession. I have to say that this young lady is not only strong in ability, but also has a lot of money. For ordinary professionals, let us not talk about rare skills. Even getting an E+ level skill would make me extremely happy. And Xiao Shuang's consecutive skills are all not lower than E level. This is because high-level skills consume too much mana. Otherwise, if his soul power was sufficient, Xiao Shuang would definitely not hesitate to fill his library of advanced skills. On the other side, Momo was also not idle. While protecting Xiao Shuang, he also secretly fired a cold shot. With every gunshot, there would always be a goblin cavalryman seriously injured. Although it was the first time for the three of them to work together, they seemed to have a very good understanding of each other. Soon, Chao Wei chopped down the last axe. Ding! You killed a goblin cavalryman and gained 400 experience points. Prompts sounded one after another, even when three people were sharing their experiences. Chao Wei's experience value is also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. After just the first wave of cavalry, his experience points actually soared to over 10,000. Seeing that his experience pool is full. Immediately, Chao Wei chose to upgrade without saying anything. Ding! Your level has reached level 7. Ding! Your level has reached level 10. Ding! Your level has reached the current upper limit. If you want to upgrade, please complete the job transfer task. You can choose the job transfer route now: Redemption Priest, Punishment Priest. Do you want to accept the job transfer mission? Reject. After hearing the prompt from the brain system, Chao Wei chose to refuse without saying a word. With his current strength, he can definitely pursue a better career. Even if it cannot be upgraded for the time being, Chao Wei firmly believes in it. A temporary level increase doesn't mean anything. He can completely acquire strength that is not inferior to that of first or second level professionals through high-level equipment. Level 10 is a watershed in Chao Wei's strength. Level 10 means he can equip the law enforcement suit dropped by the law enforcer. Because he was promoted to level 4, his attribute panel changed again. By the time he had put on all his equipment, he had completely transformed himself. Level 10. Equipment: Goblin Helmet, Tyrant's Gauntlets, Law Enforcement Armor, Law Enforcement Mace, Law Enforcement Necklace. Health: 3250. Soul Power: 800. Attack: 300. Physical Defense: 300. Magical Defense: 260. Strength: 60. Speed: 40. Intelligence: 40. Constitution: 60. Luck: 40. Seeing his new attributes, Chao Wei couldn't help but clench his fists. With this set of equipment, let alone fighting a goblin law enforcer who is just level 10. Even if he fights 10 of them, he can handle it with ease. The equipment he obtained by defeating the law enforcers made him even more jealous. The effect of the law enforcement suit is that as long as he is in his own territory, he is basically invincible. Even if it was a level 50 naked third-level professional, he was confident that he could fight. At this time, he has 3 law enforcement suits, and the abilities he gains can be tripled. However, the system prompts that the trial ground is not his property at this time. He has to withstand 24 waves of attacks before the trial land belongs to him. At that time, the suit effect will be activated. Just ask, who else? On the other side, Momo and Xiao Shuang dealt with the enemy. Both of them came to Chao Wei's side. Looking at the equipment all over the ground, the two were very excited at this moment. Just now, both of them have upgraded their levels to level 10. Unlike Chao Wei, the two seem to have already decided on their career paths. After reaching the level 10 job change requirements, the two of them directly took out a scroll from their space watches and tore it open. This is the job transfer scroll unique to Xiao Shuang and the Momo family. Although it may not be the best, it is definitely the most suitable job change task for them. Although I am jealous, who can blame Chao Wei for not having a big family to support him? Looking at the equipment and props scattered all over the floor, a hint of joy flashed across his face. While there's still time, let's quickly divide the equipment. After saying that, he looked directly at a scroll on the ground. This was exploded by a cavalryman. The moment it exploded, Chao Wei noticed the scroll. The so-called scroll is recognized by all professionals as the rarest and most difficult thing to get. It is very likely that there will be incredible job transfer tasks or rare skills in it. Please. It has to be a priest skill or a job change quest. Chapter 6 Merchant Scroll. Ding. You have obtained the scroll of the Goblin Merchant, Victor Sage the Despicable. Hearing the prompt, Chao Wei was slightly stunned. What scroll is this? Aren't scrolls only for quests and skills? What the hell is this? After checking the introduction of the scroll, the next second, the information of the scroll was displayed in front of Chao Wei. Goblin Merchant, Victor Sager the Despicable B. Use this scroll to summon the special merchant Victor Sage the Despicable. In his shop, you can buy any item you want, up to rank B. Seeing the information on this scroll, Chao Wei and the other two were all confused. Momo stared at the information on the scroll for a long time before he exclaimed. This is the Merchant Scroll. Merchant Scroll? Chao Wei and Xiao Xuan were both slightly stunned when they heard the unfamiliar term from Momo's mouth. Not knowing what was going on, they turned to look at Momo. Momo's face showed surprise and excitement, but more of it was disbelief. He swallowed and looked at Chao Wei with an expression that said, "You're so lucky." After a long while, Momo finally said this. I once heard my dad say that if you kill an alien, there's a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting this special scroll. The scroll can summon alien black market merchants, and buy the goods you need through barter. With a gulp sound. After listening to Momo's explanation, Chao Wei and Xiao Shuang couldn't help swallowing. It took a long time for the two to react, and then their faces were filled with ecstasy. Holy crap! Does that mean we can exchange for B-rank items or skills? That's more than that. If you have a product that will satisfy those merchants, you can even find a special job change scroll. Special job transfer scroll? Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei exclaimed again. He knows this. On Blue Star, each government will issue tasks to acquire special job transfer scrolls. This is done to expand the career paths of soul power users. Using the job transfer scrolls of humanoid races, humans are likely to obtain special professions that they have never had before. These special professions have strengths and weaknesses. If you get a special race with a powerful profession, it will undoubtedly be a profit. Because the special job transfer scroll is inherited. With a special job transfer scroll, you may even be able to create a family. If it is handed over to the country, it will gain endless wealth and glory. Let us not talk about anything else, just like the families of Momo and Xiao Shuang. The hidden professions they have now obtained are the power passed down from their ancestors who continuously obtain special job transfer scrolls from foreign races. Now that Chao Wei has this B-level merchant scroll, it means that he has a chance to buy a B-level special job transfer task scroll. A B-level hidden profession, even the worst one, is definitely better than a C, D, E, or F-level profession. After swallowing their saliva, everyone understood the importance of this scroll. Involuntarily, the scene became a little quiet. After a long while, Momo was the first to ask. This scroll is incredibly valuable. How should we divide it? Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei and Xiao Shuang were both startled. At this moment, the three of them looked slightly hesitant. Xiao Shuang and Momo looked at Chao Wei with more or less distrust. Apparently, such an important scroll. Even between brothers, it may cause a human tragedy. Chao Wei thought for a long time before speaking. How about, we just use it now? No. 2. After hearing Chao Wei's suggestion, Momo and Xiao Shuang rejected his proposal without thinking. Hey, why? Chao Wei was confused when he saw that his ideas were rejected by Momo and the others. Xiao Shuang, on the other hand, looked at Chao Wei with some disdain and spoke without thinking. Didn't Momo just say that foreign merchants don't accept our currency and only accept barter? We are newcomers, what do we have worth exchanging? This kind of scroll should of course be used when you are stronger in the future, so that you can maximize the value of the scroll. Oh. After hearing Xiao Shuang's explanation, Chao Wei immediately understood. He looked at the B-level merchant scroll in front of him with some envy. But he also knew that now was not the best time to use the scroll. So, the question comes back to how to distribute it. How should we divide this merchant scroll? Scratching his head, Chao Wei said uncertainly. How about giving me this scroll? I'll keep it for now. After hearing Chao Wei's opinion, Momo and Xiao Shuang remained silent. To be honest, the price of this scroll is too high. It's not that they don't trust Chao Wei, but they really can't guarantee what Chao Wei will do with this scroll when the time comes. After thinking for a long time, Momo said this. Sure. But you need to pay Xiao Shuang and me 20 million each, in case you regret using this scroll privately. Chao Wei. How much did you just say? Did you say an extra 10,000 words? Hearing the amount Momo said, Chao Wei was stunned on the spot. His mouth was so big that it could swallow a whole ostrich egg. Holy crap! 20 million? Even if he sold it, it wouldn't be worth the price. Xiao Shuang nodded and confirmed it directly. I think the price Momo mentioned is very reasonable. A B-level scroll with a special purpose like this usually starts at 50 million at the auction house. Gulp. Holding the merchant scroll, Chao Wei's hands were shaking a little. At this moment, this scroll seemed to him to be worth 1,000 gold. Damn, it turns out that being a soul master is a highly profitable profession. This was his first time going out to explore, and he obtained props worth more than 50 million. Who can withstand this? Wrong. Suddenly, Chao Wei's eyes widened. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Chao Wei couldn't remember how many times he had swallowed his saliva. Strictly speaking, this merchant scroll should belong to the category of props, right? Does that mean his talent can be used on it? Thinking of this, Chao Wei directly activated his talent skill on the scroll in front of him. Holy evolution! Ding! You don't have enough experience points. B-level items require 500,000 experience points to evolve. Really? Seeing the prompt, Chao Wei immediately exclaimed. This item can indeed evolve. Wait until you have accumulated enough experience points before activating the skill. By then, this scroll will be able to evolve to at least A level. It is even possible to reach S level or even S level. A B level scroll is already worth 50 million. So how much is grade A worth? How much is S level worth? At this moment, Chao Wei's heart was moved. He decided that even if he had to lose everything, he must get this scroll. Chapter 7 Goblin Inventor. Outside the Goblin Palace. At this time, Chao Wei was holding a hammer and constantly hitting the Goblin Wolf Cavalry in front of him. With one hammer strike, hundreds of points of damage were dealt. All the Goblin Wolf Cavalrymen cannot survive more than 3 moves under Chao Wei's hammer. After equipping the law enforcement suit, the strength of these first-level enemies is simply not enough. After wiping the blood off his body, Chao Wei returned to the palace somewhat exhausted. Momo took out a new towel and handed it to Chao Wei. How many waves is this? The 13th wave, right? The Goblin Wolf Cavalry I just fought was between level 16 and 17. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Momo nodded. There was a hint of worry in his eyes as he looked at Chao Wei. I wanted to say something to show my concern for Chao Wei, but the words that came out of my mouth turned into arrogant remarks. Then you better be careful. If you die, Shuang and I will split the merchant scroll equally. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei just laughed. Through these more than 10 hours of getting alone, he already understood that the girl in front of him, who was about the same age as him, was just a hypocrite. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside, that's what girls like Momo are like. She was obviously worried about him to death, but she was unwilling to say it directly. Don't worry, don't forget I'm a priest, and my skill is a D-level energy bar, which is very long-lasting. Even if the enemies are down, I won't be down either. I won't say anymore. I'm going to sleep first. Remember to wake me up when the next wave of enemies comes. After saying that, Qiao Wei yawned and fell asleep. After such a long battle, how could Qiao Wei, who was fighting for the first time, bear this? Normal people can't even endure high-intensity exercise for a few minutes, let alone high-intensity combat. But Qiao Wei fought for more than 10 hours. Of course, if it weren't for his skills, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Only then did Qiao Wei realize how perverted the defensive mission he had received was. However, there is a reward for every effort. After several waves of defense, Qiao Wei has collected all the equipment parts on his body. And all of them are D-level or above equipment. Name, Qiao Wei. Level, 10. Equipment, Law Enforcement Armor D+, Law Enforcement Mace D+, Law Enforcement Necklace D+, Wolf Tamer Gauntlets D+, or Tamer Leggings C, Bounce Boots D+, Wolf Tamer Helmet D+. Health, 8,450. Soul Power, 2,500. Physical Attack, 526. Magic Attack, 274. Physical Defense, 820. Magical Defense, 284. Strength, 82. Agility, 77. Intelligence, 106. Constitution, 150. Luck, 40. Skills, Energy Bar D, Sword Resistance D, Goblin Punk's Magic IC. After more than a dozen waves of defense, all of Qiao Wei's equipment has been replaced. While his attributes increased greatly, he also gained 2 new skills. As for the Energy Bar, it is an evolution of the original Microtherapy. Since he couldn't level up anyway, Qiao Wei simply used his experience in evolution. Energy Bar increases the target's health by 10%, significantly restoring their stamina. Each use consumes 300 soul points. Sword Resistance reduces sword damage by 15%. Goblin Punk's Magic Eye, when exploring the map, you have a greater chance of discovering hidden treasures and traps. Except for the Energy Bar, the other 2 skills are all passive skills. The skill scroll Qiao Wei obtained when he was killing goblins. His sword resistance is pretty good, but he is indifferent to that skill with a long and ugly name. Originally a D-level skill, it was upgraded to C-level after Qiao Wei upgraded. However, up to now, Qiao Wei has not found any hidden traps or treasures around. I can only say that it is better than nothing. As for the rest of the equipment, they were all upgraded by Qiao Wei. For a moment, Qiao Wei's health almost exceeded 10,000. With such a high HP, even the second-level squishy professions probably don't have as much HP as Qiao Wei. Not to mention that his physical defense and physical attack are both very high. Killing those goblin soul masters is no pressure at all. At the same time, through countless killings, Qiao Wei's fighting skills became more and more sophisticated. Gradually, he also discovered some of his shortcomings in combat. Although he had learned martial arts in school, it was no different from radio gymnastics. Kung Fu was a compulsory course for all middle school students in the country, and the masses means ordinary. Apart from being able to strengthen the body, it is no different from fancy moves. At this moment, Qiao Wei secretly swore in his heart. After returning, I must learn some real fighting skills. As for now, fortunately, he has Momo and Xiao Shuang to help him, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Keep a routine of taking a break after defeating the enemy. Qiao Wei lay down and rested again. Looking at Qiao Wei who fell asleep in front of him, Momo seemed a little distressed. In so many battles just now, Qiao Wei was always the first to rush forward. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Qiao Wei would not let the enemy get close to Xiao Shuang and Momo even at the risk of getting injured. Although physical wounds can be healed with the help of skills. But the mental fatigue made him unable to suppress his urge to sleep. Momo and Xiao Shuang have already agreed to transfer the scroll to Qiao Wei. As for the reason, it was that Qiao Wei exchanged 10% of the territory autonomy of the trial land with Xiao Shuang and Qiao Wei. After learning about Qiao Wei's mission, Xiao Shuang and Momo did not seem surprised. After discussing it, the two finally agreed with Qiao Wei's decision. At the same time, Qiao Wei also promised that he would notify Xiao Shuang and Momo in advance before using the scroll. If Xiao Shuang was still a little unconvinced towards Momo at the beginning, At this moment, Chao Wei was seen trying his best to protect them. That little bit of resentment has long since disappeared. Half an hour later, a sound like a propeller came from outside the Goblin Palace. Momo was slightly startled when he heard this voice. He quickly woke up Chao Wei, who was sleeping soundly beside him. "Wake up, Chao Wei. There's movement outside." After hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei, who was still sleeping soundly just now, suddenly jumped up from the ground. Picking up the hammer thrown aside, Chao Wei rushed out of the palace. "I saw it in the sky." Two goblins sitting on the strange flying chess pieces were rushing towards Chao Wei and the others with wicked grins on their faces. Different from the ordinary goblin soldiers like the cavalry just now. These two goblins are obviously hidden professions. Seeing the other person's dress, the knowledgeable Momo recognized the other person's identity in an instant. Be careful. It's the goblin inventor. They have many special mechanical inventions, and their profession has a bonus to the damage they cause. If you want to take them down, you have to destroy their machines. Chao Wei, try to seduce them, and I'll try to see if I can take them down. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei nodded immediately. At the same time, he put away his hammer and took out a bow weapon that had just exploded from his space watch. Chapter 8 Current Trap. Name, Wolf Tamer Hornbowie Plus. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Attack plus 140. Effect, Wolf Fang Arrow. The arrow fired deals 140% damage to wolf creatures, and the target has a 50% chance of entering bleeding state. Wolf Tamer's set effect Level 3. The hunter class's chance of taming a wolf pet or mount increases by 9%. Although this weapon is most suitable for shooters of the hunter profession. But I can't care about that right now. Chao Wei also had a hard time dealing with air units. Apart from bows and arrows, he really couldn't think of any other effective anti-aircraft means. Xiao Shuang's magic range cannot reach the sky. Only Momo's guns and Chao Wei's bows and arrows could possibly be a match for them. In order to better lure the enemy, Chao Wei took the risk and ran under the two goblin inventors. The goblin inventors showed no mercy to Chao Wei's initiative. It seemed like something fell from the sky. Chao Wei hid aside without saying a word. Boom! Several loud noises were heard. Several deep pits were blown out on the ground. Accompanied by the sizzling sound of electric current, the next moment, Chao Wei found that he could not move. 75. Two injuries appeared above Chao Wei's head. In the explosion just now, two types of damage attributes appeared on Chao Wei's body. Suddenly, Chao Wei shouted and gave a direct reminder. Be careful. The bombs they dropped have both physical and magical attacks. There's also an electric stun effect. Momo and Xiao Shuang's expressions also stiffened when they heard Chao Wei's reminder. The look he gave the goblin inventor became more cautious. They don't have Chao Wei's abnormal defense. If they are blown up, hundreds of health points may be taken away. However, Chao Wei's reminder was obviously redundant. Although this goblin inventor is a hidden profession, his IQ doesn't seem to be very high intentional. Please delete this line if you see it. At the very least, they still have obvious strategic shortcomings. It may be because they are used to the advantages of high-altitude combat. The two goblin inventors seemed somewhat fearless. After discovering that Chao Wei was controlled by them, they actually kept staring at Chao Wei. Unfortunately, they obviously chose the wrong opponent. Although Chao Wei is not immune to the electric shock effect, he has high defense and thick blood. Two goblin inventors threw unknown bombs for a long time. Chao Wei was hit by at least a dozen bombs. As a result, the amount of blood he lost was less than 1/10 of his total blood volume. It was just enough to knock off a little bit of skin. The operation is as fierce as a tiger, and the damage is 250. Seeing Chao Wei's health, the two goblin inventors were a little confused for a moment. What's going on? Is the bomb broken? Just as the two goblin inventors were thinking about life. Boom! A loud bang. An armor-piercing bullet hit one of the goblins directly in the forehead. 3,000. A huge damage is dealt. The next moment, the goblin inventor in the air lost control of the machine. The aircraft on his body fell directly from the sky, making a mournful cry. Boom! Obviously, he is deader than dead. Another companion was so frightened after seeing his companion's tragic death that he almost died. His nature made him subconsciously want to escape. But before the other party could escape, Chao Wei, who had recovered his shock, quickly took out his bow and arrow and aimed at the other party's forehead. Wolf-tooth arrow. Call out. There was a sound of air explosion. The wolf-tooth arrow shot straight into the air. Under the goblin inventor's astonished gaze, the wolf-fang arrow flew directly past him and flew farther and farther into the distance. Chow Wei. Damn. This goblin must have a very high dodge rate. Momo, Xiao Shuang, and the goblin inventor? It's because your aim is not good. Boom. Another loud bang. While the opponent was escaping, Momo fired another armor-piercing bullet. This time, although it did not hit the opponent's forehead, it directly shattered the goblin inventor's aircraft. Seeing the other party falling from the sky, the three of them hurriedly chased in the direction where the other party fell. After a while, among a pile of broken parts, the three saw the dying goblin inventor. At this time, the opponent is breathing out more than breathing in. Even if he is left alone, he will not survive. Seeing Chow Wei and the other two coming, a trace of fear of death flashed in the eyes of the goblin inventor. He almost used up his last bit of strength to yell at Chow Wei and the other two. Save me, reward. Chow Wei, what did you say? I think he's saying if we rescue him, he'll reward us. After hearing Momo's explanation, Chow Wei's eyes lit up immediately. Under normal circumstances, items are dropped randomly when you kill an enemy. But if the enemy surrenders voluntarily, their goods will become yours. Is there such a good thing? Immediately, Chow Wei stuffed a curry stick into the other person's mouth without saying a word. Saved by energy bars. After a while, the wounds of the goblin inventor in front of him were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only after the other party's injuries healed did the goblin inventor come to his senses. Looking at Chow Wei and the other two in front of him, he bowed deeply and said, Human, thank you for saving my life. If you can let me go today, I will give you a C-rank mechanical trap blueprint. Hearing the words of the goblin inventor, Chow Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. Picking up the hammer and the space watch, he frowned and said directly, Didn't you just say that if I saved your life, you'd give it to me? Why are you talking so much nonsense? At worst, I'll just kill you. You're such a troublemaker. After saying that, Chow Wei raised the hammer and prepared to hit it with a stick. But before he could do anything, Momo, who was standing beside him, pulled one of his corners. Turning around, he saw Momo winking at him. Oh no! Miss Momo seems to be very interested in this drawing. That's right, his profession is mechanical hunter. Immediately, Chow Wei looked at the goblin inventor in front of him with some depression, and retracted his hammer. Okay, give me the blueprints and I'll spare your life. I have a magic contract here, sign it and I'll give it to you. How do I know if you're going to kill me right now after you've verbally agreed? Chow Wei. Ha, there are quite a lot of things. Although these alien races don't look good, they are quite good at judging people. How did he know that he was planning to break the appointment and then give him a beating when he got the drawings? I picked up the contract handed over by the other party. Although it belonged to the Goblin clan, this magic contract was very interesting. With the help of magic, Chow Wei was able to understand the words above. Signed the contract in no time. The goblin inventor then reluctantly took out a blueprint from his arms and handed it to Chow Wei. Ding! The captive Papa 2 hands you a mechanical trap blueprint. Ding! You get an electric current trap. Chapter 9, Tall, Rich, and Handsome Papato. Current trap blueprint C. After learning the blueprint, you can make the prop electric current trap. Blueprint description: the electric current trap can cause 500-800 points of electric current damage per second to the enemy that touches it, and will cause the opponent to suffer a stalemate effect for 5 seconds. Seeing the information on this trap blueprint, Chow Wei nodded. It's actually the real thing. I didn't expect that this Papa 2 in front of me, who doesn't look that good, is actually a tall, rich, and handsome goblin? Chow Wei couldn't help but smile evilly, and handed the electric current trap blueprint to Momo, who had been unable to contain himself any longer. Turning around, he looked at Papa 2 and said with a ferocious look on his face, Boy! What else do you have besides this? Hand it all over to me quickly. Hearing Chow Wei's words, Papa 2, who had just been feeling lucky to have saved his life, immediately became frightened. No. I have nothing left, sir. Besides, you signed the contract, you can't kill me. Hearing Papata's words, Chow Wei just smiled coldly. Pointed at Momo and Xiao Shuang beside him. Then don't forget, it was me who signed the contract with you, and my 2 companions haven't signed it yet. If you still want to live, hand over everything you have on you, otherwise, Suddenly, Papatou's expression changed. When I think about the contract I just signed, it really is like that. Immediately, countless uneasy feelings came over Papatou. Looking at Momo and Xiao Shuang looking at him with malicious eyes. This time, Papatou backed down again. He swallowed and looked at the untrustworthy human in front of him with some anger. However, Chao Wei did not seem to be ashamed of it but rather proud of it. What's shameful about me cheating on a foreign race? If I don't kill you, I'll be doing a disservice to humanity, okay? So, under the urging of negotiation master Chao Wei, Papatou had to come up with another contract. If Papatou wants to survive, he must give Momo and Xiao Shuang the two most direct props or equipment he has. After signing the contract, the two would never do anything to Papatou again. After Momo and Xiao Shuang signed the contract with Papatou, the next second, the two props flew out of Papatou's body. Watch as Papatou's complexion changes from soy sauce color to green. Chao Wei estimated that there really wasn't a drop left. He completely drained me. As for Xiao Shuang, after seeing what she got, she immediately exclaimed, "Oh my god! This is a job change scroll. No, no. Mine." Hearing Xiao Shuang's words, Chao Wei turned around and looked over without saying a word. Suddenly, a parchment scroll with silver borders appeared in Xiao Shuang's hand. Different from the scroll props that Chao Wei usually drops. This scroll prop is full of high-end feeling. Job change quest scroll, Goblin Pilot B+. Ding! After using the scroll, you can unlock rare professional tasks. After completing the tasks, you can unlock the professional Goblin Pilot B+. Ding! You don't meet the scroll's requirements and cannot use it. What? When Chao Wei saw the information on this scroll, he was completely dumbfounded. It turned out to be a B+ level job transfer task scroll? At this moment, Chao Wei was finally sure. Papatou is indeed tall, rich and handsome. Suddenly, he looked at Papatou with some regret. If I had known that you were so rich, I should have forced you to give me all your equipment and props when I signed the contract with you. As expected, am I too kind? Oh, the reputation of Mr. Chao, the great philanthropist, is finally ruined this time. Papatou. Please, be a human being. Is this even human language? Momo also let out a cry of surprise. Chao Wei looked over and saw that there was an extra bundle in her hand. Explosives? Master Zoro's unstable TNT explosives B. Effect: the explosion causes 5,000 damage and 10 times the damage to the wall. Because it was developed by Master Zoro when he was drunk, this TNT seems to be full of instability. After the fuse is ignited, there's a 10% chance you'll escape safely, a 40% chance it'll explode immediately, and a 50% chance it'll explode after you run 30 meters. The effective explosion range is 30 meters. Chao Wei. What the hell? In other words, the chance of self-destruction when using this thing is as high as 90%? You call this piece of junk a B tool? No wonder Momo had a very angry expression on his face at this moment. Who can be happy with such a hot potato in hand? 5,000 points of damage to the enemy will destroy half of the health of even a second-level squishy profession. Not to mention the added value of this TNT, it is definitely a siege weapon. Being able to invent such a weird prop. This Master Sauron is definitely an old Iraqi. I don't care whether you can reach the enemy alive or not, but if you use my items, don't even think about coming back intact. Chao Wei could even feel that Momo was trembling all over. Seeing that she was about to cry but had no tears, Chao Wei immediately walked up to her with a smile. Miss, do you need help? If you need it, kiss me. If you don't, just blink. Momo. Looking at Chao Wei with a smirk on his face, Momo immediately became angry and embarrassed. Chao Wei, are you my brother? If you don't help me, I will explode now. After saying that, Momo's face turned grim and he reached out to pull the fuse. Seeing Momo's hand movements, Chao Wei was immediately shocked. Fuck. Little sister, stop it. Immediately, he snatched the explosives from Momo's hand without saying a word. The next moment, he saw the evil smiles on Momo and Xiao Shuang's faces. Holding the TNT, Chao Wei could feel his heart beating violently. Mom is right, beautiful girls are the best at deceiving people. I really believed your lies. Then, he looked at Papatou with some disgust. Okay Papatou, you can go away now. Do you still want me to keep you for dinner? No, no. My lord, I'm leaving now. When Papata heard that Chow Wei actually wanted to keep him for dinner, he immediately jumped up and ran away like a fly. He didn't want to stay with this devilish man for even a minute. The city is full of tricks, I want to go back to the countryside. After returning to the dimension door of his own home, Papa Tu breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, are you back? Congratulations on your success. We've prepared a celebration for you. Suddenly, a goblin dressed as a servant ran in front of Papa Tu. Just as he was about to take credit, Papa Tu punched him in the face. You have no sense. Get out of here. After saying that, Papata directly started the goblin car of his servant beside him and drove away. When he returned home, Papata directly took out his family's pager. After a while, a slightly old voice came from the other side of the pager. Papa Tu, my child, what is the matter with you? Hearing this slightly old voice, a trace of fear flashed in Papata's eyes. But soon, his eyes were replaced by determination. With a sonorous voice, Papa Tu punched his chest and roared. Elder Aesop, I don't want to change my job to Goblin Pilot anymore. I want to change my job to Giant Slayer. Chapter 10 Momo's Job Change Mission. Inside the Goblin Palace, Momo was happily looking at the electric current trap blueprint in front of him. The way he looked at the drawings was similar to Chow Wei seeing his favorite little Liu Bei. Isn't it just a blueprint? Why are you so fussy about it? Shouldn't you have a lot of this kind of stuff at home? Hearing Chow Wei's words, Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. What kind of family is this? They have a bunch of sea-level blueprints? Although my family has it, it all requires contributions in exchange. And, this blueprint is the key to my next job change. After saying that, Momo's face lit up with joy, and he happily poured out a large pile of parts from his space watch. There are so many parts that Chow Wei can't even name them. Hey! What do you mean, miss? Are you going to do it now? We're at war. I'm afraid it's inappropriate, right? Hearing Chow Wei's words, Momo just rolled his eyes. Of course I know it's inappropriate, but this is my job transfer mission. Chow Wei, don't you want me to become stronger? Oh. Chow Wei was stunned when he heard Momo's words. What tasks are related to drawing? Seeing Chow Wei's expression, Xiao Shuang beside him hurriedly explained. Momo's occupation is an apprentice mechanical hunter, and she changed her job to mechanical hunter. Her job transfer task is to independently complete the production of a D-level or higher mechanical blueprint when she is promoted. After hearing Xiao Shuang's explanation, Chow Wei finally understood what was going on. Wow, she is worthy of being a woman with a big family behind her. While he was still worrying about his next career, others had already started their job change tasks. If this task is completed, Momo's strength will definitely increase greatly. By then, it will be much easier for them to carry out defensive tasks. Immediately, Chow Wei's eyes lit up and he nodded. Okay. Then Momo, you focus on making the blueprints from now on, and leave the monster hunting to me and Shuang. After hearing Chow Wei's words, Momo seemed a little hesitant. Isn't that inappropriate? Everyone's working so hard, what if you get into danger? Hearing Momo's words, a trace of disdain flashed across Chow Wei's face. Pick up a curry stick and throw it directly into your mouth. Don't you know my strength? As long as it's not a sky unit, I can handle it. I don't need a scumbag like you to protect me. Just do your mission in peace. Xiao Shuang, who was standing by, also nodded after hearing Chow Wei's words. That's right, Momo, don't even think about helping us as a newbie. The biggest help to us is for you to become stronger. So just leave your back to me and Chow Wei. Momo. Although I know you are doing this for my own good, why are your words so hurtful? After sighing, Momo forced a smile. Okay, then I won't make the blueprints. Chow Wei, don't force me. Don't worry. Who am I? At worst, I'll explode along with the enemy. Anyway, I have a lot of health, so I can't die. Momo nodded and stopped persuading her. While looking at the blueprint of the electric current trap, he started making the props. She knew that now was not the time to act on impulse. The sooner she finishes the drawings, the sooner Chow Wei and Xiao Shuang can escape danger. Seeing Momo making the props seriously, Chow Wei was very pleased. He finally understood why women like men who work hard. Because men also like women who work hard. Who can resist a science girl who is good at playing with mechanics? Immediately, they looked at Xiao Shuang beside them, and their expressions quickly became serious. Without thinking about resting, this time, Chao Wei stood directly at the door of the Goblin Palace. It seems like a one-man stand, a lone man stand against 10 many-men stance. Soon, his 15th wave of enemies arrived. Outside the palace, the sound of fighting continued to be heard. As Xiao Shuang continued to release magic, the entire Goblin Palace became like a meat grinder. The cooperation between Chao Wei and Xiao Shuang is seamless. It's just that Momo's help is missing, and the enemy's level is gradually getting higher. Chao Wei's situation was also becoming increasingly difficult. But even so, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to block the enemy's steps. His teammates are carrying out a trial mission and have left their backs to him. He absolutely cannot let down at this time. At this time, the weapon in his hand had been changed to a spear. Name: Speedy Spear C. Wearing requirements: Level 10. Physical attack: 240. Speed: 65. Effect: Continuous attack, surprise attack. The effect of this spear is average, but its advantage is that it can increase one's attack speed. In addition, the spear is a long weapon, which can not only kill the enemy, but also stop the enemy's actions. Facing enemies that were several times larger than himself, there was no fear in Chao Wei's eyes. With a spear in hand, who can compete with me? Who else? All I heard was Chao Wei's angry roar. The next moment, the enemy in front of him stopped moving. Everyone looked at the human man in front of them with some fear. They actually saw the momentum of thousands of troops in this man. Watching Chao Wei, who was fighting bravely against the enemy. Xiao Shuang's face was also full of complexity at this time. Crazy, what a lunatic. You don't have to fight so hard. Sure enough, the people from the hidden family are all monsters. Everyone else is working so hard, how can I not work hard? The next moment, Xiao Shuang's expression began to harden. He picked up a bottle of mana replenishing potion from the space watch, tilted his head back and drank it directly. Countless large-scale frost magics attacked directly towards the goblin solars beside Chao Wei. The soul power dissipated quickly as if it was free. Xiao Shuang's complexion became paler and paler with each use of large-scale magic. But neither she nor Chao Wei had any complaints at this moment. In order to help Momo complete the job change task smoothly, they both put in 120% of their efforts. At this moment, several pieces of prop waste appeared next to Momo. These were all failed products when she was making drawing props. But there was no trace of anxiety on Momo's face. Picking up the fifth pile of parts, Momo took a deep breath and started reassembling them. This time, there must be no mistakes. Her hands were seen dancing rapidly like a deft pianist on the stage. The parts that were supposed to be dead seemed to come alive in Momo's hands. All the parts come together at a rapid speed, as if completing a unique performance. Beads of sweat flowed down Momo's cheeks and dripped to the ground. Momo not only did not slow down, but the speed at which she worked was actually getting faster and faster. Ding! Congratulations on completing the C rank item, Electric Current Trap. Ding! You have successfully completed your C rank job transfer task and unlocked the level limit. Increase all attributes by 50 points. Current occupation, Mechanical Hunter. Chapter 11: The Terror of the Second Transformation Soul Power. Name: Momo. Occupation: Mechanical Hunter. Level: 10. Equipment: TI-09 Rifle D+, RS-763 Self-Defense Pistol E+, Camouflage Helmet, Armor, Leggings, Gauntlets, Boots D, Thermal Imaging Goggles D, Trap Backpack 6 pieces. HP: 4,450. Soul Power: 1250. Physical Attack: 920. Magic Attack: 240. Physical Defense: 460. Magical Defense: 500. Strength: 102. Constitution: 125. Speed: 205. Intelligence: 140. Luck: 220. Skills: Critical Strike E, Headshot E+, Firearms Mastery D, Precision Shooting E+, Trapmaking E, Thermal Weapon Bonus C. Thermal Weapon Bonus C, a Mechanical Hunter exclusive skill. When using thermal weapons, you can deal bonus damage equal to speed 20%. At this moment, Momo has completed his job transfer task. The completion of the job change task directly increased his attributes by 250 points. Not only that, because she completed the job transfer task excellently, the level of her exclusive profession was also upgraded to C level. In an instant, Momo's attributes became the highest in their team. Apart from having lower health and soul power than Chao Wei, he has no other weaknesses. And this isn't even Momo's strongest form. As early as level 10, she had already stored up a large amount of useless experience points. At this moment, Momo used them all up without saying a word. Ding! Your level has increased to 11. All attributes increased by 5 points, speed plus 5, luck plus 5, intelligence plus 2. Ding! Your level has been increased to level 12. All attributes increased by 5 points. Ding! Your level has been increased to 16. All attributes increased by 5 points. Suddenly, Momo's ability improved significantly. Her health directly exceeded 5,000. Well, Zoro's TNT can't kill her for the time being. At this moment, Chao Wei was fighting bravely in front of the Goblin Palace. After fighting for several hours in a row, he became increasingly exhausted. But for Momo, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Boom! A loud bang. Suddenly, a loud gunshot was heard in the distance. The next moment, the head of a goblin warrior next to Chao Wei exploded like a burst watermelon, and blood splattered all over him. Turning around, she saw Momo smiling and waving at her. Chao Wei. Is this how you express gratitude? Thank you. After shaking off the unknown white substance on his body, Chao Wei felt speechless. But at the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. With Momo, the pressure around him was immediately reduced a lot. After successfully changing his job, the power of Momo's bullets doubled. The enemy is no match for her. It's like the god of death on the battlefield. Wherever the bullet goes, there will be a life left. Chao Wei's battlefield MVP title was directly given to Momo. At this moment, she is the queen of the entire battlefield. Seeing the huge change in Momo, Chao Wei couldn't help but clench his fists. Is this what it means to change jobs? For a soul power user, it is a complete transformation. Otherwise, how can it be said that becoming a soul power user means everything? As time goes by, the gap between them and ordinary people becomes larger and larger. They are creatures from two completely different worlds. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Momo's profession is a hidden profession. If an ordinary soul power user changes his job, there may not be such earth-shaking changes. At this moment, Chao Wei's idea of switching to a hidden profession became more and more urgent. Although ordinary professions can also become stronger, they are ultimately not as powerful as hidden professions. Even on Blue Star, the real strong ones are all hidden professions. The fact that Li Hong was chosen by the military as soon as he awakened shows how important hidden professions are. If you want to become a superior person, the prerequisite is to be a hidden professional. Just like that, with Momo's joining, the defensive task instantly became a lot easier. Even though the enemies behind him were above level 20, Chao Wei didn't feel any difficulty at all. And he also changed from output to support. Later on, the output was basically handed over to Momo. What Chao Wei had to do was to prevent the enemy from getting close to them. Finally, on the 23rd hour of the defense mission, after chopping off the last enemy's head, Chao Wei finally took a few deep breaths. Victory is just around the corner. After defeating the last wave of enemies, he will become the master of this trial ground. When he thought of this, Chao Wei became very excited. With a territory, you can do a lot of things. Apart from anything else, Chao Wei knew about the supply station at the entrance of the trial site. The price of that land is extremely high. The monthly rent alone can make the lord there a fortune. Even if he ends up doing nothing and just renting the land, I can make a living from collecting rent in the future. With one move of liberation, he went from being a worker to a big landlord. The working spirit of a worker will eventually make him a superior person. From now on, please call me Chao Wansan. By then, how many mistresses will he have? He. He also asked Miss Oishike to report the weather forecast to him alone. Chao Wei. Be careful. Just as Chao Wei was fantasizing about unrealistic things in his mind, suddenly, from a distance, Momo and Xiao Shuang's anxious calls were heard. He hadn't figured out what was going on yet and just turned his head away. The next moment, a strange force hit him directly. Cough. 500. A huge damage flashed directly through Chao Wei's body. What the hell? Seeing that he had been deducted 500 points, Chao Wei's eyes suddenly became solemn. He quickly steadied himself and looked in the direction of the powerful attack. I saw a huge goblin standing where Chao Wei had just been. He is about 1.85 meters tall and is almost as tall as Chao Wei when standing up. For goblins whose average height is 1.4 to 1.5 meters, this guy is definitely a giant. Just an ordinary attack took away 500 points of Chao Wei's health. In an instant, Chao Wei understood the other party's identity. The goblin in front of him was definitely a second-level soul power user. Name, Sasalu. Occupation, Stick Warrior. Level, 25. HP, 14,000. Soul Power, 6,000. Physical Attack, 1320. Magic Attack, 320. Physical Defense, 740. Magical Defense, 630. Skills, Club Slam F+, Titan Strike E, Club Bonus E. When Chao Wei saw the information about the goblin warrior in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Physical attack directly exceeds 1,000? Physical defense is as high as 740. At this moment, Chao Wei knew that he was in big trouble. Not to mention the opponent's attack power, even the defense power. Even Chao Wei's 526 points of physical attack couldn't break the opponent's defense. This is definitely the most difficult enemy Chao Wei has ever seen since the war began, no doubt about it. Chapter 12 Fierce Battle. Looking at the giant stick warrior Sasalu in front of him, Chao Wei's eyes flashed with caution. He knew that this enemy was absolutely no match for him. After all, he couldn't even break the opponent's defense. All he could do was to defend against the opponent and provide opportunities for Momo, the output behind him. Chao Wei put away the speedster spear in his hand and took out a large shield from his space watch. This large shield is the dual-wielding weapon that Chao Wei just got when he fought the goblins. I used to think it was in the way and took up space, but now it's perfect for me. Holy Evolution. Name, Defender's Two-Handed Large Shield D+. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Physical Defense, 100. Constitution, 60. Speed, 20. Effect, Barrier. Summons a massive barrier that blocks the enemy's progress and reduces their physical and magical attacks by 15%. Uses once per second for 25 seconds. With this two-handed shield, Chao Wei's physical defense soared directly to 1080. But even so, the opponent's Sasalu was still able to knock off 240 points of his health with one blow. Chao Wei couldn't help but frown slightly and yelled directly at Momo and Xiao Shuang behind him. You too, if you have any powerful moves, use them quickly. Otherwise, we will really meet the King of Hell today. After saying that, Chao Wei opened the defender's great shield skill, Barrier, without saying anything else. Suddenly, the big shield in Chao Wei's hand turned into a huge transparent wall. Seeing this transparent wall, Sasalu in front of him let out a cruel and sinister laugh. Tita Strike. A golden light condensed on the huge wooden stick. The next moment, the stick hit the barrier directly. Crack! A loud bang. The barrier was directly blown into pieces. And Chao Wei was instantly sent flying backwards. 491. A huge injury occurred to Chao Wei. An E+ level Titan's attack can deal 140% damage, and combined with Sasalu's basic physical attack, that's 1848 points of damage. The effective barrier can reduce damage by 15%. In the end, Chao Wei suffered 1571 damage. The opponent was able to cause such power with just an ordinary skill attack. The second-level soul power person is so terrifying. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chao Wei's mouth. The next moment, Momo and Xiao Shuang, who were far away in the palace, looked grim. Freezing technique. Freeze D, forcefully control the opponent for 3 seconds. For every level higher the opponent is, the effect is reduced by 0.1s. The control time of 0.5 seconds is just a short moment. But it gave Momo the opportunity to attack. Headshot. The next moment, specially made armor-piercing bullets spurted out from Momo's cavalry gun. The heat generated in an instant caused sparks to explode directly at the muzzle. Headshot E+, when hitting the enemy's head, it causes 150% damage and is bound to be a critical hit. Thermal Weapon Bonus C, increases damage by 20% of attack speed. Momo's physical attack at this time is 820. If the bullet hits the enemy's head, the damage will reach 1230. With the passive professional bonus of Mechanical Hunter, the attack is increased by another 41 points. Also, critical damage. Momo's speed is 205 and his critical damage is 120.5%. In the end, Momo's skill damage was as high as 1482 points. Do you think it's over? Don't forget, the bullets used by Momo are also very special. Momo had used this special armor-piercing bullet when attacking Papado. MO family armor-piercing bullet D+, when hitting the enemy, it has a 20% armor-piercing effect. Sasulu's physical defense is 740 points. In the end, Momo's attack dealt a total of 906 points of damage. One hit. Blood burst out from Sasulu's forehead. But it didn't crack his skull. On the contrary, his health was reduced by less than 1/14. After being hit by Momo's attack, Sasulu was on the verge of anger. The next moment, he broke free from Xiao Shuang's freezing spell. Seeing that the other party was about to rush towards Momo and Xiao Shuang, Chao Wei's figure rushed towards Sasulu again. A huge shield blocked Chao Wei's way and was firmly embedded into the ground by him. Under the huge inertia of Sasulu, Chao Wei was knocked down and flew out. Fortunately, the shield is embedded in the ground. Chao Wei stopped after flying halfway. It fell heavily to the ground. But his equipment was not so lucky. The defender's shield was bent directly by the impact. With one blow, the defender's shield was actually destroyed. This is a D+ grade weapon. With a click, Chao Wei only felt a piercing pain in his right hand. But the feeling that followed was numbness. I want to relieve my arms. As a result, Chao Wei discovered that his right hand had been dislocated at some point. Immediately, a curry stick appeared in Chao Wei's hand, and he swallowed it without saying a word. Chao Wei, are you okay? Yeah. If that doesn't work, let's just leave. Anyway, with that B+ job transfer scroll, we've already earned enough. Behind him, Momo and Xiao Shuang were looking at Chao Wei with concern. The two of them have discovered that Chao Wei's condition is very wrong at this time. The goblin giant stick warrior in front of him is just an ordinary warrior-type soul user of the goblin clan. But it is not something that a trainee soul master like them who has only one turn, or even not even one turn, can shake. Rather than getting nothing, it is better to quit while you are ahead. The other party's goal is just to occupy the goblin palace. At worst, we can just return it to them. It's not worth losing your life for the trial ground. Hearing Xiao Shuang and Momo's dissuasion behind him, Chao Wei just laughed. He stretched out his left hand, which was still usable, and gave the other person a thumbs up. I'm fine. Don't give up. Looking at Chao Wei, who was forcing a smile in front of them, Momo and Xiao Shuang were speechless. Sure enough, the people from the hidden family are all crazy. Ha, he's a warrior. Pa, if even the priest isn't afraid, what should we two hiding in the back be afraid of? It seemed that he was infected by Chao Wei's smile. At this moment, Xiao Shuang and Momo just thought for a moment and chose to continue the attack. Momo said a little nervously after flipping through his bullet bag. I still have 9 armor-piercing rounds, and I can deal him a maximum of 8,000 more damage. It's okay. Don't forget I'm here. Hearing Momo's words, Xiao Shuang on the side just laughed. At this moment, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Without saying anything more, she took out a bottle of azure potion from her space watch. The light reflected by the azure potion fell on Xiao Shuang's face, making her look a little pale. Xiao Shuang swallowed it in one gulp without saying a word. The next moment, a large amount of magic power gushed out of her body. The countless ice elements around gathered directly into Xiao Shuang's body. Ding! You used Frost Potion C+. Chapter 13, Die Together. Frost Potion C+, doubles your soul power within 2 minutes of taking it, increases your ice magic damage by 130%. Halves the cooldown of ice spells, doubles the duration of spell control, and doubles the duration of enemy debuffs. As a C+ grade potion, the effect of the Frost Potion is extremely overbearing. But its side effects are also very obvious. After taking it, the user will enter various negative states such as hypothermia, cold, fever, and stiffness. This potion is the life-saving potion left to Xiao Shuang by her parents. She would never dare to use it without permission unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, Xiao Shuang swallowed it without saying a word. Suddenly, as she took it, the soul power in her body is becoming more and more powerful. The sudden power made Xiao Shuang feel very uncomfortable. Her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pupils of the eyes seemed to have turned into a deep blue. Ice cone. Snowstorm. Freeze ray. In an instant, Xiao Shuang waved his staff. 3 skills are launched instantly. Ice Cone E+, shoots an ice cone at the enemy, causing 130% magic damage, and the enemy becomes frozen for 3 seconds. Blizzard D+, condenses a blizzard and rushes towards the enemy, dealing 80% magic damage per second for 5 seconds. The enemy's attack is doubled when in frozen state. Freeze Ray D shoots an ice ray at the enemy, dealing 200% ice magic damage. This effect increases to 300% when the enemy is frozen. Upon hitting, the enemy becomes frozen for 3 seconds. The first move is a combo. At this moment, Xiao Shuang's magic attack is 450. The first cone of ice fell. Sasalu, who had 630 points of defense, only suffered a mandatory 1 damage. But it obtained a frozen state. When frozen, his speed is reduced by 90%. And because of the frost potion, the control effect duration is doubled, and the debuff duration is doubled. The original 3-second freeze state was doubled to 12 seconds. Then, the blizzard attack arrived as expected, and the magic attack effect on enemies in the frozen state was doubled. Xiao Shuang's attack became 160%. Plus the 130% attack bonus from the frost potion. The Apprentice Frost Mage's initial skill is Ice Spell Bonus. Ice Spell Bonus D, all ice attribute magic attacks, damage increased by 110%. In the end, the damage dealt by Xiao Shuang's blizzard was 1030. If it falls on Sasalu, it will cause 400 points of damage. In just 5 seconds, 2000 points of Sasalu's health were directly reduced. Don't forget, there is also a freezing ray with 300% damage. 1300. Another huge damage hit Sasalu. In just 5 seconds, Xiao Shuang had taken away a quarter of his health. Moreover, he was controlled by Xiao Shuang for a full 24 seconds. The Ice Mage's outburst is so terrifying. Momo, who was standing by, was not idle either. Seeing the enemy's speed slowing down, she quickly took out all her armor-piercing bullets and stuffed them into the gun. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of high-powered gunfire continued to ring out. Because it was moving so fast, the barrel of Momo's lance directly entered an overheated state. In 20 seconds, 9 armor-piercing shells were fired. Headshot. Accurate shooting. A fatal blow. Normal attacks mixed with skill hits. 896. 786. 1060. Countless huge amounts of damage directly caused countless blood flowers to explode on Sasalu's body. Suddenly, Sasalu's health was reduced to less than 1/10. It looked like he had less than 1,000 life points left. But at this moment, Sasalu has returned to normal. Even if his body was covered with gunshot wounds and frost damage. But this did not stop him from continuing to fight. At this time, Xiao Shuang's soul power had been emptied and he temporarily lost his combat ability. As for Momo, her gun barrel also entered an overloaded state and could not attack. Among the three, only Chao Wei is still capable of fighting. But Chao Wei couldn't break Sasalu's defense at all. I saw Sasalu panting and picking up his huge stick. The muscles in his legs tensed up and he suddenly ran towards Momo and the other two. At the critical moment, Chao Wei hugged him. Suddenly, he took out a special prop from his pocket. This item was none other than the Master Sauron's unstable TNT explosives that he had extorted from Papado. I just don't believe it. I can still run into someone with a 10% chance? The next moment, Chao Wei directly lit the fuse and immediately hugged Suoswolo in front of him, not letting him move a step. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The expected explosion did not occur. Chao Wei. Looking at the fuse that was still burning slowly, Chao Wei remained silent. Fuck. I can even encounter this chance? Without waiting for him to finish speaking. The next moment, Sasalu's huge fist hit him directly in the face. The huge force directly knocked Chao Wei at least 6 or 7 meters away. Taking advantage of the moment when Chao Wei flew out, Sasalu picked up his giant stick and rushed towards Momo and Xiao Shuang without saying a word. He had already decided that these two human women were the threat. And Chao Wei is just a rookie who can't even break his defense. Seeing that Suoswolo was about to rush to Momo and Xiao Shuang in 2 steps. At the critical moment, Xiao Shuang suddenly collapsed to the ground again. The effect of the frost potion ends, and negative status follows. Suddenly, Momo didn't care about anything else and just ran away with Xiao Shuang in his arms. Chao Wei picked up the explosive pack on the ground. Without saying a word, he put it on his back. As for Sasalu, he was filled with joy when he saw the enemy's poor performance. He sped up again and was about to catch up with Xiao Shuang and Momo in the blink of an eye. Sudden. His body stiffened again. The sound of sparks sizzle, sizzle was heard. Countless blue electric currents coiled around his body like poisonous snakes. This is the electric current trap that Xiao Shuang just made, and now it is coming in handy. Looking at Sasalu, who was getting stiffer in front of him, Xiao Wei couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it, let's fight. The next second, he ignored the electric current on Sasalu's body and rushed towards the other party. He actually chose to die together with Sasalu. Boom. It was shortly after the two of them got entangled. With Qiao Wei and Suo Suolong as the center, a mushroom cloud exploded directly on the ground. Ding! You killed a level 25 giant stick warrior and gained 6,000 experience points. Seeing the prompt on the panel in front of him, Momo's face did not show any joy. On the contrary, she looked at the smoke in front of her nervously and prayed silently. Qiao Wei, please don't get into trouble. Chapter 14 Human Fortress. Ahem. A violent cough was heard in the smoke. The next moment, Xiao Shuang, who was still worried, suddenly had a light flash in his eyes. She ran towards the smoke without saying a word. Seeing a blurry figure, she pounced on it without saying a word. The smoke cleared. The scene of Qiao Wei and Momo relying on each other appeared in Xiao Shuang's eyes. However, this originally slightly heartwarming scene now looks a little absurd. Because Qiao Wei actually ate snails on his upper body. Seeing Qiao Wei's expression, Momo immediately widened his eyes and yelled. Fuck! Qiao Wei, where are your clothes? After hearing what Momo said, Qiao Wei was in tears. You still say, of course it was blown up. It's my enforcer suit parts. Just now. The moment Master Zoro's unstable TNT exploded, Qiao Wei directly unleashed the invincible effect of the law enforcement armor. However, the explosive effect of TNT is too powerful. His armor helped him block the explosion. But it was directly blown into powder. Now, there is no chance to even repair it. You know, this law enforcement armor has a bonus in his trial ground. He originally had 3 parts, but now he lost one. No wonder Qiao Wei's face was filled with a hint of sadness at this moment. Even though I won, I couldn't be happy. When Momo saw Qiao Wei's appearance, she immediately covered her eyes and blushed. It's over. I'm not clean anymore. As she spoke, she quietly opened a gap between her fingers. Looking at the tall figure in front of him, he couldn't help swallowing. Seeing Momo's expression, Qiao Wei couldn't help but roll his eyes. She slapped him on the forehead and said in a pretended vicious tone. All right. Stop looking. If you want to see it next time, I'll show you enough. Come and see what that boss just dropped. Hearing Qiao Wei's words, Momo could only nod regretfully and say oh. Picking up the equipment dropped by Sasalu, it was just a level 25E grade equipment. TSK. What a poor fellow. As expected, rich and handsome men like Papato are only a minority among the goblins. In this way, everyone cleaned up the messy battlefield. The dimensional gate that was opened for the mission on the battlefield has now disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the dimensional gate. The next moment, Qiao Wei heard a prompt sound in his head. Ding! You have completed the defense mission and successfully occupied the Goblin Tribe's trial ground. Ding! What's the name of your new territory? At the same time, the entire human race. All humans heard a prompt from the system in their minds. Ding! Congratulations to the humans for occupying the Goblin Tribe's trial ground. From now on, all human apprentices will automatically receive a 110% bonus within the trial ground. Ding! Congratulations to the humans for occupying the Goblin Tribe's trial ground. From now on, all human apprentices will automatically receive a 110% bonus within the trial ground. Ding! Congratulations to the humans for occupying the Goblin Tribe's trial ground. From now on, all human apprentices will automatically receive a 110% bonus within the trial ground. 3 consecutive reminders directly alarmed the leaders of the entire human race. Even the entire blue planet was in an uproar. All races have longed to occupy the trial grounds of hostile forces. But everyone knows that this is basically an impossible task. After all, the trial ground only allows soul power users of level 05 to enter. Even if there is a genius who can kill alien law enforcers. But without exception, they were all stuck in the defensive mission. A level 25 second level Soul Master is simply an insurmountable obstacle for an apprentice profession. Even if someone successfully changes their job like Momo. But fighting against a second level soul power user is still too difficult. Over the years, the deployment of forces among the various races has remained unchanged. It is because none of them can compete with each other for the enemy's trial ground. But today, a sudden reminder came out that humans had occupied the trial ground? Suddenly, the ethnic leaders were shocked. A big boss from the combat department made the decision. Immediately find out who completed the defense of the trial grounds. This is the future pillar of our human race. At the same time, we must obtain all his information. No matter what method we use, we must recruit him into the combat unit. Remember, prioritize checking the hidden professionals of the day. After hearing what the leader in front of them said, the other cadres around them immediately became unhappy. Why a combat unit? Doesn't our National Security Bureau need such special talents? That's right. I disagree. Our Dragon Group is the best place for such talents to grow. If they go into battle, all the good seedlings will be ruined. Bah! What did you say, you bastard? Let's go out and practice. Do you dare? A coward is a grandson. Get out now. Suddenly, the entire conference room was in chaos. There were people cursing and fighting, and it was a complete mess. At last. Boom! A loud bang. A big man sitting in the racial leader's position suddenly smashed the huge conference table in front of him. Suddenly, the noisy atmosphere became quiet. Everyone stared at the boss in front of them in a daze without saying a word. After thinking for a moment, the big man suddenly said, "Everything will be decided after we find the little guy who completed the mission. Right now, we humans already have an advantage over other races. What we should do is to expand our advantage and try to drive all other races out of the trial ground. No matter what, you must know how the other side completes their defense." Yes. At this time, Xiao Wei didn't know that the outside world had become a mess because of him. Carrying Xiao Shuang on their backs, the three of them slowly came into the palace. The former Goblin Palace has now been renamed by him. The new trial ground is called Human Fortress. As a lord, Xiao Wei can enter and leave the territory at will. More importantly, within his own territory, he can enjoy 100% strengthening effects. In addition to mobilizing all resources within the Human Fortress. As a lord, Xiao Wei can also receive 3 rewards issued by the system. Ding! Your reward has been issued. You can choose any 3 pieces of equipment as your reward. Law enforcement armor, law enforcement gauntlets, law enforcement leggings, law enforcement boots, law enforcement hammer, law enforcement helmet, law enforcement. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. He was originally still secretly worried about the loss of a piece of law enforcement armor. Just when I feel sleepy, I'm sending you a pillow. That's a good feeling. What is there to hesitate about? I choose the law enforcement armor, law enforcement boots, and law enforcement leggings. Chapter 15 Necropolis. Name, Law Enforcement Boots D. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Speed, 45. Effect, Haste. Increase speed by 15% within 5 seconds. Name, Law Enforcement Leggings D. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Physical defense, 150. Magical defense, 70. Constitution, 30. Effect, Endurance. Increases physical fitness by 15% over 5 seconds. Name, Law Enforcement Armor D. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Stamina, 100. Physical defense, 200. Magical defense, 150. Effect, Invincibility. Gain 3 seconds of invincibility every 6 minutes. Law enforcement suit effect. Within your territory, all weapons gain a multiplier effect equal to the number of components obtained. All current territories, human fortresses. 3 pieces of D-level equipment appeared in front of Xiao Wei. I have to say, this effect is incredibly powerful. Compared with the E+ equipment dropped by the Goblin law enforcers, it is much stronger. Most importantly, the effect of the law enforcement suit has been activated at this time. Xiao Wei can enjoy a 5-fold bonus effect of equipment within his own territory. In addition, the Lord can enjoy double bonuses within his own territory. If Xiao Wei were to fight Sasalu again in the territory now, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Looking at the new equipment in his hand, Xiao Wei couldn't let it go. He couldn't help but lick his lips, looked at Momo and Xiao Shuang beside him and said excitedly, "Have you two seen the effects of my equipment? Do you want to go and take him down again? With our current strength, aren't we invincible in the trial grounds? By then, I'll also get you a set of law enforcer suits." After hearing Qiao Wei's suggestion, Momo and Xiao Shuang couldn't help but feel a little moved. But soon, Momo shook his head again. Looking at Xiao Shuang beside him with some worry, Momo couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "No, just defeating Sasalu has already cost us all our money. Xiao Shuang is also suffering from various negative effects and needs treatment." Hearing Momo's words, Qiao Wei secretly said it was a pity. Indeed, Xiao Shuang is not in the right condition now. The negative buff is more than his skills. Momo and Xiao Shuang's props have also been used up. If possible, Xiao Wei would like to take everyone to do it again. It's a pity that the weather is not good. Only apprentice soul masters of level 05 can enter the trial ground. Those above this level cannot enter. In other words, this benefit only comes once. Even if Qiao Wei can enter again as a lord in the future, Xiao Shuang and Momo will no longer have the opportunity to enter. Momo and Xiao Shuang were already very satisfied with what they had gained from entering the trial ground this time. On the contrary, they both felt that Qiao Wei was too greedy. I guess the two of them didn't expect that they would be able to obtain so many rare items when they entered the trial ground this time. Not to mention the special scrolls, the right to develop a territory in a trial area has already made them very excited. Just like that, Qiao Wei reluctantly said goodbye to Momo and Xiao Shuang. Carrying his law enforcement hammer, he ran straight to the west. Originally, one of his purposes in exploring the trial ground was to get a general understanding of the various alien races. Before reaching adulthood, the race will arrange for students to learn various knowledge related to other races. Among the known races alone, there are hundreds of them, including the undead, zerg, goblins, orcs, and machines. But how can you get the same feeling from just reading a book? Relying solely on his imagination, Qiao Wei could never imagine how the machine race could have its own consciousness. Can those undead creatures really evolve by devouring life? You know, the textbooks have repeatedly warned about this. Crossing the alien dimension gate is a very dangerous thing. Only the trial ground where these novices are located can guarantee relative safety. Take this opportunity to get to know the alien races and their ecology. This will also be of great help to Qiao Wei in his future battles against foreign races. Most importantly, Qiao Wei has the capital to spend money. Today, he is wearing a law enforcement suit. Even for disciples from big families, this outfit has basically reached its limit. In the trial ground, Qiao Wei is dead. As long as he doesn't try to retaliate by challenging the trial protection areas of other alien races, the chances of him failing are slim. And there is another thing that Qiao Wei cares about very much. That was his job change mission. It has been confirmed that rare scrolls can be obtained by killing the goblin Qiao Wei. If possible, he hopes to get a rare job transfer quest scroll related to himself. Don't be too strong, just barely getting in a level is enough. Well, he was thinking about eating peaches. However, if you can save enough experience to upgrade the merchant scroll, or if an item scroll worth trading drops, then Qiao Wei won't lose out. In order to be able to live a good life of eating and waiting to die as soon as possible, Qiao Wei has risked his life this time. In this way, Qiao Wei headed west. Before I knew it, the scenery around me began to change. The original forest landscape becomes more desolate as you go west. In a short while, the entire area turned into a dead zone. The surrounding area is filled with screaming crows and countless tombstones without inscriptions. Occasionally, one or two blue ghost lights would float by. I have to say, this place is really desolate. Occasionally, you can see a few humans or other alien soul power users. However, both sides politely kept a distance so as not to disturb the sleeping creatures around them. This is the cemetery, the trial ground of the undead skeleton clan. The skeleton clan soul power users who usually come here have a very simple way to upgrade. First, fight against other races. The second is to find a tombstone to lie down and absorb the essence of the moon. In less than a month, these skeleton clan soul power users will be able to automatically upgrade to level 5. I have to say, this way of upgrading is very Buddhist. Of course, don't be fooled by the fact that the skeletons here seem to have chosen to sleep under the tombstones in a very Buddhist way. But these guys are very grumpy when they wake up. in case someone disturbs their sleep. Excuse me. Then you're provoking a whole land of skeletons. There was once a soul power user who did this to seek death, and it was directly listed as a negative example in high school textbooks. Even teachers have repeatedly stressed that this should not be done unless absolutely necessary. The only situation you can do is when you are surrounded by enemies and have no way to survive. If you wake up the skeleton warriors at this time, you can die with more dignity. Looking around, I found that in such a huge cemetery, there were no skeletons. Chow Wei could only curl his lips and prepare to leave the cemetery. But just as he was about to leave, a familiar, noisy sound caught his attention. Not far away, a young man in a D-class suit was slowly walking through the cemetery surrounded by a large group of people. With two girls hugging him on his left and right, people who didn't know him would think he was here for a picnic. At this time, the young man was constantly bragging about how awesome his profession was. This boastful young man was none other than Chow Wei's old enemy Li Hang. Seeing Li Hang's figure, Chow Wei couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. He even ran into someone he knew? He and Master Li were destined to be together. Chapter 16 called Ad. Young Master Hong, you were so handsome today. That orc warrior was killed by you before he even lasted a single round. TSK. Don't you even look at our Master Hang's equipment? Who in the trial land can be his opponent? Bah! What equipment do you need to kill an orc? Our young Master Hong is already invincible. That's right, Master Hang. You're so handsome. With your help, I feel so awesome. Not far away, a group of followers were fawning over Li Hang. The photo of the horse is as disgusting as it can be. And Li Hang didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, he burst into unbridled laughter. He pinched the face of a beautiful soul user next to him and whispered teasingly in her ear. Feeling strong? Then why don't you come to my room and try it tonight? I promise I can make you even stronger. Hearing Li Hang's words, a blush flashed across the beautiful woman's face. Mr. Hong, you are annoying. The other soul power users around immediately burst into strange laughter that all men could understand. Seeing Li Hang's picnic team, Chow Wei in the distance couldn't help but curl his lips. It's true, you can see this LSP everywhere. This bastard, he and I are really enemies. Chow Wei suddenly remembered the past hatred. This time, he is no longer the ordinary person who was at his mercy. A sneer flashed across Chow Wei's face. Without saying anything, he yelled directly at the team Li Hang was in. Li Hang, you bastard. Your grandpa is right here. Hearing someone scolding me. Li Hang, who had been so arrogant just now, was slightly stunned. Then, he immediately flew into a rage. Staring angrily in the direction where the cursing voice came from. I saw it not far away. Chow Wei, with a smirk on his face, was giving Li Hang the middle finger. Seeing Chow Wei, Li Hang was slightly stunned. It took him a long time to react and finally he confirmed that the person in front of him was Chow Wei, whom he used to bully. Immediately, Li Hang's face was filled with viciousness, and he shouted directly at Chow Wei in the distance. How dare you scold me? Chow Wei, you don't want to live anymore, do you? Or do you think that just because you have awakened and become a soul power user, you are qualified to challenge me? Bah! You dare to be so arrogant after awakening a rubbish priest? If you can't pay my family back this time, don't pay it back. Go down and accompany your parents. When Chow Wei heard Li Hang's words, his face turned cold. He picked up the hammer in his hand and pointed at Chow Wei and said coldly. If you have the guts, say it again. Hearing the threat in Chow Wei's words, a trace of disdain flashed across Li Hang's face. Little bastard, I'm not only going to scold you, I'm also going to destroy you. You guys, come on. The next moment, golden light, centered on Li Hang, instantly enveloped several soul power users around him. Suddenly, waves of power surged out from the bodies of these professionals. This is Li Hang's signature skill, Noble Aura. Upon hearing Li Hang's order, a sneer flashed across the faces of these soul power users. Everyone looked at Chow Wei as if he were a dead person. In their eyes, Chow Wei is just a fool who has just awakened and become inflated. The best way to deal with this kind of person is to teach him a lesson. Seeing a group of soul power users rushing towards him. The next moment, Chow Wei raised the hammer in his hand. Facing the group of people in front of him, Chow Wei was fearless. Hooking his finger, Chow Wei joked directly. Come here. Come here and I'll smash the tombstone. Hear Chow Wei's threat. The next moment, the expressions of the soul power users who had just looked arrogant suddenly changed. Smash the tombstone? This guy must be a lunatic. If a tombstone is smashed, won't all the skeletons in the entire cemetery wake up? Could it be that this guy has never thought about going back alive today? He wants to die together with us. Suddenly, a trace of fear flashed across everyone's faces. One by one, they stood there as if they were under a spell, not daring to move. Good son. Seeing that the group of people in front of him were so sensible, Chao Wei couldn't help but smile slightly. When Li Heng heard Chao Wei's threat, his expression instantly turned ugly. Although he knew that Chao Wei was deceiving him, he was still a man of great wealth after all. There are still a lot of good things waiting for him in the future, he doesn't dare to gamble. Li Heng's expression turned ugly. He forced a stiff smile on his lips. Chao Wei, Xiao, no, brother Wei, don't be impulsive. Please forgive me if I have done anything wrong in the past. As for your family's money, I can talk to my dad for you and give you another month, no, a year, what do you think? Although Li Heng had a D-level suit, he did not dare to act recklessly in the cemetery. Joke. Thousands of skeletons emerged from the ground, and it was impossible to be cautious. Even if one person deals 1 point of force damage, Li Heng can be killed. It is said that a good man never suffers a loss in front of him. After getting over this hurdle, he will settle the score with Chao Wei. Chao Wei obviously knew what Li Heng was thinking, and he just chuckled. Miss me? Sure. Li Heng, call me daddy. Hearing Chao Wei's request, Li Heng's originally stiff face instantly turned ginger yellow. Fuck. You idiot, you're so shameless, aren't you? Upon hearing Chao Wei's request, Li Heng was about to go berserk. When the beauties beside him saw that Chao Wei was about to lose his temper, they all stopped him immediately. Young Master Heng, be patient and everything will be calm. Yes, Master Heng, you are worth a lot of money, it's not worth it for such a small role. Young Master Heng, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Just call him. Hearing the dissuasion from the people around him, Li Heng's face instantly changed from ginger yellow to pot gray. His whole face couldn't be any darker. Looking at Chao Wei with a smug look on his face in the distance, Li Heng's eyes were bloodshot. If looks could kill, Chao Wei would have died 1,000 times over. After taking a few deep breaths, the desire to survive finally overcame the desire for revenge. Li Heng said in a low voice with a slightly changed expression. Dad. What? I didn't hear you? Chao Wei, don't go too far. Don't push me. Maybe I have a brain disease or Parkinson's disease. If your little hand shakes, the tombstone might rot. After saying that, Chao Wei pretended to throw away his hammer. Seeing Chao Wei's actions, the several soul power users nearby seemed to see a terrorist carrying a bomb, rushing away as if escaping. Seeing Chao Wei's evil smile, Li Heng gritted his teeth. Daddy. Hearing Li Heng's angry roar with a red face, Chao Wei finally showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. I saw, he suddenly picked up a mobile phone from behind. The phone is running the shooting function. Thank you, Master Li, for your courtesy. From now on, your voice will be my alarm clock. The next moment, without waiting for Li Heng on the opposite side to react, Chao Wei suddenly raised the hammer in his hand and hit the tombstone on the ground with it. Chapter 17, 50,000 experience points. Fuck. Chao Wei, you tricked me into calling me daddy. Hey. My dear son. Your dad is running away first. Before leaving, Chao Wei did not forget to take advantage of Li Heng. After smashing the tombstone in his hand, he fled the scene like a flash. Snap. A crisp sound. Suddenly, a sound like popping beans was heard from the originally desolate cemetery. The next moment, the sound of popping beans continued, as if someone was making popcorn in the microwave. Upon hearing this voice, Li Heng, who had just been cursing, changed his expression slightly. Because he knew that this was not the sound of microwave popcorn. This is the sound of joints twisting. With a puff sound. Suddenly, a skeletal arm stretched out from the soft soil. As this hand stretched out, it was like falling dominoes, instantly triggering a chain reaction. Countless skeleton arms suddenly stretched out. The ground instantly turned into a sea of white. The next moment, countless skeletons crawled out of the ground. Looking at the innocent alien soul power users in front of them, all the skeleton warriors roared in anger. Roar. This group of naked skeleton warriors rushed directly towards all the alien races they could see, including Li Hong and his team. Seeing this scene, Li Heng's expression changed immediately. "Everyone, gather around me." After hearing Li Heng's words, everyone left and ran towards him subconsciously. Wait until everyone formed a circle around him. Li Hong instantly activated the effect of the suit he was wearing. Earth Guardian Set. Set effect builds a ground attribute, all-around shield, providing defense equal to the number of equipment components 1000 points for 5 seconds. 6-minute cooldown. Li Heng's set of parts consists of 6 pieces in total. Suddenly, a 6000-point defense shield enveloped him and his subordinates. Countless single-digit damage appeared on the shield. There was no time to seek revenge on Xiao Wei, so Li Hong gritted his teeth and roared. "Everyone, all head in one direction. We need to leave quickly." With the blessing of the aura of nobility, all the soul power users desperately ran in one direction. Fortunately, this group of people is quite strong. One by one, they have reached the level 10. With the help of their equipment, the skeleton warriors in front of them were no match for them. Even a woman can kill a skeleton with one punch. Crack! It took less than 3 seconds. Li Heng's open shield was smashed into pieces by the angry skeletons. Under the attack of hundreds of skeletons, the shield with 6000 defenses lost its effect in an instant. Suddenly, countless forced 1-point damage appeared on the soul power users around Li Heng. After a while, this group of soul power users whose health had just exceeded 1000. The blood volume is dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it, Xiao Wei. Looking at the desperate situation in front of me. Endless anger flashed in Li Heng's eyes. Roar to the sky. The next moment, he was surrounded by countless skeletons. As for Xiao Wei, his condition was not good at the moment. In order to deal with Li Hong, he even disregarded his own life. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly. He also has his own special way of fighting the enemy. At this time, he had already put away his law enforcement hammer. The weapon was changed to his first weapon, the trembling axe. The effect of the trembling axe is to stir up a holy storm of damage equal to the sum of all attributes. Maximum damage does not exceed 200 points. The next moment, a storm suddenly blew up around Xiao Wei. 200. 200. 200. Suddenly, these skeleton soul power members with less than 200 HP were instantly torn into pieces by the rising storm. Ding! You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 20 experience points. Ding! You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 20 experience points. Ding! You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 20 experience points. Even though each skeleton warrior only gives a small amount of experience. But Xiao Wei's experience bar is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Wei's experience value directly increased to 50,000. A cloud of white bone powder was already swirling around him. There are no more skeleton soldiers around. Even Xiao Wei himself couldn't remember how many skeleton soldiers he had killed. I have to say, this race is really weak. I guess even an ordinary goblin can kill them easily. The reason why other apprentice soul masters are afraid of them is simply because they are afraid of their skeleton sea tactics. Seeing that he had accumulated more than 50,000 experience points, a gleam of light flashed in Xiao Wei's eyes. Holy evolution! Ding! You upgraded the law enforcement armor D, spending 10,000 experience points. Ding! You upgraded the law enforcement boots D, spending 10,000 experience points. Ding! You upgraded the law enforcement leggings D, spending 10,000 experience points. In an instant, Xiao Wei's experience value was reduced by half. The 3 pieces of equipment he just obtained were directly upgraded to C+. Name, Law Enforcement Boots C+. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Speed, 120. Constitution, 60. Effect, Haste. Increase speed by 20% within 5 seconds. Name, Law Enforcement Leggings C+. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Physical Defense, 250. Magical Defense, 140. Constitution, 60. Effect, Endurance. Increases physical fitness by 20% within 5 seconds. Name, Law Enforcement Armor C+. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Constitution, 240. Strength, 100. Physical defense, 400. Magical defense, 350. Effect, invincible. Gain 3 seconds of invincibility every 5 minutes. Upgrade 3 pieces of C+ grade equipment. Chao Wei only felt an immense power surging from his body. Even without looking at Chao Wei, it is clear that his attributes have definitely been greatly improved. Name, Chao Wei. Level, 10. Equipment, Law Enforcement Armor C+, Law Enforcement Mace D+, Law Enforcement Necklace D+, Wolf Tamer Gauntlets D+, Law Enforcement Leggings C+, Law Enforcement Boots C+, Law Enforcement Helmet D+. Health, 10,550. Soul Power, 3,500. Physical Attack, 610. Magic Attack, 274. Physical Defense, 1020. Magical Defense, 685. Strength, 182. Agility, 207. Intelligence, 106. Constitution, 450. Luck, 40. Skills, Energy Bar D, Sword Resistance D, Goblin Punk's Magic IC. Except for luck, the other 4 attributes all exceeded 100. The health value directly exceeded 10,000. Looking at the ashes all over the ground and the countless fallen props, Chao Wei couldn't help licking his lips. The treasure is right in front of me, and more importantly, no one is competing with me for it. Chao Wei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He felt this was about to happen. Chapter 18: The Hidden Room. Rubbish. Rubbish. Still garbage? At this time, Chao Wei was rummaging through the materials scattered around him with a look of despair on his face. Before, he was thinking that after killing so many skeletons, there must be some good stuff revealed, right? The result, what the hell? The ground is full of garbage. I guess no one would want it even if I threw it on the ground. There was a lot of incomprehensible materials, and Chao Wei got a headache just reading them. Ding! You picked up the right hand bone of the skeleton F. Ding! You picked up the left leg bone of the skeleton F. Ding! You picked up the material skull sternum F. Chao Wei. Ha, it's not over yet, right? Do you think this is UGIO? Can you summon a dark wizard by collecting a set of bones? Seeing bones everywhere, Chao Wei was completely speechless. These things are totally tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. If he took it outside, he could probably sell it for dozens of dollars, but if he really took it away, Chao Wei would think it would take up space. What's even more infuriating is that these Skeleton Clan soul power users are all naked. Alone and without any equipment. As expected of the weakest race, Chao Wei was completely speechless. After much difficulty, he finally found a scroll among the pile of millions of bones. Ding! You picked up the job transfer quest scroll, Skeleton Orc D. Ding! You do not meet the job change requirements. Please transform into a skeleton before using this quest scroll. Chao Wei. So, you still think I can use the system, right? How to transform into a skeleton. Die. Thank you for reminding me so thoughtfully. I stared speechlessly at this scroll, not knowing whether it was useful or not. After enduring for a long time, Chao Wei finally chose to put it into the space watch. What if someone has unusual habits? It doesn't matter if I make less money, at least I can still make some money. Just like that, while Chao Wei was working hard. Not far away, an unusual light suddenly flashed across his face. Among the piles of thousands of skulls, Chao Wei suddenly found a piece of golden ground. It was as if it appeared out of thin air. Subconsciously, Chao Wei walked curiously to the piece of ground that looked very wrong. Result. Ding! Goblin Punk's magic eye is activated. You found a hidden special magic circle. Hearing the prompt, Chao Wei was slightly stunned. Holy crap! This hanging skill actually works. Chao Wei was delighted to see this skill that he had never used suddenly take effect. He knows it. In the game, anything related to hidden must represent opportunity. Whether it's a hidden room, hidden treasure, or a hidden boss. At the end of the exploration, there will definitely be good stuff dropped. Immediately, Chao Wei's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly checked the magic circle in front of him. Ding! You've discovered the entrance to the second underground level of the cemetery. Please collect 10 skeletons left hand bones, 10 skeletons right hand bones, 10 skeletons sternums, 10 skeletons left leg bones, 10 skeletons right thigh bones, and 10 skeletons heads. Place it on the magic circle to summon the skeleton giant Tai, the guardian of the first floor. Defeat Tai and you will qualify for the second level. Chao Wei. Upon hearing the prompt, Chao Wei's face froze. Ha, can you really summon a dark wizard? Well, it turns out this material has this function. As for Chao Wei, the thing he has the most of now is these bone stick materials. Not to mention 10, he can even get 100 of them. After Chao Wei excitedly placed all the materials into the magic circle, the originally dim magic circle slowly emitted a soft light blue light. The bone materials on the ground are fusing and reorganizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, the pile of bones turned into a 3-meter-tall skeleton giant. Ding! You summoned the skeleton giant Tai. Name, Tai. Occupation, skeleton giant. HP, 5000. Physical attack, 500. Magic attack, 120. Physical defense, 220. Magical defense, 220. Skills, Bone Club E, Summon Skeletons D, Intimidation E. Seeing Tai's panel, Chao Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the opponent is not a level 25 monster. Although Tai is a hidden profession of the skeleton clan and his attack is not low, such attributes are actually much stronger than those of the original goblin law enforcers. The most important thing is that the money is right in front of you. A 3-meter-tall man stood there. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though he has a skeleton frame, he doesn't look slender at all. But in front of Chao Wei, he is still not good enough. Only level 10. Facing Tai, Chao Wei was not at all panicked, and directly hit the opponent's chest with a hammer. 390. Huge damage was inflicted on the opponent. And Tai, when he hit Chao Wei with a bone stick, actually only caused a forced 1 damage. Plus, Tai seems to have strength but no intelligence. In less than a day, he turned from a skeleton giant into a pile of bones. With Tai's disappearance, the next moment, the originally blue magic circle turned red. Ding! You've activated the magic circle leading to the second level of the cemetery. Do you want to enter? Hearing the prompt in his mind, Chao Wei went in without saying a word. Moment. His figure disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he was already underground. In front of me is a huge cave. The top layer appears to be covered with a layer of glowing moss. There are also countless torches emitting blue flames around. Even though he was underground, Chao Wei did not feel any darkness. There are also countless tombstones on the second underground floor. It's just compared to the huge crowds on the first floor. This cemetery is obviously much smaller. A rough count would reveal that there are probably less than 100 of them. But if you look closely, you will find it. The writing on the tombstone is not as sloppy as that on the first layer. The name of the tomb owner is written on each tombstone. Buckle Reed's grave. The tomb of Phillier Marvin. Bessie Levi's grave. After reading the names of the owners on each tombstone, Chao Wei was slightly stunned. He discovered that the identities of the owners of these tombstones seemed very unusual. So does it mean that the person lying here is a noble descendant of the skeleton clan? If this is true, then the owners of these tombstones are very likely to have hidden professions. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chao Wei couldn't help swallowing. Nearly 100 hidden professional soul power users, is this really a garbage race in the textbook? It seems that the skeleton tribe is hiding very deeply. But since Chao Wei saw it, he naturally couldn't ignore so many potential threats. Suddenly, an iron shovel appeared in Chao Wei's hand. Brothers, wake up and have fun. Chapter 19: The Terrifying Skeleton Soul Powers. Chao Wei just shoveled it away. The tombstone in front of him shattered instantly. Maybe it was because he was trying too hard. The next moment, he actually heard a system prompt. Ding! You killed the skeleton killer bulk level 5, and you gained 500 experience points. Swoosh! Hearing the prompt in his head, Chao Wei couldn't help but whistle. After killing so many alien races, this was the first time he encountered a level 5 monster that gave him 500 experience points. If my brother was so rich, wouldn't he have upgraded the merchant scroll long ago? And Chao Wei also made a magical discovery. Great force works miracles. As long as he uses enough force, he can directly kill the sleeping skeleton. As long as these skeletons don't speak, they can't summon their teammates. Then Qiao Wei could easily kill these skeletons in their sleep. There are nearly 100 skeleton soul power users with hidden professions, and each has 500 experience points, which is 50,000 points. Is there such a good deal in the world? Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in Qiao Wei's eyes. He walked cautiously to another tombstone. Looking at the soft land in front of him, a sly smile flashed across Qiao Wei's face. It's you, Campbell Joe. Daddy will send you to see your ancestors right away. Clang. A loud bang. Qiao Wei only felt his shovel tremble all over. Maybe it's because I used too much force. With one shovel, the recoil wave directly numbed Qiao Wei's hand. Fuck you. He shook his sore arms, but soon Qiao Wei smiled again. Sure enough, the system prompted him that he had received another 500 experience points. It's so cool. His idea was indeed correct. Immediately, Qiao Wei no longer cared about the soreness in his hands. He quickly picked up his shovel and started hitting it wildly. These skeletons sleeping in the tombstones never seemed to have thought that any aliens would enter the second level. Therefore, not even the most basic defense was arranged. Countless hidden professionals of the skeleton clan were killed by Qiao Wei in their sleep. In the end, he became Qiao Wei's nourishment. In this way, Qiao Wei worked hard to destroy more than 60 tombstones. His experience points also instantly soared by 30,000. What he gained in just 1 hour was equivalent to the several hours he spent on the first level. Just when Qiao Wei was hoping that such good days could last a little longer. With a duong sound, the shovel he dropped got stuck in the soil and he couldn't pull it out. Ding! You woke up cyborg skeleton Badman USO. I saw a 300 damage appear at the bottom of the tomb. The next moment, a skeleton warrior with a metallic texture all over his body suddenly broke out of the ground. Name, Badman USO. Occupation, Steel Skeleton. Level, 5. HP, 700-1000. Physical attack, 300. Magic attack, 0. Physical defense, 310. Magical defense, immunity. Skills, magic immunity A, steel bone B. Seeing this angry skeleton soul power user, Qiao Wei's face suddenly froze. I thought to myself that this was not good. The steel skeleton in front of him named Badman is definitely a super rare hidden profession. Not to mention the 2 skills above level B. The blood volume exceeded 1,000. You know, this guy is only level 5. How much health does Qiao Wei have when he is level 5? Not counting equipment, it's only 250 points. Especially the A-level magic immunity skill, it is definitely the nemesis of all mages. When Qiao Wei saw Badman, he immediately felt murderous. No matter what, we can't let this guy go back alive today. If this Badman in front of him is allowed to continue growing, he will definitely be a disaster for mankind in the future. The mage's nightmare on the battlefield. Immediately, Qiao Wei picked up his hammer and hit Badman in front of him hard. Boom! Suddenly, dust flew up from the ground. 300. Another huge injury hit Badman. And Badman's health was instantly reduced to half. I believe that with 2 more blows, the opponent will be buried in the ground again. Looking at the powerful Qiao Wei in front of him, Badman couldn't help but roar. A sharp cry belonging to a skeleton roared out. Immediately, countless pairs of skeletal arms stretched out from the surrounding tombstones. Skeletons emerged from the ground one by one, as if they had just woken up. He shook off the sand on his body. Just see. Various rare professions of the skeleton clan appeared in front of Qiao Wei. See these guys. Qiao Wei changed into his trembling axe without saying a word. He hooked his finger at the soul power users in front of him who had just awakened. You grandpas here. When they heard Qiao Wei shout, the skeletons who had just awakened froze. Everyone looked at Qiao Wei in front of them angrily. The next moment, all kinds of colorful skills were directed at Qiao Wei. Ding! You've acquired the Plague status. Your health is 10%. Ding! You have acquired the Weakness Virus status. Strength 10%. Ding! You have acquired the Frozen status, Speed 20%. Ding! You have acquired the Black Death status, losing 0.5% health per second for 1 minute. Bite! In an instant, Chao Wei's face turned green at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well, in various senses. This group of low-level hidden soul power users are only level 5. But their skills are so diverse. The abilities of the skeleton clan are originally more inclined towards the dark side. Therefore, the curse skills are even more varied. Especially the Black Death state. The moment he was infected, Chao Wei's blood immediately began to flow. 50, 50, 50. This was the first time Chao Wei was beaten so hard. The terrifying curse skill actually directly affects the overall health of the professional. Who can I go to for justice? Fortunately, Chao Wei had just eliminated more than 60 members of the skeleton tribe. Otherwise, the thought of hundreds of hidden professionals using their skills on him at the same time. Chao Wei trembled all over. Fuck! I almost flipped over. He watched as his blood volume decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately, Chao Wei gritted his teeth. We can't drag this on any longer, we must act quickly and decisively. Invincible. Holy storm. Rapidly. Endurance. In an instant, Chao Wei activated almost all the skills he could. Accompanied by the rise of the sacred storm. The next moment, the skeletons who had just been using their skills vigorously were instantly smashed into piles of fragments by Chao Wei. After one wave, there were less than 10 skeleton soul power users left at the scene. But there was no joy on Chao Wei's face. Because he knows. These soul power users who are left at the end must be the strongest ones. Chapter 20 Calculation. Soon, the 3 seconds of invincibility ended. Accompanied by the end of the invincibility state. The negative effects that were originally attached to Chao Wei also disappeared instantly. At this moment, there were still 8 skeletons left in front of Chao Wei. Chao Wei learned this from the system prompts. 2 of them are the hidden professions of the warrior system, steel skeleton and silver armor skeleton. A dark priest from the priest department. The archer types bonebreaker and spike skeleton. There are also plague masters and infected in the warlock department. Finally, there is an assassin type stealth player. These hidden professionals are only at level 5. Their health and soul power are much higher than those of other professionals. Chao Wei also noticed. Those 3 magic skeletons are actually still wearing clothes. The skeletons who can wear clothes are definitely rich. Didn't you see that steel skeleton? Is he still naked now? Take a deep breath. The 8 skeletons in front of you correspond exactly to the 5 professions. This combination is really tricky. Especially the steel skeletons and silver armor skeletons. As soon as you hear it, you know that the defense of these 2 guys is absolutely amazing. The dark priest behind him is definitely a rare existence among the skeleton clan. After all, most priests are holy professionals. As an undead race, the skeleton clan naturally rejects divine energy. This results in there being almost no priests among the skeleton tribe. The priest status in the skeleton clan is second only to those great nobles. I saw the dark priest behind me waving his staff. The next moment, a ball of black energy directly covered the entire second underground floor. Chao Wei's eyesight also deteriorated instantly. However, the health of the skeleton soul power users on the opposite side was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is exactly the innate skill of the opposite dark priest, Dark Curtain. Dark Veil constructs a dark area, allowing all dark race solars to recover 1% of their health per second. Other races experience reduced vision within the dark veil, with a chance to gain the confusion status. Consumes 50 soul points per second. Watching the blood volume of the skeleton soul power user on the opposite side continue to rise. Chao Wei immediately sneered. Don't think you're the only one who can heal. I'm also a good healer. Suddenly, a curry stick appeared in Chao Wei's hand. The next moment, Chao Wei bit it to pieces. The blood volume that had just been consumed by various debuffs was now recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Chao Wei's actions, the skeleton soul power users on the opposite side instantly had big question marks flashing over their heads. The human opposite is actually a priest? Holy shit! Are humans this strong nowadays? It can both fight and heal, how can you beat it? Hiss, humans are so terrifying. The steel skeleton and the silver armored skeleton beside him couldn't help but look at each other. The next moment, the 2 skeletons rushed towards Chao Wei without hesitation. We must kill the humans in front of us no matter what, even at the cost of their lives. The second level of the cemetery has always been the top secret of the skeleton clan. For thousands of years, countless hidden professionals have been cultivated here. The skeleton soldiers on the first floor are just a gimmick put up by the skeleton clan. This is also the reason why there are so many skeleton soul power users on the first floor, and they have been killed for a long time without finding any hidden professions. What if the human in front of him took this secret out? Then the skeleton tribe will face a huge threat in the future. The way they upgrade means they have no ability to fight back during their hibernation period. Just like before, Chao Wei killed the skeleton clan soul power user by hitting the ground hard. The threat posed by a sleeping skeleton clan hidden professional is no different from that of an ordinary skeleton soldier. In order to keep the secret, the steel skeleton and the silver skeleton rushed forward even though they knew they were no match for their opponent. And behind him, the infected and the plague master also understood the beliefs of their companions. Without saying a word, the two skeletons immediately used their strongest skills. Absolutely, we cannot let our comrade's sacrifice go to waste. The Black Death. Serious injury and infection. Suddenly, two terrifying debuff states appeared on Chao Wei's body. Under the debuff state of severe infection, Chao Wei's health value was directly halved. Moreover, all his 5-dimensional attributes were reduced. Under the debuff of the Black Death, Chao Wei began to lose blood continuously. 50 damage. If he continues like this, he will be finished soon. Faced with the negative status on his body, Chao Wei simply shook his teeth and endured it. The next moment, he rushed forward and charged towards the two warlocks opposite. As long as he kills the two mages in front of him first, he still has a chance to turn the tables. Puff. Puff. Just as Chao Wei was charging. The next moment, a bone spur and a ground spike directly pierced through the soles of his feet and thighs. The ones who launched the sneak attack were two shooters. The crippling bone spurs of the boneless one directly gave Chao Wei an additional, disabled, status. Speed 30%. The paralyzing spikes of the spike skeleton put Chao Wei into a stiff state. Immediately afterwards, a black figure slowly appeared behind Chao Wei. Without saying a word, the other party hit Chao Wei on the head with a knife. A wake-up call. Hit the enemy's head from behind. A successful hit deals 130% damage and stuns them for 1 second. The stun duration decreases by 0.1 second for each level higher than the enemy. This skill is exactly the combination skill purchased by the stealth player with his own Shadow Hide skill. In an instant, Chao Wei stood there in a daze for a full 0.5 seconds. During this period, under the attacks of the enemies, his health dropped to less than 2,000. Wait until Chao Wei recovers. His eyes immediately turned red. He ignored the hidden man who stabbed him in the back, and there were two more warriors. Just see. Chao Wei used up his last bit of strength and suddenly jumped into the air. In the sky, his figure drew a graceful arc. It seemed that he was about to hit the two warlocks on the opposite side. Dark shield. Not far away. The dark priest, who had already prepared his skills, had a hint of sneer on his face. This is something that humans probably never dreamed of. The moment they engaged him, they had already arranged their tactics. The battle just now was nothing but a death trap set for them from beginning to end. No matter how strong this human is, how can I escape from their calculations? The gap between professionals is an unbridgeable chasm. This cannot be compensated by some equipment. But what no one expected was, at this moment, Chao Wei is in the air. There was actually a hint of a winner's smile on his face. There was no use rushing towards the two warlocks in front of him. Instead, he forced a twist in the air. The next moment, he actually landed right next to the dark priest. Seeing this scene, all the skeletons were instantly shocked. Oh no! I've been tricked. Under the horrified gaze of the dark priest, Chao Wei smashed the opponent's head with an axe. That's right. From the very beginning, Chao Wei didn't think about dealing with the two warlocks first. He always has only one goal in mind. That's the enemy's wet nurse. Chapter 21 Big Explosion. After eliminating the nanny who poses the greatest threat, the skeleton clan was indeed in a panic. Once they lose their nurse, it means they lose the ability to continue fighting. Without a wet nurse, how can they fight Chao Wei? In addition, the skeleton clan has no space equipment and no medicine on them. After a while, faced with Chao Wei, who was invincible at the same level, they were quickly defeated. The first is the steel skeleton and the silver armor skeleton. As two tanks, only level 5, they were no match for Chao Wei. However, after 3 or 5 rounds of fighting, they were both beaten to a pulp by Chao Wei. Next came the 2 slower warlocks, who soon followed in the footsteps of the tanks. The more tricky thing is that there are 2 remaining shooters and an assassin. Chao Wei chased them for half a day on the huge second floor. It took a lot of effort to block all the skeletons. Looking at the desperate expressions on the 3 men's faces, even though only their skeletons were left, Chao Wei could understand their frustration. These are the future elites of the skeleton clan. It withers before it has a chance to bloom. Who said the trial ground is relatively safe? This security is only limited security. The world is still cruel. Apart from cooperative relationships, there are more cases of mortal enemies between different races. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Wait until Chao Wei has eliminated all the skeleton clan soul power users. Suddenly, he fell to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. He almost died in a battle here. If it weren't for the fact that the levels of these hidden professionals are still very low and they have not yet developed. Well, the situation today is different. From this point, we can see how important a hidden profession is to a soul power user. Chao Wei couldn't help but clench his fists again. The desire to become a hidden profession is becoming more and more urgent. Soon, Chao Wei finished his rest. He just jumped up from the ground with a somersault. This battle not only allowed him to gain nearly 50,000 experience points. More importantly, these skeleton clan soul power users also dropped a lot of props. Looking at the scrolls all over the floor, Chao Wei couldn't help but lick his lips. Holy crap! They're really a bunch of rich people. They dropped so many scrolls and items. That's right. This time he wasn't as embarrassed as he was on the first floor. Not only was there no garbage material dropped. On the contrary, this group of skeleton clan soul power users exploded directly. Not only scrolls, but also props and equipment. Suddenly, Chao Wei shed tears of excitement. Sure enough, I'll have to kill hidden professionals from now on. These rich guys are not only powerful, but their drop rates are also incredibly high. Pick up a scroll and examine it. Ding! You picked up the job transfer quest scroll, Earth Spiker Bee. Ding! You picked up the job transfer quest scroll, Silver Armored Skeleton Bee. Ding! You picked up the job transfer quest scroll, Plague Master S. Ding! You picked up the equipment Energy Staff A. Ding! You picked up the item Magic Crystal Dark B+. The ground is full of equipment, and the worst ones are sea level or above. Looking at the mission scrolls scattered on the ground, Chao Wei's mouth suddenly lit up with joy. Especially the S-level Plague Master scroll. When Chao Wei saw this scroll, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. If the prerequisite for changing his job was not to transform him into a skeleton, Chao Wei would have tried this task no matter what. There was even a moment when Chao Wei was still thinking. Or, just stop being human? Of course, he was just thinking about it. If he wasn't really a human being, wouldn't he lose a lot of happiness? You can be mean to others but not to your own brother, right? He has never eaten meat in his life. In this way, Chao Wei picked up most of the scrolls on the ground. After finally classifying them into categories, Chao Wei discovered this. I got a total of 12 C-level job transfer task scrolls. I got 5 B-level job change task scrolls. I got 2 A-level job change task scrolls. 1 S-level job transfer task scroll. The rest are props used by mages and soul users, basically B to A-level props. It was useless for Chao Wei to take it, so he would probably have to sell it in the end. It just so happened that he had a merchant scroll. If nothing unexpected happens, these things will come in handy in the future. After Chao Wei sorted out all the materials he had exposed. Final. He fixed his gaze on a special job-changing task scroll. Among the many job transfer task scrolls that just appeared, only this one can be used by him. This, job change quest scroll, Dark Priest B, is exactly the scroll dropped by the Dark Priest that Chao Wei just defeated. Obviously, Dark Priest is a hidden profession. Looking at the task scroll in front of him, Chao Wei was also slightly moved. Ding! It's detected that you have a job transfer task scroll, which you can use. Occupation, Dark Priest B. After successfully changing your job, all your attributes will increase by 100 points, and your soul power will automatically convert into dark energy. You can use all Dark Priest skills and can significantly heal dark races. You can obtain the Dark Priestess exclusive talent, Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness, all the skills you acquire will be automatically converted into dark skills, and their power will increase by 20% when used. See this hidden profession. To be honest, there was a moment when Chao Wei really wanted to use it on the spot. But in the end, he resisted the temptation of the scroll. After all, the limitations of this dark priest are also very great. After changing his job to become a dark priest, Chao Wei's energy turned into dark energy. This also means that his future targets can only be the dark race. It would be fine if he was a dark race, like a vampire. But Chao Wei is human. Most human professionals have a natural aversion to the dark race. Therefore, if Chao Wei really chooses to change his job, then just forming a team in the future will waste a lot of his time. That means that if Chao Wei becomes a dark priest, his path will be narrowed. Hesitate again and again, looking at the tempting scroll in front of you. Finally, Chao Wei sighed and chose to put it into the space watch. Think again, think again. Maybe I can meet someone better in the future? Taking a deep breath, Chao Wei told himself that he must stay calm. When he opened his eyes again, Chao Wei's vision had regained clarity. He took out another scroll from his space watch. This scroll is not a job-changing task scroll, but a skill scroll. Coincidentally, the owner of this skill scroll is the Dark Priest of the Skeleton Clan. Ding! Detected the priest's exclusive skill Dark Shield C. Do you want to use it? Chapter 22 Talent Upgrade. After hearing the prompt in his mind, Chao Wei did not choose to use it immediately. Instead, he looked at his own talents and skills. Talent, Holy Evolution SSS. Holy Evolution, use experience points to upgrade your skills, items, or equipment. Currently, the upgrade is tenfold. This skill is for personal use only. The upgraded skills and equipment are soul-bound and cannot be used by others. Advancement conditions, use tenfold upgrade 100 times. 32-100. At this time, the Sacred Evolution is still at level 1. But Chao Wei has raised his proficiency to over 30. In other words, Chao Wei has used Divine Evolution more than 30 times. After another 60 or so times, his Divine Evolution will be able to be upgraded. In the past, Chao Wei would never waste his experience points. He is used to being a zero player and likes to use every bit of experience point to the best effect. But at this time, he had nearly 70,000 experience points. He even had a C-level skill scroll in his hand. It would be such a waste if such an important skill scroll could only evolve 10 times. So Chao Wei was thinking, should I evolve Dark Shield now, or upgrade my talent first and then evolve it? To evolve an F item, it only costs Chao Wei 100 experience points. To upgrade 68 times, he only needs 6,800 experience points. There aren't many F-level items usually. But now, Chao Wei is in the cemetery. F props all over the floor. Even if it is thrown on the ground, no one is willing to pick it up. These junk props that everyone looks down upon are now what Chao Wei needs most. Chao Wei couldn't help but be moved. After careful consideration, he immediately gritted his teeth. Isn't it just a waste of 7,000 experience points? If the talent can evolve, then it will be worth it. Take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Immediately, Chao Wei returned to the first floor of the cemetery. Picking up the bone materials on the ground is a sacred evolution. Ding! You have obtained the hard skeleton left hand bone E+. Ding! You obtain the hard skeleton right hand bone E+. Ding! You have obtained the hard skeleton left leg bone E+. After more than 60 consecutive evolutions, Chao Wei directly obtained a large amount of E+ level materials. Wait until he evolves the right hand bone of the last skeleton. The next moment, a pleasant reminder sounded in Chao Wei's ears. Ding! You have successfully used Holy Evolution 100 times. Talent upgrade. Talent, Holy Evolution Level 2 SSS. Holy Evolution, use experience points to upgrade your skills, items, or equipment. Currently, the upgrade is 30 times. This skill is for personal use only. The upgraded skills and equipment are soul-bound and cannot be used by others. Advancement conditions, use 30x upgrade 500 times. 0500. Ding! Talent upgrade. Upgrading items below level E will no longer gain proficiency. Hearing the prompt from the brain system, Qiao Wei said to himself, as expected. Behaviors like constantly upgrading F-level materials to brush up talents are not advisable in the system. This is only possible at level 1. Subsequent upgrades must at least be E-level equipment. 500 upgrades of E-level items, with a minimum of 1,000 experience points each time. That's a full 500,000 experience points. An upgrade of a B-level item requires exactly 500,000 experience points. Qiao Wei still has a long way to go to achieve this goal. But now is not the time to gain experience. At this time, Qiao Wei still had 60,000 experience points left. These experiences are just enough for him to upgrade the Dark Shield. Qiao Wei chose to use his talent skill without saying anything. Holy Evolution. Ding. You use Holy Evolution, Skill Scroll, Dark Shield C to upgrade. Ding. You've obtained the Skill Scroll, Blinding Field B+. Blinding Field, the user releases a 10 cubic meter blinding field. Enemies within the blinding field will have their vision significantly reduced, and have a high chance of becoming blinded, and a chance of becoming confused. Consumption, 200 soul points per second. Yeah. Seeing this new skill, Qiao Wei clenched his fists excitedly. With this skill, he will be able to work part-time as an assassin in the future. It feels so good to sneak attack others within your own blinding area. Whether it is attacking or escaping, it can be very effective. Immediately, Qiao Wei directly opened the blinding area. With him as the center, a transparent area instantly opened up around him. From the outside, nothing seemed to have changed around Qiao Wei. But once someone approaches within 10 meters of him, he will instantly lose his sight and be at the mercy of others. But, although this ability is very abnormal, but it consumes too much mana. In less than 10 seconds, Qiao Wei's soul power was directly consumed by half. Really? A killer move like Blinding Field can only be used as a trump card. Only when he has unlimited magic power or equipment that can quickly restore mana will he dare to play it 24 hours a day. And just like that, the expedition to the cemetery finally came to an end. A great harvest. There are so many task transfer scrolls. Just throwing out a random ticket for auction can make Qiao Wei a lot of money. The family's financial troubles have almost been paid off, and I no longer have to worry about Li Hong causing trouble. Just as Qiao Wei was about to leave the second floor of the cemetery, sudden, his expression was stunned. Because he suddenly heard a familiar system prompt in his mind. For some reason, his passive skill, Goblin Punk's Magic Eyes, was activated again. I saw a magic circle flash across Qiao Wei's pupils. The next moment, a layer of shiny substance appeared in front of Qiao Wei. When Qiao Wei saw the shiny, his expression froze. No way, there's actually a hidden room? When Qiao Wei saw the magic circle scanned by his own skills, his heart stopped suddenly. The second level alone brought him such gains. So what kind of surprise is waiting for him on the third floor? Could there be items or equipment that surpass S rank? After all, the skeleton tribe has such a large population. It is not uncommon to occasionally see a hidden professional of SS level or even SSS level. There might be higher level hidden professionals sleeping on the third underground floor. Thinking of this, Qiao Wei's eyes turned cold. If such a thing really exists, then he absolutely cannot ignore it. Just a group of B-level soul power users gave him such a headache, so what about the SS level ones? For the human race, for world peace. He must definitely strangle such an existence in the cradle. It's definitely not because Qiao Wei is greedy for money. Immediately, Qiao Wei came directly to the hidden magic circle without saying a word. Activate the teleportation array. Ding. You found the entrance to the third underground level of the cemetery. Ding. The guardians of the second floor are about to awaken, please prepare for battle. Chapter 23 Egg. After hearing the prompt from the brain system, Qiao Wei immediately entered combat mode. What kind of enemy will be waiting for him this time? Picking up the axe in his hand, Qiao Wei looked around cautiously. After a while, the ground actually shook violently. The second floor of the entire cemetery felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Countless glowing mosses fell directly from the top cave. Oh no! I'm going to be buried alive. Seeing this sudden earthquake, Qiao Wei's face changed drastically. Without thinking too much, he directly turned on the invincibility and acceleration states. Flee quickly towards the magic circle on the first level. Just when Qiao Wei was about to reach the first level of the magic circle, the earthquake suddenly stopped. Unexpectedly, he was buried alive. There were no guardians with exaggerated military power. On the contrary, the entire second floor was still as peaceful as before. After waiting for a long time, Qiao Wei still did not see the guardian prompted by the system. Even to prevent the opponent from being an invisible assassin, Qiao Wei also shrank himself into a corner. It is to prevent any enemy from suddenly attacking him. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. And so, I waited for 10 minutes. Qiao Wei found that the entire second underground floor was still quiet. What the hell? Looking at the quiet second floor, Qiao Wei couldn't help but be stunned. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't it a sign that a guardian has appeared? Could it be? Sudden. Qiao Wei's eyes lit up and he thought of a possibility. Perhaps, the guardian of the third floor is none other than the hidden professional of the skeleton tribe in front of them. Only this group of hidden professionals can guard such an important third floor. After all, if Qiao Wei hadn't discovered their loophole, with hundreds of hidden professionals appearing at the same time, he has absolutely no ability to fight back. Or rather, any team entering the second floor would be in danger of accidentally waking up these terrifying guys. As expected, they would be killed instantly by the skeleton tribe. From this perspective, it seems reasonable that they are the guardians. And the earthquake just now was the key to awakening this group of skeleton soul power users. Turn out to be. Qiao Wei had already completed the key requirements for breaking the deadlock. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Do you really think I know nothing? In fact, when you were still on the first and second floors, he had already reached the fifth floor. This trap set by the skeleton tribe, is childish. Just ask, who else? I, Qiao Wei, am awesome. Immediately, Qiao Wei stepped into the magic circle leading to the third level without saying a word. A red light flashed. The next moment, Qiao Wei appeared in an unfamiliar area. Hiss. It's so cold. As soon as he entered the third level of the cemetery, Qiao Wei shook his body unconsciously. Now he is a soul power user. Not to mention being invulnerable to water and fire. He should no longer feel the ordinary temperature difference. But as soon as he reached the third floor, the biting cold rushed directly towards Qiao Wei. More importantly, Qiao Wei actually had a layer of debuff on his body. Ding! You have entered a special room and gained the special status, Cold. Cold, your speed is reduced by 30%, and your health is reduced by 0.01% per minute. After 10 minutes, your status will automatically change to Super Cold. Supercooling, your speed is reduced by 50% and your health is reduced by 0.1% per minute. After a while, a number 1 appeared above Qiao Wei's head. Look around. The entire second underground floor is actually located in a vast expanse of white snow. Huge crystals stand around, forming a reflective light source similar to a mirror. So even if there is only one night pearl, the entire third underground floor appears very bright. Feeling the temperature around him, Qiao Wei couldn't help but sneeze. After wrapping himself up, Qiao Wei couldn't help but quicken his pace. This place is so desolate. Love whoever you want. Even if there was a good baby, he would not be willing to stay for another second. Anyway, I have already got a lot of good things, 1 or 2 more 1T make a difference. Just search for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, if you don't find anything good, leave immediately. But Qiao Wei had just taken one step. Crack! There was a sound like something breaking. Qiao Wei couldn't help but lift his foot. On the snow, in addition to Qiao Wei's footprints, there was also a trace of white debris mixed in. After picking up the wreckage, Qiao Wei observed it carefully for a moment before discovering. This must be the bone of something. Walked a few more steps. The sound of click, click is endless. Finally, Qiao Wei seemed to have reacted, and his expression changed slightly. He picked up a handful of snow and squeezed it in his hand. Really? I thought to myself that something was wrong. As if his guess was confirmed, Qiao Wei's expression quickly turned ugly. This snow in front of me is not really snow at all. These are all ashes. Perhaps because it has existed for too long, the layers of ashes spread on the ground actually create an effect similar to snow. Qiao Wei's face turned green when he thought about the ashes all over the ground under his feet. With such a thick layer of ashes, how many people must have died here? This third level is definitely not simple. He picked up his hammer and walked inside step by step. This time, Chao Wei was no longer as cynical as before. On the contrary, his face was full of caution. At this moment, he was ready to be invincible at all times. That's all. When Chao Wei walked for about 10 minutes. Finally, he saw the first thing on the third layer that was not ice crystals or ashes. Just see. In front of a huge magic circle. The clean ground formed a stark contrast with the surrounding ashes. There seems to be a barrier within the magic circle. Even though it is covered with a layer of snow, it is still spotless inside. I walked forward to this huge magic that could fit almost 10 people. An ice blue egg wrapped in a layer that looked like ribs appeared in front of Chao Wei. See this egg? Chao Wei's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. The egg that can be stored on the third layer is definitely not ordinary. Anyway, I have been here for so long, and 10 minutes have passed. The system prompts that his status has become overcooled. So Chao Wei didn't plan to stay any longer. Take this egg and he will leave immediately. Only. The moment Chao Wei walked into the magic circle. Ding! You've entered the Arctic magic circle. Suffering 2,000 points of frost damage per second. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. Fuck! I saw my health dropping rapidly. Suddenly, Chao Wei was scared to death. I didn't expect the real trap was here. Who can withstand this? Ordinary soul power users would probably die as soon as they entered. This is because Chao Wei has a high HP, otherwise he would have been dead in just 3 seconds. But. Do you think I can't get in like this? Just because others can't get in doesn't mean I can't. Crushed the energy bar into pieces in one bite. The next moment, Chao Wei directly activated the invincible effect of the law enforcement armor. It's just an egg. 3 seconds is enough. Chapter 24, Stirring Up a Hornet's Nest. Have prepared yourself mentally beforehand. Chao Wei's move this time was indeed much more steady. He took a deep breath, then held the breath and rushed towards the center of the formation. In the first second, he rushed to the egg. The next second, he picked up the egg and ran. In the third second, I fell. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. Shit. I almost died. At the last second, Chao Wei finally got up and escaped from the formation. Seeing that he had less than 1,000 HP left, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Quickly give yourself a bite of the energy bar. After a lot of effort, the health here was just about restored. But the next moment, something happened that made Chao Wei's soul tremble with fear. Holding the egg he had just obtained, a flood of crazy prompts appeared in Chao Wei's mind. Even. The originally emotionless system suddenly issued a red warning as if it had gone crazy. Ding! You got the SS level Frost Dragon pet egg. Ding! Your actions have attracted the attention of the skeleton tribe. Please leave this place immediately. Ding! You have obtained the S-level curse, Bloodthirsty Mark. Bloodthirsty bait, for 24 hours, all creatures will unconsciously become hostile to you, and the caster will know your whereabouts. You cannot use any resurrection items, and if killed, all equipment and items will be dropped. Ding! You're wanted by the skeleton tribe. The wanted order will be automatically lifted 15 minutes after you place the egg. After you take the egg, you'll face the skeleton tribe's endless pursuit. Warning, your actions carry huge risks, please choose carefully. Hearing the countless prompts in his mind, Chao Wei was completely dumbfounded. It was just an egg, but why did it cause such a big fuss? He has stirred up a hornet's nest. Especially that, bloodthirsty mark, curse, it's going to kill him. An S-level curse takes a full 24 hours to disappear. During this period, hasn't he become a weasel crossing the street, being chased by everyone? That's not all. Whether he puts the egg down or takes it away, he is wanted by the skeleton tribe? We are all wanted anyway, so why should I be afraid of you? The same thing. Take a chance and turn your bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a gamble and your motorcycle will turn into a Land Rover. They are all wanted anyway. The egg in Chao Wei's hand is an SS-level Frost Dragon. If this hatches, wouldn't he be able to directly gain a very powerful little brother? This talent is at least SS level, second only to his divine evolution. When I think about the scene of myself flying on a dragon in the future. Suddenly, Chao Wei was very excited. Damn it! I'm going all out this time. Anyway, I'm in the trial ground, and no one with soul power above level 5 can enter. At worst, I'll hide in the trial ground for 10 or 8 years, and then fatten up my pet. I'll see what you skeletons can do to me. Just do it. Chao Wei immediately chose to take the dragon egg away. He took the egg and put it into his space watch. Then, he rushed out of the magic circle without any regrets and returned to the first floor of the cemetery without looking back. At this time, the whole necropolis seemed to tremble. Countless skeletons seemed to be pulled by something. They all rushed out of the ground, and there was no longer the peace of the past. As for Chao Wei, his body was as obvious as a guiding light in the darkness. The bright, bloodthirsty mark directly attracted the attention of all the skeletons to him. Kill! 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 The skeletons, who were not thinking, now had only one thought in their minds. That is to kill the human in front of you. Suddenly, all the skeletons rushed towards Chao Wei like crazy. Seeing the group of skeletons in front of him, a trace of disdain flashed across Chao Wei's face. You bunch of scum, if you had hidden professions I might be afraid. But that's all? I'm afraid you're just giving me experience. At that moment, Chao Wei also held his breath in his chest. Without saying a word, he directly picked up his trembling axe. The terrifying holy storm directly took away batch after batch of skeleton soldiers. Ding! You killed a level 5 skeleton soldier and gained 20 experience points. Ding! You killed a level 3 skeleton soldier and gained 10 experience points. Ding! You killed a level 1 skeleton soldier and gained 2 experience points. Listening to the prompts from the brain system, Chao Wei did not show any joy. According to the system's prompt just now, the skeleton tribe's pursuers will be arriving soon. Now, he has to get away from this place of trouble immediately. As for these experiences, there will be plenty of opportunities to come back and take revenge in the future. Accompanied by the divine storm that strikes again and again. The next moment, the entire ground was covered in dust. After kicking a skeleton soldier to pieces, Chao Wei quickly ran towards the south. All those who are in the way, go to hell. Right now. The undead planet where the skeleton clan lives. The entire undead planet is filled with desolation and deathly silence. Not only is there no life on the ground, but dead bones can be seen everywhere. Right in the center of the undead planet, there stands a huge pyramid of bones. This is the holy place of the skeleton clan, the Hall of the Dead. At this time, in a conference room that can accommodate hundreds of people, a huge round table was placed in the center of the conference room. Around it, 13 benches made of skulls were placed next to the table. On each skeleton chair sits a strange-looking skeleton. If Chao Wei saw the appearance of these skeletons, he would be shocked. They are definitely the top leaders of the skeleton clan. Because everyone is wearing clothes. Whether it is armor or robes, in short, skeletons that can wear clothes are definitely rich and noble. Just see. On the conference table is a huge sand table. Around the sand table are the distribution of the alien dimensional gates around the undead star. Those marked in red are the enemies of the skeleton tribe. Now everyone is discussing their next target of attack. Everyone in the skeleton clan knows this. This roundtable meeting composed of 13 skeleton kings is making important decisions concerning the future destiny of the skeleton clan. No one dared to disturb the skeleton kings at this time. But today, when the meeting was halfway through, the door of the conference room was violently pushed open from the outside. A secretary skeleton soul power user of at least the 6th level hurriedly pushed open the door. Even without facial muscles, one can still tell by looking at the soul fire flickering in the other person's eye sockets. The secretary was very panicked at this moment. He saw the skeleton king in the lead staring at him. Immediately, the secretary knelt on the spot and shouted with a trembling voice. Lord Tuhan. Something's wrong at the trial ground. The frost formation just sounded an alarm. The dragon egg was stolen. There's a 90% chance that all the hidden soul masters secretly cultivated on the 2nd level have been sacrificed. Chapter 25, Chase. Boom. Inside the roundtable conference room, a big hole was blasted directly into the solid wall made of bones. The sixth-level professional who had just reported the situation had already been blown to pieces. Suddenly, the Skeleton King in the lead let out a fierce roar. Who did it? The terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire undead planet. Countless skeleton clan members wandering outside knelt down unconsciously after hearing the roar. I saw a fierce rage flashing in Tu-Han's eyes. He roared angrily at a Skeleton King who was wrapped in bandages beside him. Bador, didn't you say that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Now the dragon eggs were stolen when they were about to mature, and all our relatives and children were killed. Tell me, were you the one who told the secret? I want your life. Finished. The angry Skeleton King suddenly produced a huge bone hammer out of thin air. Without saying a word, he was about to hit Bador, who was opposite him. However, his hammer had not yet fallen. A black protective shield fell on Bador. A Skeleton King wearing a priest's robe stood up slowly beside him and looked at Tu-Han preaching in front of him with indifference. Tu-Han, no one wants to encounter this kind of thing. Didn't the Bador family's grandson also die? You just sacrificed a collateral grandson who had a little of your blood, but that was Bador's direct grandson. Put down your weapons, there must be a misunderstanding here. Hearing Kama's words, Tu-Han, who was holding a giant hammer, snorted coldly. He didn't continue to attack, but asked in a muffled voice. That frost dragon's egg is a treasure that took us 200 years to obtain. It's crucial for our next battle. It can even be said that it is the key. Now the egg has been stolen, and we don't know which alien race did it. What should we do? Hearing Tu-Han's suppressed roar, the other Skeleton Kings present all fell silent. Just then, a Skeleton King dressed like a warlock slowly stood up. Although the fire of her soul seemed to be burning calmly, the occasional violent flames told everyone that she was not as calm as she appeared. I just want to know if our granddaughter is okay. If anything happens to her, I want the person who killed her to be buried with her. After saying this, a large area of green appeared around the Skeleton King's body, accompanied by the outflow of thick green fog. The rest of the Skeleton Kings around hid far away. This sorcerer was the ancestor of the Plague Master whom Chao Wei had killed. She lost an S-class descendant with unlimited potential. Among all the people present, she suffered the biggest loss. Looking at Lilith, who was constantly emitting plague in front of him, Kama just sighed helplessly. Put away your plague, Lilith, our top priority now is to find our dragon eggs. I remember you cast the bloodthirsty mark, trap curse. Can you sense the location of the egg thief? Hearing Kama's question, Lilith just snorted coldly. The next moment, she began to meditate, as if communicating with the distance. At this time, Chao Wei was fleeing towards the south. A moment. I just felt like the soul of the dead was rushing around. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a cold gaze from a creature from the upper dimension staring at him. Even if there is no impact on the body, the system will not prompt. But the fear that penetrated deep into his soul still made him stop unconsciously. Immediately, countless more skeletons were entangled behind him. Immediately, Chao Wei didn't care about anything else and launched another holy storm. And Lilith. After feeling Chao Wei's breath, immediately, he snorted angrily. That despicable little thief is still in the trial grounds. What should we do? Even we can't break the rules and go to the newcomer protection zone. Hearing Lilith's words. At this time, Bador, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. No problem. Although we can't go, I have a subordinate whose abilities are perfect for use right now. After saying that, Bador stood up directly. Without even looking at the angry Tu-Han standing beside him, he left the meeting room. Seeing Bador's leaving back, everyone sighed slightly. Tu-Han, don't be angry. You have only lost a child, but Bador has lost his only blood relative. When it comes to anger, I believe he is no less powerful than anyone else. Hearing Kama's dissuasion, Tu-Han just snorted coldly. So what? If it weren't for his mistaken decision-making, why would we be so panicked now? It doesn't matter if his grandson is dead. He's just a pervert who likes to peek. I've disliked their family for a long time. As soon as the words fell, a roll of bandages suddenly extended from outside the door. The fragile bandage actually caused tremendous damage, hitting Tu-Han's chest directly. Boom! Another loud bang. Tu-Han was blown out of the Hall of the Dead. He just let out another angry roar, and the skeletons around him began to tremble again. Now, inside Bador's mansion, He seemed no different from usual and slowly walked into his study. A servant came to his side and bowed respectfully and asked, "Do you have any instructions, my lord?" And Bador just stood there quietly for a moment. I don't know how long it took before he said coldly, "Send Dua Harry to me. I have an important mission for him to do." Upon hearing Bador's order, the servant's soul fire trembled slightly. But he didn't say much, just nodded slightly and said yes. Less than 10 minutes. A strange-looking skeleton figure appeared in Bador's study. The skeleton in front of him had only a huge head floating in the air. The fire flickering in his eyes makes people look chilling. The huge head bowed respectfully towards Bador. "Sir, do you have something to ask me?" Hearing Dua's words, Bador just nodded slightly. "I will arrange a new body for you soon. You must go to the trial ground and find me an alien with the Ye Bloodthirsty mark. Before leaving, go to the treasure house and you can use any equipment and props in it. But remember, you must bring back the murderer who killed my grandson alive. I will personally torture his soul." Hearing Bador's words, Dua's huge head trembled slightly. Then he said yes respectfully and left. Soon, in the basement of the Bador family. At this time, a newly awakened skeleton mage was standing there expressionlessly. Looking at Dua, who only had a head in front of him, the newly awakened skeleton couldn't help but tremble slightly. Duva just looked at the other person and laughed. "It's actually AB rank hidden class. Looks like the master is really angry this time, hee hee. Don't worry, baby, it will be over soon and you will be free from pain soon." After saying that, Duva opened his scarlet eyes. But the skeleton opposite suddenly began to spasm. The next moment, he lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep forever. Chapter 26: The Beginning of Chaos. Dua's profession is very special, called Soul Infector A. As a 6th level soul power user, his strength is not afraid of being powerful. The most terrifying thing is his talent Soul Abolition. Soul Takedown A, you can take over the body of an enemy of a lower level than you. The higher the level difference, the greater the chance of success. Upon successful takeover, you inherit all of the enemy's class skills and choose to grant one of their own skills to them. This kind of talent is simply a god-level talent for assassination, gathering intelligence, and espionage. Moreover, with soul removal, it means that Dua can completely put himself behind the scenes. This is also why he can serve as Bador's chief intelligence officer, second only to Bador. But today, Bador actually asked him to waste his talents by assassinating a newcomer. It can be seen how angry Bador was at this time. For this purpose, he even prepared a hidden professional with B-level talent for Dua. If used properly, Dua can completely transform this body into a new strongman. One man makes an army, that's all. Even if his level is raised, he will become the new skeleton king in no time. Although he knew that this mission was very important, Dua still couldn't muster any interest. Sending him to a novice village like the trial ground would be a waste of his talent. But this is not without its benefits. Just think of it as finding some new carriers for yourself to use in the future. He actually quite likes to use his big name to bully newcomers. It doesn't take 24 hours, just 1 hour. Dua is confident that he can successfully complete the task assigned to him by Bador. After he completely possessed this new body, suddenly, new panel attributes appeared in his eyes. Name: Dua Harry, infected body number 376. Occupation: Soul Infector, Undead Reincarnator. Level 1. HP: 1800. Soul Power: 4400. Physical Attack: 120. Magic Attack: 640. Physical Defense: 200. Magical Defense: 700. Equipment: Mana Amplifier B, Undead Robe B, Undead Staff B, Undead Hat B, Undead Boots B, Undead Gauntlets B, Undead Trousers B. Undead Set Effect: use undead skills to increase the number of equipment parts by 10%. Currently increased by 60%. Skills: Summon Skeleton Knight C, Soul Shock, a main skill. Summon Skeleton Knight, summons a Skeleton Knight with a 5th dimension of 40 plus mana, currently 220, 10%, which lasts for 3 hours. Each use consumes 500 soul points. Cooldown: 5 minutes each. Soul Shock sends a spiritual magic to the enemy, causing them to gain any 3 states from stiffness, fear, confusion, weakness, and mind shock, lasting for 2 minutes. Each use consumes 2000 soul points. Cooldown time: 180 seconds each time. Talent, Skeleton Regeneration B. Skeleton Regeneration. Whenever you kill an enemy, there is a 10% chance to convert the enemy into a skeleton profession, inheriting 10% of the original attributes, but not inheriting skills and talents. You read that right. These are the data of a level 1 skeleton mage. The all-B level equipment on his body gave him nearly invincible power. Coupled with the other party's talent, it is entirely possible for one person to form an army in a short period of time. Even with Dua's own talent, it is only a matter of time to grind to death a second-level professional. The body that Bader prepared for Dua really made him very satisfied. If it were put on the battlefield in the future, it would definitely be a nightmare for all legions. Killing enemies while building up new troops, is there any job more disgusting than this? Pity. To avenge his only son. Badaor no longer cared about anything else and directly used his power to kill a future genius of the skeleton clan. Wearing extremely luxurious equipment, Dua came to the portal of the trial land with a smile. Around. Groups of stupid and dumb skeleton soul users were heading towards the trial ground in a daze. If it weren't for the clothes he was wearing, he would be able to blend in with the crowd. Dua must have looked quite ordinary. But after he entered the trial ground, as he watched the skeleton clan members slowly enter the idol cemeteries around them, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. How can this behavior of hiding in a cemetery and huddling together for warmth possibly produce a truly strong person? Only by continuous fighting can one stand out in the trial of blood and fire. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. Just like Badaor's grandson. Haha laugh. Feeling the direction of the bloodthirsty mark. Then, Badaor slowly moved forward towards the south. It was just that he had just left the cemetery not long ago. A group of soul power users from the rat people came towards them. Similar to goblins, ratmen are even weaker. Therefore, it is very difficult for the ratmen to gain experience points. But cats have their own ways, and mice have their own ways. After a long period of exploration, the soul power users of the ratmen also thought of a way to gain experience. That is, the skeleton clan. Basically, all ratmen are born with the skill of digging holes. Sneaking to the bottom and killing the sleeping skeleton warriors became their way of gaining experience. For a long time, the soul power users of the rat people only killed enough people to gain experience points to upgrade to level 5 each time. In this way, the skeleton tribe will not discover the problem, and the expansion of the skeleton tribe can be prevented to a certain extent. Today, an experienced ratman guide is leading the newcomers in the tribe to dig holes. Head on, I ran into Dua who was walking in this direction. Seeing this lone skeleton soldier, the ratman was slightly stunned. Soon, he was grinning. He patted the new soul power user beside him and said, "See that skeleton tribe? You might as well go up and give it a try. Don't worry, the skeleton tribe's body is very fragile. If you hit it a few more times, it will break into pieces. This can be considered as letting you bleed in advance." Hear the words of the elders. A group of new rats couldn't help but swallow their saliva, with a hint of fear in their eyes. But soon, when they thought that there was a large group of people on their side, they suddenly became bolder. Just as several ratmen were preparing to attack Dua, a trace of disdain flashed across Dua's soul fire. Summon Skeleton Knight. Suddenly, a huge skeleton horse, 2.2 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. On it, there was a skeleton knight wearing bone armor. In terms of styling, it's definitely daunting. And this is just an appetizer for Dua. Looking at the group of ratmen soul masters in front of him who were still in shock, Dua couldn't help but laugh. Skeleton Knight, charge. Chapter 27 Li Hang vs Dua. A skeleton knight with 5-dimensional attributes of 62 points, 40 initial plus 22 intelligence bonus. The attack power converted is 124 points. How much health does an ordinary first-level ratman use? The answer is 50 points. Plus the cavalry's inherent skill, charge. Charge, after charging for 3 seconds, attack power increases by 10% to 30%. The maximum charge duration is 9 seconds. The huge skeleton horse suddenly charged. Without saying a word, he crushed the group of new ratmen in front of him into meat paste. All the ratmen were killed by the skeleton horses and skeleton knights in just one encounter. Only the ratman was left, with a trace of bloody skin still left on his body. Looking at Duva opposite him, the ratman was now terrified. No. Impossible. You are not an ordinary skeleton. No. Sir, please spare my life. I. I have elderly parents and young children to support, and I have more than 50 sons to raise. I. I am willing to be your slave. Hearing the Ratman's words, Duva just smiled lightly. He slowly walked up to the trembling Ratman, and the next moment his fingers gently pressed on the other's head. Since you want to be my slave so much, I'll give you a chance. The next moment, the terrifying dark magic power burst out directly from Dua's fingers. As for the Ratman, his brain was instantly twisted into a mess. 600. Ding. Skill skeleton regeneration activated. The next moment, the Ratman in front of him was deader than dead. The flesh on his body was peeling off rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short while, his body turned into a brand new skeleton. And, with the bonus of the undead suit, the Ratman skeleton, which could originally only inherit 1/10 of the original body's attributes, directly obtained a 70% bonus from the original body. His strength is already comparable to that of a level 5 apprentice soul master. I have to say that the talent of Dua's body is really terrifying. Paired with the skills of the undead suit, it is even more effective. The skeleton of the Ratman in front of him had completely become Duva's loyal lackey. She half knelt quietly in front of Duva and kissed the back of his hand. Seeing the actions of this new servant, Duva immediately let out a strange and arrogant laugh. The sharp laughter combined with the atmosphere of the cemetery gave off an indescribable sense of weirdness. Wait until Duva gets rid of the Ratman in front of him. The next moment, he then sensed the location of the bloodthirsty mark. I only saw the south direction. A surge of blood and energy rose into the sky. People around him couldn't feel it, but it was through the same mark that Lilith gave him. To Dua, Chao Wei's position was as obvious as the bright moon in the dark night. Soon, Duva pulled down the skeleton knight beside him. Sitting on his skeleton horse, he was about to head south. But the next moment, the reins that Duva had just pulled suddenly stopped. Huh, there's actually a little bug? Just see. In a pit not far away, Duva seemed to have discovered something different. He rode his skeleton horse slowly to the pit. Duva was just about to find out what was going on. Sudden. A black figure rushed towards his face at lightning speed. Clang. A loud noise like the collision of metal rang out. The Ratman who had just transformed into a skeleton suddenly stood in front of Duva. Using his skillful sword skills, he blocked the long sword that was attacking Duva. The skeleton knight on the side also took out his knight sword, not wanting to be outdone. Cooperating with the skeleton Ratman, they attacked the attacker one by one from behind. Just see. A slightly embarrassed figure appeared in front of Duva. At first glance, the other person looked like a disheveled beggar. Only. This can be seen from the power of the opponent's attack. The down-and-out beggar in front of him seemed to have considerable strength. The reason why the equipment on his body was broken was entirely because the durability of the equipment was permanently reduced due to the large-scale damage. But even so, Dua could recognize the sword in the other party's hand. This is definitely a weapon above D level. How can a newcomer have such a weapon? Anyway, it is definitely impossible that he is from an ordinary family. Interesting, how about this? Looking at the black shadow in front of him, he was actually fighting against the skeleton knight and the rat skeleton at the same time, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Duva couldn't help but smile lightly, and activated Summon Skeleton Knight again. After a while, another skeleton knight appeared beside Duva. And this skeleton knight has a horse. You know, a knight with a mount and a knight without a mount are two completely different things. The skeleton knight that had just been summoned rushed directly towards the soul power user on the opposite side. Seeing this scene, the soul power user on the opposite side finally changed color. Without saying anything, he used his skills directly. Aura of Nobility. Suddenly, a golden light appeared under Li Hang's feet. That's right, the beggar who looked a little down and out at this moment was Li Hang, who also survived the skeleton tide. After using up a disposable life-saving item, Underground Base, Li Hang was the only one left alive in the entire team. Even at the risk of his broken body, Li Hang vowed to tear Chao Wei into pieces. But as soon as he returned to the surface from underground, he saw Duva killing the Ratman. He thought it was better to keep out of trouble, but Duva discovered his whereabouts anyway. And Duer. See the aristocratic halo under Li Hang's feet. Duva, who had just been playing like a cat and mouse, suddenly showed an expression of great interest. Ha, I didn't expect it to be a big fish? The B-rank hidden class, the Noble Knight, was a good new carrier, but it's such a shame to kill him like this. Just thinking about it. Because of the blessing of the aristocratic aura, Li Heng's overall attributes have been improved to a certain extent. Don't forget that Chao Wei had previously taken away the Goblin clan's trial ground. All humans enjoy a 10% bonus in the trial land. Plus his aristocratic aura. At this time, Li Heng's strength directly increased by 20%. The tremendous force directly hit the head of the rat skeleton in front of him. With just one move, the opponent was blown into pieces. The skeleton knight also rushed towards Li Heng with the momentum of attack. Combined with the knight's sword in his hand, the force was so huge that even though Li Heng managed to block it, he had to take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. No. It seems that we must capture the leader first. Facing a skeleton knight with similar strength to his own, Li Heng knew that he had no chance of winning by just fighting head-on. And as time goes by, who knows how many skeleton knights the skeleton mage on the opposite side can summon. For this, Li Heng took a deep breath. He took out another rare item from his space watch. Chao Wei, all of this is your fault. You forced me to use such a precious item. When I return, I will tear you into pieces. Chapter 28. Li Heng was captured. Oh. That's. Hee, it seems this kid's status is really not low. Seeing the props in Li Heng's hand, Dua couldn't help but laugh. He had obviously recognized what it was. Now. In Li Heng's hands. Holding a fruit that looks like a human face. This fruit has a very domineering name, called Overlord's Egg, B. Overlord Egg, after swallowing, the user's physical fitness is doubled. They also temporarily gain the skills, Vampire Aura, and Magic Aura, which last for 5 minutes. Upon expiration, the user's overall attributes are permanently reduced by 10%. Vampire Aura, during combat, the user's health is restored by 5 number of enemies per second, with no cooldown. Magic Absorbing Aura, during combat, the user's soul power is restored by 5 number of enemies per second, with no cooldown. I have to say, this Overlord Egg is definitely an extremely powerful disposable prop. With him, turning the tide is no longer a dream. Especially with the 2 god-level skills, Blood-Sucking Aura, and Magic-Sucking Aura. During team battles, the problem of group fights is fundamentally solved. With the Overlord's Egg, it's no longer a large group of people beating you up. But you ganged up on a large group of people. Only. This thing also has serious side effects. Permanently reduces physical attributes by 10%, so only new players dare to try it. If this were a higher level, who would dare to use it? Attribute penalties can easily reach dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of points. No one would use this tool unless it really came to a life or death situation. This is also the reason why the Overlord Egg looks very powerful but is only B level. To be honest, Li Heng is not willing to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Only. I can't care about these things right now. It's really time to fight to the death. Without saying a word, he swallowed the Overlord Egg in his hand. The next moment, his body swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! A sound of air shaking was heard. It happened at the moment when the skeleton knight in front of him had not yet reacted. Li Heng took action instantly. A huge force came from his fist. With one punch, he hit the skeleton horse's head on the opponent's mount. There was only a click sound. The skeleton horse-faced creature in front of him didn't even have time to make a sound. Li Heng punched his head into pieces of bone. Suddenly, the skeleton horse's limbs fell to the ground. The skeleton knight on it also fell to the ground. Immediately, Li Heng took action again. Without saying a word, he raised his sword and stabbed it at the opponent's forehead. The skeleton knight didn't even have a chance to fight back because of the swift speed, and was directly stabbed by Li Heng's soul fire. In just 3 seconds, Li Heng defeated a skeleton knight whose overall strength was at least level 10. But there was no trace of joy on Li Heng's face. Because it was just that tiny gap. Beside Duva, a skeleton knight had appeared without anyone noticing. Li Heng's expression changed slightly. He didn't look at the skeleton knight rushing towards him, but stared at Dua. The next moment, Li Heng took big strides and ran towards Dua. The speed was so fast that even a trace of afterimage appeared. And Dua. There was no trace of panic on his face. He suddenly said lightly, Although the Overlord egg is powerful, it has a fatal weakness. Do you know what it is? Hear what Duva said. Li Hong, who was rushing over, suddenly changed his expression slightly. But soon, he gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. The other party must be cheating. Having taken the Overlord's egg, he must be the strongest without a doubt. Li Hang's sword was about to pierce Duva's face. Sudden. Duva in front of him raised his head immediately. The faint blue soul fire in his eyes turned directly into blood red. Soul shock. Boom. Before Li Hong figured out what was going on. The next moment, he found that the scenery around him was rapidly receding. Just see. Li Hong flew backwards. After crashing into several huge trees, he finally stopped. Wow. A mouthful of dark red blood spurted out of Li Hang's mouth. On Li Hang's attribute panel. I don't know when, 3 more states have appeared: stiffness, weakness, and mind shock. A sense of fear from within erupted from the depths of Li Hang's heart. Beads of cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Just listen. Duva's somewhat teasing voice suddenly sounded. That weakness is, if the gap in strength between the two sides is too great, then no matter how much you improve it, it will be useless. This moment. Li Hang actually burst into tears. Why should he die in a place like this? Obviously, there are more good times waiting for him in the future. His life has just begun, and he doesn't want to die in this kind of rubbish novice trial field. Why? Why did it become like this? Sudden. The figure of a man with a smirk on his face appeared in Li Hang's mind. Chao Wei. Just listen. Li Hong roared. The next moment. He turned around regardless of his own weakness. He must leave here alive. While the Overlord egg is still in effect. He wants to return to Blue Star and live the life of a rich young man. Even if I go out in the future, I must not do so without at least 100 followers behind me. Watching Li Hang's back as he quickly left. Duva was slightly stunned at first. But soon, a cat playing with mouse smile appeared on his face. Interesting, you were able to run? What kind of emotions were driving you to escape? The next moment. A new skeleton knight appeared beside Duva. The 2 skeleton knights quickly grabbed the reins and chased after Li Hang. Just beginning. Li Hang's speed was even faster than the 2 knights' horses. But gradually. As the effect of the Overlord's egg disappears. A 10% attribute deduction effect occurs, plus 3 negative effects on the body. Suddenly. Li Hong stumbled and fell to the ground. Looking at the 2 skeleton knights in front of him, he showed a look of fear. No, don't kill me. I'm the legitimate son of the Li family in Xuanwu City. The future master of Xuanwu City. I still have a great revenge to take. Don't kill me. Puff. The sound of swords piercing flesh could be heard. The next moment. Li Hang let out a scream of pain. His hands and feet were covered in blood. The skeleton knight did not kill him, but cut the tendons of his hands and feet. Not far away. A horse slowly walked towards Li Hang. Duva walked up to Li Hong with a joking look on his face. Ha, don't you want to run? Run? Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. Team up with me, I need to borrow your strength now. Chapter 29, Haunted by Mountain Elves. At this time, Chao Wei was heading south. Before we knew it, we had arrived at the territory of the Mountain Elves. What he didn't expect was that the Mountain Elves didn't seem to be particularly peaceful. Large numbers of Mountain Elf soul power users began to rush towards the north. Middle. Also mixed in are their allies, the Grassland Elves, the Water Elementals, and the Wood Elementals. 4 waves of alien races gathered together. He looked ready for battle, looking towards the north. As early as a day ago, the Mountain Elves discovered the abnormality of the cemetery. 2 consecutive riots by the skeleton tribe had to make the Mountain Elves think more. At the moment, the human race has just wiped out the goblins and gained a 10% bonus. After hearing the news, all the alien races were ready to take action. The elves and elementals are not interested in invasion. But we must always be on guard against others. As neighbors of the skeleton tribe, they naturally pay attention to the developments around their territory. Therefore, in response to the skeleton tribe's successive riots, the mountain elves have made defensive preparations. It is to prevent the invasion of the skeleton tribe. Although they don't cause trouble, they are definitely not afraid of trouble. Row after row of elves and elementals appeared in the north. They formed teams of 10 people and continued to explore and scout their territory. They will report any problems immediately. We will resolutely not allow any alien race to take advantage of the opportunity. Only. They did not encounter any soul power users from the skeleton clan. The first person I met was Chao Wei. Looking at the small group of mountain elf warriors in front of him, Chao Wei tried to make his expression look more friendly and said, "Excuse me, I'm just passing through. I'm an explorer. Can you let me pass through your territory?" If it were normal. As a neutral race, the mountain elves naturally would not pay much attention to Chao Wei. But right now, relations between the races are tense. Plus, Chao Wei was cursed with the bloodthirsty mark. With a whoosh sound, a wooden arrow stuck straight in front of Chao Wei's feet. "Human! Get out of here!" Hearing the other party's words, Chao Wei couldn't help but frown slightly. However, now that he has a treasure, it is indeed not advisable for him to make too many enemies. No matter what, we have to wait for the dragon eggs to lay first, right? Immediately, Chao Wei turned around and took a detour. But before he could go far, he heard the shouts of the mountain elf captain from behind him. "Human, stop. We suspect you're a spy. Go back with us and investigate." Obviously, it's the bloodthirsty mark at work again. The group of mountain elves who had just been indifferent to Chao Wei suddenly felt disgusted with him. The team leader who was originally planning to let Chao Wei go. After listening to the opinions of the team members, he also began to doubt Chao Wei's identity. Immediately, the team changed their minds. Prepare to capture Chao Wei first. Hearing the words of the team leader behind him, Chao Wei's eyes suddenly turned cold. Because, he really has something extraordinary. Immediately, Chao Wei ignored the shouts of people behind him. "Run away." The speed instantly increased to the fastest. Oh no! That human is indeed a spy. Everyone, summon our companions and make sure to capture the enemy alive. Call out. Hear what the team leader said. A group of mountain elves suddenly whistled, accompanied by whistles one after another. Beside them, suddenly, shadows of animals appeared. Soon, the animals' bodies went from being illusory to being clear. Some of these animals are deer, some are wolves, and someone even summoned a brown bear. Only, among so many beasts, the most special one is a red-bellied eagle. Unlike ordinary red-bellied eagles, this red-bellied eagle's body is definitely more than 4 meters when stretched out. His body was covered with flaming inscriptions. Hold head high. Just listen. The red-bellied eagle suddenly let out a loud cry. The next moment, he flew high into the sky and circled in the sky. The mountain elves behind him were all chasing in the direction of Chao Wei. With a large group of various animals following behind him, Chao Wei suddenly felt the pressure increasing. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Maybe he was tired of being chased. The next moment, Chao Wei, who was originally running away, turned around instantly and sprinted in the opposite direction towards the mountain elf team. Hurry! Holy storm! Picking up the trembling axe in his hand, Chao Wei chopped at the beasts and mountain elves in front of him. The terrifying force instantly sent the group of mountain elves flying. Such terrifying force. This directly scared the mountain elves who were originally planning to chase. Is this human in front of me really an apprentice soul master? Why is the power so strong? But soon, the other party reacted immediately. Suddenly, the leading team leader gave the order. Everyone, use Call of the Wild. Call of the Wild, a shaman-only skill that allows you to borrow the power of your animal companion, enhance your physical fitness, and have a chance to inherit your companion's skills. Ouch! Roar! Hold head high. Suddenly, this group of mountain elves let out roars that did not sound like those of humans. The next moment, the animal companions beside them directly transformed into souls and merged into their bodies. For some people, their bodies become more slender and their legs become stronger. For some people, their fingers become extremely sharp. Especially the team leader. Behind him, a pair of wings like those of a red-bellied eagle stretched out. The next moment, he flew up, and his pupils turned into a sharp gold. Facing this group of shamans, Chao Wei's expression changed slightly. Immediately. Without saying anything, he turned around and left again. The enemy has more people and more power, so it will be difficult to fight for a long time. But what Chao Wei didn't expect was that the speed of the shamans behind him suddenly increased. A mountain elf whose legs had turned into deer legs came to Chao Wei first. A dagger appeared in the hand of the mountain elf. The next moment, the opponent stabbed directly at Chao Wei's heart. 1. Effect group. A very weak number appeared on Chao Wei. After seeing his own attack, the mountain elf's eyes instantly showed disbelief. What kind of defense is this? Pity. Chao Wei did not respond to the other party's plan. He just laughed grimly and grabbed the other person's neck with his backhand. Click sound. The mountain elf's neck was twisted in a strange 180-degree angle. The next moment, the other party collapsed to the ground. Obviously, he won't survive. Just see. An emerald green bamboo pole fell to the ground. Equipment dropped? Without saying a word, Chao Wei picked it up. Name, Emerald Dart E. Wearing requirements, level 5. Range, 10 meters. Attack, 120. Speed, 20. Effect, poison. The needle arrows you shoot will automatically be poisonous, dealing poison damage equal to your speed 1% to the enemy for 5 seconds. When Chao Wei saw this equipment, he immediately showed a hint of joy. Nice one. It just makes up for his lack of long-range attack means. Give me, Holy Evolution. Chapter 30, finally I can play the guest role of a wizard. Name, Dark Dart C. Wearing requirements, level 5. Range, 20 meters. Attack, 200. Speed, 40. Effect, poison. The needle arrows you shoot will automatically be poisonous, dealing poison damage equal to your speed 3% to the enemy for 5 seconds. Anesthesia. The needle you shoot will automatically be infused with paralysis toxins. If it penetrates the opponent's skin, the opponent will become paralyzed for 3 seconds. After evolution, Dark Thorn directly becomes a magical weapon for assassination. The range has increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. Although the surrounding temperature is about 35 degrees Celsius. But Chao Wei wrapped himself tightly without saying a word. Lying down in the sand pit nearby, Chao Wei seemed to have merged with the surrounding environment regardless of the scorching sand. Just like a well-trained sniper, he lay on the ground motionless. Of his entire body, only a pair of eyes were exposed, staring intently at the back. Soon. In the sky, a mountain elf with wings appeared. After using Call of the Wild, the opponent seemed to have the ability to see through. The golden pupils radiate light. Wherever you go, any trace will be revealed. To this end, Chao Wei simply held his breath. Even try to calm your heartbeat and not make any noise. The camouflage cloak wrapped around him made him feel very hot and stuffy, and his body was also extremely itchy. But Chao Wei still persisted. It's like a secretive ferocious beast hiding in the dark, carefully waiting for its prey to take the bait. At this time, Chao Wei has truly mastered the art of secrecy to the extreme. Really? The mountain elf leader made a round of reconnaissance and found nothing. Immediately, he changed back into human form and spoke to the team. There's no problem ahead, the enemy should be far away. There's a cliff at the end of this road. He definitely can't escape. Chase him. Hearing the leader's words, everyone immediately nodded and quickened their pace. What they didn't know was, just as they passed a steep slope that looked like a sandpit. Call out. A sound of a sharp object rubbing against the air suddenly rang out. Then, under the leader's astonished gaze, a blowpipe pierced his head directly. Suddenly, 2 toxins attacked his nerves. The leader didn't even have time to speak before he discovered that his body had become paralyzed. Oh no! There's an ambush! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In less than 3 seconds, 3 poisonous arrows were ejected from Chao Wei's blowpipe. In a team of 10, 4 people temporarily lost their combat capability in an instant. This group of mountain elves hasn't even figured out what's going on. Sudden. The sand pit on the side. Chao Wei rushed out of the pit like a leopard. This time, he had nothing to hide. Strike with 1 strike and try to kill them all. Endurance, Haste, Divine Storm, and Blinding Field activated. After a series of combos, the main target of attack is the mountain elf leader on the opposite side. I saw countless hundreds of points of damage hitting the opponent. Even though this leader was equipped with a full set of advanced equipment, he could not withstand Qiao Wei's fierce attack. The terrifying axe is specifically designed to chop the opponent's head. After a while, the other person's entire head was hanging on his neck. It looks like he's not going to survive. And the rest of the Highland elves around. Because of the blinding area, several people fell directly into the state of blindness and confusion. Suddenly, this group of Highland elves doesn't care about anything else, and their skills are to throw whoever they catch. There was a sudden scream at the scene. And Qiao Wei, like a ghost in the dark night, continued to reap the lives of his enemies. Wait until Qiao Wei's soul power is completely exhausted. His blinding field finally slowly disappeared. All around, a team of 10 elves fell to the ground. Not only were there pieces of equipment scattered all over the ground, but a scroll also fell to the ground. When Qiao Wei saw the golden scroll, his eyes widened. Nice one! Immediately, he picked up all the equipment on the ground without saying a word. After simply cleaning up the battlefield, Qiao Wei left the scene without any reluctance. The experience he gained in just a few hours was richer than what he had gained in the past few days. Not only mastered the skills of escape and anti-tracking, Qiao Wei even had a basic grasp of assassination techniques. Before, he had been hunted down because he coveted the enemy's spoils. Now, he would never make the same mistake again. After taking away some of the most important spoils, Qiao Wei left. Sure enough, not long after he left, suddenly, there was a slight shaking from the place where he had just fought. The stones bounced lightly on the ground, accompanied by a cloud of dust. A team of 36 skeleton knights came to the place where he was just now. I saw a pile of corpses in front of me. Just see. Duva slowly got off his skeleton horse. Feeling the time of death of the group of people in front of him, a smile could not help but appear in his soul fire. The death time is no more than 15 minutes, so the little guy should be around here. Finished. He sensed the location of the bloodthirsty mark again. In just a moment, a ray of light flashed in his soul fire. What a clever little fellow, he actually chose to go back. Unfortunately, with the bloodthirsty mark on him, he can't escape from my grasp no matter what. After saying that, Duva sneered and rode on his skeleton horse. As soon as the reins were pulled, he returned in the direction he came from. At this time, Qiao Wei rushed towards the north. In order to shake off his pursuers, he pretended to continue moving south. After walking for about 20 minutes, he finally stopped. He looked around again and again. Qiao Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. Now, there should be no pursuers, right? After saying this, a smile flashed in his eyes. I wonder what useful scrolls he will reveal this time. I hope that even if it is not a job transfer quest scroll, it will be a skill scroll that can be used by priests. Ding! You obtain the skill scroll, Holy Light Bullet E. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Qiao Wei's face lit up with joy. He actually won the prize. He actually got a priest skill, and it was an attack skill. You know, priests have always had very few means of attack. Basically, they just hit in the back and healed, rarely attacking. Therefore, every attack skill is extremely precious to Qiao Wei. Without saying anything, Qiao Wei directly chose to evolve. Holy Evolution. Ding! You consume 1000 experience points and gain the skill Holy Light Bombardment C. Holy Light Bombing consumes 50 soul points and launches a Holy Light Bullet with magic attack plus intelligence 10%. For every additional 40 soul points, one more Holy Light Bullet can be launched. See your new skills. Qiao Wei immediately clenched his fists. Yeah. I can play the role of a mage from now on. Who dares to call me a warrior or an assassin? Suddenly, 50 points of soul power were consumed. A fist-sized ball of light appeared in Qiao Wei's hand. It's like a large light bulb. Gently throw it towards the distant land. Boom! A loud bang. A big hole was blown out directly on the ground. Hiss. Seeing the damage, Qiao Wei took a deep breath. Sure enough. I was born to be a wizard. I'm just a talented wizard who was held back by the priest profession. What a waste of more than 200 of his magic attacks. From then on, he finally had the capital to show off in front of the enemy. Who says priests can't kite their enemies? I'll show you how. If Qiao Wei encounters the troublesome group of Highland elves again, he will definitely not be as embarrassed as he is now. With such a strong continuous output skill. Those skeletons are afraid of eggs. Even if you are awesome, you can still beat me, right? A holy light bullet will teach you a lesson. Just as Chao Wei was about to leave with excitement, suddenly, there was a slight vibration from the ground. Feeling the vibration coming from the ground, Chao Wei's expression changed. This vibration is the cavalry. Chapter 31 First Confrontation. Immediately, Chao Wei put on his camouflage cloak and hid in a sandpit nearby. Right now, he had just experienced a battle. It is not easy to make too many enemies. No matter how much you kill the enemy, you will never be enough, so you have to be timid when you need to be. What a pity. This time, Chao Wei's hidden idea was destined to fail. Just when Chao Wei thought he was destined to escape the pursuit this time, not far away, a team of 36 skeleton cavalrymen were slowly approaching. When they were about 200 meters away from Chao Wei, the cavalry suddenly stopped. The leading skeleton, wearing a wizard robe, seemed to have discovered something. He suddenly waved his hand and turned around with his subordinates. Just when Chao Wei thought he had avoided this wave of enemies, the next moment, his pupils shrank slightly. The skeleton cavalry, which had only walked 20 meters, suddenly turned a corner. With lightning speed, he rushed towards the place where Chao Wei was hiding. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. Charge! 36 knights formed a triangle. He rushed towards Chao Wei as fast as the wind. Looking at the enemy's offensive, Chao Wei felt his scalp tingling. Even though he was confident in his defense at the moment, he did not dare to confront the enemy. Accelerate! All I heard was Chao Wei's angry roar. The next moment, his speed increased to the extreme. With a lazy donkey roll, Chao Wei turned over and left the enemy's attack range. But at the last second, he was still scratched by the enemy. 40. An injury that was neither big nor small occurred to Chao Wei. Seeing this injury, Chao Wei couldn't help but change color slightly. Now his defense is as high as 10-20 points. It is impossible for ordinary apprentice soul masters to cause harm to him. But why could this group of skeleton cavalry take away 40 points of his health? Could it be that the opponent's attack power has also exceeded 1,000? Chao Wei. Just when Chao Wei was thinking carefully about the other party's background, a sharp and hoarse roar suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Turn your head and look in the direction where the voice came from. Right behind these 36 riders, there was also a skeleton mage riding a skeleton horse, standing there admiring the scenery. There is a rope tied around the skeleton horse. And on the other end of the rope, hanging was actually a human soul power user. Because of the prolonged friction with the ground, the opponent's body was already torn into pieces. His face, I guess even the other person's mother wouldn't recognize him. Chao Wei? Brother, do we know each other? Seeing Chao Wei's puzzled expression, the human soul power user immediately shed tears of blood. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was shaking uncontrollably. It was obvious that all the tendons in his feet and hands had been cut. But the other party borrowed strength from somewhere and tried hard to stand up again. Looking at Chao Wei, he felt as if he was looking at the murderer of his father. Look at me, asshole. I'm your dad. Didn't you expect that? I'm still alive. God let us meet today so that I can send you to hell. Accompanied by a roar from the soul power user in front of him who was no longer in human form. The next moment, countless rays of light burst out from his body. Aura of nobility. Armor-piercing aura. Aura of power. Speed halo. 4 consecutive halos bloomed from the soul power user on the opposite side. Suddenly, the group of skeleton cavalrymen just now seemed to be energized and started a new round of charge. The moment you see the aura of nobility, Chao Wei instantly recognized the identity of the inhuman old man. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Fuck! Oldly, how did you become like this? Are you surrendering to the enemy? This is treason. According to human law, betraying a planet is illegal. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Li Hang's mouth. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with hatred and anger when he looked at Chao Wei. His eyes were instantly dyed blood red, looking at the culprit in front of him. At this moment, Li Hang's eyes were as sharp as torches. The only remaining trace of shame for betraying Blue Star was replaced by anger. Unleash all your aura without reservation. The 4 halo skills that have just been activated. Apart from the aristocratic aura, Li Hong is the only one who has it. All other halos were given to Li Hang by Duva after he was captured. Along the way, Dua seemed to be interested in cultivating Li Hang. After arriving in the south, Dua single-handedly killed countless elves and elemental soul masters. Seeing Dua's powerful strength, Li Hang went from being horrified at first to being numb, and then to being terrified. Every minute and every second, he lived in Duva's shadow, not knowing when he would die. At the same time, as time went by, Li Hang's entire mind began to become crazy. There was nothing but extreme despair in his eyes. Only extreme madness remains. When he saw Chao Wei again, he felt that he was blessed by God. Without saying anything, Li Hang helped Dua without reservation. Armor-piercing aura. After release, teammates' attacks will have 20% armor-piercing ability. Strength aura. After release, teammates' strength attributes gain a 15% bonus. Speed aura. After release, teammates' speed attributes gain a 15% bonus. Combined with the aura of nobility, the attack power of that group of skeleton knights instantly exceeded 200. Ordinary soul power users cannot even withstand a round of attacks from the skeleton knight. Even though Li Hang's health has exceeded 10,000 points. If he was crushed by 36 knights at the same time, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds. If he had met Dua and the others before, Li Hang might have run away without saying a word. But now, Chao Wei showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. That's perfect, let's try out my new skill. Holy Light Bombardment. A holy light bullet appeared in Chao Wei's hand. The next moment, the holy light bullet broke apart as if it had come into contact with chemical substances. 1, 2, 3. After a while, at least hundreds of holy light bullets appeared in the sky. The holy light bullets filling the sky give people a breathtaking feeling just by floating in the air. Even Dua, who was riding on a horse. At this moment, he was looking at the sky with a slight shock. There was a strange light flashing in his eyes. You bastard! Take this Armstrong spinjet cannon. The next moment, countless holy lights shot towards Dua and the others. In just a moment, they were submerged in the holy light. Chapter 32: The Terrifying Duva. After the smoke, the terrain looked like it was covered with pears all day long. There are potholes everywhere around. Wait until the light fades. The 36 riders seem to have weathered the storm of time. Only, seeing the scene in front of him, there was no joy on Chao Wei's face. Because the 36 riders in front of him had been crushed. But the opposite of Chao Wei. But Duva was standing right in front of him. Of course, there is also poor brother Li Hang. At this time, a transparent black shield was surrounding Duva. The holy light bombardment just now blew the shield into pieces. But the shield remained strong and blocked all of Chao Wei's attacks. The next moment, the shield retracts. Duva was looking at Chao Wei with a smile on his face and clapping his hands. Pa. Being able to use such a powerful attack, it seems that you are not an ordinary soul power user. Or, your skills are quite good. Boy, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the dragon egg and return to the dead planet with me, or die. Hearing the words dragon egg, Chao Wei's pupils suddenly shrank slightly. Then look at the other party's identity. Chao Wei instantly thought that the other party must be the killer sent by the skeleton clan. A stiff smile flashed across Chao Wei's face. It's just a pet egg. Are you skeletons so stingy? You can't even bear to give me an egg? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Dua smiled and shook his head. Do you think ordinary pet eggs would be placed at the bottom of the cemetery? Or in other words, what kind of pet egg needs to be protected by a frost formation? I suddenly want to know how you got out of the frost formation. Hearing Dua's words, Chao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, under Duva's astonished gaze, Chao Wei didn't want to fight at all, he just turned around and fled. Joke. Able to survive a full strength attack. The skeleton killer on the opposite side is enough for Chao Wei to take seriously. It is not advisable to fight for a long time now, as he has Li Hang beside him who can help him add buffs. A man who knows the times is a hero, so of course Chao Wei chose to run away. I saw Chao Wei's figure gradually disappearing into the distance. It took a long time for Duva to react. Just run away after the fight? I have to admit, he's much smarter than you. Looking at Li Hong beside him with a smile, Dua said lazily. And Li Hong. After hearing Dua's words, my whole body trembled. He did not hide the disgust and hatred in his eyes at all. All I could hear was a low roar in his hoarse voice that seemed to have come back from hell. Kill him. I'm willing to give my soul. Hearing Li Hong's words, it was Dua's turn to be surprised. I didn't expect your hatred for that kid to be so deep? Interesting, tell me everything about him, and maybe I will spare your life. Hearing Dua's words, a glimmer of hope for life suddenly flashed in Li Hong's eyes. He confessed all the circumstances surrounding Chao Wei without reservation. At this moment, Li Hong wanted to tell Dua even the information of Chao Wei's ancestors. His name is Chao Wei. Before becoming a soul power user, he was just a loser. After awakening, he was just a rubbish priest. His parents were both soul masters with strength reaching the 4th level, but they disappeared during the last exploration of the dimensional gate, and they were most likely dead. However, before his parents left, they left him a low-level 100% compatibility job change scroll. I had some conflicts with him before because of the scroll, so he plotted against me in the cemetery and wanted to kill me. There is nothing else to say, he is just an ordinary person. After listening to Li Hong's introduction, Dua was slightly stunned. Just see. He looked at Li Hong with a serious look and asked coldly. You said, he has an ordinary job, just a pastor? That's right. I personally saw him awaken that day, there's no mistake. That guy doesn't even have a decent skill. He must have gotten that skill by sheer luck. Hearing Li Hong's words, Dua couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After such a powerful magic attack just now, you told me this is an ordinary profession? That skill must have at least B-level power. This thing. He even believed it when someone said he was a 2nd-level soul power user. Duva's expression changed slightly. He just sneered. Interesting, really interesting. I'm suddenly becoming more and more interested in this guy. The next moment. Green ghost fires ignited from behind Duva. Go! A loud shout. Suddenly, these ghost fires shot towards Chao Wei at a rapid speed. That's not all. After the skill, Duva continued to perform moves. Since arriving at the trial ground, Dua has been constantly killing soul power users. The number of soul power users who died at his hands now reached at least the terrifying triple digits. So in the middle of the process, Duva not only found skills that suited Li Hong. At the same time, he also found a lot of skill scrolls that he could use. Hunting Will-o'-the-Wisp. Death Ray. Frost Ray. Shivering Light. Tracking Will-o'-Wisp D releases a tracking fireball at the enemy, dealing 300 damage plus intelligence 20%. Hitting the enemy has a chance to inflict a scorch effect, consuming 300 soul points. Cooldown, 12 seconds per attack. Death Ray D shoots a beam of light at the enemy, forcibly deducting 200 health points from the enemy and adding damage equal to 20% of their intelligence. Upon impact, the user is rewarded with 40% of the damage dealt. Consumes 400 soul points. 1 minute per attack. Frost Ray E Plus shoots a ray of frost at the enemy, dealing damage equal to 200 plus intelligence 15%. Upon hitting the target becomes frozen for 3 seconds, consuming 250 soul points. 40 seconds per attack. Shivering Light D shoots a light wave with a special status at the enemy. After hitting the target will gain the fear or confusion state for 5 seconds. It consumes 300 soul points and takes 25 seconds each time. For skills hit Chao Wei directly. Because he moved so quickly, Chao Wei barely avoided a trembling light. The next moment, his speed dropped by 90%. And his health points were deducted by more than 700 points. Fuck. Seeing the horrific amount of blood loss on his body, Chao Wei broke out in a cold sweat. The skeleton mage on the opposite side is definitely more terrifying than Xiao Shuang. Not only can it control people, but the damage is also extremely high. You know, his defense is definitely far beyond that of an ordinary first-level soul power user. But even so, the opponent could easily break his defense. When fighting Sasalu, Xiao Shuang was able to explode only after drinking a potion. However, the skeleton mage in front of him still looked calm and composed. No match for him. A faint sense of crisis flashed through my mind. The next moment, a hint of determination flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. TSK. Don't think you're the only one with props. I collected quite a few on the way here. Just see. Chow Wei suddenly fumbled through his space watch. Just when Duva thought he would take out some powerful item to enhance attributes. Chow Wei actually pulled out a flying machine? Chapter 33, Escape. That's right, this aircraft was the one that had tricked Papato in the first place. Wasn't he Papato blown away at the beginning? Although the aircraft was in pieces. But the guy was also making a living from that, so Chow Wei snatched it away and asked him to help him fix it. Name, Goblin Flying Machine C. Effect, driving an aircraft can allow the user to rise to a maximum altitude of 20 meters at a speed of 80 km/h. Driving consumes 1 ton of magic crystal oil per hour. I have to say, this thing is not as good as the airplanes and fighter jets designed by humans. At most, it's a larger man drone. But the fact that it is recognized by the system means that it still has its merits. Just like now. Chow Wei, who was next to the valley, immediately set up his goblin aircraft and fled quickly. In less than 2 minutes, he successfully got rid of Duva behind him. Just as Chow Wei was secretly delighted. This way. Dua looked at Chow Wei slowly leaving back and just smiled coldly. A trifle. The next moment, the soul-firing Dua's eyes quickly changed from blue to red. Like a hawk aiming at its prey, Duva's eyes narrowed slightly. Mind shock. Just see. Chow Wei was originally still flying in the sky. In an instant, I felt my whole body go stiff and cold. It's like a wild beast encountering its natural enemy. Chow Wei only felt that his body was extremely stiff, and even his hands that were controlling the aircraft could not move at all. Along with palpitations, beads of cold sweat flowed down Chow Wei's forehead. What's going on? Obviously, Chow Wei didn't expect this either. Duva's mind shock has the property of hitting the target with a direct look. As an A-level skill, the triggering conditions for mind shock are very simple. As long as Dua looks at the target with both eyes, the release conditions can be met. Even if Chow Wei is in the air, as long as he is within Duva's visual range, he will not be immune to the opponent's moves. Suddenly, Chow Wei's body showed 3 states: stiffness, confusion, and fear. He was originally on the aircraft, but now he was unable to move because of his body. The aircraft actually fell vertically into the valley from the air. The aircraft was about to be smashed to pieces. Critical moment. Chow Wei roared through gritted teeth, relying on his last bit of strength and perseverance. Move now. Invincible. The next moment. The invincibility effect of the Enforcer armor is activated. In the valley. Boom. A loud bang. A miniature mushroom cloud exploded from the ground. Riding on the skeleton horse, Duva reached the top of the mountain without knowing when. Look at the foot of the mountain. Just see. In the blazing fire. A burning figure slowly walked out of the flames. Look up. Chow Wei happened to meet Dua's eyes. Although his body was charred by the flames. But it did not affect him from releasing his murderous aura at all. After making a neck-wiping gesture towards Dua on the top of the mountain. The next moment. He put on his camouflage cloak and left quickly. Looking at Chow Wei's quickly leaving back, Dua's soul fire slowly narrowed. Sure enough, this guy has an invincible skill. Next time we fight, I have to be on guard. And behind him. Li Hong looked at Chow Wei's leaving figure with his eyes bloodshot. His eyes were blazing with fire and he was muttering and growling. Chow Wei. But his roar didn't last long. The next moment. Snap. A bone whip hit his face. Duva looked at Li Hong in front of him as if he were an ant and said coldly. Shut up. If you make another noise, I'll kill you. Hearing Dua's words, Li Hong shut up instantly. But the viciousness in his eyes could not be concealed. Soon after leading Duva's pursuit, Chow Wei fled frantically westward. He had already confirmed it when Duva ordered 36 cavalrymen to ambush him just now. The other party must be able to find his own way. If he had continued at a normal speed, Chow Wei would have had no way of escaping the other party's pursuit. How can 2 legs outrun 4 legs? But, after being plotted against by Duva, Chow Wei has made up his mind, this matter is not over yet. After running for half a day, Chow Wei immediately came up with a new and clever idea. Since he can't deal with the skeleton mage alone, why not just find a few more people? Don't forget. They are not somewhere else now. It is the territory of the mountain elves. Along the way, Chao Wei saw many traces of mountain elves fighting against the skeleton tribe. Although the elves are far more powerful than the skeletons. But the number of the skeleton tribe is simply too large. For this reason, Chao Wei rolled his eyes and gave up his original escape plan. Hiding next to a group of elves that were in a difficult battle. Moment. Chao Wei took direct action. Holy light bombing. The terrifying holy light bullet shot towards the dozens of skeleton soldiers in front of them like a tide. Boom, boom, boom. The ground suddenly became bumpy. Looking at the flat ground in front of him that was created by Chao Wei's skills. Suddenly, the mountain elves who had been fighting hard just now became stunned. Holy crap! Is this guy really an apprentice soul master? Such a terrifying power, it's said to be the first level, no. I believe it even for those with the second level soul power. Oh my god, he's using holy light skills. He's not a mage, he's a priest. Fuck. He's a priest, what am I, a mage? This skill is definitely a high level one. He must be a disciple of some human noble family. Hearing the whispers of the mountain elves around him, Chao Wei just laughed. Just see. He was wearing his camouflage cape and a half face mask. Chao Wei asked with a smile as he came to the team in front of him. Excuse me, I'm a human soul user. I heard that this is the territory of the mountain elves and they are in the neutral camp. I'm completely out of supplies and potions, and I'm wondering if you could take me there to restock my supplies. Hearing what Wang Haochen said, the team leader on the opposite side was slightly stunned at first. Although a hint of hesitation flashed across his face, he thought about how the other party had just saved the lives of a group of people. After thinking for a moment, the other party nodded and agreed. No problem, it just so happens that a large number of skeletons have appeared in our Yellowstone Mountains recently. Mr. Human, if you can become our mercenary, our battalion commander will definitely give you a good reward. I wonder if you are interested? When Chao Wei heard the words of the elf captain opposite, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. An energy bar appeared in Chao Wei's hand. He handed it to the team leader opposite with a smile. Eat it. It will help you recover your strength and health. As for the mercenaries, that's easy to talk about. Upon hearing Chao Wei's words, the team leader on the opposite side suddenly widened his pupils. The human in front of him was actually a priest. After he ate Chao Wei's energy bar. Oh shit. What skill is so delicious? Suddenly, the other party's eyes looking at Chao Wei changed. Such a powerful soul power user, who can both fight and heal, must be recommended to the battalion commander. Chapter 34, Special Mission Job Change scroll reappears. The group arrived at the camp of the mountain elves. This trial land protected area is called Yellowstone Camp by the mountain elves. It's called a camp, but to Chao Wei it looks more like a city. Countless tall stone walls were erected on the outer layer of the Yellowstone Camp. It also depicts many formations that can defend against physical and magical attacks. Compare it to Yellowstone Campground. The Goblin Palace of the Goblins is completely the difference between the nouveau riche and the old nobles. The Goblin tribe's trial ground protection area looks magnificent from the outside. But even the basic defense is gone. Anyone with soul power can go in and try their luck. On the other hand, Yellowstone Camp. Why don't you give it a try? Not to mention the city walls outside, even if you enter. A group of mountain elves, mainly shamans, can teach you how to behave in an instant. Especially now. The mountain elves have all entered a state of emergency preparedness. The camp, which originally had nearly 1,000 people, now invited a large number of grassland elves and soul masters from the wood and water element tribes. The trial ground, which usually seemed large enough, now seemed very crowded. This was also the first time Chao Wei saw 4 different races in one camp. They seem to get along very well with each other? Really? The mountain elves are a neutral race and it is not an exaggeration. When it comes to communication skills, humans are simply no match for them. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the elves have many branches in the universe. I have to say that the skeleton tribe's attack to the south this time was absolutely a wrong decision. Who can be blamed? How can you blame Chao Wei? Although he stole the eggs, he was not the one who asked the skeleton tribe to come here. Even if the Jade Emperor comes today, I, Chao Wei, will never admit that I am the culprit. Not only that, the mountain elves will not scold him, but will thank him. Believe it or not. Now. Inside a huge tent at Yellowstone Camp. A mountain elf dressed in armor was looking at Chao Wei in front of him with approval. "Thank you, Mr. Chao, for coming to help us when our clan was invaded." Chao Wei. "Look, what did I say? Just now." The team leader who was rescued by Chao Wei took Chao Wei into the Yellowstone camp. Introduced Chao Wei to their battalion commander. This battalion commander, who was at level 10, was a little disdainful of Chao Wei at first. But when he learned that Chao Wei had killed a group of dozens of skeleton soul power users by himself, the attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Joke. Even he himself cannot guarantee that he has such strong strength. Apart from anything else, it is absolutely true that Chao Wei has a group attack skill. To deal with the skeleton tribe right now, we need a soul user with specific skills like Chao Wei. Immediately, Battalion Commander Huang Shi in front of him smiled approvingly at Chao Wei. He directly asked his men to take Chao Wei to a VIP lounge in the Yellowstone camp. At the same time, it also allowed Chao Wei to take a long-awaited bath. Wait until Chao Wei cleans his body completely. This way. A new mountain elf soon appeared outside his tent. He stood outside Wang Haochen's tent feeling a little nervous. After knocking on the door, the other party spoke cautiously. "Mr. Chao, the battalion commander asked me to take you to the mercenary hall. He said there is what you want there." Hearing the words of the mountain elf lady opposite, Chao Wei was slightly stunned at first. But soon, he reacted. The employment system is actually not uncommon. It exists in every race. Like Blue Star, there are also, for example, some supplies from other alien races that are not available on Blue Star. The race will release information and invite soul power users from other races to help collect and gather. Or perhaps alien races would hire mercenaries to fight for them during times of war. However, whether other alien races will accept the job depends in most cases on the credibility of the race that issues the task. Like low IQ races like the goblins, or those very dark and brutal alien races. Even if a mercenary mission is posted, generally no soul power user is willing to accept it. They are neutral races like mountain elves. Mercenaries often come to help. Moreover, the mission rewards they give are also very generous. Soon after Chao Wei arrived at the mercenary hall, a large number of grassland elves and soul masters of water and wood elements have gathered here. When they saw humans coming, the mercenaries were stunned at first. But soon, everyone stopped caring about Chao Wei and started chatting about other things. Under the guidance of the mountain elf, Chao Wei quickly arrived at the front desk for issuing tasks. "I don't know what the mechanism is." After seeing the hiring panel in the mission hall, the system's voice instantly rang in Chao Wei's mind. Ding! War mercenary mission detected, eliminate the skeleton soldiers. Eliminate skeleton soldiers. Each time you eliminate a skeleton soldiers, you will gain 1 point of favorability from the mountain elves. Favorability can be exchanged for goods. Ding! War mercenary mission detected, eliminate mutant skeletons. Eliminate mutant skeletons. Today, a large number of hidden professional skeletons appeared in the Yellowstone Mountains. For each hidden professional skeleton soul player killed, you will gain 200 points of favorability. Ding! War mercenary mission detected, eliminate the unknown skeleton mage. Destroy the unknown skeleton mage. The following is his personal information. Destroy the opponent and you can gain 2000 points of favorability. Chao Wei's eyes lit up slightly when he saw the task prompt appearing in his mind. I didn't expect that fighting the skeleton tribe would yield some rewards. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Certainly. This is not what makes Chao Wei most excited. What excited him the most was the favorability exchange list for the mountain elves. Open the exchange bar, which contains countless props, equipment, and skills. Even. Chao Wei saw a special mission job transfer scroll. Special mission job transfer scroll, Shaman D, consumes 100,000 points of favorability. When Chao Wei saw this scroll, his breathing became faster. Only. See the string of 0s at the end. This is a lie. How could anyone possibly complete such a terrifying favorability mission? It actually costs 100,000 points. Doesn't this mean I'll have to stay in the trial ground for the rest of my life and work for you elves? A skeleton mage only has 2,000 points. I'm afraid I'll have to kill 50 of them to kill them all? Such a terrifying guy is basically equivalent to a second-level soul power user. Kill 50 level 2 soul power users. How many dishes are there? Why are you drinking so much? But. Swallowed. The expression on Chao Wei's face gradually became abnormal. He couldn't defeat that skeleton mage, 100,000 skeleton soldiers. This is possible. Chapter 35, Strength Surges. Yellowstone Mountains, in the territory of the mountain elves. At this moment, in a sunken valley, a group of mountain elves are fighting against skeleton warriors that are 5 times their number. Although the mountain elves are all very powerful, however, the terrain is quite restrictive, and there are almost no shelters or escape routes around. Soon, this group of elves were surrounded by the skeleton tribe. After a long period of fighting, the elves have shown signs of decline. In addition, all the supplies on him have been used up. At this time, many mountain elves chose to give up resistance and silently prayed for a miracle to happen. The next moment, countless spots of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Because the light is too dazzling. In an instant, both the mountain elves and the skeletons, all the soul power users subconsciously raised their heads and looked towards the sky. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, bursts of roars were heard in the valley. The huge noise even attracted the attention of countless other soul power users around. Oh my god, how many times has this happened? I reckon this is the 7th time I've laid down today. That holy daddy is seriously awesome. Maybe he can really get that impossible reward. Isn't it? That kind of firepower coverage is simply not what soul masters of our level should have. If you say he's just an ordinary pastor, I won't believe it even if you kill me. It's a pity that they don't want to team up with us. Otherwise, if we could share experience, we would make a fortune. I don't know if Saint Daddy has a girlfriend. He's so bad, I like him so much. Obviously, the soul power users around here have long been accustomed to the huge commotion just caused. Because they have experienced too many earthquakes caused by holy light bullets. All the soul power users have become numb from the initial shock. After all, anyone can have the nickname Saint Daddy, right? Those mercenaries who joined the mountain elves were initially a little resistant to Chao Wei, a soul user with a somewhat incongruous appearance. But since Chao Wei personally launched the holy light bombing and rescued a team of mercenaries, suddenly, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. A terrifying group attack magic, and the damage is also terrifying. Wherever he went, no grass grew. Who can withstand this? One by one, they admire Chao Wei so much. Countless female soul power users even ran directly to Chao Wei and asked him if he needed to form a team. Don't be fooled by the fact that these elf girls have shoulders that can run horses. But who says they don't need strong arms? After rejecting countless young ladies from other races in succession, Chao Wei's face was now bathed in holy light. Feel sorry. Women will only affect the speed at which I fire holy light bullets. After once again rejecting the invitation of a team he had just rescued, Chao Wei left the battlefield without any reluctance. At this moment, there are still 15 hours until the bloodthirsty mark expires. Chao Wei's favorability with the mountain elves reached an astonishing 3,200 points. In less than 5 hours, Chao Wei had countless skeleton souls in his hands. If he continues to brush at this speed, Chao Wei is confident. In less than 10 days, he would be able to accumulate 100,000 points of favorability. What to do? There are more important things waiting for Chao Wei right now. So, when Chao Wei discovered that his favorability had accumulated to a full 3,000 points, he immediately finished eradicating the skeleton tribe and hurried back to the Yellowstone camp. The shadow of the skeleton wizard has always lingered in Chao Wei's mind. Therefore, Chao Wei's primary goal was not to obtain a special task transfer scroll, but kill that skeleton mage. To this end, Chao Wei had already memorized the list of items that the mountain elves could exchange. After he had accumulated enough experience, he exchanged them all for the supplies he needed without leaving a single one. Under the surprised gaze of the elf lady at the front desk of the employment hall, Chao Wei exchanged countless commodities in succession. Please exchange the skills, Tree of Light, and Rain of Resurgence, for me, the item, Spirit of the Ancestral Beast, Soul Stone of Light, and finally 10 sets of healing potions and mana replenishing potions. Upon hearing that Chao Wei wanted to exchange so many items at one time, the smart lady at the front desk immediately checked it out. Finally, she looked at Chao Wei and asked with an uncertain tone, "Sir, these items cost a total of 3,150 points of favorability. Are you sure you want to redeem them all?" "Sure." Accompanied by Chao Wei's affirmation. The next moment, 2 D-level scrolls exclusively for priests and a soul stone that sealed the soul of a powerful animal appeared in Chao Wei's hands. The 2 skill scrolls directly cost Chao Wei 2,000 points of favorability. And that, Spirit of the Ancestral Beast Soul Stone of Light, D also cost Chao Wei 800 points of favorability. With such a huge price, the rewards are naturally great. It takes 20,000 points to evolve a D-level item, and 10,000 points to evolve a D-level item. It just happens to be the same amount of experience points as Chao Wei. However, if all of them were upgraded, all the money he had saved up would be used up in an instant. Look at the 3 props in front of you. In the end, Chao Wei still shook his teeth. If you want to take, you must first give. Give me. Holy Evolution. Ding. You evolved the D rank item skill scroll, Tree of Light, and obtained the C+ rank skill scroll, Ancient Tree of Light. Ding. You evolved the D rank item skill scroll, Reign of Resurrection, and obtained the C+ rank skill scroll, Spirit of Resurrection. Ding. You evolved the D rank item, Ancestral Beast Spirit Light Soul Stone, and obtained the C rank item, Ancestral Beast Spirit Light Soul Stone. Ancient of Light, summon an Ancient of Light with 3000 HP plus 300% of Vitality, 1000 plus 300% of Spirit Power, 200 plus 10% of Intelligence, 50 plus 10% of Physical Defense, 50 plus 10% of Physical Attack, and 200 plus 10% of Magical Defense. This Ancient of Light possesses the skill, Resurrection. Each summon consumes 500 Spirit Power points and lasts for 2 hours. Cooldown, 30 minutes per summon. Resurrection Spirit, you can summon 2 Resurrection Spirits, each with 2000 HP plus 200% Vitality. Each Resurrection Spirit possesses the skill, Resurrection Rain, which lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes per use. Ancestral Beast Spirit Light Soul Stone C, you can summon a random C-level light creature to possess your body. During the period of possession by the Ancestral Beast, the user's physical fitness will be greatly improved. Lasts for 5 minutes. Seeing his newly acquired skills and equipment, Chao Wei immediately swallowed his saliva. In 1 word, strong. 2 words, awesome. 3 words, who else? From now on, he can not only play the role of a mage, but also a summoner. The Ancient Tree of Light is simply an awesome meat shield. With both offensive and defensive capabilities, it is sure to disgust any enemy to death. Chao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It's time to meet the skeleton mage again. Chapter 36 to Madman. Right now. There is less than an hour left before the bloodthirsty mark on Chao Wei disappears. In the past 23 hours. I don't know what tacit understanding they had, but neither Dua nor Chao Wei attacked each other immediately. A delicate balance seemed to have been reached between the two of them. Both sides seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. A chance to kill the other party. At this moment, in the Yellowstone Mountains, a team of 36 skeleton knights were slowly walking towards the Yellowstone camp. And behind them, there was a large group of skeleton warriors. If there is a careful soul power user, he will find it. The skeletons of these skeleton warriors almost all resemble those of the Ratmen. Just an hour ago, all the soul power users of alien races received this message. Ding! Congratulations to the skeleton tribe soulists for conquering the rat tribe's trial ground. The attributes of all skeleton tribe soulists in the trial ground will increase by 10%. Hear the news. Not only the whole world, but even Chao Wei's body was slightly stunned. Even he didn't expect that the killer skeleton soul power user opposite him would be so crazy. While hunting him down, they even did not forget to destroy a trial site protection zone of another alien race. As for the thousands of Ratman skeletons following behind Duva, it goes without saying that they are all the trophies Duva obtained through skeleton transformation. If there is any advantage of rat people, it is that they are very fertile. Unlike humans who give birth to 1 to 2 babies per pregnancy, the Ratmen can give birth to at least 12 to 20 offspring per pregnancy. This also led to insufficient resources, so that the strength of all the Ratmen was not very strong. This is also the reason why Duva decided to attack the territory of the Ratmen. With his 36 riders, Duva launched a frenzied attack on the Ratman territory without mercy. Faced with Dua, who was almost invincible during his apprenticeship period, the Ratmen could not come up with any decent opponent. Even the level 10 Ratman Guardian couldn't withstand Duva's attack. After a 10-hour bloody battle. Finally, in countless blood and flesh, Dua completed his nirvana. Tens of thousands of Ratman soul power users provided him with thousands of skeleton warriors. A group of skeletons marched towards the Yellowstone camp. Obviously, they are ready for the general attack. As for Chao Wei, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes at this moment. On the contrary, his eyes were flashing with excitement and madness. Standing on a high wall in Yellowstone Goblin. At this moment, behind him, 4 huge ancient trees of light appeared out of nowhere. If you don't look closely, these ancient trees of light look like ordinary century-old trees. Combined with the surrounding environment, these summons of Chao Wei do not seem out of place. But on their faces, you can see the outline of a human face. At this moment, Chao Wei has completely changed his equipment. No longer the original Guardian set. Just now, Chao Wei used all his mountain elf favorability to exchange for a priest suit. Forest Masky, Forest Gauntletsy, Forest Armory, Forest Bootsy, Forest Pantsy, and Forest Feather Hatty. Without saying anything, Chao Wei directly chose to evolve. Ding! Congratulations on getting the Forest Suit C. Forest Set Effect. Health, 5000. Physical Defense, 240. Magical Defense, 630. Physical Attack, 140. Magic Attack, 520. Strength, 40. Speed, 85. Intelligence, 120. Constitution, 65. Luck, 10. Set effect: after wearing, the user's soul power value increases by 1000 points the number of equipment parts, and magic attack increases by 5% the number of equipment parts. At this time, Chao Wei's attribute panel has completely changed. If you say that he was a warrior before, now, he is a complete wizard. Oh no! It's Holy Daddy. Name, Chao Wei. Level, 10. Equipment, Law Enforcement Mace D+, Forest Set C. Health, 7550. Soul Power, 7500. Physical Attack, 280. Magic Attack, 860. Physical Defense, 360. Magical Defense, 720. Strength, 104. Agility, 172. Intelligence, 210. Constitution, 250. Luck, 50. Skills: Energy Bar D, Sword Resistance D, Goblin Punk's Magic I C, Blinding Field B, Holy Light Bombardment C, Ancient of Light C+, Resurrection Spirit C+. Look at your own properties panel. Finally, Chao Wei took a deep breath. It's time to do something big. Chao Wei's face was solemn, and he shouted loudly to the 4 ancient trees of light behind him. Everyone, enter war mode. Today, I'm going to make a big move. Chao Wei spread out his 5 fingers. The next moment, countless holy lights appeared in Chao Wei's hands. Compared to the holy light bombardment released by Chao Wei before, this time, his holy light bullet was more than twice as big. His number is several times larger. Take Grandpa's move. Holy Light Blast. As for the target released by Chao Wei, it was not the sea of skeletons in the distance. The target he released was actually the one who was defending the Yellowstone camp at this moment. That's right. From the very beginning, Chao Wei's goal was not to defeat the mysterious skeleton wizard. Chao Wei had no idea that he had any chance of winning against the skeleton mage with just those ordinary apprentice soulmasters. So, the method Chao Wei thought of from the beginning was a blood sacrifice at the Yellowstone camp. To this end, he did not hesitate to take off his precious law enforcer suit and put on a forest suit with mage attributes. With the bonus of the new suit, Chao Wei's magic attack and intelligence suddenly increased. As it should be. His holy light bombardment has greatly increased both the attack range and attack strength. The terrifying rain of holy light bullets directly covered the entire Yellowstone camp. Suddenly, the mountain elves who had been expecting Chao Wei to come to the rescue like a hero were directly submerged in the holy light. Boom! A loud bang. Just a moment. The entire Yellowstone camp was engulfed in light. The city wall, which was originally engraved with complex inscriptions, was instantly turned into sand by wind. When Chao Wei stepped into the Yellowstone camp again. In the entire Yellowstone camp, only one person was left standing. This person is none other than the level 10 battalion commander of the Yellowstone camp. At this time, the battalion commander was half kneeling on the ground, looking at Chao Wei in disbelief and asked bitterly, Why are you doing this? Aren't we mountain elves good to you? Hearing the battalion commander's words, Chao Wei's face turned cold. Suddenly, a new ball of holy light appeared in his hand. The next moment, it directly submerged the battalion commander in front of him. Because, you are too weak. Do I need to teach you the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure? Chapter 37 Acting Skills. Ding! You defeated Tusogai, the camp commander of Yellowstone Camp, and gained 2,500 experience points. Ding! Your actions have angered the mountain elves. In the next 2 hours, you will suffer a total of 10 waves of attacks. The defense was successful, and we obtained permanent use rights for the Yellowstone Camp. The defense has failed, and the mountain elves will reoccupy the Yellowstone Camp. Hearing this familiar defensive task, Chao Wei narrowed his eyes. Compared with the last mission with the goblins, this mission is obviously much more difficult. There are 10 waves of enemies in 2 hours, and the highest level can even reach the second level. Even Chao Wei was not sure whether he could defend against the attack. So, a fierce look flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. Without saying a word, he changed into his law enforcer suit and once again became an ordinary warrior. After changing to the trembling axe, Chao Wei struck his arms, torso, and thighs with the axe. Puff! Blood gushed out of his body. Although the damage was not serious, it looked very dangerous. Then, there was a thump sound. Chao Wei fell directly to the ground. The whole person looked like a seriously injured and unconscious soldier, concealing his aura to the minimum. After a while, a portal appeared around Yellowstone Camp. A team of about 20 mountain elves slowly walked out of the portal, wearing the same company's standard combat uniforms. This team of mountain elves, led by a shaman profession, slowly stepped into the Yellowstone Camp with their all first-level animal companions. Leading the group was a mountain elf carrying a mountain eagle on his shoulders. After looking around, the other party finally discovered it. The entire Yellowstone Camp has turned into a dead zone. He couldn't help but clench his fists and said viciously, "Who is it? How dare you attack our Yellowstone Camp?" The only answer he got was dead silence. There wasn't even a single enemy around. The leader couldn't help but frown slightly, and quickly ordered his subordinates to spread out and investigate the surrounding situation. The group of people quickly dispersed. After a while, several elves just happened to find Chao Wei lying unconscious on the ground, dying. A group of people carried Chao Wei to the Captain Sander Haroon, looking at the human in front of him. For some reason, Sander just felt annoyed. "Thoro, awaken this human soul power user." After hearing Sander's words, the male mountain elf named Thoreau immediately came slowly to Chao Wei. Just see. A resurrected spirit that looked like a lotus appeared at the other person's fingertips. Looking at Chao Wei in front of him, the spirit of resurrection just shook his body slightly. As the raindrops fell, the raindrops dripping on Chao Wei actually slowly repaired Chao Wei's bleeding wounds. Let out a long breath. Chao Wei finally slowly woke up. When he saw Sander and his group in front of him, his face was immediately filled with disbelief. Touching his face, Chao Wei asked in disbelief, "I am still alive? Whether you live or die is not decided by you, but by me. Human, I can save you, but I can also kill you again. Tell me what happened at Yellowstone Camp, and I'll spare your life, depending on the circumstances." Looking at Chao Wei, who was in a daze in front of him, Sander's eyes were full of icy coldness. Like an emotionless machine, he suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Chao Wei coldly and asked, "Really?" After hearing what Sander said, he looked at the mountain elf soldiers around him. A hint of fear flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. He suddenly shouted loudly, "It's skeletons! There are at least thousands of them. He killed everyone in our camp and turned the dead into new skeletons." Heard rumors about Chao Wei. Suddenly, Sander's face darkened. In fact, more than 10 hours ago, the mountain elves had received intelligence that the skeleton tribe might make a big move. That's why they issued a war mercenary mission, inviting soul power users from other races to come and help. But what no one expected was, it's only been a few hours, not even a day. The Yellowstone Camp was completely destroyed? How powerful must the skeleton soul master be who destroyed the Yellowstone Camp? Sander couldn't help but look a little cold, and asked coldly while looking at Chao Wei in front of him, "Tell me everything you know. If you dare to leave out even a single word, I'll kill you." Right now. Duva was leading a large group of skeleton soldiers and walking quickly towards the Yellowstone Camp. Activate the bloodthirsty mark exploration skill for the last time. At this moment, in the Yellowstone Camp, a surge of blood energy slowly rose into the sky. Duva's brows furrowed slightly. It's come to the end, and you still think you can hold on to the Yellowstone campground? I have to say, this little guy, although smart, is also quite naive. Ha, I overestimated him. Thinking of this, Duva's face turned slightly cold. If this is all Chao Wei is capable of, then he can just die. Looking at the Yellowstone camp less than 2 miles away, Duva waved his staff. Attack! Accompanied by Duva's orders. Suddenly, countless Ratman soldiers rushed towards the Yellowstone camp. Leading the way were 2 giant Ratman skeletons at least 3 meters tall. This is the biggest trophy that Dua got from conquering the Ratman camp, 2 second-level skeletons. With the blessing of the undead suit, the skeleton clan, and the halo of the half-deadly hung behind him. The strength of these 2 second-level rat leaders directly recovered to the peak strength before their death. Apart from not being able to use skills, he has almost no shortcomings. Not only that, behind these 2 rat leaders, there are at least hundreds of first-level Ratman skeletons. 2 second-turn skeletons, hundreds of first-turn skeletons and thousands of apprentice Ratman skeletons are more than enough for Dua to start another war. If handled properly, his team could grow like a snowball. Even conquer the entire trial ground. As for Chao Wei, if he was hiding in the Yellowstone camp, it's just right, let us use him as a blood sacrifice along with this camp. In this way, a group of skeletons came to the city wall of Yellowstone camp in a mighty manner. The expected scene of thousands of elves on high alert did not occur. On the contrary, at this time, hundreds of elves gathered in the Yellowstone camp. What's going on? Did they all escape? Looking at the relatively quiet scene in front of him, Duva was slightly stunned, not knowing what was going on. But when he felt the strength of the mountain elf soul power users on the city wall, the soul fire in his eye sockets couldn't help but tremble slightly. Surprisingly, they are all first-level elven soul masters. Chapter 38 Sun Chaser Archer. Seeing this group of first-level mountain elf soul power users, Duva only thought for a moment and understood what was going on. I saw a gleam in his eyes. The next moment, he couldn't stop laughing. Ha ha! Interesting. It's so interesting. I haven't been this excited in a long time. Boy, you are really interesting. Obviously. Duva has guessed Chao Wei's plan and admires his ruthlessness. Duva is now becoming more and more interested in this young man who has repeatedly surprised him. Looking at the young man on the city wall who was grinning at him, Duva chuckled. He waved the staff lightly. The next moment, countless hellhounds appeared beside him. Summon Hellhound D summons a hellhound with fire damage, 500 HP, 200 physical and magic attacks, and the skill, Self-Destruction, which lasts for 6 hours. Cooldown, 2 minutes time. Self-Destruct C, Self-Destruction causes damage equal to HP 4 times. After self-destruction, HP returns to 0. This hellhound is Duva's new skill. After hunting down the entire Ratman tribe, Dua now has countless new skills. Compared to the last time Chao Wei saw him, it is obvious that Dua must be more powerful now. Seeing Dua's new summon, Chao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Fortunately, he chose to massacre the Yellowstone camp. Otherwise, how would he kill such a monster? What's even more infuriating is the intervention of football trader Li Hang. At this time, Li Hang was hanging behind the skeleton horse. But in order to enable him to play the greatest role, Duva actually temporarily prepared a new set of D-level equipment for him. Halo Warrior Set D 5th set of parts. Aura Warrior Set effect, using aura skills increases the effect by 3% the number of equipment parts. Consumption is reduced by 5% the number of equipment parts. Li Hang has 5 sets of suits. Then his aura effect can be improved by 15% on the original basis. Looking at Chao Wei on the opposite city wall, Li Hang's eyes were bloodshot. Chao Wei. I'm back from hell to find you. All I heard was Li Hang's angry roar. The next moment, countless halos burst out from his body. Aura of nobility. Armor-piercing aura. Aura of power. Speed halo. Raging aura. Lasting aura. Rage aura C. After release, teammates' attack speed and critical hit rate increase by 15%. Lasting aura E+, after release, increases teammates' health by 5%. Suddenly, 6 powerful halos were released. Layers of halo were released from Li Hang's body. It instantly covered most of the skeletons present. Thousands of skeleton soldiers seemed to have expanded in size, and their strength was even several times stronger than when they were alive. Seeing this scene, even the captain of the mountain elves, Sander, couldn't help but change his expression slightly. No wonder the skeleton tribe was able to kill the Skaven tribe and then invade our mountain elves. The wizard on the other side must have some special talents or skills. Such a skeleton mage must not be allowed to stay. Everyone, no matter what, cannot let the other mage go back alive today. Everyone, listen to my command, shoot. Hearing Xander's order. Suddenly, all the mountain elves around drew their bows and arrows. Among them, the configuration of one elf team is the most special. Everyone was wearing the same D-level green equipment. Drawing the bow and arrow, he looks very domineering. An average of 3 arrows are fired per second, and each arrow can smash a skeleton soldier. Although there are only 20 people, they can shoot 60 arrows per second, which means 3,600 arrows per minute. A team of only 20 people actually exuded the momentum of thousands of troops. A rain of arrows shot towards the skeleton army in front of them. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there was only a series of snapping sounds coming from the ground. Countless skeleton soldiers were shot into sieves in an instant. It takes less than a minute. The army of thousands of people in front of them actually lost more than 1,000 people. Ha, the sun chaser archer of the mountain elves, the reputation is indeed well deserved. With just one turn of strength, he could actually kill opponents that were 10 or 100 times stronger than himself. But, if it were an ordinary soul power user, they might be scared. We are old rivals, ha 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 ha. Gently raising his staff, Duva suddenly hummed a new magic. Mist. Mist E releases a fog without any special features. The visibility of allies and enemies within the fog is reduced by 30%, making it difficult for enemies to see the direction inside the fog. Consumes 100 soul points, and 20 soul points are consumed for each second. Cooldown, 12 seconds time. An ordinary dark skill. Under normal circumstances, this skill would be absolutely useless. But for the Sun Chaser shooter team, this is a magical skill that interferes with the opponent. Really? Accompanied by the call of Duva Mist. The next moment, thick smoke rose around the Yellowstone camp. From a distance, there is actually a hint of chilliness. After a while, with Duva's continuous output, the entire area around the Yellowstone camp was turned into a ghost-like atmosphere by Duva. Seeing the fog in front of them, the Sun Chaser archers couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Look at Sander beside you. Suddenly, Sander gritted his teeth and yelled directly at the soldiers around him. In short, we have to hold on until the last hour no matter what. All members of the shaman team, follow me to the camp. Accompanied by Xander's roar. The next moment, the sculpture on his shoulder let out a loud roar. After the roar, everyone, including Chao Wei, had their eyes flashing with golden light. Ding! You have gained the blessing of the barrier-breaking aura of the golden-eyed mountain eagle. Barrier aura, your vision is improved by 15%, allowing you to see through fog and spot enemies in the dark. All right. Halo and the like are not Li Heng's exclusive skills. Obviously, Sander's animal companion has extraordinary abilities. Accompanied by the blessing of the barrier-breaking aura. In an instant, one mountain elf after another rushed down the wall in front of them. One by one, they don't even use Call of the Wild. He brought his animal companions with him and confronted this group of skeleton soldiers. After all, no matter how many halos these skeleton soldiers have, they are just soul users with apprentice strength. In addition, their true form is the already fragile ratmen. In a short while, they were beaten to pieces by this group of mountain elves and their animal companions. Even those ratmen who have reached the first level of strength are not their match in 3 rounds. Far away, seeing the mountain elves fighting bravely, Dua's soulfire couldn't help but ignite slightly. So powerful? How about trying this? He shook his staff gently. The next moment, a dark magic full of strangeness came out directly from Dua's mouth. Dark Magic, Plague A. Chapter 39 The Power of the Tyrants. Plague A consumes 2,000 soul points to summon a large plague cloud. Any soul player who enters the plague cloud will be inflicted with the plague state, with a chance of entering the confusion or hallucination states. Each second this state lasts consumes 200 soul points. Cooldown, 1 minute time. The terrifying A-level skill is accompanied by terrifying soul power consumption. If it were an ordinary apprentice wizard, even releasing it might be a problem. Although it was difficult for Dua to cast such dark magic, he was still able to do it with ease. Just see. The original fog was slowly replaced by a cloud of purple-black smoke. The mountain elves who were just fighting bravely. The moment I entered the strange-colored cloud, I felt something was wrong. Ding! You enter a special scene and gain the Plague status. Plague, your overall stats decrease by 30%, and your skill cast success rate decreases by 30%. For every 5 minutes you stay, your stats decrease by an additional 10%. After exiting the special scene, the plague remains for 5 minutes. After seeing this status prompted by the system, the expressions of all the elves suddenly changed. What the hell is this situation? How could there be such a disgusting situation in the world? Moreover, even if you exit the poison circle, you still have to endure the penalty of 5 minutes of attribute degradation and failure to release skills. It's so scary that I have no friends. No. Captain, my attributes are decreasing too quickly. Me too, I can't fight anymore. Captain, should we retreat? Fuck, now I can't even beat a first-level Ratman skeleton soldier. Oh no. Tom was killed by that second-level skeleton soldier. Captain, give the order quickly. I saw the calls from my teammates. At this time, Sander gritted his teeth. After 3 seconds of silence, he instantly understood the situation. Retreat. Otherwise, forget about lasting an hour. I'm afraid I can't even last 10 minutes. Those 2 second-level Ratman skeletons were definitely not something they could defeat at their current level. Although the Ratmen who have turned into skeletons cannot use skills, they can still wear their equipment as usual. The 2 second-level rat skeletons, one is a melee fighter and the other is a shooter with long-range capabilities. Whether it was attack or defense, it gave Sander and his teammates an unmatched feeling. After taking a deep breath, Sander stopped trying to be brave. And his teammates behind him. After hearing Sander's order, everyone immediately fled back to the city walls. The Elven squadron originally had nearly 50 people go down, but when they came back, there were less than 40 people left. Seeing that he had lost so many of his subordinates in an instant, Sander's heart was bleeding. But Duva on the opposite side didn't care about Sander's mentality. Just see. He leisurely drank a bottle of high-level mana replenishing potion. The plague that was about to dissipate suddenly condensed again and became even more expanded. It looked like the plague was about to rush into the wall. Suddenly, a sense of crisis hung over everyone's heart. After taking a deep breath, Sander quickly adjusted his mood. He suddenly gave a loud order. All mages or other professional soul users with wind skills, try your best to stop the strange cloud in front of you. Sunstrider squad, fire indiscriminately. Use explosive arrows. Hearing Xander's order, the team, which was originally a little panicked, instantly regained its morale. Soon, 3 or 5 soul masters with wind-related skills walked out of the team and began to use their skills against the plague monster cloud. And the Sun Chaser squad. They were originally holding ordinary arrows, but they instantly changed their quivers. Everyone took out a golden quiver from their space equipment. Each quiver only has 20 arrows. Although there are not many of them, you can tell by the beautiful inscriptions and sharp tip of the arrows. All arrows must have been processed and enchanted by masters. In fact, it is true. The reason why the Sun Chaser team has its current name is inseparable from the equipment they are equipped with. This type of arrow has the sharpness and explosion enchantments added. The price of each one is no less than that of E+ grade equipment. What is even more annoying is, these arrows are all disposable props. Explosive arrow, with level 1, sharp, enchantment and level 1, explosive, enchantment, it can easily penetrate armor equipment below level E and produce a violent explosion. 20 arrows are equivalent to 20 pieces of E+ grade equipment. How can this be called archery? This is just burning money. Nothing else to say. Chao Wei knew it just by looking at the lively halo that occasionally flashed on the arrow. These mountain elves must be very rich. You guys are making me feel embarrassed. Not only do those with average soul power have D-level professions like shaman. Even the props, equipment, and skills they use are much better than those of humans. If we say that the skeleton tribe, with their scarce equipment, is a poor jerk to humans. So the way humans view mountain elves is probably similar to how we view skeletons. Chao Wei thought about the expressions of the foreigners around him when he was wandering around the Yellowstone camp, saying that he looked like a country bumpkin. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. How can I repair it? I actually despise you, Master Chow, for being a poor idiot. Sure enough, it was right to blow up your nest. Even though many girls later threw themselves into his arms, they thought he was a rich and handsome man. But I don't care what you think, I care what I think. Mountain elves are richer and more powerful than humans, and that is their original sin. Chow Wei must drive the mountain elves out of the trial ground. Just as Chow Wei was maliciously speculating on how to help the group of elf friends in front of him, the Sun Chaser team has begun their new round of attack. But this time, they no longer shot indiscriminately like before. Everyone carefully drew their bows and arrows. The next moment, all I heard was a roar from Sander. His mountain eagle immediately released the barrier-breaking aura again. Shoot! In an instant, 20 arrows shot towards a second-level skeleton ratman present like a strong wind. Ding, ding, ding. The arrow pierced into the body of the second-level ratman skeleton as smoothly as piercing tofu. The next moment. Boom! A loud bang. Suddenly, the entire Yellowstone Mountains seemed to shake. Chow Wei, who was not far away, couldn't help swallowing his saliva after seeing this scene. Wow! This is the power of rich people. Mom, I want to play like this too. However, the mountain elves are also really awesome. He is rich and willful, and his attack methods are different from those of ordinary soul power users. If so many arrows were shot into me. Thinking of this, Chow Wei shuddered instantly. The thought of such an attack made the Sun Chaser team able to carry out another 19 rounds. How can I repair it? I don't envy you damn rich people at all. Chapter 40 Lava Arrows. In the smoke, a huge ratman skeleton was suddenly blown into pieces. And within a radius of 20 meters around him, a hot vacuum zone was formed. Even the dead skeletons felt endless fear at this moment. He saw that his team's first round of attack eliminated a powerful second-level ratman skeleton. A slight sigh of relief appeared on Sander's face. As for the other second-level rat skeleton, the Sun Chaser team did not shoot him. It's entirely because the other party is a Sagittarius. I saw that the second-level archer ratman skeleton was hiding far away outside the range of the Sun Chaser team. After seeing the strength of the Sun Chaser team, he would never step out of line. Sander couldn't help but frown slightly. His fists clenched, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. It was this skeleton shooter that caused him to lose at least 4 team members. If he couldn't kill him, Sander would feel sorry for the brothers who had always followed him. Looking ahead, there was still an endless sea of skeletons. Finally, after pondering for a moment, Sander immediately began a new round of orders. Everyone, from now on, use explosive arrows to shoot indiscriminately. Whoever can kill that second-level ratman on the opposite side will be rewarded with a D rank, usable skill scroll from me personally. Hear what Sander said. Chow Wei, who was originally slacking off on the side. In an instant, his eyes lit up. D-level skills. This is good stuff. As expected of a wealthy race, even a team leader is so generous. Suddenly, Chow Wei in the crowd raised his hand. Captain. Captain. Me. Can you take a look at me? You? When Sander heard Chow Wei's self-recommendation, he was slightly stunned at first. Looking at the human soul power user in front of him who was only an apprentice. With a puff sound, Sander burst into laughter. Not only him, but also the mountain elves around him seemed to have heard some very funny joke. The entire battlefield seemed to become lively because of Chow Wei's joke. Ha, you're just a newcomer at the trainee level, and you want to kill a second-level soul master? Go home and take a shower. How many dishes did you have to drink like this? Do you think you're the destined protagonist in a night novel? I, Cole, am making this clear today. If you succeed, I'll eat your shit alive. Ha! That's a big bet. Count me in. Ha ha ha. Obviously. No one believed that Chow Wei could deal with the opponent's second-level ratman skeleton. Looking at Sander, who was also looking at him with a playful expression, Chow Wei scratched his head shyly. Chow Wei said uncertainly. Captain Sander, although I can't kill the second-level soul master on the opposite side, I have a way to help you kill him. I have an item that can strengthen your arrows, but it comes at a high price. Oh? Hearing Chow Wei's words, Sander was slightly stunned at first. But soon, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Sander suddenly asked, "This item of yours can enhance an E+ level arrow to what level?" Hearing Sander's words, Chao Wei immediately patted his chest and made a promise. "At least strengthen it to D+ or even C level." Hiss. Hear what Chao Wei said. The people around them gasped instantly. A prop that can directly enhance an item by 1 or even 2 levels. Everyone knows what this thing means. If it's an A rank item. Thinking of this, a hint of greed suddenly flashed in Sander's eyes. Looking at Chao Wei, his eyes were instantly filled with ill intentions, and he asked coldly, "Where is that prop? Can you show it to me?" Hearing Sander's words, Chao Wei just laughed. How could he not know what the other party is planning? Chao Wei coughed slightly and spoke directly. Items can only be used on items, not equipment. And there's a limit, it can only be used on items no higher than E rank, so, hey, it's not as valuable as you think." Really? After hearing Chao Wei's words, a hint of disappointment immediately flashed in Sander's eyes. Looked at Chao Wei. He doesn't look like a rich kid. Sure enough, this kind of thing is a precious treasure even among mountain elves. No matter how rich the human race is, how could they possibly give it to a mere newcomer? It should have been used as a strategic item long ago. Immediately. Xander nodded and said directly, "Although you can't kill the enemy directly, if your item can help us, I can choose one of the 3 E+ level skill scrolls that suits you." Finished. Sander took out 3 skill books directly from his space bag. Hearing Sander's words, Chao Wei frowned slightly. Isn't it a D-level skill scroll? Only. When Chao Wei saw Sander looking at him with a meaningful look, he narrowed his eyes instantly. My goodness, he's all alone, and this guy is planning to fleece him. As expected, even among the most neutral races, there can be no complete fairness. Having an E+ level skill scroll is better than nothing. Anyway, it just costs him some experience points. You think you will make a lot of money, but I will definitely not lose anything. Immediately. Chao Wei nodded with pretended pain. He picked up an explosive arrow from a sun chaser archer nearby and pretended to take something out of his space watch. In fact, he was using his own skills. Holy Evolution. Ding. You used Holy Evolution on the E+ rank item explosive arrow, consuming 2000 experience points. You obtained the C rank item Lava Arrow. Lava Arrow C, Sharpness +3, Flame +4, Speed +2, Range +2. After the arrow hits the target, a high temperature of 1400 degrees will instantly be generated within a radius of 40 meters, lasting for 3 seconds. He took the brand new arrow handed to him by Chao Wei. After seeing the data of this new arrow, with a gulp sound, Sander immediately swallowed his saliva. Fuck. 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 After shouting fuck 3 times in a row, Sander couldn't control his expression for a moment. Is this still the explosive arrow from before? Compared with the lava arrow in front of him, Sander instantly felt that the previous explosive arrow was like a weak fire stick. This arrow is simply a god-level prop for archers. Who needs a wife when you have this thing? Isn't it fun to play with arrows? Your wife can shoot out lava? Suddenly, Sander, who had just had a hint of doubt about Chao Wei, became refreshed. Bork. Come here. You're the best shooter in the team. Use this, My name is Chao Wei. Use the arrow sponsored by my friend Chao Wei and shoot at the level 2 rat skeleton opposite. All right. Even Chao Wei's name has changed. Sure enough, soul power users are so realistic. If you don't have the ability, people won't even look at you. Now that you have the ability, people can't wait to treat you as their father and lick you. At this moment, the archer named Bork came to Sander's side. Picking up the arrow in front of him, his eyes bulged slightly like Sander's. He immediately grabbed Chao Wei's arm and asked excitedly, Brother Chao Wei, can you still make arrows like this? I'll take as many as you have, and I'm willing to exchange a D-level skill book with you. Chapter 41, Finally I can play the role of a shooter. Looking at the emotional Bork in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but look sideways. Wow, is a mountain elf archer so rich? He is even more generous than the team leader next to him? It's just a C-level prop. In Chao Wei's opinion, the value of this lava arrow is not comparable to that of a D-level skill scroll. Maybe this is what is called information bias. My dregs, his nectar? Isn't this lava arrow easy for him to use? I just like to see you elves being ignorant. Look, who's the bumpkin? Looking at Bork in front of him, Chao Wei said with an embarrassed look on his face. I do have one more chance to use it, but this last chance is for me to save my life. So I'm sorry, Mr. Burke, I may not be able to give you the opportunity. After hearing what Chao Wei said, Bork was not angry at all. On the contrary, there was also an expression of surprise on his face. Chao Wei actually still has one chance. Bork saw the power of this lava arrow. For Chao Wei, the lava arrow may just be an ordinary disposable prop. But for a shooter like Bork, its role is second only to a high-performance life-saving prop. Whether it is to start a team fight, behead or break the game, lava arrow is the best choice. Just like now. Touching the brand new lava arrow in front of him, the intoxication on Bork's face was as if he was caressing the most beautiful female mountain elf in the world. In addition to admiration, his eyes were filled with love. Bork felt a pang of pain when he thought about shooting the arrow. But what if there is a second arrow like this? Bork couldn't help but look at the captain beside him with anticipation. Lord Sander, I beg you to help me finance the purchase of Mr. Chao Wei's props for me. When the time comes, I am willing to use my 6 months of merit to pay off the debt. Oh? Hearing Bork's words, Sander couldn't help but be slightly touched. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and looked at Chao Wei thoughtfully. Chao Wei, my friend. If you can give Bork the last chance to use your item, you will not only gain our friendship. I can also give you the D-rank skill scroll I just promised you. Together with Bork's skill selection, you can choose 2 in total. He. Hearing Sander's words, Chao Wei couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This Sander is really good at calculating. Use something that originally belonged to Chao Wei to exchange with him 4 precious props and evolution props? It's a pity that this guy can still act like you made a profit. But, he. The same thing. You think you made money, but I definitely didn't lose money. After just hesitating for a moment, Chao Wei nodded with difficulty. He looked at Sander and Bork in front of him with a somewhat uncertain expression. Finally, Chao Wei sighed softly. Well, after all, the mountain elves are my friends. Great. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Bork immediately hugged him excitedly. At the same time, he picked up an explosive arrow from his quiver and handed it to Chao Wei himself. Along with the explosive arrow, a D-level skill scroll was also sent out. Ding! The mountain elf Bork gives you a D-level skill scroll, Archery Mastery. Ding! The mountain elf Sander presents you with 3 D-level skill scrolls, Soul of Light, Spirit of the Ancestral Beast, and Feather of Lightness. Please choose one. Archery Mastery D. After use, the user will gain Intermediate Mountain Elf Archery and Yellowstone Archery. Soul of Light D. Consumes 500 soul points, summons an elemental creature with light attributes, possesses the user, and randomly improves most of the caster's attributes within half a minute. Spirit of the Ancestral Beast D. Consumes 500 soul points to summon an animal companion with light attributes, which possesses the user and randomly improves most of the caster's attributes within half a minute. Feather of Lightness D. Consumes 400 soul points and increases the movement speed of a single target by 25%. See the 4 scrolls in front of you. Chao Wei couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. As expected of a mountain elf, his moves were so domineering. Chao Wei unconsciously drooled like a country bumpkin. Sander and Bork in front of him were instantly covered with a layer of golden light. Especially Bork's archery mastery. The moment Chao Wei saw this skill scroll, his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Finally, he also has the opportunity to play as a shooter. I feel like I'm becoming more and more versatile. Looking at the 3-chapter scroll that Sander handed to him, Chao Wei nodded slightly. It has the characteristics of the mountain elves, and they are all skills that can be used by priests. After just a moment of thought, Chao Wei had already made a decision in his heart. Pick up Bork's mastery of archery, and Sander's feather of lightness. Chao Wei stuffed it into his space watch without saying a word. The reason for choosing light feather is because the other 2 skills are full of instability. The word arbitrary is very spiritual. Who knows what kind of elemental creature or animal companion Chao Wei will summon at that time. Compared to uncontrollable variables, Chao Wei still prefers the feeling of being in control of everything. What a pity. At this time, Chao Wei no longer had much experience points. Otherwise, he would have wanted to upgrade all the 2 skill scrolls in front of him right now. Without saying a word, Chao Wei directly picked up the explosive arrow handed to him by Bork. Holy evolution! The next moment, a brand new lava arrow appeared in Chao Wei's hand. Bork picked up the lava arrow in front of him with some trembling and put it away carefully. Then, with his new love, he picked up the lava arrow without any reluctance. Regarding the second-level rat skeleton in the distance. Draw the bow. Archery. The whole action was done in one go. Just see. Inscriptions filled with golden color like magma shot out rapidly in the air. Because of the speed, a line of fire was even created in the air. The second-level rat skeleton on the opposite side didn't even react. His chest was pierced by the arrow shot by Bork. The huge force in an instant directly sent his entire body flying, accompanied by high-temperature combustion up to 1,600 degrees. Boom! An explosive roar sounded. In an instant, centered around the second-turn Ratman skeleton, the surroundings were instantly filled with a spherical golden flame. The temperature is so horrible that people can't help but sweat even if they are 100 meters away. Now, even Dua, who was originally sitting leisurely on the skeleton horse, couldn't help but be slightly moved. What kind of power is this? Not to mention the second level, the attack just now definitely exceeded the strength of the third level. Chapter 42, City Fall. The terrifying golden flames slowly dissipated. As the flames disappeared, the ground became a vacuum zone. This moment, whether it is elves or skeletons, all the soul power users stopped what they were doing. A group of soul power users stared blankly at the fire pit in the distance. At this time, the ground has turned into red magma due to the high temperature. Within the surrounding 40 square meters, there is no other life except magma. Looking at the deep lava pit in front of him, even Duva broke out in a cold sweat. Can't help it. He looked towards Bork, who had shot the arrow. The soul fire in the eye sockets turned into the color of blood at this moment. Absolutely, we can't let this guy continue fighting. Soul, shock. Far away. Bork was still stunned by his own masterpiece. Sudden. He just felt as if his heart was hit by a heavy punch. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. The next moment, the system prompted that he had inexplicably developed 3 negative states. Oh no! Priest, come quickly and dispel Bork's status. He's been ambushed by the skeleton mage. He saw his own men suddenly vomit blood and faint. Sander, who was standing by, suddenly felt scared and called out to the priest in the team. And Chao Wei. At this moment, he was also immersed in deep shock. To be honest, he didn't expect that the power of Bork's arrow just now would be so terrifying. It's no longer a question of blood volume. The high temperature of 1,600 degrees can melt even rocks, let alone flesh and blood? Chao Wei asked himself if he could possibly block the terrifying arrow just now. The answer is no. Suddenly, Chao Wei looked at the unconscious Bork, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Just now, he personally made another lava arrow for this guy. Creating such a terrifying enemy for yourself is really tricky. Chao Wei just snorted coldly. I have already sentenced Bork to death in my heart. Wait until the mountain elves and the opposing skeleton mages are both exhausted. His first target was Bork in front of him. The other side. Duva had also recovered from the shock. After drinking a bottle of mana replenishing potion, he seemed very satisfied with the attack he had just made. After killing an enemy that could threaten him, Duva then took a deep breath and summoned another hellhound. Go! He gently scolded the hellhound. This hellhound lurks in the sea of skeletons. In the following battle, the skeletons seem to have reacted. People no longer crowd around each other. Instead, under Duva's command, all the skeletons dispersed and left, surrounding the Yellowstone camp. As a last resort, Sander had to order everyone to disperse and attack the surrounding skeletons. As for Chao Wei, at this moment, he looked at the remaining experience on his panel. 7,286 points. There is still a gap of more than 2,000 experience points from the 10,000 experience points required to evolve a D-level scroll. Chao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Looking at the sea of skeletons in front of him, he decided to intervene slightly. Just see. He snapped his fingers slightly. The next moment, a huge ancient tree rose from the ground. I saw an old face full of wrinkles in the middle of the ancient tree. This is exactly the ancient tree of light summoned by Chao Weixin. Name: Ancient Tree of Light. HP: 4350. Physical attack: 68. Magic attack: 0. Physical defense: 245. Magical defense: 210. Skill: Resuscitation. Resurrection: when attacking an enemy, the Ancient of Light has a chance to summon a Tree of Light with 1/3 of its own attributes, which lasts for 10 minutes. Clatter. Just see. The giant tree in front of me shook its leaves. Then, his entire body rose from the ground. The branches and leaves slowly condensed into a tree sword and tree shield. The next moment, the ancient tree swung his 4-meter-long giant sword and swept it fiercely at the skeletons in front of him. 68. 68. 68. Countless injuries burst out from the sea of skeletons. Accompanied by the terrifying impact force, many skeletons were directly knocked away by the ancient tree's punch. Seeing the ancient tree of light suddenly appearing in front of him, Due in the distance was stunned for a moment, then sneered again. It's all in vain. Duva just waved his staff lightly. The next moment, a thick black ray shot directly towards the ancient tree in the distance. 1650. A huge damage was dealt to the ancient tree of light. Suddenly, the ancient tree groaned in pain. But soon, he regained his composure and let out a roar. He attacked the skeletons in front of him even harder. Ha! It seemed that he did not expect that his attack would not kill the other party. A hint of interest flickered in Dua's soul fire. Picking up the staff in his hand, Duva unleashed a new skill. Dark Puppetry. Dark Puppetry C+, consumes 1200 soul points. Has a chance to manipulate an enemy's pet, mount, or summon creature. The success rate depends on the difference in intelligence between the caster and the target. Cooldown, 12 minutes time. Just see. A black aura rose faintly from his staff. The next moment, these black auras coiled around the ancient bright tree in the distance like silk threads. Woo! Suddenly, the ancient tree of light let out a wail. After only a short while, the right to use the ancient tree of light was snatched away by Dua. Ding! Your intelligence is lower than that of the skeleton mage Dua Harry, and your control over the ancient tree of light has been taken away by him. Chao Wei just felt that there was a gap in his brain for a moment. Wait until he comes to his senses. The ancient tree of light was completely black, and the pupils of the old face made of bark were also shining with black light. Not good. I thought to myself, oh no. Chao Wei retreated directly towards the distant battlefield. And the ancient tree of light controlled by Dua. I saw that the branch in his hand began to slowly entwine. After a while, the sword and shield in his hands turned into a huge tree hammer. Facing the city wall in front, the ancient tree is like the most professional craftsman. Boom! A loud bang. The entire city wall shook slightly. That's not all. I don't know when. Hellhounds have gathered around the city wall where the ancient tree of light is located. Trapped around the city walls, these hellhounds seem to have made a plan beforehand. The next moment, they became bigger and bigger like a rolling ball. Boom, boom, boom. This is exactly their skill, self-destruction. The walls of Yellowstone Camp shook violently for a moment. The defensive inscriptions originally engraved on it also became dim with the explosion. Thick cracks appeared on the wall. Crack! Amidst the great changes that befell Sander and his party. The next moment, the city wall in front of them collapsed. Yellowstone Campground, broken. Chapter 43 Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. A wall was broken. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Such a strong city wall finally collapsed due to the self-explosion of the skeleton sea and hellhounds. Seeing the scene in front of him, Sander's face turned pale. He just roared. Everyone, return to the north side of the camp. Defend this last wall even if you die. As if in response to Sander's roar. The next moment, a new team of mountain elves slowly walked out of the dimensional gate. Leading the way was a cavalryman riding a tiger. Behind him, there were 19 team members riding leopards. When he saw this team, Sander's eyes lit up instantly. Tiger and leopard cavalry. Just in time. Cannerback. Come and give me a hand. Having just crossed over to the trial ground, the team leader named Cannerback seems to have not yet adapted to the situation. but after seeing the chaotic scene in the camp and the broken city wall, almost instantly, he understood the current situation of Yellowstone Camp. Just see. Cannerback directly put his index and middle fingers into his mouth. Call out. A loud whistle came out of his mouth, accompanied by the sound of his whistle. The muscles of all the mounts he and his team members were riding were tense. Like a spring ready to explode, he lay prone on the ground. Go! Everyone, use beast charge. All I heard was a roar from Cannerback. Suddenly, this tiger and leopard cavalry squad of only 20 people instantly formed a triangle and charged towards the sea of skeletons right in front of them. A tiger-like shadow condensed and took shape from the bodies of this night team. This moment, Chow Wei only felt that the tiger and leopard cavalry squad in front of him was not a cavalry squad, but a real tiger. A brutal and domineering beast. The terrifying tiger rushed into the sea of skeletons in front of it as if no one was around. Wherever he went, no grass grew. A huge sea of skeletons. In front of the tiger and leopard cavalry, it was like a fragile piece of white paper. An ordinary charge actually created a gap in the sea of skeletons in front of them. Rush to the end. Cannerback only felt that the view in front of him suddenly became clear. In less than 5 minutes, he actually broke through the sea of skeletons in front of him. The tiger and leopard cavalry are so terrifying. But Cannerback doesn't seem satisfied with his own record. From a distance, he immediately saw Duva's lonely figure not far away, sitting alone on his skeleton horse. A half-deadly Han was hanging beside him. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Cannerback's eyes. If we kill the skeleton mage on the opposite side, won't these skeletons be leaderless? By then, won't these scattered skeletons be left for him to slaughter? Thinking of this, Cannerback did not obey Sanders' order to retreat behind him. He gave an order and shouted to the team members behind him. Everyone, target the skeleton mage opposite. Charge! Hearing Cannerback's order, all the members of the tiger and leopard cavalry team roared together at the same time. The huge tiger phantom rushed directly towards Dua on the opposite side without saying a word. Looking at the tiger in front of him that was getting closer and closer, a faint smile flashed across Duva's face. He picked up his undead staff and slammed it hard on the ground. Missed. The next moment, countless thick black fogs quickly dissipated from his staff and enveloped him. Looking at the thick fog in front of him, Cannerback just snorted coldly. Eagle eyes. His eyes suddenly became bright and sharp. Duva's figure was right in front of Cannerback and he had nowhere to hide. He's on the right. Follow me. Duva's face seemed a little surprised, as if he didn't expect that the other party would find his location. Then came panic. And after seeing the expression on Duva's face, Cannerback couldn't help but smile coldly. Didn't you expect that? I have the ability to see through things. That's all. The tiger and leopard cavalry squad was getting closer and closer to Dua. 50 meters. 25 meters. The last 10 meters. Just as Cannerback's spear was about to pierce Dua's head, Duva, who seemed to be so frightened that he couldn't even walk, suddenly had a playful smile on his skull face. Suddenly, the fire of his soul began to flicker slightly. Calmly release 2 skills. Hand of the Dead. Bone Prison. Suddenly, the ground was very flat just now. Suddenly, countless arms rushed out. These arms are incredibly powerful. Any creature that stepped on them would be instantly caught by these arms. Cannerback and his team members' mounts were instantly entangled by these arms. The magic originally used to track down the enemy instantly turned into a lasso when released by the experienced Dua. These tiger and leopard cavalry were so fast just now, because the mount stopped suddenly. Moment. Under the influence of huge inertia, he was thrown several meters away. What was waiting for them was the bone prison that Duva had already prepared. Except for the experienced Cannerback. It only took a moment. Except for Cannerback, all the members of the tiger and leopard cavalry were surrounded by Dua. Seeing the 19 members of the tiger and leopard cavalry that he had captured alive, Duva couldn't help but laugh. Even more powerful killer moves are waiting for them. Bone Spur. The next moment, countless bone spurs suddenly appeared on the ground. These bone spurs instantly penetrated the bone prison and stabbed the tiger and leopard cavalry members inside. No! Seeing this scene, Canterback's eyes were bloodshot. Puff, puff, puff. Just see. Countless muffled groans sounded from the dungeon. The next moment, the members of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry Squad let out a scream of pain. Everyone has at least 3 bone spurs stuck in their body. From a distance, it looks like strings of candied haws. Suddenly, a tear of blood flowed from Canterback's eyes. These are all his subordinates. Because of his wrong decision, the entire team was wiped out. Now, he is the only one left alive. How can he have the face to live in this world? I'll fight you. Suddenly, Canterback let out a roar. The next moment, pale yellow soul power condensed from his body. It seems like some special burst skill has been activated. A dazzling flame quickly emanated from around Canterback's body. With the will to die, he rushed towards Duva in front of him. Facing Canterback's determination, Duva just laughed. Soul Shock. Track the Will-o'-the-Wisp. Death Ray. Frost Ray. 4 extremely powerful skills hit Canterback in front of him. The next moment, Canterback, who was charging just now, suddenly stiffened. Not far away, Sander, who had been paying close attention to the battle, suddenly let out an unwilling roar. No! Unfortunately, his roar seemed to have no effect. The flames around Canterback's body slowly disappeared. And he himself knelt directly on the spot. Canterback died in battle. Chapter 44 Cavalry vs. Shaman. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones rubbing and twisting could be heard. I saw Canterback, who had just been killed instantly by Dua. The body suddenly twisted unconsciously. The flesh and blood on his body was rotting and fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a brand new strong skeleton. Transformed along with him was his ferocious tiger mount. It was seen that Canterback, who had transformed into a skeleton, seemed to have lost all consciousness. He looked at Dua in front of him respectfully and half knelt in front of him. And Duva just laughed. Go, my warriors, take Yellowstone Camp for me. Hearing Duva's order, Canterback immediately nodded respectfully. The next moment, he mounted his tiger skeleton and turned around to attack the Yellowstone camp. Seeing that his former comrades' bodies were being used by the enemy after their death, he was shocked. And go to war with me. Sander's entire face was ashen. Asshole. The Tiger and Leopard Cavalry is an important military unit among the mountain elves. When a team unites together, they even have the strength to challenge opponents of higher levels. But this is an elite team. He was actually easily played around by Duva. Suddenly, Sander put away all his contempt for the skeleton tribe. The look on Duva's face was full of solemnity. This enemy is absolutely impossible to defeat. The other party is definitely not a new soul power user, maybe he is a monster secretly cultivated by the skeleton clan. The skeleton tribe has been planning for so long, perhaps just for today's general attack. Sander believes that although Yellowstone Camp is their first stop, it will definitely not be their last. Fortunately, Duva on the opposite side didn't seem to have any intention of playing himself. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, he would hardly take action as long as no enemy was stupid enough to approach him. The only 2 times it was used against the enemy. It was also because Bulk and Canterback threatened his life. As if he had figured out the other party's routine, Sander's face darkened slightly. Although I don't want to entrust my life and others to the enemy. But Sander knew it too. At this time, he could only bite the bullet and fight the rat skeletons in front of him. Sander was seen yelling at everyone in frustration. Everyone, defend Yellowstone Camp. We must hold on until the last second. After hearing what Sander said, the mountain elf warriors all held their breath. Everyone understood that they were no match for Dua. The archers of the Sun Chaser team no longer cared about the few arrows they had left. At this moment, everyone took out their treasured arrows and threw them into the battlefield. Exploding arrows shot towards the skeletons in front of him like crazy as if they were free. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the battlefield, countless sounds of breaking through the air were heard. With every arrow shot by the Sun Chaser archers, a skeleton would be knocked down on the battlefield. What followed was a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, countless small mushroom clouds appeared on the battlefield. The huge deep pit blasted these skeletons into countless vacuum areas. The skeleton soldiers finally stopped slowly as the mountain elves attacked frantically. See this scene. Duva in the distance couldn't help but frown slightly. He tapped the staff in his hand. The next moment, behind him, 36 skeleton knights slowly walked out. It was like a warrior walking out of hell. The soul fire in the eye sockets of these skeleton knights, who had been waiting for a long time, exploded and was bright red. The trembling skeleton swords in their hands seemed to hint at their inner desire for blood in the souls of their enemies. Superior. Accompanied by Duva's order. Suddenly, the skeleton horses ridden by these skeleton knights let out an angry howl. Hold head high. Just see. These cavalrymen rush towards the Yellowstone camp like sharp cones. Their speed is getting faster and faster. When their speed reaches its maximum. This moment. All the soldiers on the battlefield seem to see a huge skull appear above this cavalry team. With an unstoppable momentum, it only took a moment. This cavalry squad rushed right in front of Sander and his group. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Sander and others changed slightly. Everyone, use Call of the Wild immediately. We must stop this cavalry squad. Upon hearing Sander's order, all the mountain elf shamans' faces turned blood red in an instant. Ouch! Roar! Moo! There were roars coming from the air that didn't sound like those of wild beasts. Leading the group were several strong bear men who were at least 2 or 3 meters tall, standing directly in front of the skeleton cavalry. And behind them, various kinds of orcs also piled up on the backs of these strong men. The next moment, bones and flesh collided instantly. Bang! Crack! The entire shaman team took several steps back in an instant. The leading tank shamans were directly smashed into meat paste. The skeleton riders didn't gain any advantage either. The 12 leading cavalrymen were directly knocked into a pile of bones. Seeing the tragic losses of his team, Sander's heart was bleeding. Without saying a word, he spread out the wings behind him. He punched the cavalryman in front of him fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. He hammered madly at the skeleton cavalry in front of him as if to vent his anger. Under his high speed and fierce attack, this group of cavalrymen were crushed into pieces by him in a short while. By the time Sander came to his senses again, all the skeleton cavalry in front of him had been dealt with by him and his team members. The number of ordinary skeletons in front of him was also much smaller than before. It is no longer as crowded as it was at the beginning. At the moment, only a few thousand of these skeletons remain. Looking at the obviously fewer skeletons in front of him, Sander's face did not look too happy. On the contrary. At this moment, he was even a little hesitant about whether to continue charging and kill the enemy in front of him. There is still half an hour until the last wave of defenders arrives. If these skeleton soldiers were killed in advance, then they are facing the big boss, the skeleton mage Dua. This moment, Sander, who was always brave and calm, was scared. When he thought of how Cannerbach had just died, he felt a chill in his heart. Attack or defend? This is a problem. Just as Sander was hesitating, sudden, behind him, a dazzling light bloomed. Just see. Chao Wei, who had been paddling behind the battlefield, now had a relieved smile on his face. Looking at Sander, who looked confused, Chao Wei said with a smile, "Captain, don't worry, I'll go big. Don't worry about these minions, just fight the mage on the opposite side." As soon as the words fell, countless holy light bullets condensed from Chao Wei's hands. The next moment, these holy light bullets, like stars in the sky, smashed towards the skeletons on the opposite side. Chapter 45, Battle with Duva. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying holy light bullet instantly fell to the ground. At least hundreds of them smashed into the sea of skeletons in front of them. Not to mention the visual sense exploding instantly. The illusion that it was as if a god had descended to the earth made the surrounding soul power users unable to help but worship him. Everyone stared at Chao Wei, who used the holy light bombing. Even Sander looked at Chao Wei in disbelief, speechless. This human being whom they have always looked down upon is actually hiding so deeply? Destroy all the enemy's forces with just one move? Holy crap! Is this guy really an apprentice soul user? This strength, this attack power. I'd believe it if you said he was a second-level soul master. Shit. I thought this guy was a warrior. Turns out he's a mage. What mage? Didn't you see he was using light spells? This guy is a priest. Oh, now I remember, the ancient tree of light was summoned by him. Listening to the chaotic speeches of the team members around him, Sander looked at Chao Wei with an indescribable look. It was like meeting this guy for the first time. Suddenly, Sander's eyes became sharp. This human being has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger until now. It is hard to doubt that he has no other purpose. When Chao Wei saw Sander's gaze, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Just see. Chao Wei's face suddenly turned pale, and he fainted. I can't take it anymore, I'm dead, I've used up too much soul power. Captain, I'll rest for a while. You guys go ahead and I'll treat you once I'm back to health. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Sander suddenly remembered that he was still on the battlefield. The skeleton soldiers just now were just an appetizer. The real tough one is actually the skeleton mage on the opposite side. Wait. Skeleton mage? It seems like he thought of something. Sander's eyes suddenly changed. Turning his head, he looked at Duva opposite him. At this moment, Duva didn't seem to expect Chao Wei to take action now. He saw that all his troops had been annihilated. Duva just laughed and twisted his bones indifferently. Crack, crack sounds came from his skeleton. Obviously. He is about to take action. Sander. If looks could kill, Chao Wei would have no idea how many times he had been killed by Sander. Good boy, why don't you use your ultimate skill at any other time, but at this time? Isn't this pushing all the elves into the fire pit? Look at Chao Wei. And Chao Wei was looking at Sander with an innocent face. When their eyes met, Chao Wei's eyes seemed to be saying, I'm doing this, all for you, Captain. Pooh. Spatting heavily, Sander tried hard not to look at Chao Wei's face. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and kill the other person. After all, someone had just helped him to get rid of the enemy in front of him. Killing him now would be detrimental to his reputation. Looking at Chao Wei's face full of kidney deficiency, Sander shook his head unhappily. Obviously, this guy can't be expected to have any combat effectiveness in the short term. Next, I can only find a way to deal with Duva on the opposite side for a while. Thinking of this, Sander looked at Duva with an ugly expression. At the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thoughtful look. All Sun Chaser teams, prepare. Don't aim to attack the enemy, but find a way to block their route. The rest of the shaman team, keep up with me. The opponent is just a mage, and melee combat is a weakness. If we can get close enough, it will only take a few minutes to deal with him. Priests and mages, remember to provide timely support. Also, the opponent is not an ordinary enemy, so be careful not to fight too long and protect yourselves. Finished. Xander took a deep breath. Looking at Duva, who was in the soul fire opposite him with a playful look on his face, Sander was silent for a moment before shouting, Follow me. Following Sander's order. The next moment, more than 30 shamans rushed out from behind him. All shamans maintain their orc mode. According to Sander's orders, their primary goal is to get close. Light feather. Rapid aura. Endurance. Behind. The priests of the mountain elves also began to play their roles. Facing Dua, who could single-handedly take on an entire tiger and leopard cavalry squad, they could not be too cautious. The Sun Chaser archers, unwilling to be outdone, picked up the long arrows in their quivers. Arrow. It was like a storm shooting towards Dua on the opposite side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a storm of arrows rained from the sky. However, facing such a terrifying rain of arrows, Dua remained expressionless and even yawned. It's all in vain. The next moment, he gently waved his staff. A black transparent shield appeared directly in front of him. Dark shield. Ding, ding, bang, bang. The moment the arrow hit the shield, there was a sparse sound. Although the arrows were powerful, none of them could penetrate Dua's shield. In the surprised eyes of everyone. Just see. A pair of pitch-black wings suddenly appeared behind Dua. Slightly fanning. The next moment, Duva soared into the sky and flew to a height of 5 meters. Far away. Chao Wei, who was lying on the ground pretending to be unconscious at the moment, couldn't help but shrink his eyes slightly after seeing this scene. Obviously, Duva had already thought of various ways to deal with his last flight escape. Escape. There is definitely no way to escape. But looking at the increasingly versatile Duva in front of him, Chao Wei's expression changed slightly. This guy is so perverted. Not only good equipment, but also many skills. Even the battles are so rich. There were only 2 encounters, with less than a day in between. Dua has become so powerful. If you give him more time. Chao Wei estimated that even if Dua ruled the entire trial ground, he would not be surprised at all. He has the ability. Just as Chao Wei was thinking about how to deal with Dua, Duva also showed his amazing fighting talent. Just see. Black corrosive particles appeared behind him. It seems to have the same effect as Chao Wei's holy light bombing. But compared to Chao Wei's rough launch, Duva's attack is obviously more elegant and graceful. Just like a highly skilled conductor. With every swing of Duva's staff, these corrosive balls would fall precisely on Sander's team. The distance between the 2 sides is only 500 meters. But these 1,000 meters are like a chasm for Sander and others. No matter how agile these shamans are or how strong their defense is. But once you reach Dua's attack range, these corrosive balls were like missiles that could track themselves automatically and could always hit them accurately. Every moment, the number of Dua's team members is decreasing. Finally, after a long period of hiding, Sander and his team finally approached Duva's real body. Chapter 46: The Secret of Dragon Egg Hatching. There was a gleam of brilliance in Sander's eyes. The wings were spread as wide as possible along his back. With his last breath, Sander flew straight into the sky. He hugged Dua in the sky tightly and pulled him down to the ground. Boom! Thick smoke rose from the ground. Duva and Sander fell heavily to the ground. See this scene. All the shamans rushed towards Dua like crazy. A group of orcs stretched out their claws and pounced towards Duana. Ping, ping, pong, pong. The sounds of fighting continued in the smoke. From time to time, there was a painful groan and scream. The archers and mages have stopped their attacks at this moment. Because of the smoke, they were also afraid of accidentally hurting their teammates. The scene suddenly fell into a brief silence. Everyone looked at the smoke in front of them silently, waiting for the final result. Even Chao Wei slowly stood up from the ground, staring at the smoke opposite. The smoke cleared. A solitary figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. See the slightly smaller and empty figure. With a click sound, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was seen that the shamans who had just attacked Dua had been piled into a mountain of flesh without anyone noticing. And Dua was sitting on the mountain of meat with a sneer on his face. Just sit there quietly, without any movement. But everyone was sweating profusely and didn't dare to say a word. Duva snorted coldly in disdain. When I was a soldier, you were still breastfeeding. The next moment, he kicked Sander, who was like a dead dog, away. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Sander's mouth. He stared blankly at Duva in front of him, as if he wanted to say something. But the next moment, Sander fainted. I didn't even get the chance to speak for the last time. Seeing this scene, Chao Wei's pupils shrank slightly. He never expected it. Not only does Sander have extraordinary magical powers, he also seems to have excellent close combat abilities. Although no one knows what he did to Sander and the others in the smoke. But you can tell by looking at the bruised and swollen faces of the group of people. I must have just experienced a head-on battle. This guy, is there anything he can't do? Chao Wei couldn't help but grit his teeth slightly. There was also a hint of solemnity in his eyes. Chao Wei simply changed into his forest suit. At this moment, he directly turned into a mage. Holy light bombing. All I heard was a roar from Chao Wei. The next moment, holy light bombs, which were even more numerous and larger than before, filled the entire sky. The sky seemed to be filled with light in an instant. This moment, even Duva had to nod slightly. The holy light bullets filled the sky and rushed towards Dua in an instant with an unstoppable momentum. The terrifying light energy even frightened Dua. Good boy, you actually still have this hidden trick. But what you don't know is, S-level spells only have the greatest deterrent effect before they're launched, right? Haha laugh. The next moment, Duva finished a bottle of mana replenishing potion. He slammed the undead staff in his hand against the ground. Suddenly, a giant dragon head generated by dark magic appeared above Dua's head. Dragon's flame. I saw that the dragon head was slightly opened. The next moment, a black flame spewed out from the dragon's mouth. The holy light bullets filled the sky and hit the black flames the moment they hit. It was like a compound undergoing a violent chemical reaction, exploding instantly. Boom! The sky instantly became a mixture of black and white. The occasional transition between black and white hurt the eyes of the soul power users around. Just like that, a full minute passed. Until Chao Wei consumed his last bit of soul power. The holy light bullet in the sky then disappeared. Ahem! I saw that the soul power in Chao Wei's body was directly emptied. This was also the first time he felt the aftereffects of insufficient soul power. At this moment, he only felt pain in his head. He could feel it vaguely. If he releases magic again, there is a 100% chance that it will fail. On the other hand, Doer. His dragon flames continue to be released. In terms of total magic power, he has far surpassed Chao Wei. Whether in terms of equipment or soul power, he is far ahead of Chao Wei. There is an essential gap between the two of them. Duva shouted and clapped his hands. Pa. I really didn't expect that your strength has improved so much in just one day. Boy, give me the dragon egg and sign a slave contract with me, and I will spare your life. Dragon egg? The other mountain elves on the side were stunned when they suddenly heard the word dragon eggs. As for Chao Wei, his expression changed slightly. This Dua actually dared to mention dragon eggs so casually. Is he confident or does he not want to live anymore? Don't you understand what the consequences would be if the surrounding alien races heard about the dragon eggs? It's a pity that Duva didn't seem to notice the inappropriateness of his words. Still smiling, he looked at Chao Wei opposite him and said with a sneer. That's right, although I don't have a good impression of that thing, the top management has already made up their minds to hatch it. This thing is useless to you, so just return it to me honestly, and I can spare your life. Oh? Hearing Dua's affirmative answer, Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little curious. He just snorted coldly and asked in a pretended casual manner. How do you know I can't hatch it? I've already confirmed that this dragon egg is alive. Why can't I accomplish what you skeletons can accomplish? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Dua laughed again. This time, he didn't object. As if he had guessed the trap in Chao Wei's words, Dua glanced at Chao Wei indifferently. Duva laughed sharply in a joking voice. It's okay to tell you, but after you got the dragon egg back, you probably didn't check its hatching conditions, right? Open your eyes and take a closer look. This thing, can you hatch it? Quack. Hearing Dua's words, Chao Wei's pupils shrank slightly. Without saying a word, he took out his dragon egg from the space watch. The next moment, a biting chill attacked Chao Wei's entire body. Name, Frost Dragon Egg to be hatched. Hatching conditions, collect 1 life from an SS level Soul Master completed. Collect 10 lives of S level hidden class Soul Masters 010. Collect 50 lives of a level hidden professional Soul Masters 650. Collect 100 lives of B level hidden class Soul Masters 32100. Collect 500 lives of C level hidden class Soul Masters completed. Collect 1000 lives of D level hidden class Soul Masters completed. Collect 2000 lives of E level hidden class Soul Masters completed. Collect 5000 lives of F class hidden class Soul Masters completed. Gulp. See the hatching conditions of the dragon eggs in front of you. Subconsciously, Chao Wei swallowed his saliva. This is not a dragon egg at all, it's simply a bloody slaughterhouse. Chapter 47, Another Fight with Li Hang. Legend has it that wherever a dragon appears, there will be auspiciousness and the people will be healthy. However, wherever there are dragon eggs, there will be drought and all living things will suffer. Because inside every unhatched dragon egg, in order to ensure a safe birth, the young dragon will subconsciously absorb all the resources around it. According to legend, the reason why the Shang dynasty perished. A precious dragon egg was buried underground in the Shang kingdom. From then on, the great catastrophe of the conferred gods began, and countless people were trapped in this catastrophe, unable to have a good start or a good end. Thinking of the legend about dragon eggs in his mind, Chao Wei broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps these stories are not true. But since who knows how long ago, humans have developed a fear of mythical creatures like dragons. Just as the system introduction. In order to hatch this frost dragon egg, it must constantly absorb the life of the soul power users. Chao Wei only held it in his hand for a few seconds. He felt that his arms were slightly frozen, and the dragon egg in front of him seemed to want to swallow him up. He quickly put the dragon egg back into his space watch. Just looking at the dragon egg that took up space in the space watch again, Chao Wei's eyes became ambiguous. This is really a hot potato. He couldn't bear to throw away or sell the frost dragon egg. But if you want to hatch. Chao Wei didn't know where to find the S level and a level hidden professional soul power users. He's not a lunatic. Are you going to make enemies with the whole world just for a dragon egg? What a joke. With his strength, it's still a question whether he can defeat those high-level hidden professionals. Seeing Chao Wei's face change slightly, Dua just laughed. Well, have you thought it through? Obey me, and I will lead you to greatness. Even with my help, I guarantee that you will be able to complete your evolution to the 6th level within 20 years. Accompanied by Duva's seductive voice. The next moment, he slowly took out a scroll filled with magic power. Chao Wei knew without a doubt that what the other party was holding in his hand must be the slave contract. In response, Chao Wei just laughed. A holy light bullet condensed directly from his hand. The next moment, he threw it towards Dua's face. Boom! The holy light bullet exploded on a black curtain. Dua, on the other hand, looked at Chao Wei opposite him with a gloomy expression and said lightly, "Is this your choice?" Hearing Dua's words, Chao Wei just laughed. Don't compare me to that loser beside you. Freedom or death. Hear Chao Wei's roar. Far away. Li Hong was originally hanging behind Dua, motionless like a hanged ghost. At this moment, it finally started moving. His face turned red, as if he had been insulted. The look he gave Chao Wei was filled with unspeakable hatred. Chao Wei. I'm going to kill you. Then. Under Chao Wei's astonished gaze, Li Heng broke free from the ropes that bound him. With unmatched momentum and speed, he rushed towards Chao Wei on the opposite side like a leopard. And Duva had somehow gotten back on his skeleton horse. He looked at Chao Wei with a playful expression. I just heard him sneer. Let me see the difference between you and that loser you're talking about. Before Chao Wei could react, Li Heng had already rushed in front of Chao Wei. The next moment, a heavy punch hit Chao Wei's soft armor on his chest. 424. Bang. A loud bang. Under Chao Wei's incredulous gaze, he was actually knocked away by Li Heng's punch. Feeling the huge force coming from his chest, Chao Wei suddenly seemed to understand something. He looked at Li Heng, and although he seemed to be confirming, his tone was full of certainty. Are you a first-level noble knight? Hearing Chao Wei's question, Li Heng just smiled cruelly. It's a pity that you will never reach the first level in your lifetime. The next moment, his attributes were fully exposed in front of Chao Wei. Name, Li Heng. Level, 16. Occupation, First Level Noble Knight. Equipment, Halo Warrior Set D5, Piercing Knight Spear D+. Aura Warrior Set Effect, using aura skills increases the effect by 3% the number of equipment parts. Consumption is reduced by 5% the number of equipment parts. HP, 13,500. Soul Power, 6420. Physical Attack, 720. Magic Attack, 420. Physical Defense, 460. Magical Defense, 360. Strength, 206. Constitution, 222. Speed, 126. Intelligence, 146. Luck, 102. Skills, Noble Aura, Armor Breaking Aura, Strength Aura, Speed Aura, Rage Aura, Durability Aura. Noble Aura B, increases the attributes of your teammates by 10%. Aura talents receive a 5% bonus. Seeing Li Heng's new attributes, Chao Wei was slightly surprised. How is that possible? What's impossible? All I heard was Li Heng roaring angrily. The next moment, he pulled the hair away from his forehead. I saw a skull-shaped mark appear on Li Heng's forehead. From time to time, the skull mark here would flash a flame like light. This is the slave mark. The slave mark that Duva carved on Li Heng. From now on, as long as Li Heng dares to disobey, Duva has the right to decide Li Heng's life or death. In other words, Li Heng no longer belonged to him personally, and had completely become Dua's property. At this time, Li Heng had completely lost his mind. He kept attacking Chao Wei as if to vent his anger. Killing Chao Wei has become his obsession. For this, he even sold his soul to the devil with his own hands. After becoming Dua's slave, Dua actually treated Li Heng well. Whether it was helping Li Heng find a suit that suited him or helping him complete his job transfer task, Duva played an indispensable role. But compared with what Li Hong lost, these seemed too insignificant. To this end, at this time, Li Hong was at full power. He was confident that with such powerful strength, Chao Wei was just a whetstone for him. Looking at Li Hong, who was constantly attacking him, Chao Wei frowned slightly. This moment, he was no longer involved in any of the past grudges with Li Hang. He just felt that the crazy man in front of him was just a poor creature. The next moment, Chao Wei's forest suit was directly replaced with a law enforcer suit. Boom! A loud bang. Chao Wei and Li Hang's fists were facing each other. Looking at Li Hong in front of him with bloodshot eyes, Chao Wei just spoke without any sadness or joy. Life is painful, right? Don't worry, you will be free soon. Chapter 48, Huangshe Archery shows its power. Bang, bang, bang. On the ground, the figures of the two soul power users were constantly separating and overlapping. On average, the two figures would rub against each other every 3 seconds. The white figure is Chao Wei. The green figure is Li Hong. At this moment, neither of them chose to use weapons or skills. Just like the most primitive beast, he punched the opponent with all his might. Bang! Li Hong punched Chao Wei on the bridge of his nose. And Chao Wei, not willing to be outdone, kicked Li Hang's second brother. Hiss! Suddenly, the two men let out a wail at the same time. The next moment, the two separated for only a few seconds before they started fighting again. The two of them seemed to be wrestling. Just like male elk in autumn, they fight for the right to mate. However, their battle will undoubtedly be more bloody. Today, this battle. It determines victory or defeat, as well as life or death. It can be said that Chao Wei's hatred for Li Hang is no less than Li Hang's hatred for him. Every action has its effect. The reason why Li Hong ended up in this situation today. If he had not harmed Chao Wei and bullied him for half a year, how could Chao Wei have attacked him repeatedly? Neither of them looks down on the other. Finally, Li Hong seemed to have given up on such a boring head-on battle with Chao Wei. Although Li Hong has high attack and fast speed. But Chao Wei's defense was extremely strong, like a turtle that had nowhere to attack. With more than 1,000 defenses, Li Hong only felt his hands swollen and painful. He fought as fiercely as a tiger, but his record was nothing but a fool. What does this have to do with that? You punch, I punch, and each punch takes away 10 drops of blood. What if this is an RPG turn-based game? Immediately, a fierce look flashed in Li Hang's eyes. Noble aura. Power aura. Explosive aura. The next moment, 2 halos bloomed from his body. Li Hang's strength also increased from the original 720 to 972 in an instant. Bang! A muffled groan. Chao Wei was knocked out by Li Hang again. 834. A huge injury hit Chao Wei. Li Hong just now actually delivered a critical hit. The double damage directly beat Chao Wei to the point where he was unable to take care of himself. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chao Wei's mouth. But soon, Chao Wei wiped it off with a look of disdain. Son! You cheated! Get lost! Who told you not to use skills in battle? You're not as skilled as the other guy, so die. The next moment, Li Hang made another sprint and rushed towards Chao Wei opposite him. He saw Li Hang rushing towards him. Chao Wei took a deep breath. Bah! You have the amplification, but I still have the healing. The next moment, an energy bar was stuffed directly into Chao Wei's mouth. After a while, Chao Wei, who was bruised just now, became full of energy again in an instant. Bah! Shame on you. I want to see who gets consumed first, my physical strength or your spiritual power. Finished. Li Hang pounced towards Chao Wei like a tiger. That's all. The two fought for no less than 50 rounds in an instant. No matter how Chao Wei's recovery ability is, Li Hong, with the blessing of the burst aura, can always hit him with a few critical hits. Don't mention the uncomfortable Chao Wei. If he keeps being beaten like this, he'll be nothing more than a sandbag. Immediately, Chao Wei began to think about ways to break the deadlock. Right now, is there any way for him to quickly break the ice and break the current deadlock? Holy light bombing? No. Li Hang's magic defense is also not low. Chao Wei's holy light bombardment might not even be able to break his 10 points of defense. Even if Chao Wei could throw hundreds of holy light bullets at one time. As long as Li Hong cannot be killed instantly, there is a possibility that the opponent will turn the tables. Blinding field? That doesn't work either. This is Chao Wei's killer move. It is such a waste to use it on Li Hang. It's totally unprofitable to expose his cards now. The next moment, Chao Wei clapped his hands on the ground. Ancient Tree of Light. Just see. A sprout suddenly grew out of the ground and was growing rapidly. After a while, the tender sprout grew into a towering tree. He stopped Li Hang and Chao Wei and roared at Li Hang. Roll! Faced with the provocation of the ancient tree, Li Hang's face turned cold. The next moment, he directly summoned his Knight Spear, a long spear with armor-piercing effect. With just one strike, he dealt considerable damage. 1,650. Ouch! Suddenly, the ancient tree let out a wail. Half of his body was smashed into pieces by Li Hang. If Li Hang attacks like this twice more, he will probably meet the tree god. Chao Wei took advantage of the gap when the ancient tree blocked Li Hang. He was seen running directly behind him without mercy. At the same time, he took out a skill scroll that he had just put aside from his Spacewatch Archery Mastery D. Just now, while Chao Wei cleared out thousands of skeleton soldiers in front of him, his experience value had successfully exceeded 10,000. The reason why it was not consumed immediately was that Chao Wei wanted to save it for use at a critical moment. Now is not the time to save experience points. So Chao Wei used his skills without saying anything. Holy evolution! Ding! You have evolved Archery Mastery D, consuming 10,000 experience points. You have acquired the skill Archery Mastery B. Archery Mastery B, it contains master-level Yellowstone archery. After using it, the user will gain a huge amount of archery experience. Seeing the records on the skill scroll in front of him, a hint of excitement flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. That's you! Use it! Ding! You have learned Archery Control B. A vast amount of experience related to archery poured into Chao Wei's mind in an instant. As Chao Wei learned skills, Chao Wei only felt that his facial features became sharper and his palms gradually became stronger. It's like an archer who has practiced archery for many years. The next moment, Chao Wei took out a longbow. It was the same longbow that was used against Papa 2. Name, Poacher's Bow D. Wearing requirements, level 10. Strength, 40. Speed, 25. Effect, increases damage against beast-like creatures by 15%. Although the effect is not very outstanding, it is indeed the only bow and arrow that Chao Wei can use at the moment. Just see. Chao Wei, who was originally retreating backwards, stopped in an instant. Looking at Li Hang, who was less than 50 meters away from him. At this time, Li Hang had already killed the ancient tree of light that he summoned. He was looking at Chao Wei with a sneer on his face. And Chao Wei. His expression remained unchanged as he pulled out a long arrow from the quiver beside him. Looking at Li Hang opposite him, Chao Wei shot an arrow without saying a word. Call out. Chapter 49, Team Wipeout. Bang. The arrow hit Li Hang straight on the head. 620. A huge critical hit caused Li Hang to fly backwards. Watching the scene around me constantly receding. An indescribable shock flashed across Li Hang's eyes. Then, there is anger. When did you learn this trick again? Damn it! Regardless of his own injuries, Li Hang rushed directly towards Chao Wei. What to do? Chao Wei is no longer the same person as before. Looking at Li Hang, who was rushing towards him like a rhinoceros, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Reckless man. The next moment, the long arrows in his hand shot out like a string of pearls. At the speed of 3 arrows per second, Chao Wei was shooting and retreating. Li Hang, on the other hand, was in a more miserable situation. While enduring the severe pain in his body, he continued to move closer to Chao Wei. What to do? Chao Wei's archery skills are truly domineering. Each arrow seemed to have eyes, constantly shooting at his vital points. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. Chao Wei's hands are really black. Halfway through the fight, Li Hang couldn't help but cover his lower body and retreated frantically. Far away. Seeing this scene, the excitement in Dua's soulfire became more and more intense. I guessed right, this human's fighting talent is really high. Compared to last time, he has become even stronger. My interest in him is growing stronger and stronger. Watching Chao Wei shooting arrows non-stop, Dua felt like he was appreciating a work of art. Although his strength also grew terrifyingly, he even single-handedly wiped out an entire Ratman's trial site protection zone. But Duval knew that he was able to do it. On the one hand, it is because the overall strength of the Ratman is not strong. On the other hand, he has accumulated a lot of experience, which allows him to take on an entire clan alone. On the other hand, Chao Wei, who is still a newcomer, is growing at an alarming rate. His speed of progress is undoubtedly more amazing than the geniuses Duva has seen in recent years. Chao Wei is simply a genius among geniuses. This is also the reason why Duva did not kill Chao Wei when he had the chance. Just like a strict collector, Chao Wei is the most exquisite collection that Dua values. This collection is like a piece of uncut jade that has not yet been carved into shape. What he has to do? Just keep carving Chao Wei and make him a rare treasure. In fact, Chao Wei did not disappoint him. Every progress is even better than Duva imagined. Looking at the heroic human on the battlefield, even though Dua didn't have a tongue, he couldn't help but lick his teeth. He must get this human today. He must make the other party sign a slave contract with him, even if it means using any inhuman means. Thinking of this, Dua's face turned slightly cold. Looking at the mountain elves in the distance, I saw that Duva finally took action. Pitch black wings extended from his back. Duva actually abandoned the skeleton horse he was riding. He flew quickly towards the Yellowstone camp at a very fast speed. Along with his high-speed flight, a large amount of purple-black smoke continued to spread around him. Plague. Inside Yellowstone campground. The mountain elves had long been at a loss as to what to do with this series of events. First there was the dragon egg, and then there was the battle between Chao Wei and Li Hang. At this time they no longer knew. Does the human who just fought with them have any other identity? All the elves stopped at the Yellowstone camp and watched the battle between Chao Wei and Li Hang coldly. No one chooses to take action at this time. Now. They saw Duva suddenly rush towards them. Everyone was instantly ready for battle. Since Sander had been defeated by Duva's men, the position of commander was automatically transferred to the second most powerful person present. Just see. A mountain elf dressed as a wizard slowly walked out of the crowd. Looking at Dua, who was rushing towards him, and others quickly, his expression changed slightly. Everyone, prepare, focus on defense. All members of the Sun Chaser team, use explosive arrows. Don't feel bad at this time. If you can survive this, I'll double your compensation. All mages and priests, use your defensive skills. Shaman, gone. That's it. Hold the camp. The second level master will be here soon. 10 minutes. We only have to hold on for 10 minutes. Hear the words of the leading mage. These mountain elves also quickly entered a defensive state. All elves. The look he gave Dua was full of vigilance. One by one, the members of the Sun Chaser team took out their most valuable explosive bows and arrows. Not feeling sorry at all, just shoot 3 arrows at once. For a master like Dua, they never expected to be able to hit him with 1 arrow. Only with a large-scale rain of arrows can there be a slight chance of hitting the opponent. Boom! After a while, a violent spark exploded in the sky. As sparks burst, other untriggered explosive arrows appeared around. It was like a chain reaction, and they exploded one after another. A moment. The sky was dyed of flaming gold. Just as the mountain elves were secretly praying that Dua would die in the explosion. Sudden. A thick beam of light shot out from the smoke. Shoot directly towards the position of the commanding mage in the crowd. Bang. The protective shield in front of him didn't even last for a second. Duva actually shot a big hole in it. The next moment, this ray of light shot directly onto the chest of the mountain elf wizard. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of the mage's mouth. He stared blankly at the big hole in his heart. The next moment, his pupils gradually became cloudy. Seeing this scene, all the mountain elves were frightened to death. Everyone attacked madly in the direction where the magic had just been shot. It doesn't matter whether there is defense or not. Everyone directly used their strongest attack skills. Soon, the sky where Dua was became colorful. Wait until everyone has used all their skills. A man's cold voice suddenly came from behind everyone. Are you looking for me? Hear what Duva said. A biting chill ran through everyone's heart. He turned his head slightly stiffly and looked behind him. Just see. A huge dragon head appeared in front of everyone. Dragon's flame. A moment. All the mountain elves were surrounded by Dua's magic. Amidst the flames, the elves' shrill screams were heard. In less than 5 minutes, the entire mountain elf team was killed. Now, there are only 5 minutes left before the arrival of the last wave of guardians of the mountain elves. Chapter 50 Beast Tamer. Not far away. Li Hong, who was opposite Chao Wei, was like a drop of water splashing into a frying pan, jumping up and down non-stop. Faced with Chao Wei's storm-like attack, Li Hong was obviously at a loss. From time to time, Li Hong could be seen covering his lower body and groaning in pain. Looking at Li Hong, who was jumping around like a clown opposite him, Chao Wei showed a comfortable smile on his face. If you can't get close to the enemy in close combat, you're just a loser. Chao Wei once again took out an arrow from his quiver. Just as he was about to give Li Hong another fatal blow, behind, an icy chill quickly hit him. Not good. Feeling the coolness behind him, Chao Wei realized that he was careless and did not dodge. Frost Ray. A bone-chilling ray of light hit Chao Wei, who was ready to strike. Suddenly, Chao Wei's movements became visibly stiff. Not to mention shooting arrows, even drawing the bow seemed very difficult. Obviously, he had been hit by the frozen state of the frost ray. Chao Wei didn't expect that the skeleton mage on the opposite side would attack at this time. You bastard, didn't you say you wanted me to fight Li Hong alone? However, before Chao Wei could start cursing, Li Hong, who was standing opposite him, saw Chao Wei suddenly wilted, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. It's an opportunity. Speed Halo. All I heard was Li Hong roaring angrily. The next moment, his speed increased significantly. He rushed towards Chao Wei like flying. Under Chao Wei's angry gaze, Li Hong shot Chao Wei directly 3 inches below his belly button. 826. Fuck. All I heard was Chao Wei roaring. Li, did you do this on purpose? Your mother almost became a widow, didn't you know that? Hearing Chao Wei's cursing, Li Hong only felt a sense of comfort. My goodness, I finally got my revenge. Only. After hearing Chao Wei's trash talk, Li Hong's expression darkened again. Ha, you can talk, right? If you can, then talk more. Soon, you won't have a chance to speak anymore. Suddenly, 6 halos flashed across Li Hong's body. At this moment, he was firing at full power. The spear in his hand seemed to flash a golden light for a moment. Looking at Chao Wei in front of him, Li Hong stabbed Chao Wei in the heart without saying a word. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. That's enough. Stop. Just when Li Hong's knight's spear was about to pierce Chao Wei's chest, suddenly, a cold voice interrupted Li Hong's actions. This voice, although just a casual command, but language is full of indescribable rules and power. When Li Hong heard this voice, his eyes widened. Just a little bit more. He was just about to kill Chao Wei. At this time, how could he be willing to let go? Roar. Li Hong let out a roar that was not like that of a human. The next moment, he was ready to ignore Duva's order and give Chao Wei a fatal blow. Seeing Li Hong's actions, Dua just snorted softly. Snort. Suddenly, countless transparent golden chains appeared in the sky, quickly penetrated Li Hong's body, and wrapped him tightly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, countless electric currents were released from the golden chains. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable scream resounded throughout the entire Yellowstone camp. Looking at Li Hong in front of him, whose veins were bulging and his expression was broken, Chao Wei's face suddenly became solemn. After a while, a foul smell came into Chao Wei's nostrils. Li Hong in front of him was actually electrocuted to the point of peeing. In the sky, a pair of conspicuous black wings suddenly appeared in Chao Wei's eyes. Duva, wearing a suit of undead, slowly flew between Chao Wei and Li Hong. Looking at Li Hong, who was like a dead dog in front of him, a hint of teasing flashed across Dua's soul fire. It seems some people still don't understand how to be a good dog. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Duva stepped directly on Li Hong's face. Li Hong's originally handsome face suddenly became bruised and swollen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Another burst of electric current passed through Li Hong's body. Suddenly, the air was filled with Li Hong's helpless and shrill screams. See this scene. Chao Wei, take advantage of the fact that the negative state on his body disappears. He picked up the hammer in his hand and hammered towards the doer in front of him without saying a word. Bang! The hammer missed and hit the ground hard. And Duva's figure had appeared behind Xiao Wei at some point. With a slightly curious tone, Duva couldn't help but sneer and asked, "Isn't he your enemy? How can you sympathize with him?" Wow! Hearing the sound behind him, Xiao Wei hit the person behind him with another hammer without saying a word. Hammer, another bye. Duva's position had retreated several meters without him noticing. Xiao Wei said with a stern expression, "Li Hong, even if he is not a thing, he is still a human being. The only one who can beat him is me, your father." He. Duva seemed a little curious about Xiao Wei's logic, but he didn't say much. I saw, in his hands. The slave scroll appeared in his hand again at some point. "Human, my patience is limited. Sign it, or die." As soon as the words fell, countless dark magic powers burst out from Dua's body. Suddenly, a huge pressure was directly pressed on Xiao Wei. Cold sweat flowed down Xiao Wei's cheeks. Xiao Wei knew that if he signed this scroll, his future fate will definitely not be much better than that of Li Hang on the ground. With a gulp sound, Xiao Wei couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Just as he was thinking about how to break the deadlock. The next moment, the situation around suddenly changed. The originally bright sky was instantly dyed red by the glow of the sunset. Gusts of wind made the entire Yellowstone Mountains noisy. Countless birds and beasts, as if summoned by something, moved madly towards the Yellowstone camp. Soon, Xiao Wei and the other two were surrounded by a group of birds and beasts. Looking at the sudden changes in the surroundings, Duva couldn't help but narrow his soul fire slightly. Interesting. This time, it seems like a truly remarkable guy has arrived. After saying this, he didn't even glance at Xiao Wei in front of him, but turned around and looked inside the Yellowstone camp. Just see. The interior of Yellowstone camp. A huge dimensional door suddenly opened. Roar. Hold head high. Ga. One after another, roars that sounded like those of beasts that were not human came from the dimensional gate. The next moment, a mountain elf dressed like a savage walked into the trial ground with steady and powerful steps. The mountain elf spoke coldly in an ethereal voice devoid of any emotion. "I am Buck Quaid, beasts, obey my call." Chapter 51 Buck Quaid. Accompanied by Buck's ethereal voice. The next moment, all the animals present lowered their heads. These animals seemed to have seen their king. There was no resistance at all. One by one, as obedient as a sheep. And doer. The moment he saw Buck, his soul fire couldn't help but shrink. This time a really big guy has come. The mountain elves are rank hidden class beast tamer. They were specifically designed to deal with a little character like me. Ha, isn't this a bit too much of a fuss? Hear the sarcasm in Dua's words. Buck, dressed like a savage, did not speak. I saw that his eyes had no pupils, and the entire whites of his eyes were emitting a green fluorescent light. A pair of big antlers grew on his head. From a distance, it looks like the king of deer among a herd. Calm, majestic yet sharp and domineering. The dimensional gate behind him did not disappear even after he entered the Yellowstone camp. Suddenly, a giant purple wolf with electric arcs wrapped around its body rushed out from the dimensional gate. The next moment, a huge ancient tree slowly moved into the dimensional gate with some slow steps. From a distance, it looks like a crabapple tree. The tree is full of bright red flowers. When the wind blows gently, the flowers make a laughter like silver bells. Only after looking carefully did I realize it. It seems that all the flowers on this ancient tree are alive? Hold head high. Before Xiao Wei could take a closer look, suddenly, a sharp cry was heard from inside the dimensional gate. The next moment, a giant bird with feathers burning like flames flew directly from the dimensional gate into the trial ground. The giant bird looks like a red-crowned crane, but it has 4 pairs of eyes. The moment the giant bird flew into the trial ground, Xiao Wei only felt that the temperature around him suddenly rose by several degrees Celsius. Xiao Wei knows it without having to guess. This giant bird is definitely a domineering fire-attributed monster. At last, only an unpleasant click sound was heard from the dimensional door. Under Xiao Wei's confused gaze, a penguin actually walked out of the dimensional door? All right. It's not quite right to say that this is just a penguin, because there is a crown embedded on the head of this penguin. And compared to ordinary penguins, this penguin's eyes are obviously much larger. The left eye is offset to the upper left corner, and the right eye is offset to the upper right corner. This penguin with a crown on its head looks like a fool no matter how you look at it. His eyes are full of wisdom. The next moment, under Chao Wei's confused gaze, the penguin wearing a crown suddenly hugged the giant purple wolf beside him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ga, ga, ga. Just listen. The penguin immediately let out a miserable howl. The next moment, he fell to the ground as if his whole body was cooked. From a distance, Chao Wei seemed to smell a burning smell. Buck instantly lost a powerful fighter. Everyone. Holy shit. What the hell? Is this a Warcraft? He just appeared and he died? He looked at the Emperor Penguin beside him speechlessly. Buck tried hard not to let his tense face show any other expression, although his final pet appearance was a bit cheap. But this does not prevent his other pets from being extremely domineering. Buck suppressed his embarrassment and said to Duva in front of him, "Are you the skeleton mage mentioned in the intelligence? Interesting. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Then, Buck turned his gaze to Chao Wei and the half-deadly Hang. Seeing the other person's eyes, Chao Wei roared instantly. Tai Jun. Bah, sir. Lord Buck, I'm a mercenary from the mountain elves. We're one of us. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Buck just smiled coldly. All my men are dead, and you are the only one alive. You say you are one of us? Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Don't worry, I will make your death more painful. Cut. Hearing Buck's words, Chao Wei couldn't help but sneer. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was obviously a racist. As expected, those who can become the second-level masters are not fools. I am afraid that the same tricks used to deceive Sander and others will not work. And Duva just laughed. You want me to die? You're not qualified enough, but playing with me is enough. The next moment, Duva directly waved the staff in his hand. Just hit the ground hard. Bang. A cloud of purple-black smoke was released instantly. It was Duval's specialty, the plague. Facing the thick fog in front of him, Buck just sneered with disdain. Hongzu. Hearing Buck calling his name, the next moment, the ancient tree behind him shook its body, accompanied by the shaking of the ancient Hongzu tree. The red flowers on his body detached from the tree very smartly. Hundreds of red flowers swirled around Buck. The next moment, the flowers suddenly sneezed. Pink pollen instantly surrounded Buck. A huge pink barrier blocked Buck's surroundings. The clouds of plague spreading. The moment it came into contact with the pink barrier, it disappeared into thin air. Buck just sneered and said, "It's useless. Hongzua's pollen barrier cannot be easily broken even by a peak-level second-level expert. If you can't break my defense, none of your tricks will work. If you commit suicide honestly, you can die with dignity." After hearing Buck's words, Duva slowly put away the playful expression on his face. It can be seen that Dua is also going to be serious. Balls of dark magic gathered from his hands. Just as Duva was about to release his skills. Hold head high. A burst of bird calls in the sky interrupted his spellcasting. Suddenly, a fireball as thick as a man shot towards Duva. Boom! A huge deep pit suddenly exploded on the ground. Along with it, there is an unparalleled heat wave. Chao Wei just moved closer and his hair was curled up by the heat wave. Immediately, Chao Wei retreated quickly, determined to get out of the current battle. Duva and Buck were fighting like gods. For a newbie like him, it's better to run as far as he can. At this time, Chao Wei finally confirmed it. He, Buck and Duva are not on the same level at all. At the same time, he also firmly believed Duva will definitely not die from that blow just now. While he was distracting Buck on the opposite side, Chao Wei ran as far as he could. Really? The flames dissipated. Duva, who was hiding in the black barrier, was looking at Buck opposite him with an unhappy look on his face. Little beast master, you've pissed me off. Hearing Duval's words, Buck just sneered with disdain. Hongzu, Hell Wolf, and Embroidered Eyes, go attack that skeleton mage. Emperor Penguin, you attack that human. Chapter 52 Brother Penguin and I hit it off right away. Following Buck's order. The next moment, the giant wolf and the giant bird rushed out of the pollen barrier. And the ancestral tree, Hongzu, shook gently again. Countless red flowers fell from his body and, accompanied by the breeze, floated quickly towards Dua in the distance. Duva just smiled coldly. He picked up the staff in his hand and slammed it hard on the ground. The bones that were originally scattered around slowly condensed into shape at this moment. The next moment, two ratman skeletons that looked as tall as a person appeared beside Dua. Bones reassembled. Bone reconstruction C. Gather surrounding bones to form two reconstructed skeletons. The strength of the skeleton monster is determined by the number of bones it has. Base HP, 2000 plus 100% HP number of complete bones, physical attack, 60 plus 15% damage number of complete bones, physical and magical defense, 20, consumes 1000 soul points. Cooldown, 20 minutes time. Although bone reorganization is a C-level skill. But he is very concerned about the environment. If there is an empty field around, then at most two ordinary skeletons will be summoned. But on the current battlefield, how many skeletons are there around? The answer is, countless. This time, there were thousands of ratman skeletons brought by Duo alone. Thousands of bones scattered on the ground, like magnets attracted by the same polarity, quickly moved towards the two rat skeletons. After a while, a gust of wind blew up beside Dua, accompanied by the sound effects of lightning and thunder. Just now, there were two ratman skeletons that were only one person tall. When they appeared in front of everyone again, they had turned into two 10-meter tall bone monsters. Name, Transformed Skeleton. HP, 10,846. Soul Power, 0. Physical Attack, 1387. Magic Attack, 0. Physical Defense, 20. Magical Defense, 20. Although the two huge skeletons have low defense, they are definitely outstanding in terms of attack. An attack of over 1000 power will hurt anyone who gets hit. Just see. The two skeleton ratmen let out a roar like bones rubbing against each other. The next moment, they quickly rushed towards the prison wolf on the opposite side, moving forward courageously. Looking at the transformed skeleton rushing towards them, the red flowers gathered on the hell wolf's body without giving in. Sneeze out. A slightly smaller pollen barrier directly enveloped the prison wolf in front of it. Bang. The attacks of the two modified skeletons hit the hell wolf directly. 0. 0. As a result, these two monsters with attack power exceeding 1000 did not cause any damage. Hongzu not far away. A faint red light suddenly flashed on his body. The next moment, his whole body shrank slightly, like a tree trunk that had not received water for a long time. Buck, on the other hand, condensed a ball of green light in his hand. Recovery. Then, he directly slapped the ball of light in front of him into Hongzu's body. Suddenly, Hongzu's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The red flowers that it scattered burst into silver bell-like laughter again. Seeing this scene, Dua in the distance was slightly stunned. A symbiotic monster. It seems that if we don't deal with that wood monster, this battle will be really difficult. The next moment, wings condensed from dark energy appeared behind Dua. With a strong fan, Dua appeared in the sky. See Dua flying into the sky. The fire monster, the sun-eyed ox, suddenly let out a loud cry. Just see. His body glowed with golden light. The next moment, these rays of light turned into millions of fire rains, dripping rapidly in the direction of Dua. Facing the rain of fire, Dua was not even interested in taking a look. He immediately condensed his dark barrier and instantly blocked the rain of fire from the sky. The next moment, a black dragon head condensed behind him. Looking down at Buck, who was hiding in the pollen barrier on the ground, Duva sneered. I want to see how long you can hold on, you bastard. Dragon's flame. Moment. The dragon head behind Dua opened its bloody mouth. Countless pitch-black flames were sprayed directly at the pollen barrier on the ground. The other side. The Emperor Penguins received Buck's order. He spread his wings and moved like a penguin, quickly coming to Chao Wei. Seeing the monster in front of him, a trace of caution flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. Holy light bullets condensed from his hands. The next moment, these holy light bullets hit the wise old man in front of him. Boom! A huge ice crystal blocked the Emperor Penguin's path. All the holy light bullets shot by Chao Wei hit the ice crystals. The Emperor Penguin suddenly charged forward and was about to crash into Chao Wei. Critical moment. He actually slipped. With a plop sound, the Emperor Penguin fell flat on its face. Under Chao Wei's confused gaze, he fell straight to Chao Wei's feet. Ga. Well, the wise brother actually fell and cried. Chao Wei. There was no pursuit of the penguin brother in front of him. Chao Wei sighed speechlessly. He took out a bag of food from his space watch. He said helplessly before handing it to the penguin brother in front of him. It seems like it's not easy for you, brother penguin. How about we take a break and wait until your master is done beating us before we fight? If your master is dead, we won't have to fight anymore. If he's still alive, can I let you catch him? Hearing Chao Wei's words, tears flashed in the Emperor Penguin's eyes. I heard Chao Wei's considerate speech. Suddenly, the Emperor Penguin hugged Chao Wei in front of him. Ga. Okay. Although he didn't know what Brother Penguin said, Chao Wei could guess what he meant. The two people actually took a rest on this serious battlefield. One person and one penguin sat in an open space far away and shared food. If you don't know, you might think that the two are sworn brothers who haven't seen each other for many years. Taking a sip of tea, the Emperor Penguin leisurely looked at his master who was already locked in a tough fight in the distance. The little bit of rationality left in his mind told him that at this time, he should go and help his master. Brother Penguin, we hit it off right away. I have some canned fish here. Would you like some? Ga. Suddenly, the Emperor Penguin, who seemed to be thinking about something important just now, immediately put the problem in his mind behind him. Sitting and sharing delicious canned fish with Chao Wei. One person and one penguin, and they laughed quack from time to time. That's all. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. Duva's two modified skeletons had been smashed into pieces by the Hell Wolf. The pollen barrier of Hongzhou also became noticeably dim, with countless gaps appearing. Seeing this scene, Dua in the sky suddenly laughed. I've been fighting for so long, it's time for me to get serious. Chapter 53 Duva's counterattack. Duva suddenly snapped his fingers. Boo! The next moment, all the purple-black smoke around him gathered around Buck. As for the Hell Wolf, which had been suffering from the plague, its overall attributes had dropped by 40%. Instead of rushing to attack Buck, Duva directly turned his target to the Hell Wolf in the distance. This time, Duva didn't hold back at all. Taking action is the peak. Soul Shock. Death Ray. Track the Will-o'-the-Wisp. Frost Ray. Corrosion Sphere. In just a few seconds, Duva cleared all his soul power. First, a soul shock hit the opposing prison wolf, making it unable to take care of itself. Then, the damage of the big attack exploded directly. 3 terrifying and heavy damages were dropped on the Hell Wolf without exception. At last, Duva even used his remaining soul power to summon countless corrosive balls. Under the panicked gaze of the Hell Wolf, Duva simply waved his staff and shot all the balls of corrosion away. Ding-ling-ling. See that something is about to happen to the Hell Wolf. Even though Hongzhou was half crippled, he still waved his only remaining flower to go and rescue. The flowers that had previously wrapped around the prison wolf all made crisp tinkling sounds. Just see. A huge pollen barrier completely enveloped the Hell Wolf. Boom. A series of terrifying loud noises came from the Hell Wolf's position. And the red ancestor beside Buck was aging rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feeling that something was wrong with Hongzhou, Buck wanted to treat him. But it's a pity. No matter what kind of resuscitation skills he used, he couldn't stop Hongzhou's weakness. As the last ball of corrosion fell on the pollen barrier. Finally, all the flowers on Hongzhou's body withered in an instant. Hongzhou just glanced at Buck beside him with nostalgia. Finally, his entire body turned into tens of thousands of red flowers. As a breeze passed by, the flowers floated quickly towards Duer. Buck, with a stern face, issued a new order to the black-eyed fox. Embroidered eye, burn. Upon hearing Buck's order, the sunbird immediately let out a shrill cry. The next moment, his entire body turned into a blazing fireball. The fireball rushed straight towards Dua. Seeing the attack of the embroidered eye, the soul fire in Dua's eye sockets narrowed slightly. With a gentle wave of his staff, a black barrier appeared beside him. However, what Duva did not expect was, at the moment when his barrier was formed, the flowers that Hongzhu had just transformed into climbed up and covered his barrier as if they were endowed with spirituality. In the sky, the barrier created by Dua was instantly covered by red flowers. Looking at the flowers that were condensing in front of him, Dua's soul fire narrowed instantly. Oops. I was careless. Boom. In the sky, the attack of the sunbird came as expected. The huge fireball exploded directly on Dua's barrier and merged with the flowers. These red flowers were ignited the moment they touched the flame. The terrifying flames continued to burn Dua's barrier. Soon, Duva, who was in the barrier, discovered that his barrier was being eroded by the flames. Boom! There was another explosion in the sky. The explosion was so violent that even Xiao Wei, who was watching from a distance, couldn't help but squint his eyes. With such a terrifying blow, even Duva would have no chance of survival, right? After patting his hands, Xiao Wei was about to run away. What? Didn't we just agree to catch it for the Emperor Penguins? If it's stupid, you'll be stupid too, right? Xiao Wei just stood up and was about to leave. Before Xiao Wei could take any action, his brows furrowed slightly. He couldn't help but turn his head with some curiosity. Look into the distance. Following the direction Xiao Wei saw, not far away, a dark figure caught Xiao Wei's eyes. Hiss. Seeing this figure, Xiao Wei took a deep breath. Because he saw that the figure in the sky was none other than Dua. Despite such a terrifying blow, Dua didn't suffer any injuries at all. Even Buck. He was slightly stunned when he saw Dua intact in the air. Unable to help, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. A stand-in, invincibility, or life-saving skills or items? I want to see how many of these things you have. Buck's eyes, which originally emitted fluorescent green, instantly turned blood red. Even though he lost the great General Hongzhu, there was no panic in his eyes. He took a deep breath around him. His lung capacity was so large that Duva even wondered if he wanted to suck out all the air around him. But what if they take it all away? He is a skeleton to begin with, a coward. Whoever heard that a skeleton needs air to live? But the next moment, Duva understood Buck's intention. He's summoning his animal companions. Buck's chest was expanding rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he took a deep breath, suddenly, he roared to the people around him. Roar! The roar lasted for a full minute. Even though he was hundreds of meters away, Xiao Wei felt an abnormal pain in his eardrum. Just when Xiao Wei thought his eardrum was about to be shattered by Buck. Sudden. The Emperor Penguin that was originally sitting next to him suddenly ran towards Buck. Following the Emperor Penguins, there were also countless wild beasts around them. In the forest and mountains. No matter what kind of birds or beasts they were, at this moment, all of them rushed towards Dua with bloodshot eyes. This is Buck's unique skill, taming animals. Taming beasts say roar to summon nearby beasts of your level or lower to fight for you. The farther your voice travels, the more beasts you summon. Summoned beasts will obey you for at least 1 minute. Consumes 2,000 soul points. Once per day. Horrible talent skills. Accompanied by Buck's terrifying lung capacity. This moment. Not to mention the ground. In the sky alone, there are at least thousands of birds circling in the sky. The beasts on the ground were also roaring at Dua at this moment. At this moment, all the animals seemed to want to bite Dua to pieces. But even in this strange atmosphere, all the beasts maintained a certain order. All the beasts seemed to be waiting for Buck's orders. Just looking at Dua coldly, none of the beasts was in a hurry to attack. Looking at Dua in the sky, Buck just snorted coldly. Then he uttered a word coldly. Superior. Chapter 50 for the terrifying penguin brother. Following Buck's order. The next moment, birds in the sky began to attack Dua at a rapid speed. Whether it was sharp claws or long beak, they all attacked Dua's body. Occasionally, there are a few magical beasts with attributes, which can launch colorful attacks on Dua from time to time. Facing so many magical beasts, Dua's expression was not very good. He drank the bottle of advanced mana replenishing potion without saying a word. He stretched out his dark barrier again, just as Duva was about to launch a counterattack. In the sky, a golden crown suddenly appeared above his head. I don't know how this crown works, but it actually penetrated Dua's barrier directly. Under Duval's slightly surprised gaze, The crown was actually put directly on his head. Ga. Suddenly, an unpleasant and hoarse roar was heard around. In an instant, Duva felt that the temperature around him dropped by several degrees. Ding! You are wearing the special item, Sealed Crown, and your intelligence attribute is reduced by 100 points. What's going on? Seeing the crown on his head, Duva was also confused. Thinking he was struck by some special skill, he wanted to reach out and take off the crown on his head. But no matter how Duval tried to hold the crown, it remained motionless on his head. It was as if the crown was born as Dua's organ. No matter how hard he tried, it was of no use. And the Emperor Penguin's in the distance. He was touching his bald head with a confused look on his face. He looked at Buck beside him with some confusion. His eyes seemed to be saying, "Master, what are you doing with my crown?" But soon, the wisdom in his eyes was replaced by anger. Looking at Dua, who was also confused in the distance, the Emperor Penguin's eyes turned blood red in an instant. The crown that was supposed to be worn on his head actually appeared on the head of the skeleton wizard. Ga. A roar. Without the crown, the Penguin brother seemed to return to his normal level of intelligence in an instant. But his temper also became hot. The most important thing to you is lost, and the thief who stole it is right in front of you. What to do? Go ahead and beat him. In an instant, countless icicles condensed around the Emperor Penguin. Shoot quickly towards Duva. Looking at the Emperor Penguins attacking him, Duva's face looked very ugly. At the same time, he also felt very depressed. The crown on the head is simply a weapon to seal away demons. Ordinary apprentice soul users, even mages, will instantly turn into idiots after wearing it. A 100-point intelligence penalty is a nightmare for junior mages. Not to mention the apprentice mages, even the first and second level mages cannot withstand such punishment. If it weren't for the equipment on Dua's body, he probably wouldn't be able to unleash even a powerful skill now. Damn it! How do I get rid of this thing? Just as Duva was at a loss as to what to do with the crown on his head, the Emperor Penguin attack also came as expected. The terrifying icicles shot directly towards him. Crack! After one meeting, a big hole was pierced through Dua's barrier by the ice. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Duva's eyes. He picked up the staff and immediately used his killing move. Dragon's Flame. The dragon head appeared behind Duva again. But the dragon head this time was obviously much smaller than the previous one summoned. A mouthful of black flames sprayed towards the Emperor Penguin. Looking at the black flames in front of it, the Emperor Penguin also spit out a mouthful of ice mist without wanting to be outdone. Wow! It only took a moment to meet each other. The icy mist enveloped the black flames in front of him. The flames of the demon dragons were actually instantly frozen into ice cubes by the ice mist of the Emperor Penguins. Duva himself was also frozen at the same time. Because the main body is frozen, Duva could no longer support his flying form. The block of ice that froze him fell directly to the ground at this moment. Boom! The ice ball fell heavily to the ground. But it didn't break into pieces. When the beasts on the ground saw this piece of ice, bloodthirsty light instantly appeared in their eyes. As if they had seen some delicious delicacy, these beasts immediately pounced on the ice. Soon, this huge block of ice was completely eaten up by the wild beasts. At the same time, the Hell Wolf was already wounded. At this moment, he rushed into the herd and hugged Bingshuo. Without saying a word, countless loud thunders erupted from his body. Facing the doer in the ice block is a full-scale electric shock massage. In the distance, Chao Wei couldn't help swallowing after seeing the situation here. Looking at the domineering penguin brother in the sky, Chao Wei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother Penguin is awesome. He knew it was worthy of being a second-level Warcraft. If the Emperor Penguin was really as wise as he initially appeared, why would Buck take him in? Presumably, that crown is the power button for the Emperor Penguin. Take away the crown, and the opponent's personality will change drastically, and he will gain super strong combat power. Looking at Duwa, who was trapped in the ice, Chao Wei couldn't help showing a trace of sympathy on his face. Being eaten to death by a wild beast must be a very uncomfortable feeling. However, just when Chao Wei thought Duwa was dead, a hellhound suddenly appeared beside Dua. Ouch! All I heard was a shrill wolf howl from the hellhound. The next moment, a white light flashed from the hellhound's body. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the direction where Dua was. All of the beasts that were originally surrounding Dua were instantly blown into the sky. This is exactly the self-destruct skill of the Hellhound. After the explosion. At this moment, Dua was no longer as elegant as at the beginning. The expensive B-grade suit he was wearing was also torn to pieces by the beasts. Facing the beast in front of him, a trace of disgust flashed in Dua's eyes. Just see. He suddenly took out a crystal ball from his space equipment. This equipment that looks like a crystal ball is actually a B-level equipment that Duva brought from the undead planet. Name, Mana Amplifier B. Wearing requirements, Level 1. Effect, Soul Power Reserve, can store up to 20,000 soul power points for the wearer to use. Explosion, in an instant, all creatures within a radius of 1 kilometer will suffer dark attribute damage equal to the stored soul power, and their equipment will be permanently damaged. At this moment, the Mana Amplifier was flashing with a dazzling black light. This means that it is still fully loaded. Looking at the group of beasts in front of him, a cold light flashed in Dua's eyes. He just crushed the Mana Amplifier in his hand without saying a word. The next moment, the terrifying black halo directly covered all the land and sky within a 1 kilometer radius of him. Chapter 55 Killing Buck. The moment Duva crushed the Mana Amplifier in his hand, the sky was instantly covered in darkness. Xiao Wei, who was far away, realized something was wrong the moment he saw Dua crush the Mana Amplifier. He just used his invincible skill without saying anything. The next moment, he ran and fled into the distance. Boom! A terrifying loud noise came from the Yellowstone Mountains. This moment, not only the Yellowstone Mountains, but even the alien races on other surrounding maps heard the strange noises coming from the Yellowstone Mountains. Almost all the alien races that were closer to the Yellowstone Mountains saw the strange phenomenon in the sky above the Yellowstone Mountains. A huge black coffin seemed to appear in the center of the Yellowstone camp. Even if it's just a glance from a distance, the terrifying energy contained in it also made these soul power users shudder. What's going on? What happened at Yellowstone Camp? Is this the mountain elf's secret weapon? Or is it some special item that triggered it? That kind of power is definitely not something a trainee soul master can wield. Even a first-level soul master can't. Everyone, make sure to check the situation at Yellowstone Camp. I want to know the latest movements of the mountain elves. On this day, rumors about Yellowstone Camp were flying. Countless people speculated about what happened at Yellowstone Camp. The spies of different races all ran towards the Yellowstone Camp. The trial ground, which was already not peaceful, became even more chaotic with the strange phenomenon in the Yellowstone Mountains. At this moment, in Yellowstone Camp, Buck was walking slowly and weakly from a pile of flying rocks. After clearing the debris off his body, Buck's eyes were filled with solemnity. He also didn't expect that Duva's last trump card would be so terrifying. In the explosion just now, the Hell Wolf was blown into pieces because he was the closest. Although the Sunbird and the Emperor Penguin were only affected, they were both seriously injured at this moment. Even Buck himself was left with only a trace of blood and skin. Fortunately, they are not dead yet, and Duva must have died in the explosion just now. After withstanding this wave of attacks, no one in the entire trial ground could be his match. Looking at his team that had suffered heavy losses, Buck couldn't help but smile bitterly. What an unexpected disaster. I originally thought it would be an easy fight. Who knew that a skeleton mage with only the strength of an apprentice could actually fight him so well? Buck hugged the Emperor Penguin and the Sunbird and was about to leave through the dimensional gate. Boom! A slight noise suddenly sounded. The next moment, Buck's pupils shrank slightly. Just see. In the pile of rocks, a skeletal arm suddenly extended from it. Bang! The moment I saw this arm, Buck didn't say anything and directly used his magic attack. Stars fall. A huge rock suddenly appeared in the sky above Yellowstone Camp. Without saying a word, he directly took it where the skeleton's arm was stretched out. Suddenly, the skeleton arm in front of him was hit by a stone. The ground even sank a few centimeters. Even if Dua is still alive underground, he must be dead now. Seeing this scene, Buck also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it should really be all over. Click, click, click. Who knows? Before Buck could even breathe a sigh of relief, the rubble pile on the ground, inside the land. More and more click sounds were heard. However, at least dozens of skeletons suddenly crawled out of the ground. These skeletons are none other than the product of Duva's innate skill, skeleton reconstruction. These skeletons included birds and beasts, but none of them were Dua. Obviously. In order to prevent Buck in front of him from using another big move like the falling stars just now. This time, Duva was also very cautious and had no intention of showing up in public. Seeing dozens of skeletons besieging him, a trace of bitterness flashed across Buck's face. Thinking back to when he had just commanded the beasts to fight Dua in the same way. Now, he has to eat the bitter fruit himself. It is true that fortunes change over time. Things may change over time. Can't help it. A hint of helplessness flashed in Buck's eyes. At this moment, he did not choose to fight hard or to escape. He just stood there quietly, looking at the dozens of skeletons in front of him. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Hold head high. Beside him, the sunbird suddenly let out a labored whine. He struggled to stand up and rubbed his head against Buck in front of him. He took one last lingering look at his master. Final. His entire body transformed into a flame. The crane-shaped flame flew in the sky for the last time in its life, and then pounced straight on the dozens of skeletons on the ground. Boom! A dazzling ray of fire erupted from the ground. All the skeleton beasts that originally lived in Buck turned into ashes at this moment. He saw the Sun-Eye Shrew die in order to save himself. A tear unconsciously flowed from the corner of Buck's eyes. Skeleton Mage? I'll remember you. Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Finished. Buck directly picked up the unconscious Emperor Penguin beside him. Without looking back, he left the Yellowstone camp in front of him. A dimensional door appeared in front of Buck. Just as Buck was about to return to his home. Call out. An arrow, blasted against the wind, instantly shot towards Buck's chest. Puff. The arrow accurately hit Buck's heart. Suddenly, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of Buck's mouth. Covering his chest, Buck looked behind him blankly. I saw a high hillside not far away. Chow Wei was standing in the distance with a bow and arrow. The person who just shot the arrow was none other than Chow Wei. Looking at the arrow in his chest, a bitter smile flashed across Buck's lips. In the end, did he end up like this? As for Chow Wei, his expression looked somewhat gloomy at this moment. There was no joy in his eyes at having shot Buck. If possible, he even wanted to make friends with this guy. After all, he has a good relationship with Brother Penguin? It's a shame that there is no right or wrong when it comes to race. It's this world that's wrong. Ding! You killed the second-level Beastmaster Buck and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! You've completed the last wave of defense missions. Congratulations! You've become the new owner of Yellowstone Camp. Then the whole world began to report. Ding! The human race has occupied the Yellowstone Camp. All humans will receive an additional 20% bonus to all attributes while in the trial grounds. Hear the prompts in your head. At this moment, all the races in the world were boiling with excitement. What's going on? How did humans manage to take over another piece of land in just a few days? Even the top leaders of the human race were confused at this moment. What's going on? Are we that awesome? How come we don't even know how awesome we are? Chapter 56, Instant Kill. The moment Duva crushed the mana amplifier in his hand, the sky was instantly covered in darkness. Chow Wei, who was far away, realized something was wrong the moment he saw Dua crush the mana amplifier. He just used his invincible skill without saying anything. The next moment, he ran and fled into the distance. Boom! A terrifying loud noise came from the Yellowstone Mountains. This moment, not only the Yellowstone Mountains, but even the alien races on other surrounding maps heard the strange noises coming from the Yellowstone Mountains. Almost all the alien races that were closer to the Yellowstone Mountains saw the strange phenomenon in the sky above the Yellowstone Mountains. A huge black coffin seemed to appear in the center of the Yellowstone camp. Even if it's just a glance from a distance. The terrifying energy contained in it also made these soul power users shudder. What's going on? What happened at Yellowstone Camp? Is this the mountain elf's secret weapon? Or is it some special item that triggered it? That kind of power is definitely not something a trainee soul master can wield. Even a first-level soul master can't. Everyone, make sure to find out the situation at Yellowstone Camp. I want to know the latest movements of the mountain elves. On this day, rumors about Yellowstone Camp were flying. Countless people speculated about what happened at Yellowstone Camp. The spies of different races all ran towards the Yellowstone Camp. The trial ground, which was already not peaceful, became even more chaotic with the strange phenomenon in the Yellowstone Mountains. At this moment, in Yellowstone Camp, Buck was walking slowly and weakly from a pile of flying rocks. After clearing the debris off his body, Buck's eyes were filled with solemnity. He also didn't expect that Duva's last trump card would be so terrifying. In the explosion just now, the Hell Wolf was blown into pieces because he was the closest. Although the Sunbird and the Emperor Penguin were only affected, they were both seriously injured at this moment. Even Buck himself was left with only a trace of blood and skin. Fortunately, they are not dead yet, and Duva must have died in the explosion just now. After withstanding this wave of attacks, no one in the entire trial ground could be his match. Looking at his team that had suffered heavy losses, Buck couldn't help but smile bitterly. What an unexpected disaster. I originally thought it would be an easy fight. Who knew that a skeleton mage with only the strength of an apprentice could actually fight him so well? Buck hugged the Emperor Penguin and the Sunbird and was about to leave through the dimensional gate. Boom! A slight noise suddenly sounded. The next moment, Buck's pupils shrank slightly. Just see. In the pile of rocks, a skeletal arm suddenly extended from it. Bang! The moment I saw this arm, Buck didn't say anything and directly used his magic attack. Stars fall. A huge rock suddenly appeared in the sky above Yellowstone Camp. Without saying a word, he directly took it where the skeleton's arm was stretched out. Suddenly, the skeleton arm in front of him was hit by a stone. The ground even sank a few centimeters. Even if Dua is still alive underground, he must be dead now. Seeing this scene, Buck also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, it should really be all over. Click, click, click. Who knows? Before Buck could even breathe a sigh of relief, the rubble pile on the ground, inside the land. More and more click sounds were heard. However, at least dozens of skeletons suddenly crawled out of the ground. These skeletons are none other than the product of Duva's innate skill, skeleton reconstruction. These skeletons included birds and beasts, but none of them were Dua. Obviously. In order to prevent Buck in front of him from using another big move like the falling stars just now. This time, Duva was also very cautious and had no intention of showing up in public. Seeing dozens of skeletons besieging him, a trace of bitterness flashed across Buck's face. Thinking back to when he had just commanded the beasts to fight Dua in the same way. Now, he has to eat the bitter fruit himself. It is true that fortunes change over time. Things may change over time. Can't help it. A hint of helplessness flashed in Buck's eyes. At this moment, he did not choose to fight hard or to escape. He just stood there quietly, looking at the dozens of skeletons in front of him. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Hold head high. Beside him, the Sunbird suddenly let out a labored whine. He struggled to stand up and rubbed his head against Buck in front of him. He took one last lingering look at his master. Final. His entire body transformed into a flame. The crane-shaped flame flew in the sky for the last time in its life, and then pounced straight on the dozens of skeletons on the ground. Boom! A dazzling ray of fire erupted from the ground. All the skeleton beasts that originally lived in Buck turned into ashes at this moment. He saw the Sun-Eye Shrew die in order to save himself. A tear unconsciously flowed from the corner of Buck's eyes. Skeleton Mage? I'll remember you. Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you. Finished. Buck directly picked up the unconscious Emperor Penguin beside him. Without looking back, he left the Yellowstone Camp in front of him. A dimensional door appeared in front of Buck. Just as Buck was about to return to his home. Call out. An arrow, blasted against the wind, instantly shot towards Buck's chest. Puff. The arrow accurately hit Buck's heart. Suddenly, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out of Buck's mouth. Covering his chest, Buck looked behind him blankly. I saw a high hillside not far away. Chow Wei was standing in the distance with a bow and arrow. The person who just shot the arrow was none other than Chow Wei. Looking at the arrow in his chest, a bitter smile flashed across Buck's lips. In the end, did he end up like this? As for Chow Wei, his expression looked somewhat gloomy at this moment. There was no joy in his eyes at having shot Buck. If possible, he even wanted to make friends with this guy. After all, he has a good relationship with Brother Penguin. It's a shame that there is no right or wrong when it comes to race. It's this world that's wrong. Ding! You killed the second level Beastmaster Buck and gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! You've completed the last wave of defense missions. Congratulations! You've become the new owner of Yellowstone Camp. Then the whole world began to report. Ding! The human race has occupied the Yellowstone Camp. All humans will receive an additional 20% bonus to all attributes while in the trial grounds. Hear the prompts in your head. At this moment, all the races in the world were boiling with excitement. What's going on? How did humans manage to take over another piece of land in just a few days? Even the top leaders of the human race were confused at this moment. What's going on? Are we that awesome? How come we don't even know how awesome we are? Chapter 56, Instant Kill. Putting away the bow and arrow in his hand, Chao Wei replaced it with his law enforcer hammer. The next moment, he ran towards the Yellowstone camp without looking back. He even used all the skills he could. Accelerate. Endurance. From a distance, Chao Wei looked like a gust of wind. It was just that, it was originally flat ground. Suddenly, countless bone spurs and bone prisons appeared. Get out of my way. All I heard was a roar from Chao Wei. The next moment, the hammer in his hand smashed all the bone spurs and bone cages in front of him. And behind him, a skeleton figure was slowly crawling out from the ground. This figure was none other than Dua. Looking at Chao Wei sprinting back, Dua gave him a mind shock without saying a word. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chao Wei's mouth. But he gritted his teeth and still didn't look back. Looking at Chao Wei's back as he kept running forward, Dua couldn't help but laugh. Interesting, for the sake of dropped equipment, you're even willing to sacrifice your life? Boy, not running away was the worst decision you ever made. You shouldn't have been greedy for this batch of equipment. After saying that, a pair of wings condensed behind Dua, chasing quickly in the direction of Chao Wei. And Chao Wei, fighting with the last breath in his chest. Finally, he arrived at the Yellowstone camp with great difficulty. Ding! As soon as you enter the Yellowstone camp, do you want to change the name of the new territory? Need not. After entering the territory, Chao Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Then he came to the place where Buck died and checked his gains. Just see. A total of 2 items dropped where Buck died. These 2 props are actually scrolls. Ding! You picked up the compulsory pet contract scroll C. Ding! You picked up the skill scroll Starfall Earth attribute C+. Forced pet contract scroll. Using this scroll, the user can forcibly tame a monster of a lower level than his as a pet. The monster's potential value must not be higher than C level. Starfall, an earth spell scroll that can summon a meteorite with damage of 2000 plus intelligence 450% to attack the enemy, consumes 2500 soul points, and has a cooldown of 20 minutes time. Looking at the 2 scrolls in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. TSK. I knew that a guy with a wild man's appearance must be a poor idiot. Chao Wei thought that with his luck, he could get an A-level hidden professional scroll. Unexpectedly, he miscalculated this time. Not only did he not get anything good, the only skill scroll that was open was not one that he could use. As for the scroll of forced pet contract, its effect on Chao Wei was better than nothing. On the one hand, his level is too low. On the other hand, he didn't encounter the right monster. Chao Wei actually knew where to capture rare magical beasts. Some dimensional gates in World of Warcraft approved by the Human Alliance can capture Warcraft after entering. However, not only is it dangerous inside, but the tickets are also extremely expensive. If you are not careful, you might lose your life. Suddenly, Chao Wei scratched his head in distress. Or, just sell it. Just when Chao Wei was worrying about how to use the forced pet contract scroll, Duva had already quickly flown in front of Chao Wei. In the sky. He looked coldly at Chao Wei under the ground, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Boy, you've been upset enough today. So I decided to cripple you and then force you to sign a slave contract with me. After saying that, a huge green flame appeared in Dua's hand. Just as Duva was about to throw the flame in his hand, Chao Wei immediately waved his hands and shouted loudly. Stop! Unexpectedly. After hearing Chao Wei's shout, Duva actually stopped. With a stiff smile on his lips, Duva's soulfire looked at Chao Wei with amusement. What's wrong? Have you finally decided to submit to me? Ha, a man of insight is a wise man. Your choice is not wrong. Finished. The slave scroll was taken out by Duva again. Gently opening it, a contract full of unequal treaties appeared in front of Chao Wei. Chao Wei didn't recognize the densely packed magic words on it. But this did not prevent him from understanding the content. That's roughly what it means. If Chao Wei signed this contract, his life would be in Dua's hands. From then on, no matter what order Duval gave, even asking him to commit suicide, Chao Wei would execute it immediately. If he fails to comply, he will be severely punished. Similar to the chain binding and electric shocks that Li Heng had just suffered. At the same time, as a slave, Chao Wei cannot have any bad thoughts towards his master. Even the slightest murderous intent would result in backlash from the contract. Looking at the contents of the contract in front of him, a sneer flashed across Chao Wei's lips. Ah, this contract is really beneficial to you. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Duhua responded with a sneer. Don't you see? Isn't this contract the truest rule of this world? The weak become the property of the strong and give away everything they have. If you were stronger than me, I would be the one signing the contract today. Therefore, the reason why you signed this contract is simply because you are too weak. Chao Wei, I'm giving you a chance. Sign the contract within 10 seconds, or else I'll destroy you. Snap, snap, snap. Hearing Dua's words, Chao Wei couldn't help but clap his hands lightly. I saw a smile flash in his eyes. Well said. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you are weak, you should not have human rights. So I've decided. I'm going to make you sign this contract. Ha, you're smart. Then what did you say? Duhua, who originally thought that Chao Wei had understood his situation, only realized it halfway through his words. I saw a hint of murderous intent flashing in his soul fire. The look he gave Chao Wei was full of ill intentions. Facing Dua's stagnant murderous intent. This time, there was no trace of panic or fear on Chao Wei's face. He just laughed and stretched out 3 fingers. Pointing to Dua in front of him, Chao Wei said with a relaxed look. It only takes me 3 seconds to deal with you. Facing Chao Wei's arrogant remarks. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Dua's eyes, as well as anger at being provoked by a weak person. He picked up the staff and shook it quickly. Very good, I hope that in 3 minutes you will be able to laugh like you do now. Don't think I don't know that your invincibility skill has just been used. I want to show you how a dog should flatter its master. The next moment, a thick ray shot out from Dua's staff. At the moment when it was about to hit Chao Wei. Sudden. Chao Wei moved. First second. Under Duva's surprised gaze, he came to his side at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Second. Chao Wei punched Dua's staff and broke it into pieces. The third second. Chao Wei's fist hit Dua's eye socket. Crack. Half of Dua's skull was smashed by Chao Wei with one punch. Chapter 57 Killing Duva. Bang. Under Duva's astonished gaze, Chao Wei only punched him once. Then, he felt a buzzing in his head and the sounds of mosquitoes filled the air all around him. Looking at the scenery flying backwards around him, Duva's face was full of confusion. Is he flying? And it's flying backwards. What's going on? The next moment, Duva stabilized his body in mid-air. Looking at Chao Wei with a smirk on his face, Duhua was surprised. The vision in his right eye suddenly became pitch black. It turns out, it just happened. Chao Wei's punch actually cut off half of his skull. From a distance, his head was only a quarter of its original size. Touching his aching head, Dua's soulfire was filled with disbelief. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. What's going on? How did you suddenly become so strong? Hearing Duva's question, Chao Wei just laughed. What a joke, it's still a question like this in this day and age. He is cheating. The reason why Chao Wei just changed into his own law enforcer hammer. It's because Chao Wei has been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to turn the tables on Duva. After killing Buck, why didn't Chao Wei leave, but instead chose to turn around and run to Yellowstone Camp? Even after suffering a real soul shock from Dua, he still tried his best to run back to Yellowstone Camp? The reason lies in the equipment he is wearing. Enforcer set. Enforcer set, within your territory, all weapons gain a multiplier effect equal to the number of components you possess. All current territories, Human Fortress, Yellowstone Camp. Chao Wei has a total of 6 law enforcer parts on him. Then his physical attributes can be increased 6-fold. Name, Chao Wei. Level, 10. Equipment, Law Enforcement Armor C+, Law Enforcement Mace D+, Law Enforcement Necklace D+, Wolf Tamer Gauntlets D+, Law Enforcement Leggings C+, Law Enforcement Boots C+, Law Enforcement Helmet D+. Set activation in progress. Health, 21,350. Soul Power, 7,500. Physical Attack, 1040. Magic Attack, 524. Physical Defense, 1720. Magical Defense, 1030. Strength, 465. Agility, 432. Intelligence, 280. Constitution, 950. Luck, 40. Skills, Energy Bar D, Sword Resistance D, Goblin Punks Magic I C, Blinding Field B, Holy Light Bombardment C, Archery Mastery B. In your own territory. Chao Wei's attack power instantly exceeded 1,000. With one punch, Dua, whose physical defense was fragile, was beaten into a fool. That's not all. It's not just his equipment attributes that are enhanced. At the same time, his skills are also strengthened. Just see. Under Duva's surprised gaze. Countless holy light bullets instantly condensed in Chao Wei's hands. The holy light bullets filling the sky were brighter and more dazzling than any Chao Wei had thrown before. Holy light. Bombing. Accompanied by Chao Wei's big wave of his hand. The next moment. Huge holy light bullets as big as adult washbasins fell to the ground. At this moment, Chao Wei's physical attributes absolutely crushed Duva on the opposite side. Look at the holy light bullets all over the sky. A hint of fear also flashed in Dua's eyes. He picked up all the mana replenishing potions in the space equipment and poured them into his mouth as if they were free. The next moment. A huge dark barrier appeared in front of Dua. Stop it, for me. Boom, boom, boom. A moment. The light submerged Dua's figure. Accompanied by the holy light bombing as expected. The already devastated Yellowstone Mountains became even more miserable at this moment. Those alien scouts who were originally heading towards the Yellowstone camp. After seeing the white light all over the sky, his face turned pale instantly. What a powerful force this is. Is this really the kind of noise a trainee soul practitioner should make? It's obviously impossible. This moment. Countless leaders of alien races in the trial ground frowned slightly. Looking at the bright light in the sky above Yellowstone camp, all of them had vigilance in their eyes. Immediately, these commanders spoke to their subordinates. Immediately, tell the higher-ups this news. A remarkable priest has appeared in the trial grounds. Level to be determined. Apprenticeship period. Strength, 3rd level. Race, can't be the Skeleton Clan, half could be the Mountain Elves Clan, and half could be the Human Clan. Now. The light faded. The territory in front of him had turned into a vast expanse of white. Not to mention Duva's figure. Not even a hair can be seen. Only a slave scroll was left floating gently in the air. I don't know what special material it is made of. Even under Chao Wei's terrifying attack, the scroll did not break in the end. And Chao Wei. A prompt tone from the system also rang in his ears. Ding. You killed the B-rank hidden soul power skeleton transformer Duva, gaining 1,000 experience points. Chao Wei. Bah. You're a bear. After playing for a long time, the system only gave me 1,000 experience points? This experience is probably not even 1/10 of what Chao Wei had just killed in a sneak attack on Buck. What a waste of emotion. After fighting for so long, if it weren't for the system prompt, Chao Wei would have thought that he was fighting with a peak 2nd level or even 3rd level boss. Whether in terms of skills or experience, Dua is definitely several times more experienced than ordinary apprentice soul masters. What about Dua, who was eliminated by Chao Wei? At this time. Inside the undead star. Duva, who was working in his office, felt his body suddenly tremble. Ding. Your clone number 376 is destroyed, and all attributes are permanently reduced by 1%. Upon hearing this reminder, Dua's body trembled slightly. Even without a skin, Duva's skeleton was still sweating profusely. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. His eyes were also filled with shock and fanaticism. I never expected that I would come across such a good talent in the trial ground. Chao Wei, huh? I'm going to pick you. Finished. Duva seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked sad. Unfortunately, I haven't completed the mission Lord Bardo assigned to me. This is no joke. Now I can only watch, the function of the trial site I occupied cannot be offset. It really is a troubled time. After saying this, Duva prepared to leave his office and apologize. But the next moment, his body froze again. On the huge skull's face, the corners of the mouth suddenly rose slightly. I saw that the smile looked a little ferocious. When the skeletons passing by saw this, they broke out in a cold sweat. After a long time, Dua came back to his senses, and a playful expression appeared in his soul fire. I didn't expect this little dog to still be alive. It's really getting more and more interesting. Chapter 58 Robe of Disguise. Killed Duva. Chao Wei finally solved one of his biggest worries. Next, let us take a look at the gains of this battle. Just now, Chao Wei suddenly discovered. In addition to dropping the slave scroll, Dua also dropped a commodity. Chao Wei didn't notice it at first, but he confirmed it after he felt around carefully. After Duva died, he actually dropped a piece of skin? Ding! You get the item Substitute Skin D. Alternate Skin D, a special item. Upon use, the user acquires a new identity. This alternate skin's race is fixed to the skeleton clan. Stamina, 100,000 points. Once stamina is depleted, the equipment automatically shatters. Looking at the substitute skin in front of him, Chao Wei's pupils shrank slightly. Although I don't understand why Duva would drop this kind of item. But the moment I saw this prop, countless bold ideas emerged in Chao Wei's mind. Nice one! With the substitute skin, Chao Wei has gained a new identity. Immediately, Chao Wei used the skin of the substitute in front of him. The next moment, the skin of the substitute in front of you. It instantly stuck to Chao Wei's body. There is no discomfort when wearing it. I saw Chao Wei, who was originally wearing a law enforcement suit. At this moment, it turned into a strong and powerful skeleton. Although he was still wearing the law enforcer suit, he looked quite evil. Feeling his new identity, Chao Wei nodded with satisfaction. Then, without saying anything, he evolved the skin of the substitute in front of him. Holy evolution! Ding! You evolved the D rank item, Substitute Skin, and obtained the B rank item, Camouflage Robe. The Robe of Camouflage B automatically transforms the user into a skeleton. Available camouflage classes include Skeleton Warrior E, Skeleton Archer E, Skeleton Mage E, and Dark Priest B. The skills used will automatically change to similar skills. After wearing it, it requires a 24-hour recharge for every 2 hours of wear. See the camouflage robe prop in front of you. A hint of surprise flashed across Chao Wei's eyes. This prop is good. Although the endurance setting has been changed to a charging setting, it can only be worn for 2 hours a day. But one advantage of the camouflage robe is that it can be transformed into a corresponding profession. Immediately, Chao Wei chose the Dark Priest as his disguised profession without saying a word. Character, Chao Wei Skeleton. Occupation, Priest Dark Priest. Level, 10. Just see the law enforcer suit on Chao Wei. The next moment it turned into a pitch-black robe. The golden hammer in his hand instantly turned into black and gold with the help of the camouflage robe. From a distance, Chao Wei looked like a soul catcher walking out of hell. The long robe on his body moved without wind. There was a dark blue soul fire shining in his eyes, as if he wanted to devour everyone who looked at him. Holy light bombing. With a soft hum, a holy light bullet condensed in Chao Wei's hand. It was supposed to be a holy light bullet of white light. At this moment, it turned into a deep black. Although the nature has not changed. But it would make people mistakenly think that this is a corrosive bomb filled with dark energy. With a gentle wave, this corrosive bomb flew far away and exploded in an open space in the distance. Boom! Suddenly, stone chips flew everywhere. In terms of effect, it is no different from the holy light bullet. In this way, Chao Wei pondered over the camouflage robe for a long time. Finally, a conclusion was reached. My goodness, isn't this just a skin? Apart from the moves that look cool, everything else seems to be useless. Of course, as far as disguise is concerned, the camouflage robe has done a good enough job. In Xiao Wei's current state, no one would recognize his identity even if he entered the undead planet. The only pity is that this suit needs to be charged. Otherwise, Xiao Wei must let those skeletons know. What is a spy? After Xiao Wei has cleaned up Dua's legacy. Here, he immediately hurried back to the Yellowstone camp. Now, the Yellowstone campground has become dilapidated. But in Xiao Wei's opinion, this is undoubtedly a huge treasure. Otherwise, why would Xiao Wei be willing to spend so much time and effort to start a fight between Duva and Yellowstone camp? It's all for the things inside. For example, the shaman's special class change scroll. Now, Yellowstone camp has become Xiao Wei's territory. This means that Xiao Wei has the right to dispose of everything here. Relying on his memory, Xiao Wei came to the employment hall. At this time, the mercenary hall had already turned into a pile of ruins in the previous battle. Have no choice. Xiao Wei had no choice but to lie on the ground and start digging a hole. In a blink of an eye, he dug out a lot of good things. Mana replenishing potion, rubbish. What is this? It even has seeds? Oh, it's actually a prop? Hey! A skill scroll. TSK. An F rank 1, garbage. Fuck. This is the last piece of the forest set I haven't redeemed yet. Okay. This gauntlet is mine. Shit. I've been searching for so long, but I still can't find the special mission job transfer scroll. And so, it took a full half day. Xiao Wei took out a lot of things in the employment hall. Xiao Wei did find quite a few things, such as equipment and skill scrolls. But unfortunately, he didn't find the special mission job change scroll in the end. Xiao Wei guessed that the thing, as the clan's treasure, must be placed in some special place. It will take a lot of effort to dig it out. The only thing that's fucked up is Xiao Wei discovered that there was not enough space in his space watch. He took this space watch from a dead body. It's a cheap item. There is only 1 cubic meter of space in total, and a huge dragon egg is placed inside. At this moment, Xiao Wei has already turned out half of the things in the employment hall. Xiao Wei's space watch is filled with equipment and scrolls. Looking at the dazzling array of props and items on the floor, Xiao Wei was in tears. It would be too unacceptable to just leave it here. What if it is stolen by someone? The mountain elves have such a large camp, but they don't even have any space equipment. Looking at the mountain of props and equipment, Xiao Wei was silent. Crack! Just as Xiao Wei was in a daze. Suddenly, a strange noise was heard around. Suddenly, several blood-red eyes appeared in Xiao Wei's eyes. All around, several sneaky alien scouts were slowly approaching Xiao Wei. Damn! I didn't put my things away properly, and the thief came first. Immediately, Xiao Wei took out his hammer and pointed it at everyone. Stop right there. Try touching Grandpa's things. Chapter 59, The Second Merchant Scroll. Puff sound. Hearing Xiao Wei's arrogant speech, the surrounding alien scouts all burst into laughter. How dare a little skeleton speak so shamelessly? Brothers! What are you talking about with a skeleton? Their IQ is not even as high as a 5-year-old child from our scorpion tribe. That's right, kill this loser and we'll split the equipment equally. What are you waiting for? First come, first served. Suddenly, a group of aliens looked greedily at the pile of materials in front of them, and rushed towards Xiao Wei without saying a word. Faced with these alien races who have been blinded by interests, Xiao Wei's solution is very simple. Boo! A snap of fingers. Suddenly, countless dark versions of holy light bullets appeared in the sky. Dark bombing. All I heard was Xiao Wei's angry roar. The next moment, holy light bullets filled the sky and blasted towards him. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying black light directly enveloped the surrounding soul power users. The next moment, those alien soul power users who originally had greedy faces were engulfed by fear. Wait until the black light dissipates. Those soul power users who were so arrogant just now have already died or been injured. Not far away, those aliens who were just one step behind now had horror on their faces. Everyone fled as quickly as if they had seen a ghost. Oh no! Not only has a mutated wizard appeared among the skeleton tribe, but now a terrifying dark priest has appeared. Everyone, bring this information back at all costs. Looking at the alien scouts who were fleeing into the distance, a cold light flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. What a pity. These alien races do not belong to the same camp. He was also very cunning when escaping. A group of scouts fled quickly in all directions. If Chao Wei forced his way in pursuit, he would inevitably fall into the enemy's trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Looking at the pile of props in front of him, Chao Wei didn't know whether to leave or not. Just when Chao Wei was at a loss, suddenly, his eyes widened. With his sharp eyes, he suddenly discovered another scroll. Did it just explode? Or was it dropped by the enemy? Regardless of anything else, as long as it is a scroll, it must be a good thing. Immediately, Chao Wei picked up the scroll on the ground. The next moment, Chao Wei froze in place. Ding! You picked up the scroll potion merchant glutinous rice F. It's another merchant scroll. Seeing the scroll in front of him, Chao Wei's hands were trembling slightly. The words that Momo and Xiao Shuang said at that time still rang in his ears. A special merchant scroll, if placed in the auction house. The prices start at 1 million. A huge feeling of happiness instantly enveloped Chao Wei's whole body. Oh, awesome! If there's any pity, it's that this scroll is only F rank. Among the many scrolls, it is probably the one at the bottom. Chao Wei can evolve. But after evolution, it can only be used by him. Thinking of this, Chao Wei couldn't help but frown slightly. If it evolves, the scroll in front of you can at least be upgraded to D level. Maybe the new merchant can sell some special goods. But if it doesn't evolve and is sold, Chao Wei would have the opportunity to make a fortune and live a life of luxury. Thinking of this, Chao Wei hesitated slightly. However, after hesitating for only 3 seconds, Chao Wei's eyes immediately became firm again. His parents haven't been found yet, so it's not time for him to give up. Anyway, he still has a merchant scroll to sell. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to familiarize himself with the use of the merchant scroll. So why not give it a try? Immediately, Chao Wei used his skills. Holy Evolution. Ding! You used Holy Evolution on the scroll potion merchant, Nuanumi, consuming 200 experience points. Ding! You have obtained the scroll potion merchant, Father Kato D. Looking at the brand new scroll in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, his guess was right. Then, he used the scroll in front of him without any hesitation. Suddenly, the situation around changed drastically. A special dimensional door appeared in Chao Wei's hand. It was different from any dimensional gate Chao Wei had ever seen before. The dimensional door in front of me looks like a door of goods sold in a store that suddenly appears. There was nothing around, only one door. The door appears to be made of some high-quality wood. There is also a medicine bottle on the doorframe as a door decoration. Presumably, it is used to highlight the identity of the owner of the door. Just see. The merchant scroll in Chao Wei's hand suddenly turned into a key. He picked up the key in his hand and looked at the keyhole on the dimensional door. Chao Wei inserted the key without saying a word. With a click, the dimensional door in front of him was opened directly by Chao Wei. Welcome, strange traveler. Suddenly, a slightly old voice came from inside the door. It was not until Chao Wei walked into the door that he discovered a long corridor appeared in front of him. The corridor is filled with various alien soul power users. But the largest number are the fox orcs. A large group of fox children who looked only 6 or 7 years old were running back and forth between the rooms, carrying all kinds of medicinal herbs and utensils. From time to time, countless doors would appear out of thin air in this corridor. Every time the door opens, a new alien soul power user will appear inside. Among them, some seem to have already gotten used to it, while others seemed a little uneasy. Giants, demons, skeletons, elves, humans, and even angels and dragon people. Chao Wei actually looked all over this corridor. What's even stranger is, every alien who came here, even if they were enemies with each other, did not attack each other. Sir, I see you've been standing here for quite some time. Is this your first time here? Just as Chao Wei was standing in the corridor observing the surrounding situation, a soft and childish voice suddenly came from beside him. Look down. I saw a little fox girl with big eyes looking at Chao Wei respectfully. Name, Nuomi. Occupation, first level pharmacy apprentice. Level, 24. Chao Wei. Shit. His level was actually surpassed by a little lowly. Looking at the other person looking at him with respect, Chao Wei's face felt hot. I really don't have the nerve to do this. You boss, you boss. Suddenly, Chao Wei put away all his previous underestimation. A child who looks 6 or 7 years old has the strength of a peak level. As a newbie in his trainee period, he'd better not waste time. Chao Wei coughed slightly and spoke somewhat unnaturally. Well, I'm here to buy some medicine. Is there anything suitable for me? After hearing what Chao Wei said, he looked at the equipment on Chao Wei. Suddenly, the fox lowly in front of him, named Nuonumi, had a gleam of light in her eyes. Oh, who? I met a fat sheep. Chapter 60 Fire Lotus Potion. As a quasi-businessman, Nuonami thinks she is different from other apprentices. The apprentices who come to work for Papa Kato all aim to become pharmacists. But Nuonami is different, she defines herself as a businessman. Her innate skill is called identification. In addition to being able to see the enemy's weaknesses during battle, you can also analyze the quality and effectiveness of the opponent's equipment. So just now, Nuonami used identification on Chao Wei and instantly saw the value of the equipment on Chao Wei. Especially the effect of the law enforcer suit, which blinded Nuonami. So, Chao Wei was naturally labeled as a nouveau riche by her. Immediately, a dollar mark flashed in Nuonami's pupils. The look he gave Chao Wei was filled with offer money. So, without saying a word, she took Chao Wei to the end of the corridor. Wait until the two of them walked through the magnificent corridor. The next moment, Chao Wei found himself in a brand new and strange space. It's like being in a gold shop in a department store. The surrounding area is filled with various fox tellers. These tellers are introducing the medicines in front of them to the customers. It was only after a casual stroll that Chao Wei discovered this. The potions on this level are basically E-level potions. The potions are also common potions such as acceleration, armor penetration, defense, blood replenishment, or mana replenishment. As for the purchase method, it is also very simple. If they are locals, they will pay the Fox tribe's unique currency when purchasing goods. The soul power users of other alien races would exchange the goods in front of them through the most primitive method of barter. Led by Nuonumi, Chao Wei took a walk around. When it was over, Chao Wei's face didn't show much surprise. On the contrary, he actually felt a little disappointed. Unexpectedly, the decoration of this alien space looks quite luxurious. But the stuff inside was not that great. Compared with the potions of the mountain elves that Chao Wei had thrown outside before, the quality was obviously lower. Chao Wei couldn't help but flash a hint of disdain in his eyes. If I had known this earlier, I would have sold this scroll at an auction. Nuonumi, who was standing by, was watching Chao Wei's expression from beginning to end. When she saw the disappointment in Chao Wei's eyes, she couldn't help but clench her fists slightly. Really? The human in front of me is a big fish. Excuse me, sir, are you dissatisfied with the goods on our first floor? If you need, I can take you to the second floor or even the third floor. Maybe there's something you need there. Oh? When Chao Wei heard what Nuonami said, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. You actually have a second and third floor here? What's there? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Nuonami immediately smiled sweetly. With a deceptive smile, Nuonumi said directly. Of course it's good stuff, sir. On the second floor, there are potions made by senior pharmacy apprentices. The potions are at least D grade. All of these were made by a second-level intermediate pharmacist, or even a third-level advanced pharmacist. As for the third floor. Having said that, Nuonumi couldn't help but pause slightly. Seeing Nuonumi pause, Chao Wei couldn't help but laugh. He simply took out an E-level warrior skill scroll from his hand. This thing is useless to him. When I got to Papa Kato's shop, I used it as money. Seeing Chao Wei receive such a generous tip. Suddenly, Nuonami's little heart started beating wildly. He took Chao Wei's scroll without leaving a trace and put it into his sleeve. Hastily, Nuonami said respectfully, Sir, the third floor is Papa Kato's dedicated auction house. There, you can auction off potions made by Papa Kato himself. Although they are all D-grade potions, they are all Kato's personal formulas. Hearing Nuonami's mysterious words, Chao Wei couldn't help but frown slightly. I saw a flash of disdain in his eyes. It's just a D-grade potion, what's there to brag about? So what if it was so effective? Could it compare to a C-grade potion? It was obvious that Noonumi also saw the disdain in Xiao Wei's eyes. Immediately, she looked around mysteriously. After making sure no one was paying attention to her, Noonumi then stood on tiptoe with some difficulty and tried to put her mouth close to Xiao Wei's ear and spoke. "Sir, let me quietly tell you the details of today's auction. This is a special reward for your tip. Father Thor's famous potion is called Fire Lotus, which can permanently increase your intelligence by 20 points. Furthermore, each soul power user can use it 3 times. Suddenly, when Xiao Wei heard the information about Noonumi, his eyes widened. Oh shit. Fog, fuck. What a fog. It turned out to be a potion that permanently improves attributes. No wonder so many people like to come to this pharmacy. It turns out the secrets are hidden here. At this moment, Xiao Wei was lost. If this potion fell into his hands, coupled with his innate skill, Holy Evolution, Xiao Wei simply couldn't imagine how exaggerated the effect of the Fire Lotus potion would be after it evolved. Xiao Wei couldn't help but clench his fists. No matter what, he must attend this auction. Immediately, Xiao Wei grabbed Noonumi, who was standing beside him, and said, "What are you waiting for? Take me to the 3rd floor." Hearing Xiao Wei's words, Noonumi had a bitter smile on her face. He quickly grabbed Xiao Wei and said this. "My lord, I haven't finished yet. Although Father Thor has good pharmaceutical skills, he is also a greedy person. He will only entertain 20 distinguished guests each time. If you want to go to the 3rd floor, you have to show your ability, understand?" After saying that, Noonumi rubbed her index finger and middle finger with her thumb. Everyone in the universe knows this posture. I heard what Noonumi said and saw the other party's actions. Xiao Wei was slightly stunned at first. But soon, he reacted. "Oh no. I thought it was something else. It's just money." Xiao Wei took out a scroll with a smile. "Gently give the sticky rice in front of you." The next moment, he hurriedly put it into his space watch. Ah! What a pity. What Xiao Wei didn't expect was, when Noonumi saw what he had just taken out, she actually started screaming in panic. This unprofessional shout quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding customers. And Noonumi seemed to realize her gaffe. Her little face turned slightly red, but her body couldn't help but tremble. It was not for anything else, but because of the scroll Xiao Wei had just shown him. It turned out to be a special job transfer task scroll Shaman D. Suddenly, Noonumi's eyes looked different when she looked at Xiao Wei. There was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. She bit her lips slightly, grabbed Xiao Wei's arm and leaned on her fried egg. She whispered beside Xiao Wei in a somewhat charming voice. "Sir, are you in need of a mistress?" Chapter 61 Shopping Spree. Xiao Wei. Lack. But I don't want it. Xiao Wei glanced at Noonumi, whose face was flushed, and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm an upright man of steel who grew up under the light of righteousness. I don't smelt copper." Immediately, Xiao Wei picked up the glutinous rice in front of him and threw it aside. "How is it? Am I qualified to go to the 3rd floor?" Cut. Hearing Xiao Wei's words, Noonumi couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. But soon, she regained her human smile and said, "Of course, sir, but the auction will still start in half an hour. Would you like to go upstairs now, or go to the 2nd floor first?" After hearing what Noonumi said, Xiao Wei just thought for a moment. Then he said lightly, "Let's go to the 2nd floor first, maybe there's something I need there." "Okay, please follow me." After hearing Xiao Wei's request, Noonumi immediately took Xiao Wei to a big door nearby. Came to a metal door. I saw Noonumi took out a card from his space equipment. Place it in front of the door and sweep it gently. The metal in front of him actually emitted a layer of white fluorescence. The next moment, the door opened. There was actually an elevator inside. After entering the elevator, Noonumi directly pressed the sign for the 2nd floor, accompanied by the slight shaking of the elevator. After a while, the elevator door in front of me opened again. Suddenly, a new floor of rooms appeared in front of Xiao Wei. If the decoration of the 1st floor looks magnificent, the decoration of the 2nd floor can only be described as noble and elegant. All around, even on a display counter, there are delicate patterns carved. Next to each bottle of potion, the name and deeds of the master who made it will be introduced, as well as the efficacy of the potion he made. This time, Noonumi did not follow Xiao Wei. Instead, he greeted Chao Wei and helped Chao Wei go to the third floor to register. Wait until Nuonumi leaves. Soon, a new fox woman came beside Chao Wei. The other person looks like a beauty from the Fox clan. Both in figure and temperament, she is obviously much more beautiful than the fox waiters on the first floor. Especially, she looks obviously older. Well, in all aspects. If the other person didn't have a fox face, Chao Wei might have really been tempted by him. Under the guidance of the new waiter in front of him, Chao Wei quickly visited the second floor of Papa Thor's pharmacy. Chao Wei, who originally had no hope. I didn't expect to gain something after taking a walk around. The medicines on the second floor are of much better quality than those on the first floor. All of them are D-level or above potions. There were several kinds of medicines, and Chao Wei was slightly tempted after seeing them. Holy Light Potion D. After use, the power of all holy skills will be increased by 35%. This potion is made by the intermediate pharmacist Andrew. Demon Repellent Potion D. After use, all attacks of the user deal an additional 20% damage to dark races. This potion was made by the intermediate pharmacist Peter Long. Frost Concentrate Potion D. After use, the user's ice skills are increased in power by 30%, and all control skills are extended in duration by 15%. This potion is crafted by the senior pharmacist Ice Demon. Deadly Potion D. After use, it increases the user's hit rate by 40% and critical damage by 15%. This potion is made by senior pharmacist Amir Du. Pet Evolution Potion D. After use, it can enhance the potential of pets or mounts below level D, with a 30% chance of increasing their potential by 1 level and a 10% chance of evolving their racial characteristics. Indestructible Potion D. After use, the user can last for a whole night, and there is a 50% chance to obtain the Yi Full Stamina status for 24 hours, made by an anonymous pharmacist. Chao Wei. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in front of him, Chao Wei was immediately dazzled. Immediately, he pulled the waiter aside and asked, this, and that, how much are these in total? Hearing that Chao Wei directly ordered several high-level potions, the fox waiter in front of him was also slightly surprised. I didn't expect Chao Wei to be so generous. Immediately, the fox shopping guide said respectfully, Sir, if you don't have our Fox Tribe's coins, you can exchange them with these items of corresponding value. We have professional appraisers who can determine the price of your items. Alternatively, some pharmacists will issue some unique item trading tasks. If you can fulfill their mission, they are also willing to exchange their own potions with you. Hearing the words of the Fox shopping guide, Chao Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly checked the descriptions on the back of these medicines. Like the fingernails of the D+ level Warcraft Deep Forest Lizard, the eyeballs of the C level Warcraft Death Eating Vulture, and the whip of the B level Warcraft Wild Silver Wild Sheep. In short, all kinds of strange trading tasks appeared in front of Chao Wei. Most of them, Chao Wei had never even heard of. Soon, he gave up the idea of completing the transaction. He just took out something from his space watch. After a while, scrolls appeared in front of him. Ah! This time, it was the Fox shopping guide in front of him who exclaimed, accompanied by the surprised voice of the Fox shopping guide in front of him. Soon, many aliens who were buying goods around turned their eyes over. Suddenly, everyone is jealous. What kind of family is this? They even trade with scrolls? A group of people swallowed their saliva and tears flowed from the corners of their eyes. Is this what a rich man is? Mom, now that I've grown up, I finally see what it means to be rich. So angry. So envious. Obviously, no matter which race. Scrolls are all scarce items. A group of aliens looked at Chao Wei with eyes full of jealousy and greed. But there are very few people who really dare to cause trouble. After all, the defensive forces around are here. Even the weakest pharmacist has at least the strength of the first level. This is definitely not a place where you can act recklessly. He took the scroll handed to him by Chao Wei with a slight tremor. After a while, the Fox shopping guide appeared in front of Chao Wei carrying a cowhide bag of medicine. She respectfully handed the cowhide bag in front of her to Chao Wei and said, My lord, all the potions you requested are in this magic bag. By the way, the Golden Gun Indestructible potion you were looking at has been bought by someone else, so I've returned the scroll to you, and put it in your bag. Yo ho! I bought a potion and got a space bag for free? Chao Wei was worried about not having space equipment, and now he was given a pillow just when he was sleepy. Only. When Chao Wei heard that the potion was gone, his face suddenly fell. Cut. The fun of shopping suddenly lost half. Chapter 62. The auction begins. After visiting the pharmacy on the second floor, Chao Wei sat aside feeling a little bored. Drinking free drinks provided by the waiter. The color of this drink is black, but it tastes like orange juice. Chao Wei, who was drinking this kind of drink for the first time, couldn't help but brighten up his eyes. After learning that these drinks are free, Chao Wei immediately asked someone to bring him 2 liters of drinks and started drinking as if no one was around. The people around looked at him sideways. But Chao Wei ignored all this. He bought this drink with real money. Wouldn't it be a loss if you don't drink it? Burp. Finally, after Chao Wei drank 2 liters of drink, Nuonumi also jumped over to his side and said, "Sir, your seat has been arranged. Would you like me to take you up now?" After hearing what Nuonumi said, Chao Wei felt that there was nothing else to worry about, so he might as well go up. Immediately, Chao Wei nodded and followed Nuonumi to the 3rd floor. As soon as he reached the 3rd floor, Chao Wei discovered that the architecture here was different again. There is no lobby. This pharmacy on the 3rd floor of Father Thor actually adopts the private room system. Each participant has a private bidding box. In this way, customer privacy can be guaranteed while improving the efficiency of the auction. I followed Nuonumi to box number 12 here. As soon as you enter the door, Chao Wei was shocked by the magnificent decoration in front of him. The decoration inside is definitely the best decoration Chao Wei has ever seen. No doubt about it. Suddenly, a huge leather sofa appeared in front of Chao Wei. The fiery red fur is obviously made of the fur of a high-level monster. On the table in front of him was a huge crystal that was 100 inches in size. You can see it inside the crystal. An elderly fox dressed in waiter's attire was looking at crystal humbly. I guess the crystal in front of me is similar to a TV used for live broadcasts, to prevent guests from getting bored while waiting. Here, a variety of delicious food is prepared in the private room. The fragrance emanating from it made even Chao Wei salivate slightly. I just heard Nuonumi on the side introduce it. "Sir, all services in our 3rd floor box are free. These ingredients are all the most precious ingredients of the season, and there is even the meat of 3rd-level monsters. The drinks are also of the highest quality, so feel free to enjoy as much as you like." Chao Wei. He touched his full stomach. Chao Wei couldn't help but shed tears of regret. "There's delicious food on the 3rd floor, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Waving his hands helplessly, Chao Wei sat down on the sofa listlessly. As soon as he sat down, Chao Wei felt as if his whole body sank into the sofa. His whole body was enveloped in rich fire elements. Ah! Chao Wei just let out a comfortable moan. After a while, he actually fell asleep. Nuonumi, who was standing aside, looked at Chao Wei with some surprise as he looked at her with a comfortable expression. Then, he quietly came to the food next to him and secretly packed the food in front of him and stuffed it into her space bag. As for Chao Wei, he didn't know how long he slept. Suddenly, he felt someone shaking his arm gently. "Open your sleepy eyes." I saw Nuonumi sitting beside him with a respectful look on her face. "Sir, the auction has begun." After hearing what Nuonumi said, Chao Wei realized that he was still at the auction. Nodding, Chao Wei immediately observed the crystal TV on the table in front of him. "Ha! Where's all the food you just put here?" "Ha ha ha! My lord, if you're hungry, I'll have someone else serve you another meal." "Okay then. Hello, distinguished guests. I am tonight's auctioneer, Durden." Here, before Chao Wei could finish his words, suddenly, a man's quick and clear voice came from the crystal in front of him. Immediately, Chao Wei no longer cared about the food. Looking intently at the crystal in front of him, the fox auctioneer who just appeared in the crystal finally made a new move at this moment. He picked up a bottle of potion that seemed to be filled with stars in the night. Shake gently. The Milky Way in the bottle shook slightly. Seeing such a strange potion in front of him, Chao Wei's eyes lit up slightly. Even without seeing the effect, I feel that this is a good thing. After a while, the auctioneer in front of him suddenly laughed. "Everyone, please allow me to introduce to you the first bottle of potion in our auction house. Its name is Star." Hearing the name of Star Potion, Chao Wei nodded involuntarily. The medicine is indeed as its name suggests. This pharmacist is a very capable person. Such a beautiful potion, I'm afraid it's for mages or priests. Presumably, this pharmacist must be a master with the same taste as him. Immediately, a loud and discontented voice came from the nearby room too. Old Durden, stop keeping me in suspense. You've already wiped out a bottle of potion before you've even finished explaining it. Tell me quickly about the effects of this star potion. Hearing the voice of the guest coming from box 2, the auctioneer in front of him did not show any embarrassment on his face. He just bowed slightly. I'm sorry, distinguished guest, that my actions have disturbed your enjoyment. I will now introduce the effects of the star potion to you. This bottle of star potion can help you temper your physique after drinking it. The lower the user's physique, the higher the physique will be after drinking it, and the maximum physique increase can be 10 points. At the same time, after using it, you have a 10% chance to permanently obtain the 8-pack abs special effect. This pharmacist is also a fitness fanatic. This potion can be used up to 2 times, but after taking it 10 times, you will definitely get the special effect of 8-pack abs. Starting price: 100,000 Fox Tribe Universal Coins. Chow Wei. I don't know why, but after listening to your introduction, I feel that this potion is not elegant at all. This is exactly the potion of a powerful pharmacist. But you know what, this potion is quite effective. If an ordinary mage drinks it, he will be able to increase his physical strength by at least 5 points. It's almost equivalent to having one more level of attribute. I could only hear discussions coming from the surrounding boxes. After a while, a clear female voice came from box number 1. I'm willing to pay 200,000 of the Fox Tribe's common currency. Accompanied by the exhalation of the female voice. New offers were also heard in the surrounding boxes. I'll give you 350,000. 400,000. I'm selling a D rank item from afar. You can decide the price. I have an E-level skill scroll here, worth about 800,000. Soon, the star potion in front of him was priced at a high price of 800,000. And Xiao Wei never quoted a price from beginning to end. Nuonumi on the side couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Xiao Wei was the person he brought here, so he would get a commission if he bought things. Nuonumi came to Xiao Wei with a flattering look on her face. He tapped his thigh gently. Sir, this star potion looks amazing. Would you like to buy a bottle and try it? It looks like 8-pack abs. The little girls will love it. Hearing what Nuonumi said, Xiao Wei couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Then help me see how much this scroll of mine is worth. After saying that, Xiao Wei casually threw out a scroll. Chapter 63 Deep Sea Potion and Meditation. Seeing the scroll thrown by Xiao Wei, Nuonami immediately caught it. He stared at the scroll in front of him for a long time with red eyes. Skill Scroll, Bloodlust E+, this skill grants Bloodlust, which increases attack and movement speed by 15% for 20 seconds. After the effect ends, all attributes of the user are temporarily reduced by 30%. Nice one. Seeing the scroll, Nuonami took a deep breath. As a result, I couldn't catch my breath and almost passed out. Wow, it's actually a scroll of explosive skills. For warriors, this is a key skill to turn the tide against the odds. I saw Nuonami's eyes rolling rapidly. After a while, he had already estimated the value of the scroll in front of him in his mind. Immediately, she spoke to the crystal in front of her. Box 12, we have an E+ rank warrior type burst scroll. Estimated price: 1.5 million. Ha! I heard some noise coming from box 12. Suddenly, there were exclamations from other boxes around. Damn, this is just the first bottle of potion, why did you buy it so expensive? I heard a rich guy just came to the second floor and only used scrolls to trade. Could he be from number 12? Fuck. Rich people are just different. They even use scrolls for transactions? We country bumpkins can't afford to offend them. Forget it, this is just the first one. I don't believe he has many more scrolls. It's already more than the total value of the stars, no need to quote. Hearing the sounds coming from the surrounding boxes, Xiao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. But he didn't say much. He smiled and drank a glass of red wine on the table. Will he tell those bumpkins at the door that he has the skill of divine evolution? These potions that have average effects on them will all become god-level potions after his evolution. And Nuonumi, who was standing aside, was smiling happily at this time. A good start, a good start. Xiao Wei was the customer she introduced, and she got a 1% commission. I got 15,000 yuan in one go. It's so easy to make money. And Chao Wei looks very relaxed. Nuanami knew that he must have a lot of good things on him. Soon, 3 hammers fell from Durden's side. The star potion was also successfully traded to Chao Wei. Durden looked very happy with the results of this first auction. For the auctioneer, the sale result of the first item is very important. It's a good start. So he quickly took out the second bottle of medicine. This time, what he took out was a bottle of unknown potion filled with sky blue liquid. Gently shaking it, Chao Wei seemed to see countless silver fish swimming in the bottle. But the next moment, these silver fish disappeared into the blue liquid one after another. Just listen, Durden said slowly. This potion is called Deep CD, and it has a certain chance of helping mages enter a precious meditative state. As you all know, if you can successfully enter a meditative state, it will not only improve your intelligence, but also give you a certain chance of comprehending rare skills. So far, 6 users have taken Deep Sea, among them, 2 mages entered a meditative state within 2 hours after taking Deep Sea. Starting price: 300,000. After hearing Durden's words, another round of cheers came from all around. Obviously, this so-called meditation state is very precious. However, Chao Wei didn't know much about this meditative state. Looking at Nuomi beside him, he frowned and asked, Nuanumi, what is this meditative state? Can priests enter it? When Nuanami heard Chao Wei's question, her eyes lit up slightly. After rubbing her fingers again, Nuanami looked at Chao Wei in front of her with sparkling eyes. Ha, little money grubber. See Nuomi's actions. Immediately, Chao Wei threw out an E-level prop from his space watch and threw it into Nuanami's arms. The next moment, the props disappeared out of thin air. And Nuanami said in her crisp voice, My lord, this meditative state is a special state of enlightenment. Even warriors can enter a meditative state under special circumstances. The effect is indeed as Durden said, but everyone's gains are different. In my opinion, the potion on the table has a 30% success rate, which is already very high. If you have some spare money, you can try it and just take a gamble. Oh? After hearing Nuanami's explanation, Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little interested. He had heard of gambling on stones and jade, but this was the first time he heard of gambling on potions. Immediately, a hint of interest flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. He has never entered this meditative state before. If you can really comprehend some special skills, that would be great. Immediately, Chao Wei threw out another scroll. Skill scroll, Backstab E+, use this to gain the backstab skill. To activate this skill, you must get behind the enemy. After using it, it deals 125% armor-piercing damage to the enemy. Seeing this scroll, Nuanami couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Immediately, he shouted again loudly at the crystal in front of him. E+ level general purpose scroll for assassins. Worth 1.1 million. Suddenly, the guests around who were just ready to fight suddenly stopped. It took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. Fuck. Number 12 again. Is he so poor that he only has scrolls left? Or does his family manufacture scrolls? Damn. What a bummer. I'm not interested in the auction anymore. The price suddenly increased by 800,000, what's the point? You bastard. If fighting wasn't prohibited here, I'd go back to my old ways. Awesome. Number 12 is worth making friends with. No, this is a potion that tests the odds. It's better not to use this Deep Sea. The remaining money can be used for bidding at Honglian. That's all. This second round of auction ended very quickly. At this time, Durden still had a smile on his face. But he suddenly felt that something was wrong. In the past, all his auctions were always very popular. Why is it so cold today? As an experienced auctioneer, Durden knew that this was not a good sign. Although the potion did fetch a high price, but... No way. It's time to let you know what the dignity of an auctioneer is. Durden suddenly raised his voice by several decibels. It seems that everyone's enthusiasm isn't particularly high. So, how about we take out a bottle of Red Lotus potion in advance to cheer everyone up? I would like to remind you that there are 3 bottles of Red Lotus potion in this auction. Customers who are interested should not miss it. Chapter 64, Shocking the Audience. Really? After hearing Durden's words, the auction scene, which had been a little quiet, became lively again. Everyone looked excitedly at the crystal on the table in their room one by one. Most of the people who come here are here for the Red Lotus potion. Thor's famous work, how can we not be moved? Really? When this bottle of Red Lotus potion was served, all the audience present couldn't help but reveal a hint of intoxication in their eyes. Inside the bottle, the transparent red potion kept swaying like blood. With every shake of the auctioneer's hand, lotus flowers would rise. This breathtaking beauty made the hearts of many soul power users present, especially the mages, beat faster. Durden just laughed and said directly, "I'm sure everyone already knows the effects of the Red Lotus potion, so I won't introduce them in detail. Starting price: 1 million. Bidding begins now." Hearing Durden's words, Chao Wei, who had just been lying on the sofa, sat up instantly. "Is this the Red Lotus potion? Sure enough, it looks extraordinary." Immediately, Chao Wei said nothing. Under Nuomi's surprised gaze, he directly took out a bunch of scrolls from his space watch. Looking at the scrolls stacked like a pyramid. At this moment, only $1 were flashing in Nuonomi's eyes. "Sir, please consider letting me be your mistress." Immediately, Nuonumi shamelessly bowed down to Chao Wei. Result: what he was greeted with was Chao Wei's slightly disgusted look. "Little guy, it would be more comfortable to have a dog at home than to have you." Woof. Chao Wei. Holding his forehead, Chao Wei directly threw out 2 scrolls. "Stop talking and just quote." After hearing what Chao Wei said, Nuonumi stopped acting up and started to evaluate the 2 scrolls in front of her. After seeing the 2 scrolls in front of her, a hint of shock flashed in Nuonomi's eyes. Room 12. Bid for 1 E-level wind skill scroll for a mage, and 1 E-level tracking skill scroll for a marksman. Estimated value: 3.2 million. Ha! Hearing the sound coming from room 12. Suddenly, another wave of cold water was poured on the scene. "Oh my god, it's number 12 again. Is this guy crazy? With these scrolls, he can assemble a strong enough 5-man all-round mercenary team." As a result, number 12 was chosen to be used at the auction? Is this a big fool or does he have too much money to spend? Can't help it. The local natives, who could only participate in the auction with money, shed bitter tears in their eyes. The soul power user number 12 is not human. He is simply inhumane. Bang. A loud bang. Suddenly, a man's loud cursing was heard from box number 2. "Number 12, what do you mean? Are you going to let us auction properly? Why don't you just pack them all up at once? Damn it, I'm going to follow you today. I'll give you 4 million. Okay. Mr. 2 offers 4 million. Is there anyone else willing to offer a higher price?" When Durden heard the price quote for room 2, a hint of joy suddenly flashed in his eyes. He was really worried that no one would bid with number 12. Otherwise, today's auction would have been a complete flop. Only, Durden's happiness didn't last long. After a while, a slightly excited and childish voice was heard from room 12. "Here, we'd like to add an E-level mage-type fire skill, an explosion spell, worth 1.4 million. Everyone. All right. Number 12 is indeed too luxurious. I can't win, I can't win." At this moment, the price of number 12 has risen to 4.6 million. The other bidders around who had just wanted to bid immediately gave up the idea of continuing the competition. On the contrary, one by one, their eyes were no longer focused on the auction in front of them. Everyone turned their eyes to box 12 at the scene. From the first round of auctions to now, Chao Wei has successively bid for skill scrolls for warriors, mages, assassins, and shooters. The person with so many comprehensive scrolls couldn't help but arouse the interest of the guests around him. Who is this number 12? He has so many scrolls. I think we could get to know each other. Brother, didn't you say you were missing a burst skill? How about we go to number 12 and see if we can trade? Since we want to trade with number 12, for the sake of friendship, we don't have to fight over the next auction. This number 12 looks really interesting. Is he some wealthy young man from some other race? Even our family wouldn't dare to do something like this. Come with me to box 12 right now. I want to see who this person is who dares to spend so much money. Humph. He's so secretive that he even needs others to make his voice heard. It's obvious he's not a good person. Now. The speakers in several surrounding private rooms were turned off. Several guests began to whisper and started to set their sights on Chao Wei's scroll. In their opinion, Chao Wei is an example of a person who is stupid but has a lot of money. It would be such a shame for everyone if I don't try my luck. Then, after a while, there were knocks on the door of Chao Wei's box. I saw that Nuonumi ran to the door very discerningly and saw the changes outside the door through the cat's eye. Sir, the guest from another box wants to come in. I wonder if you let them wait. I won't see anyone until the auction is over. After hearing Chao Wei's words, Nuonumi immediately nodded in agreement. After a while, all the guests outside the door were sent away by Nuonumi. Chao Wei successfully completed the third round of bidding. Now, on the stage, cold sweat was already dripping down Durden's forehead. This auction is really weird. No matter how he tried to liven up the atmosphere, it would be ruined by the tycoon number 12 upstairs. Although the transaction price was not low, Durden was not happy. He even lost the courage to continue raising prices. He took out the fourth bottle of medicine tremblingly. Everyone, please allow me to introduce this bottle of purple charm potion to you. Its effect is starting price 600,000 inch. As soon as the words fell, there was a sound coming from room 12 again. A skill used by an E-level warrior, with a bonus of 1.2 million. Everyone. At this moment, no one is willing to raise the price anymore. Even though Chao Wei's price was low, there was no bidding. After all, everyone wants to exchange some scrolls from Chao Wei next. If Chao Wei traded all the scrolls in advance, it would be a waste of time. So, in a weird atmosphere, the scene immediately became a special performance for Chao Wei. The only sound in the entire scene was Nuonumi's excited shouts. At last, under Durden's pale gaze, until the last round of the auction, no one bid a single time. Chao Wei actually booked the entire theater. Chapter 65 Micro Trade Fair. At this moment, Chao Wei was sitting leisurely on the sofa. Nuonumi, who was standing by, was looking at him with admiration and massaging his legs vigorously. The expression on his face showed that he was as servile as he could be. The words "reward me quickly" are almost written on his face. As for Chao Wei, he just laughed and said nothing more. Just like teasing an obedient dog that had completed its mission, he threw out a scroll that he had no use for. Woof! In the air, Nuonumi grabbed the scroll thrown by Chao Wei with her mouth. If you didn't know her, you would think she had suddenly returned to her roots. While the two were having fun in the room. This way. The door of the box where Chao Wei was suddenly knocked from outside. A hot fox waiter came to Chao Wei with a wooden tray. Sir, thank you for shopping in Papa Thor's store. This is the equipment Papa Thor gave you. A ring with 100 cubic meters of space. All your potions are inside. Hearing what the fox girl said, Chao Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. It's like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. He just needs large capacity space equipment. I took the ring handed to me and saw a blue gem inlaid on it. There are also beautiful patterns engraved on the ring. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that the ring actually had a cartoon head of an old fox. Presumably, the old fox on this ring is Father Thor. What surprised Chao Wei even more was the space ring in front of me is actually a special equipment recognized by the system. Name: Father Thor's Space Ring E. Wearing requirements: Level 0. Effect: 1. With this ring, you can enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases in Thor's pharmacy. 2. This ring can condense a special dimensional door key every month. This key can open the dimensional door to Thor's pharmacy. 3. It has a huge space of 100 cubic meters. When Chao Wei saw the description of this ring, his eyes suddenly lit up. This was the first time he saw space equipment recognized by the system. Although his space watch could hold things before, it was not recognized by the system. Otherwise, Chao Wei would have upgraded his space watch long ago. It's not as passive as it was at Yellowstone Camp. There are so many treasures but nowhere to put them. Since it is equipment recognized by the system, can it evolve? Anyway, it's just 1,000 experience points, and Chao Wei still has this experience. Immediately, Chao Wei used his skills directly on Thor's ring. Holy Evolution. Ding! You used Holy Evolution on Father Thor's Space Ring E, consuming 1,000 experience points. Ding! You have obtained Father Thor's Space Ring C. Name: Thor's Space Ring C. Wearing requirements: Level 0. Effect: 1, as above. 2. As above. 3. It has a huge space of 5,000 cubic meters. Holy shit! That's awesome. Seeing my new ring, although the name is still the same. But the space is several times larger. Now that's good, I won't have to worry about not being able to store things anymore. He put the ring on his hand calmly. This old man Thor is good, a good fox. Wait until Chao Wei completes the transaction. Here, he did not leave here immediately. After giving a few instructions to Nuonumi, who was standing beside him. After a while, a large group of fox waiters came to his box and brought a lot of food and tables and chairs. I saw Chao Wei still sitting lazily on the sofa. The door of his box was now open to everyone. Wait until the room here is rearranged. A tiger man who looked like a warrior slowly came to the box where Chao Wei was. Gently taking off the noble hat on his forehead, the tiger man said in a deep voice. Hello, Mr. Number 12, I am the guest of box number 4. This time, I came here to ask if you have any extra scrolls that we would be willing to buy or exchange with you. As soon as the words fell, there was another burst of female laughter coming from the door of Chao Wei's box. I didn't expect someone to get here before me. It seems we have the same goal, Mr. Tiger Tribe. I saw a female soul user of an alien race who looked somewhat like a human slowly coming to Chao Wei's box. Although they have human forms, the bodies of the people they look at are covered with rose flowers and branches. Chao Wei had seen this race in textbooks before. It seemed to be a branch of the tree spirits, the rose tree spirits. She smiled and flirted with Chao Wei, then sat down on the chair closest to Chao Wei without hesitation. At the same time, she and the tiger man saw the scroll as high as a hill next to Chao Wei. On the other side, there was glutinous rice holding the scroll like a bone. Good guy. What a good guy. This number 12 actually has a lot of scrolls. Is he the illegitimate son of some alien royal family, or has he just robbed all the belongings of some alien? Looking at the surprised eyes of the two alien soul power users in front of him, the corners of Chao Wei's mouth unconsciously rose slightly. I know why you two are here, but please wait a moment. After 10 minutes, I will close the door of my room. At that time, any guest who comes can do business with me. A reminder in advance, if you have skill scrolls or props for priests, you can prepare more. I would be happy to exchange it with you at a high price. Hear what Chao Wei said. The soul master of the Rose Tree Spirit Clan and the soul master of the Tiger Clan could not help but look at each other. Immediately, the two of them left Chao Wei's box and started making other preparations. Just like that, 10 minutes passed in a flash. The guests from the 19 surrounding private rooms actually sent a representative from each room. Looking at the alien soul power users of various shapes in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly as he spoke. Very good, I think our mini trade fair can officially begin. First of all, thank you for thinking of me. You can call me Clown. As you can see, I am a pastor. If you have props or equipment that I like, I don't mind exchanging my goods with you. Even. Having said that, Chao Wei slowly took out a brand new scroll from his space ring. As if holding a rare treasure, Chao Wei slowly displayed the attributes of the scroll in front of everyone. Special Mission Job Change Scroll, Shaman D. The moment I saw this scroll, almost all the guests fell into extreme madness and fanaticism. I saw that the female soul power user from the Rose Tree Spirit Clan exclaimed in surprise. Sir! If you are willing to give me this scroll, I can give you an A-level priest skill scroll. Chapter 66, Transaction in Progress. Ha! Hearing the words of the Rose Tree Elf soul power user, the surrounding soul power users immediately exclaimed. I guess no one expected that the opponent would throw out a royal bomb as soon as he made a move. And the Tree Spirit Soul Master was also very decisive. She simply handed her scroll to Chao Wei secretly. Suddenly, information about the scroll appeared in Chao Wei's mind. Skill Scroll, Honeydew A, creates a 100 square meter nectar field. All allies within the field gain 2% full recovery per second. Dryad Soul Power users gain double the recovery speed. Consumes 800 soul power points per second. Cooldown, 20 minutes time. Magical skills. After seeing the message from Ms. Aganla, Chao Wei instantly lost his composure. Any priest who gets the nectar will definitely become the brightest guy on the battlefield. Soul power users of the same level fight against each other. If one side has the nectar, the balance of victory will definitely tilt towards that side. To be honest, under normal circumstances, if an A-level priest skill is exchanged for a D-level special task transfer scroll, Chao Wei is definitely a sure win. But, looking at the sweet scroll in front of him, a trace of reluctance flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, your conditions are not attractive enough to me." "Why?" "This is an A-level skill scroll. It's a high-level scroll that many soul power users will never be able to obtain in their entire lives." Hearing Chao Wei's words, the other party was instantly shocked. She also didn't expect that Chao Wei's vision was so high. As for Chao Wei, he sighed inwardly. "Because Dad, I have a holy evolution. This D-level special mission transfer scroll can be evolved into a B-level special mission transfer scroll." From this perspective, the A-level exclusive skill scroll is not enough for Chao Wei. So even though he was reluctant in his heart, Chao Wei had a tough expression on his face. "Humph. It's just an A-level skill scroll. I have as many scrolls like this as you want. Bring me an S-rank scroll, maybe it will catch my eye." "What? That's impossible." Hear what Chao Wei said. The tree spirit soul user suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "How many dishes did you drink so much?" Scrolls above S level are also called strategic level scrolls. The appearance of each S level scroll is accompanied by countless bloody storms and the fall of powerful people. How could it be so easy to exchange it for a D level special mission transfer scroll? Totally not worth it. So after hesitating for a moment, the tree spirit soul master said with a gloomy face, "Well, I'm sorry, sir. Aside from your special mission job transfer scroll, I don't have the right to exchange any other scrolls for this one." Hearing the other party's words, Chao Wei just nodded. There is no other way. The nectar consumes so much mana that he can't hold on for more than a few seconds. If he really used it, it would be nothing more than a burden to him. You say evolve, but you have no experience. If you don't evolve, you'll feel like you're losing out. In the early days, honey and nectar were completely useless to Chao Wei. But, with the first attempt of Miss Dryad, the soul power users also became much more enthusiastic. Everyone took out the equipment or props they had with them. After learning that Chao Wei needed a priest scroll, everyone carefully selected several good props and equipment and handed them to Chao Wei for viewing. "Mr. Cloner, I wonder if you have any burst skills for mages, preferably E level or above. I'm willing to exchange them for a priest C+ level skill scroll." "Mr. Cronus, I need an assassin type stealth skill scroll, preferably D rank or above. I'm willing to trade this C+ level 25 priest equipment." "Mr. Clowna, I wonder if sleeping with you for one night will earn me an E-rank skill scroll? We slimes can perform any pose." "Mr. Cloner, I have a pet egg of a light-type monster. It can hatch an unknown light-type pet with potential of at least E+ level. I wonder if you have a D-level fire scroll for mages." "Mr. Croner. Mr. Croner." That's all. Amidst the frantic shouting of the crowd, the number of scrolls in Chao Wei's hands became fewer and fewer. Everyone proposed various normal or bizarre trading conditions to Chao Wei. Especially, many women or female soul power users. He also proposed many strange trading conditions to Chao Wei. My blood boils when I hear about Chao Wei. But, haha. If he had money, wouldn't he go to the human world to play? Like places like Paradise on Earth and Dihao Club, the girls there are beautiful and speak sweetly, and they are all talented. He loves it there. Who needs you vulgar people? Are you greedy for my body? Pooh. You are despicable. I'm embarrassed to expose you. You just want my skill scroll. I, Chao Wei, would rather die than obey. I am very upright. It's definitely not because I can't float. It's too expensive to play with just one scroll. How big a face does it take to make you feel that you are worth $1 million in one night? Do you think you have special props? Can he level up or change his job after sleeping with him for a night? Ah, vulgar. And just like that, after 2 full hours of trading, the small trading event hosted by Chao Wei finally ended. All the representatives were very satisfied. The small pile of scrolls next to Chao Wei were all replaced by him with the things he needed. Wait until all the guests have left. Chao Wei immediately placed all the trading items on the table excitedly. Look left and right. Finally, with the help of Nuonumi, Chao Wei finally finished counting the gains from this transaction. 6 pieces of priest equipment level 1030. 3 F level priest skill scrolls. 4 E-level priest skill scrolls. 2 D-level priest skill scrolls. 1 C-level priest skill scroll. An E-level light attribute monster egg. Finally, there are 4 possible skill scrolls of 3 other types. Suddenly, there were these scrolls. Chao Wei was confident that even if he upgraded to the 2nd or 3rd level, it would be enough. Only. Seeing that he only had a little over 1,000 experience points left, Chao Wei's face couldn't help but fall slightly. What is the point of playing with such little experience points? It seems, it's time to leave here and return to the trial ground. I have so many skill scrolls in my hand, but I can't use them. With so many scrolls, it is of course most cost-effective to use them after holy evolution. But Chao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. Just put away all the scrolls on the table. Soon, there were only 3 F-level skill scrolls left on his desk. 2 of them are universal, and 1 is exclusive to his priest profession. Although there are only a little over 1,000 experience points, it is enough to upgrade these 3 scrolls. Immediately, Chao Wei used his skills. Holy Evolution. Chapter 67. This is becoming a life player. Ding. You used Holy Evolution on the skill scroll, Holy Punch F, consuming 200 experience points. Ding. You have obtained the skill scroll, Justice from Heaven D. Ding. You used Holy Evolution on the skill scroll, Holy Light Shield F, consuming 200 experience points. Ding. You have obtained the skill scroll, Holy Shield D. Ding. You used Holy Evolution on the skill scroll Micro Arrow Tower F+, consuming 500 experience points. Ding. You have obtained the skill scroll Rapid Shooting Archery Tower D+. Justice from Heaven D deals 1000 points of holy damage to a single target. Increases the effect on dark races by 50% and deals true damage, consumes 500 points of soul points, cooldown time, 15th time. Holy Shield D summons an all-around automatic defense shield with a durability of 2000 points and consumes 500 soul points. Cooldown time, 15th time. Rapid Fire Arrow Tower D+, special skill. Consumes 50 units of wood to summon a 10-meter tall arrow tower with a durability of 2000 points. It automatically locks onto enemies and fires 4 arrows per second with 25 damage. Each arrow deals armor-piercing damage. Cooldown, 1 minute shot. 1 unit equals 20 kilograms, 50 units equal 1 ton. The first 2 skills are okay. It just makes up for Chao Wei's lack of attack and defense capabilities. As for the last rapid fire arrow tower, Chao Wei was indeed the most satisfied. If there was enough wood, he could easily build a row of arrow towers. At that time, an arrow tower city was forcibly opened up in the trial ground. Who can withstand this? It was like an adventure RPG masterpiece, but he had turned it into a tower defense game. If there are 1000 arrow towers and 4 arrows per second, that means 100 points of damage. What is 1000 times 100? Hiss. 100,000 damage per second? Who can withstand this? For some reason, Chao Wei suddenly had a bold idea. If we were to attack another alien race's trial ground, we would have to build 1000 arrow towers in advance. Damn. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand it no matter how many waves of enemies there are. But this is just a dream. Each arrow tower weighs 1 ton, so 1000 of them weigh 1000 tons. Even if all the trees in the Yellowstone Mountains were chopped down, it would still be impossible to summon 1000 arrow towers. This idea is just something I think about in my dreams. Besides, even if there were really that many trees, it would take Chao Wei a lot of time just to cut them down. Given time, he might even be able to upgrade to the 2nd level. Who would be stupid enough to cut down a tree? But the appearance of the rapid fire arrow tower gave Chao Wei an additional tactic. From now on, he can play the role of a life player, chopping down trees and building buildings when he has nothing to do. Wait until Chao Wei is ready. Here, he tidied his clothes and was about to leave Father Thor's pharmacy. Only before Chao Wei could take a few steps. Behind me, I suddenly heard Nuanami's somewhat listless voice. Sir, are you leaving? Hearing Nuanami's words, Chao Wei was slightly stunned at first. But soon, a smile appeared on his face and he said, Of course. Don't you want to go with me? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Nuanami immediately shook her head like a rattle. No, my goal is to become an outstanding businessman. So, speaking of this, Nuanami came to Chao Wei cautiously. She slowly took out a key from her space backpack and handed it to Chao Wei. Actually, I have my own small shop, but now I can only sell F-grade products. But I will soon be able to upgrade to an F+ level merchant. When that happens, please come visit my shop more often. Take the key handed to you by Nuanami. Chao Wei's eyes couldn't help but light up. Name, key to the Nuomi shop F. Effect, when used in non-combat state, it can open the dimensional door leading to the Nuanami shop, which can be opened at any time. Seeing the key in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but laugh. Carefully putting the key into his space ring, Chao Wei couldn't help but touch Nuomi's fiery red little head and said, "Okay, I look forward to your growth, and I hope you'll have products that interest me. Oh, and finally, you can find me some props or equipment for the priest." Yes. Seeing Chao Wei taking over her key, Nuanami immediately clenched her fists. What Chao Wei didn't know was, what Nuanumi gave her was the only binding key that every Dimension Gate merchant could hand over. Space rings like the one in Chao Wei's hand actually have many limitations. For example, opening the door once a month or something. Only with this exclusive binding key can Chao Wei open the door at any time. The reason why Nuanami gave her exclusive key to Chao Wei. It's because she saw possibilities in Chao Wei. A possibility that could allow her to quickly upgrade to become a big businessman. Don't think that upgrading merchants is easy. They are professionals who are constantly promoted based on the amount of their transactions. Big merchants are able to trade more and better goods, and can also attract more customers to patronize. Nuonumi admitted she was involved in gambling. He waved towards Chao Wei with a nervous look on his face. Under Nuonumi's expectant yet worried gaze, Chao Wei smiled and returned to the corridor where he came from, stepping through the dimensional door that belongs to him. After a while, he returned to the Yellowstone camp and the trial ground. Looking at the messy equipment around him, Chao Wei suddenly had an illusion that he was in another world. Is this the merchant scroll? It's really extraordinary. If it weren't for the extra ring on his hand, Chao Wei would have thought he was just dreaming. Immediately, Chao Wei put all the equipment and props in front of him into his space ring. In a short while, the last bit of potential of the Yellowstone camp was squeezed out by Chao Wei. There really isn't a drop left. I saw a hint of sneer on Chao Wei's lips. Looking at the space ring with so many potions, scrolls and equipment quietly placed on it. I have so many treasures but I can't upgrade them. This is probably the biggest punishment for him. Immediately, Chao Wei put on his disguise. In a short while, he turned into the dark priest of the skeleton clan that was feared by countless alien races. It's time to make those alien races that invaded him pay the price. In Chao Wei's slightly gloomy laughter. Not long after, he slowly disappeared into the Yellowstone camp. However, not long after Chao Wei left. Crack! A human arm suddenly stretched out from the ground. Li Hong, covered in mud, suddenly crawled out from the ground. Since Chao Wei killed Duhua, he has been hiding in the mud. Looking at Chao Wei's back as he walked away. A trace of fear and hatred flashed across Li Heng's eyes. Chao Wei, our business isn't over yet. I'll make you pay. Chapter 68, Strength Increases. 3 days later. In the trial ground. In a dilapidated alien protected area. At this moment, a skeleton was sitting quietly on the ruins. All around, countless alien corpses were piled up like mountains. On the ground, there were countless dead props scattered around. Looking at the bloody scene in front of them, any newcomer would probably feel nauseous after seeing it. But at this moment, the skeleton was drinking the recovery potion as if no one was around. While drinking, he was counting today's harvest. I killed a bullet ant tribe member in the trial grounds reserve, earning a total of 16,853 experience points. Eliminated a protected area of an unknown flower demon tribe and earned 9,450 experience points. Then, I killed a zombie tribe and earned 6,420 experience points by dumping the grave. Finally, this Wolverine tribe's reserve earned 7,652 experience points. Not bad, 40,000 experience points in one day. I've earned almost 100,000 experience points in the past 3 days, so it's time to go back. That's right, this skeleton is counting his harvest. It's none other than Chao Wei. Ever since he left Yellowstone camp. During this period, he had been wearing a cloak of disguise and constantly attacking other races. With his excellent equipment and terrifying skills, Chao Chao directly destroyed one alien protected area after another. It was only when the system prompted him to perform a defensive task. Chao Wei was very cunning and left directly. After the battle at Yellowstone Camp, Chao Wei has clearly realized that he is no match for the second-level master. So these days, he has been constantly gaining experience. After the remarkable achievements in the past few days, his trumpet's reputation has been thoroughly established. Almost all the surrounding alien camps knew that a terrifying dark priest had appeared in the skeleton tribe. After slaughtering several trial protection areas in succession, some alien races were forced to forcibly close the trial site and not allow newcomers to enter. Chao Wei has gradually discovered in the past few days that his profits are not as good as before. So, at this moment, he began to think about going home. The value of the trial ground has almost been squeezed out by him. In the future, if you want to gain experience, you still have to find some high-level soul power users. Some slightly weaker alien soul power users can only give Chao Wei 1 or 2 points of experience in the end. He dusted himself off. The next moment, Chao Wei's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Before going back, you still have to improve yourself first. He was seen slowly taking out bottles of potions from his space ring. These potions are all D-level potions that Chao Wei bought at the auction at Thor's father's shop. Among them, there are 3 bottles of Red Lotus potion, 1 bottle of Star and 1 bottle of Deep Sea. There are also 2 bottles of potions that increase physical fitness, 1 bottle of potion that increases strength, and 1 bottle of potion that increases acceleration. 9 bottles of D-level potions require 90,000 experience points to upgrade. It just so happens that I have 10,000 experience points left as a backup. Looking at the 9 bottles of potion in front of him, Chao Wei activated his skill without saying a word. Holy evolution! Ding! You've obtained 9 bottles of C+ grade potions. After a while, the 9 bottles of potion in front of him transformed gorgeously. Especially the Red Lotus potion, the red color inside is almost as thick as blood plasma. Blood Lotus potion C+, after use, permanently increases intelligence by 35 points and has a certain chance of obtaining the Angry Lotus state. Star potion C+, after use, the lower your stamina, the greater the bonus you gain, up to a permanent 40-point increase in stamina. Upon use, you will gain the 8-pack abs status. Deep Sea potion C+, after use, permanently increases intelligence by 20 points. Mages have a 60% chance to enter meditation state, priests have a 55% chance, archers have a 40% chance, assassins have a 30% chance, and warriors have a 15% chance. Bull potion C+, after use, constitution permanently increases by 30 points, with a small chance of obtaining the tough skin status. Hummingbird potion C+, after use, the speed is permanently increased by 30 points, and the haste status is temporarily obtained. Scale explosion potion C+, after use, strength is permanently increased by 30 points and speed is increased by 15 points. Looking at the 9 bottles of potion in front of him, Chao Wei blew them away one by one without saying a word. Maybe it was because I drank too much potion at once. The next moment, Chao Wei's body turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! A trickle of blood spurted out from the tip of Chao Wei's nose. It's like taking too many tonics at once. Nosebleed gushed out like a fountain. After a while, Chao Wei entered a state of over-replenishment. Over-replenishment, recover 3% of your health per minute. If your health exceeds the upper limit, you will have a nosebleed. Chao Wei. This state is crazy. I just need to replenish my body, and you still have to care about this? However, Chao Wei didn't have time to make a fuss. The next moment, his head felt dizzy. A mysterious state gradually rose from his mind. After a while, Chao Wei actually fell asleep. Wait until Chao Wei wakes up again. Only then did he realize it. At some point, he had fallen into a pool of blood. Looking at the amount of blood, an adult can't lose so much blood without being drained dry. Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little scared. How much blood did he lose during the time he was unconscious? Isn't it possible that all the blood a woman will bleed in her lifetime has been drained? Just the next moment, Chao Wei, who was just feeling anxious because he almost killed himself. Suddenly I received a system prompt. Ding! Your strength increased by 40 points, speed increased by 50 points, constitution increased by 70 points, and intelligence increased by 160 points. You have obtained 2 permanent states, 8-pack abs, and tough skin, and you have obtained 2 temporary states, Angry Lotus, and speed. Ding! You have acquired the skill, Universal Liquid, C. 8-pack abs, they look better when taken off, but have no other use. Tough Skin reduces physical damage by 2% and magic damage by 1%. Angry Lotus, the next attack will inflict 5 fire damage, lasting for 72 hours. Haste temporarily increases speed by 10%. Universal Liquid C, after using, you can condense a ball of special liquid. If this liquid hits an enemy, it will deal 500 damage. If it hits an ally, it will restore 500 health points. It can also transform into a shield with 2000 stamina points. It consumes 1000 soul points. Cooldown time, 10 seconds time. See your attributes skyrocketing. Suddenly, Chao Wei's eyes bulged. Unexpectedly, he gained so many attribute points just by being unconscious for a while. Also obtained 2 permanent statuses and skills. Especially that Universal Liquid, it is definitely a panacea skill. Presumably, it must be a new skill he acquired after entering the meditation state. Not only that, all of his attributes have increased to a certain extent after drinking the potion. Open your character panel. At this moment, new data appeared in Chao Wei's eyes. Chapter 69, Low Level 100% Compatibility Job Change Scroll. Name, Chao Wei. Occupation, Trainee Priest. Level, 10. Equipment, Law Enforcement Suit, Swift Gauntlets, Camouflage Robe, and Father Thor's Space Ring. Health, 14,550. Soul Power, 6,500. Physical Attack, 700. Magic Attack, 454. Physical Defense, 1120. Magical Defense, 885. Strength, 222. Agility, 257. Intelligence, 266. Constitution, 520. Luck, 40. Skills, Energy Bar D, Sword Resistance D, Goblin Punk's Magic I C, Blinding Field B, Holy Light Bombardment C, Archery Mastery B, Heavenly Justice D, Holy Shield D, High Speed Arrow Tower D+, Ancient of Light C+, Spirit of Resurrection C+, Universal Liquid C, Tough Skinny, 8-Pack EBS F. Looking at the new attributes in front of him, Chao Wei only felt that he was strong enough to kill a second-level master. Of course, he also understood that this was just a thought. Although Chao Wei's ability has been greatly improved in terms of data. However, he still has a long way to go before he can become a second-level master. As for what he said about being invincible within one turn. After seeing the pervert like Duhua, Chao Wei no longer dared to be so crazy. As a soul power user in the same apprentice stage, Duhua is obviously much more powerful than him. If it weren't for the fight between the other party and Buck, the guardian sent by Yellowstone Camp, both sides would have suffered heavy losses. In the end, Chao Wei took advantage of his equipment to kill the opponent. In a one-on-one situation, even though Chao Wei has improved a lot, he cannot guarantee that he can beat Duhua. He twisted his slightly stiff body, and the next moment, Chao Wei took off his camouflage robe. Restored to human form again. This time, Chao Wei no longer thought about going out for fun. It's time to go home and get the gift his parents prepared for him. Blue Star, at the entrance of the dimensional gate of the trial land. At this time, a boy who looked very ordinary walked out of the trial site. He was wearing all E-level equipment. He is just like everyone else and there is nothing outstanding about him. This is Chao Wei. Before returning, Chao Wei specially changed his clothes. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Chao Wei did not want to wear his overly flashy law enforcement suit. So he specially found a decent set of priest clothing and dressed himself up as an ordinary soul power user. If he stood in the crowd, probably no one would even take a second look at him. Wearing the hood unique to a priest's robe, Chao Wei took a taxi directly to a pawn shop. Li's Pawn Shop. As soon as you see the name, you know that this must be another property of Li Heng's family. Today, pawnshops have become a very common industry on Blue Star. A large number of soul users who have returned from adventures outside the dimensional gate will go to the pawnshop to mortgage or sell their items. A more advanced one is the auction house. Although Chao Wei's products are already good enough to be sold at auction houses. But right now, Chao Wei's most important thing is. It's to redeem the things his parents kept in the bank safe. For this reason, Chao Wei would accept it even if he lost some money. After a while, in front of the staff's surprised eyes, Chao Wei directly took out 2 E-level scrolls for fire mages. When Chao Wei came out, he had a check from Li's bank on him. Through a check, Chao Wei can directly withdraw 2.3 million in cash. Holding the check in his hand, Chao Wei felt a little uncomfortable. How much money can his parents earn by risking their lives to make a trip to another dimension? And he only went to the trial ground once, and it was estimated that he earned more money than his parents earned last year. If he had awakened earlier, perhaps his parents would not have disappeared. He squeezed the check in his hand. Money, what a bastard. Holding the check, Chao Wei went straight home. Taking out the documents that his parents had repeatedly asked him to get before they left, Chao Wei couldn't help but reveal a warm smile on his face. After a while, Chao Wei arrived at the door of Li's bank. When I arrived at the bank counter, the teller in front of me smiled businesslike and asked, "Dear Mr. Soul Power User, is there anything I can do for you?" Hearing the other party's question, Chao Wei immediately nodded and said, "Hello, my parents rented a safe from you, and now I need to take it away. This is my parents' identification. They have both disappeared in the dimensional gate. As their immediate family member, I have the right to take away their goods. In addition, before my parents disappeared, they borrowed 2 million in cash from your bank. This is a check for 2.3 million. Take a look. It should be able to pay off my parents' debt. Please deposit the remaining amount directly into my bank card." Hearing Chao Wei's words, the teller in front of her was stunned at first. Looking at Chao Wei in front of him, he looked like he had just reached adulthood. Involuntarily, a hint of sympathy appeared on the other person's face. Then, she carefully picked up the certificate handed over by Chao Wei and began to read it. After confirming that everything was correct, she took Chao Wei to the warehouse of Li Bank. Inside the warehouse, there are rows of neatly arranged safes. The teller took out a key and went to safe number 4201. Open the safe. A metal suitcase appeared in the eyes of Chao Wei and the teller. Without opening it, Chao Wei left Li Bank directly. But what Chao Wei didn't know was, shortly after he left the bank, a bank manager immediately called his boss. "Boss, the item in safe number 4201 that the young master had his eye on was just taken away by a kid. It's a low-level, 100% compatible job transfer scroll. The young master mentioned being interested in it before, so I took a look." Yes, I'm sorry, boss. I was a bit abrupt. Yes, this scroll is indeed rare, but it's only a D-grade item. The young master will definitely not look down on it. Yes, I am here to report to you. Boss, I wish you good health and good luck. Chao Wei didn't know about the affairs of Li Bank. At this time, he had already returned home. Open the suitcase in front of you. What surprised Chao Wei a little was, there was only one scroll in the huge box. The golden corners give the scroll a slightly mysterious look. Is this what his parents left him? Chao Wei couldn't help but pick up the scroll in front of him with some trembling. The next moment, the information on the scroll appeared before his eyes. Name, low-level 100% compatibility job change scroll D+. Effect, after use, the user will be able to obtain the career that best suits him the next time he performs a job change task, and his career potential will not exceed D+ level. Looking at the contents of the scroll, Chao Wei's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Chapter 70 Balanced Priest. Looking at the low-level, 100% compatible job transfer scroll in front of him, Chao Wei's hands trembled slightly. This seemingly low-level D+ scroll that is 100% suitable for job transfer is no different from a god-level item to Chao Wei. Moreover, this is what he needs most right now. If an ordinary person gets it, he may only be able to switch to a D+ level hidden profession. But Chao Wei is different. He has SSS level divine evolution talent. Chao Wei didn't say anything and used his skills directly on the low-level, 100% compatible job transfer scroll in front of him. Holy evolution! The next moment, the low-level 100% compatible job transfer scroll in front of him turned into a golden light and turned into a brand new scroll that seemed to have a golden texture. Intermediate 100% compatible job change scroll B. Effect, after use, the user will be able to obtain the career that best suits him the next time he performs a job change task, and his career potential will not exceed level B. Looking at the effect of the intermediate job transfer scroll in front of him, which is 100% compatible, Chao Wei couldn't help but clench his fists. The next moment, he used it without saying anything. Ding! You have used the intermediate 100% compatibility job change scroll and are searching for the job that best matches you. Matching. Ding! You have received 3 hidden job transfer information. Please select one. The next moment, 3 hidden professions appeared in front of Chao Wei. They are Light Summoner C+, Forest Priest B and Balance Priest B. Light Summoner C+, after changing jobs, the soul user can use healing skills and the ability to summon light elements or summon beasts, and can summon up to 4 summoned beasts. Forest Priest B, after changing jobs, the soul user can use healing skills, and can use wood spells and nature spells. He can also sign contracts with special summoned forest elves to assist in combat. Balanced Priest B, after changing jobs, the soul user can obtain the abilities of other professions, and can obtain skills from up to 4 different professions. Skills can be replaced, but the replaced skills will be permanently forgotten. Looking at the 3 hidden occupation information in front of me, Chao Wei first ruled out the Summoner of Light. Although it can summon elements and summon beasts to fight, it has its limitations. It can only summon light-type creatures and is easily restrained by the enemy. Chao Wei, who had seen the abilities of the A-level Beastmaster Buck, no longer looked down upon the Summoner of Light. Moreover, the potential of the Summoner of Light is only C+, so Chao Wei does not intend to consider it. Chao Wei couldn't help but look at the 2 hidden professions, Forest Priest and Balance Priest. The Forest Priest is pretty good, as it gives Chao Wei the ability of a mage. The wood system has many powerful skills that can fight and resist, as well as summoning skills, such as treemen. At the same time, the Forest Elf is a good auxiliary elf and can provide Chao Wei with a lot of combat help. It's like having an extra teammate. As for the Balance Priest, in Chao Wei's opinion, he is an all-rounder. If he changes his job to a Balance Priest, Chao Wei will not only be able to use the skills of a mage, but he will also be able to use the professions of an assassin, warrior, or archer. The most important thing is that Chao Wei can even use the skills of hidden professionals. However, without powerful skills, it would be difficult for this profession to display any outstanding abilities. So if an ordinary pastor had the opportunity that Chao Wei has now, most likely, you will choose the Forest Priest. But Chao Wei is not an ordinary pastor. With the divine evolutionary talent, he can fully bring out the greatest strengths of the Balance Priest. So after just a moment of weighing the pros and cons, Chao Wei had already made the decision. I've decided to change my job to Balance Priest. Ding! You used the intermediate 100% compatibility job change scroll B and received the job change quest to Balance Priest B. Job transfer mission B, kill 5 first-level soul masters of the warrior, mage, priest, archer and assassin professions. Seeing this task, Chao Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it doesn't look too difficult. This may be a difficult task for ordinary soul trainees. But for Chao Wei, a person with first-level soul power is not a difficult enemy to deal with. After all, he didn't know how many law enforcers he had killed in the trial grounds. If Chao Wei had obtained the intermediate 100% compatible job transfer scroll earlier, maybe he can complete his job change while he is in the trial ground. At this time, Chao Wei couldn't wait to complete his job transfer task. Just as Chao Wei was about to pack his luggage and leave, the phone at his house suddenly rang. Ding-ling-ling. The shrill ringing sound made Chao Wei startled. After his parents disappeared, his relatives learned that his family owed 2 million yuan in foreign debt. Everyone avoided it. Apart from the bank, no one had called his home in a long time. But didn't I just pay back all the money? Why would someone call? Chao Wei couldn't help but pick up the landline at home and answered it. Soon, a young woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Chao Wei's home? I'm Li Tian, his homeroom teacher. Head teacher? When Chao Wei heard teacher Li Tian's voice, he was slightly stunned at first. But soon, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a few days of living on the edge of a knife, he almost forgot that he was still a student. Chao Wei is currently a senior high school student. The only difference is that I am different from most of the students who are preparing for the college entrance examination. His life from now on may become even more exciting and dangerous. After hesitating for a moment, Chao Wei couldn't help but speak. Teacher Li, I'm Chao Wei. I changed my job to become a soul power user, so I stayed in the trial grounds for a few more days, and didn't come back until I reached level 10. When Li Tian heard Chao Wei's voice on the other end of the phone, she was slightly stunned. The next moment, a hint of joy flashed across her face. Oh my god! Chao Wei, you're finally home. The teacher has been calling your home for several days. Now that you've changed your class to a soul power user, why don't you come to school to register? A teacher will help you register. Tomorrow is an important day when the leaders of the Human Alliance will be giving a speech at school. Don't miss it. Now that you've become a soul power user, you're eligible to go to the special class. Well, it's hard to explain over the phone. When will you come to school? Hearing what Teacher Li said, Xiao Wei opened his mouth slightly. To be honest, he doesn't want to go to school now. Rather than listening to his leader's nonsense, he would rather complete his job transfer task first. Only. Xiao Wei felt warm in his heart when he thought that Teacher Li had called him for several days. Finally, Xiao Wei slowly spoke. Teacher Li, I'll go this afternoon. I'll go to school right away. Chapter 71 Special Class F3. I arrived at the familiar high school and saw classmates passing by in groups of 3 or 4. Many of the freshman and sophomore high school students had immaturity on their faces. Xiao Wei had never noticed it before. But now it's different. He could almost recognize who were the soul power users at a glance. And those soul power users nodded slightly when they saw Xiao Wei. It seems that only those with soul power can communicate with other soul power users. Ordinary people are getting further and further away from them. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Wei gently knocked on the door of Teacher Li's office and walked into the office. When Li Tian saw Xiao Wei, she was slightly stunned. Although Xiao Wei was still his student, he gave her the illusion of being a stranger to her. It's like being reborn. The boy who used to be a little timid is now radiant and his face is full of confidence. Xiao Wei? Oh my god, it seems you gained a lot from going to the trial ground. You look much more energetic. Seeing Xiao Wei, Li Tian did not hesitate to praise him. He immediately found a chair nearby and placed it in front of him. Sit. Hearing Li Tian's request, Xiao Wei just nodded. Sitting next to Li Tian, Xiao Wei looked at her with some confusion and asked. Teacher Li, you just said you had something to talk to me about on the phone, right? What was it? Hearing Xiao Wei's question, Li Tian nodded and spoke directly. I really have something to talk to you about, Xiao Wei. You are a soul user now. According to the regulations, all students who have awakened to become soul power users must register, and then you can freely choose whether to go to the special class or not. Special class? Hearing Li Tian's words, Xiao Wei was slightly stunned. Then he remembered what the special class was. When I was in the second year of high school, the teacher talked about this with the students. Ordinary people can take the college entrance examination after graduating from high school. If you become a soul power user, you will have more choices. That is to go to a professional school specifically for soul power users. After all, the lives of ordinary people and the lives of soul power users are like a chasm. It is more convenient to manage it centrally rather than separately. So the Human Alliance built a special soul power university, unified teaching and learning, to help students grow better. The special class is a special class for soul power users in high school. Although students in special classes will also take the college entrance examination. However, grades are secondary, accounting for only 30% of the total score. The remaining 70% are all actual combat results. For soul power users, there are different college entrance examination contents. And today, Li Tian called Xiao Wei over to ask whether Xiao Wei wanted to be transferred to a special class. Hearing Li Tian's question, Xiao Wei agreed without thinking. Right now, it is the second half of the senior year. There are only about 100 days left until the college entrance examination. Before coming here, Xiao Wei thought of working alone in the future. Now after listening to Li Tian's introduction, he suddenly felt. It seems that applying to a soul power university is also a good option. Making friends and forming a strong team would definitely be much safer than going to another world alone. As long as Xiao Wei changes his job to a balance priest, his special profession will definitely make him a hot commodity. So, with the help of Teacher Li, Xiao Wei transferred to another class directly. As for his original class, there was nothing worth reminiscing about for Xiao Wei. So Xiao Wei didn't even say hello to his former classmates, and just walked towards a special floor under the guidance of Teacher Li. Came to a special teaching building. Rather than calling it a teaching building, Xiao Wei felt that it was more like a training ground. Next to a 2-story building is a large open space. There are various training equipment around. At the same time, there are countless arenas. Judging from the traces of friction on the ring, it is obvious that many different battles have taken place here before. But before Xiao Wei could take a closer look, here, he has been taken to a new class by Teacher Li. Special Class F3. There are only 8 classes in the entire teaching building. A, B, C, D, and E each form a class. And in Class F, there are 3. These three classes alone have 80% of the soul power users in the school. As for the remaining 20% of the students, all of them are soul users with hidden professions and enjoy 80% of the school's resources. Because Chao Wei's profession is an F-level ordinary professional priest. So Chao Wei was assigned to Class F3. When Chao Wei arrived at the door of Class F3, he was slightly startled. The expected situation where all the participants were elite teenagers did not occur. This F3 class seems to be much worse than he imagined. Inside, there was all sorts of chaotic noise. A group of male and female students were competing with each other in strength, smoking cigarettes, and wearing heavy makeup. The atmosphere was so chaotic that Chao Wei frowned. The world is becoming more corrupt and people's hearts are no longer the same as before. Are all the students in this class this bad? Chao Wei suddenly felt that he might have come to the wrong place. Is this really a special class for soul power users? It might be a concentration camp for thugs. Chao Wei couldn't help but look at Teacher Li beside him with an ugly expression. Unexpectedly, Teacher Li didn't look much better than him. After sighing slightly, Teacher Li said this. As for the specific situation, I am only a teacher in a regular class after all, so it's difficult for me to explain it to you in detail. I have already told your new class teacher about your special situation. He will tell you the details of the special class later. That's it. The teacher has classes to attend, so he'll leave first. Finished. Teacher Li left without saying a word. Only Chao Wei was left standing there awkwardly. At this time, many people had already noticed Chao Wei. Yo! A new face, boy, have you just become a soul power user? Suddenly, a boy who looked like a gangster walked into the crowd. He has a strong build and a bald head. He was holding a cigarette, and no one stopped him. The first impression people give is, this guy is not a good person. And the bald guy didn't insult his appearance. He just smiled and walked up to Chao Wei and said, My name is Lu Xiang, and I'm the leader of Class F3. I don't care if you change classes in the future, but as long as you're in this class, you have to listen to me, okay? The first lesson I'm going to teach you in this class today is, you have to answer questions when they ask you. As soon as the words fell, Lu Xiang's fist flew out suddenly. It was about to hit Chao Wei's eye socket. The students around him seemed to have expected it. One by one, they watched the show with excitement. But the next moment, something happened that stunned everyone. With a pop sound, Lu Xiang's flying fist was easily caught by Chao Wei. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, Chao Wei directly punched the opponent's nose. Bang! A muffled sound. The next moment, Lu Xiang's screams resounded throughout the special class teaching building. Looking at the shivering classmates in front of him, Chao Wei had a smile on his face. But, this smile looks a bit perverted. Clapping my hands was like doing something insignificant. The next moment, he sat on Lu Xiang's back and spoke gently. Okay, now, I am the boss of Class F3. Can anyone tell me the details about the class transfer? Chapter 72 The teacher hits you for your own good. A group of students from Class F3 looked at Chao Wei in confusion. Then look at Lu Xiang, who was groaning in pain as he sat under his butt. For a moment, no one dared to step forward and speak. Just when Chao Wei was frowning and getting a little impatient, suddenly, a man's rough voice appeared at the door of Class F3. Yell, yell, yell. I'm calling you ladies. I'm only 10 minutes late for class? You can't even bear this little bit of time? Lu Xiang. You're the most capable. Get out there and do 100 push-ups. Who are you? I saw a one-eyed man with an eye patch walking into Class F3 cursing. Strong muscles paired with a slightly thin suit. It seemed somewhat out of place with him. To be honest, it might be more credible if the other party claimed to be a bandit. But Chao Wei listened to the meaning of the other party's words. It seems, this person is his new homeroom teacher? Just as Chao Wei was surprised, Zhang Yaoyin, the head teacher in front of him, was also looking at him in surprise. After thinking carefully for a long time, he found that he couldn't even remember Chao Wei's name. Zhang Yaoyin couldn't help but feel a little curious. Hey you, which class are you from? Are you my classmate? The student who came to beat me up? Do you want to quit? After hearing Zhang Yaoyin's words, Chao Wei finally stood up from Lu Xiang's body. After taking a look at the one-eyed man in front of him, he slowly spoke. Excuse me, teacher. I'm a student who just transferred to class F3. My name is Chao Wei. Teacher Li Tian should have mentioned this to you before. I wonder if you remember it. Also, I didn't hit Lu Xiang, the classmate below. He heard I had just arrived and didn't have a seat, so he offered himself as a stool and let me sit on him. He. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Chang Yaoing couldn't help but look at him with an unhappy expression. Is this guy a complete fool? Or do you think he is a fool? Looking at Lu Xiang lying on the ground, Chang Yaoing was angry at his lack of fighting spirit. Without saying a word, he suddenly kicked Lu Xiang. Duong. A loud bang. Lu Xiang's entire body was imprinted on the wall. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Chao Wei's pupils couldn't help but shrink. This is a ruthless person. Are all special needs teachers these days so violent? Do they all teach students this way? Let me ask you, which student can withstand such a kick? I'm afraid he might have kicked Lu Xiang to death. Who knows, the next second. Lu Xiang, who was kicked against the wall, actually let out a comfortable howl. Ah, great. Old Chang, kick me again. My health isn't back to full yet. Chao Wei? Classmate Lu Xiang is really a scoundrel. There are many people who share the same idea as him, at least Cheng Yaojin thinks so too. He just spat in disdain. Then, he looked at Chao Wei beside him with an unhappy look on his face. Boy, I remember now, you are the transfer student today, right? You made such a big noise on your first day? You deserve to be punished. As soon as the words fell. Under Chao Wei's surprised gaze, Chang Yaoing in front of him actually kicked him at high speed just like he had just kicked Lu Xiang. Bang. A loud bang. Chao Wei only felt that his body seemed to be attacked by a cannonball. The next moment, there were two people hanging on the wall of class F3. Only. The expected pain did not come. On the contrary, Chao Wei actually felt a sense of comfort and vitality. Ding. You are under the attack of Cheng Yaoing's skill, Whip of Justice, temporarily gaining the Enlightenment and Slow Recovery states. Whip of Justice C, attack teammates, helping them slowly recover their health and soul power. Chao Wei. What the hell is this skill? You know what? I'm actually a little excited. At this moment, Chao Wei finally understood that Cheng Yaoing in front of him was really a ruthless person. Even beating people up can help them heal. It really shows that you can't judge a person by his appearance. He is born to be a teacher. True, the teacher hits you for your own good. Only. Not fighting back after being beaten is not Chao Wei's character. It's just right, let us try out the quality of the teacher in front of me. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. The next moment, he pulled himself out of the wall. He was originally wearing ordinary clothes, but the next moment, he changed into the E-level priest suit. Justice from heaven. Boom. A huge beam of light suddenly descended from the upper floor of class F3. The target of the light column was none other than Chang Yaoing. He saw a beam of light coming towards him. Chang Yaoing couldn't help but reveal a hint of mockery on his face. The next moment, a huge protective shield appeared on Chang Yaoing's body. From time to time, the sound of dragon roars could be heard circling and roaring from within his shield. Dragon's Guard C grants a shield with a durability of 5000, increasing resistance to dragon magic by 30%. Durability is indestructible. The user's strength and constitution are increased by 50 points for a short period of time. Consumes 3000 soul points. Cooldown, 10 minutes use. Chang Yaoing twisted his neck with a smile on his face. He looked at Chao Wei and sneered. You dare to hit the teacher on the first day of your new class? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I'll fight you without any equipment. Finished. Under Chao Wei's surprised gaze, Chang Yaoing quickly rushed to him. He clenched his fist and punched Chao Wei in the abdomen. Click. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Chao Wei's mouth. This time, it was accompanied by severe pain. This is not some righteous spur, but a real damaging skill. Chao Wei is also very familiar with this skill. Because, he had it before. This is Holy Punch. The priest's exclusive skill. Teacher Chang, I never thought that you were actually a pastor. With your physique, I'd believe you were a warrior. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Chang Yaoing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Who says a priest can't be a warrior? My motto is: a warrior who can't heal is not a good teacher. Take my holy hammer. The next moment, a huge war hammer appeared in Chang Yaoyin's hand. Well, now he's more of a warrior. And a hammerman at that. Not far away, a group of students from other classes also noticed the movement in class F3. One by one, they all ran out of their classes, wanting to see what was going on. However, before everyone could sneak over to class F3, the door of class F3 was broken open from the inside. Chao Wei was seen flying out like a baseball that was hit by a home run. Flying in the air, there was no fear on Chao Wei's face. On the contrary, he was actually laughing. Looking at Chang Yaoyin holding a sledgehammer under the ground, Chao Wei directly used his strongest attack. Teacher Chang, take this move of mine. Holy Light Blast. Chapter 73, Promotion Battle and Trial Tower. In the sky, countless holy light bullets rushed to the ground like meteors. If all of these hit the teaching building, it would undoubtedly collapse the entire building. Facing Chao Wei's indiscriminate large-scale attack, Chang Yaoyin's expression changed slightly. The next moment, a huge shield appeared in his hand. Push hard towards the ground. Suddenly, a huge shield shadow appeared in front of the teaching building. Duong. Immediately afterwards, the holy light bombing arrived as promised. The moment it hit the shield and its shadow was magnified, it disappeared without a trace. And Chao Wei, seeing that his strongest attack failed, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Falling directly from the sky. Boom! A deep hole was smashed into the ground. Suddenly, smoke surrounded them. After a while, Chao Wei appeared in front of everyone. But instead of the expected welcome, there was Chang Yaoyin's sneer. Good boy, you really dare to play tricks. If I don't make you suffer a little today, I won't be named Chang anymore. After saying that, Chang Yaoyin was about to take action. But Chao Wei immediately retorted. Teacher! Don't forget. You've already lost. You said you didn't use equipment, but you're using it now, aren't you? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Chang Yaoyin was slightly stunned at first. But the next moment, a sinister sneer flashed across his lips. Who said I won or lost the bet with you? I'm a teacher, I can do whatever I want. Finished. Chang Yaoyin rushed behind Chao Wei in an instant. Ouch! Suddenly, a scream like a wolf howling was heard. Chao Wei was like a ball, being kicked back and forth in the air by Chang Yaoyin. What is even more infuriating is that Chang Yaoyin just kicked and even used the Yi whip of justice. Suddenly, Chao Wei felt pain and happiness. At this moment, in the F3 classroom, Chao Wei and Lu Xian were hung in the classroom like two sausages. Chang Yaoyin, on the other hand, was talking to his classmates with an unhappy look on his face. You guys are truly the worst class I've ever taught. Do you still want to be promoted to F1 class, E class, D class, or even higher class? The promotion battle is coming up soon, and you still have time to be so aggressive? My performance this month. Looking at Chang Yaoyin, who was constantly getting angry at the whole class, Chao Wei, who was hanging in the air, couldn't help but kick his fellow sufferer Lu Xiang next to him. Hey, Baldy, tell me what this promotion battle is. Kicked by Chao Wei. Lu Xiang, who had just looked hopeless, suddenly came to his senses. He was seen looking at Chao Wei with a flattering expression. Brother Wei, you can call me Xiao Lu or Xiao Xiang. Now, you are the boss of our F3 class. This promotion battle is actually a big competition between our F1 to F3 classes. Once a month, the three classes take turns to compete and rank. The first place class will automatically compete for the F1 class. Although the students in the F1 class do not have the same privileges as the A to E classes, they are eligible to challenge the trial tower. Hey, wait a minute. What is this trial tower? Before Lu Xiang could finish his words, Chao Wei interrupted him. As he was talking, a term he didn't know popped up. Is it really that he is ignorant? Hearing that Chao Wei didn't know what the Tower of Trials was, Lu Xiang immediately explained it again. Turn out to be. This trial tower is really a tower. Moreover, it is a place with functions very similar to the trial ground. It is one of the college entrance examination locations for senior high school students. It accounts for 40% of the actual combat results. The so-called Tower of Trials is actually a tower-shaped dimensional gate connecting different races. Once you get inside, you will encounter all kinds of aliens of different levels. Every 10 levels, the strength of the races you encounter will be different. For example, the first layer at the beginning. The creatures you encounter there are basically weak races like the skeleton tribe, the ratman tribe, or the goblin tribe. As long as you can break through 10 floors, you can get a passing score of 60 points in the Tower of Trials project points in the college entrance examination practical results. After that, you can get another 10 points for every 10 levels you upgrade. Basically, if you pass 50 levels, you can get full marks. The race players encountered on the 50th floor are almost at the same level as human soul power users. However, the other party's profession may be rarer than that of humans. Just like the mountain elves that Chao Wei encountered in the trial ground. Almost everyone is a D-level professional shaman. Certainly. After passing the 50th level, you can still continue to clear the level. The current highest record in Chao Wei's school is 110 floors, achieved by a senior with an S-level hidden profession. No one knows what it is called specifically. The Human Alliance has already put that senior in a top-secret situation. At that time, the other party did not even take part in any other college entrance examination items, and was directly admitted to the institution for advanced soul power practitioners as an exception. Certainly. The widely circulated saying among classmates is, if one can pass the 80th floor of the trial tower, some high-level soul power academies will give him special admission. In short, after exceeding 50 floors, 1 point will be added for each additional floor. All capable students can participate. Only. Every teacher of high school seniors will repeatedly emphasize this to their students. That is, you must do what you can. Because the Tower of Trials is not just a Tower of Trials for humans. For other alien races, it is also a Tower of Trial. All the battles in it are filled with cruelty and the most primitive jungle law. The strong prey on the weak, and the loser dies. If you can't win but still try to force yourself, you will only die. In previous years' Tower of Trials challenges, the death rate of senior high school students has always exceeded 10% and remains high. After listening to Lu Xiang's explanation, Chao Wei nodded. Then he couldn't help but ask. Then what does this trial tower have to do with the promotion battle that old Cheng just mentioned? Hearing Chao Wei's question, Lu Xiang immediately smiled and said, Wei Ge, you finally asked the right person. This trial tower is actually equivalent to a mock exam organized by the school. But not everyone can go there if they want to, the resources are there. Except for students in classes A to E who can go for free, students in class F can only go to one class. So all three of our classes need to compete, and of course, it also depends on the performance of the head teacher. This is why Lao Cheng is so anxious. Oh, I understand. After hearing Lu Xiang's explanation, Chao Wei finally understood the relationship between the promotion battle and the Tower of Trials. Chao Wei's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. It just so happened that his job transfer mission required him to kill 5 soul users of different professions. Then the Tower of Trials is the best place for him to complete his mission. In that case, he is definitely going to participate in this class division battle. It's decided. First, lead the class to first place in the promotion battle. Chapter 74, Cloud Sea Secret Realm. That's all. After Chao Wei had a general understanding of the promotion battle and the Tower of Trial, Chang Yaoyin had almost finished scolding him. After leaving a message that he would take everyone to the secret realm of Yunhai tomorrow. Then, amid the wailing of the whole class, he slammed the door and walked out. Seeing that his classmates were fine, Chao Wei couldn't help but scratch his head curiously. What is this secret realm of Sea of Clouds? Why couldn't anyone explain it to him? He looked at Lu Xiang standing aside with ill intention. Only. This time, before Chao Wei could kick over, Lu Xiangqing winked at Chao Wei and explained in a very convincing manner. Boss. This Cloud Sea secret realm is specially prepared for us Xuanwu City High School students who possess soul power. All maps have been developed by 95%, and the highest level of monsters in them will not exceed level 15, which is a good place for low-level soul power users. Moreover, if we are lucky enough to find the remaining 5% of the undeveloped map, we might even be able to obtain a secret treasure. That thing is priceless. If we pay any price for it, we won't have to work hard anymore. Oh. After hearing Lu Xiang's explanation, Chao Wei's interest suddenly diminished. A low-level secret realm would not be of much help in his improvement. It is only a little tempting in the eyes of apprentice soul power users. And Chao Wei. After listening to the information about the Tower of Trials, I suddenly felt that this mysterious sea of clouds, which sounded so high-end, was no longer attractive. But the next moment, Lu Xiang's words aroused Chao Wei's interest. We've been there once before, and the monsters in the Cloud Sea secret realm dropped a material called Cloud Sea Pearl. The unit price is 100 yuan per piece, and 1000 Yunhai pearls can be combined into the Yunhai pearl. It can increase intelligence and store soul power, and the key is that it is D-level equipment. So many people want to try their luck and get the Cloud Sea Orb. Oh? After hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei finally became a little interested. This item for storing soul power is quite rare. It just so happens that because of his low level now, his soul power is often insufficient. If he could have the Cloud Sea Orb, his combat endurance would definitely be greatly enhanced. Chao Wei couldn't help but feel excited. You can go and have a look. With his holy light bombardment, it will definitely not be difficult to kill monsters. Only. Looking at the classmates in front of him who were complaining, Chao Wei couldn't help but frown and asked, "Isn't that great? Why do you all look so bored?" Who knows? After hearing Chao Wei's words, a trace of frustration flashed across Lu Xiang's face. He just spat forcefully. He looked at the group of classmates in front of him with disdain and cursed under his breath. Don't mention it. Wei Ge, don't forget, where are we? We are class F3. All the cowards and poor students in the school are gathered here. They wish they could never go to the battlefield in their lifetime. So, let alone the Tower of Trials, many people will deliberately drag their feet in the promotion battle alone. I have been in the F3 class for several months, but this F3 class has always been the F3 class. These guys are just a bunch of mules, they only bully ordinary people, but do you think they dare to fart in front of real soul masters? Oh? Hearing Lu Xiang's complaints. This time, it was Chao Wei's turn to look at him with admiration. I didn't expect that this troublemaker in front of me, oh no, this bald guy, actually has such ambition? But soon Chao Wei nodded in understanding. Not everyone in this society is a warmonger. There are those who are willing to sacrifice their lives to defend their country, and there are also those who are afraid of death. It can only be said that everyone chooses a different path, so Chao Wei did not agree or refute Lu Xiang's words. Seeing that Chao Wei didn't say anything, Lu Xiang started to laugh to himself. He immediately spoke to Chao Wei in a flattering manner. Brother Wei, you actually managed to make old Chun lose face just now. You must be a first-level soul master, right? That's great. You and I, we can become a powerful force together. I will definitely be able to lead our class to first place then. He. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei couldn't help but shook his head. Then he couldn't help but look at Lu Xiang and asked, what exactly are the strengths of the F1 and F2 classes? And what are your strengths? When Lu Xiang heard Chao Wei's words, his face was slightly stunned. It's like becoming a shy young lady. After a long while he finally said this. Well, Wei Ge, I'm a level 4 trainee soldier. But don't underestimate me. I'm a hidden class. An E+ ranked shield warrior. As for the F1 and F2 classes, I remember that the current F1 class has 6 first-level Soul Masters, and the F2 class has 1 first-level Peak Soul Master and 3 first-level Soul Masters. Hiss. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei was slightly stunned. Wait a minute. Their class has so many first-level soul power people? Then our class, why is your level so low? Haven't you been to the trial ground? Chao Wei never expected that in just an ordinary F1 class, there would be 6 first-level soul power users. Even in class F2, there is a ruthless person who has reached the peak of his powers? Look at himself again. He's still in the trainee period after such a long time, how shameful. Lu Xiang blushed slightly when he heard what Chao Wei said. Well, I wanted to go after I changed my job, but my parents wouldn't agree. Our Lu family is a single-line family. My father said that if I dare to go to the trial ground, he will break my legs. This is only level 4, which I got when Lao Chang took me to the Cloud Sea secret realm last time. TSK. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei couldn't help but sneer. Just now, this guy was looking disdainful and arrogant towards his classmates. It turns out that he is a person with high aspirations but a fragile life. So Chao Wei just treated Lu Xiang's subsequent bragging as nonsense. Didn't listen to a single word. Chao Wei was thinking at this time. If the strength of classes F1 and F2 is really that strong, it would be quite dangerous for him, an apprentice soul power user, to face them before he changes his job. When the promotion battle comes, he may not be able to beat the opponent. Chao Wei couldn't help but shift his gaze slightly and look at the classmates in the class next to him. Just see. A group of lazy guys are discussing what reason to use to ask for leave tomorrow. Many boys and girls even started discussing where to go to play after skipping school tomorrow. Suddenly, Chao Wei shook his head slightly. TSK. This class of students is really the worst class he has ever had. No wonder Lao Chang was so angry just now. Chao Wei couldn't help but look at Lu Xiang standing beside him. Right now, this young man is the only one left. I can use him to my advantage. The next moment, Chao Wei broke free from the ropes that tied him up. He looked at Lu Xiang, who was in front of him with a look of surprise, and asked with a smile. Xiao Xiangzi, do you long for power? No, I crave milk. Chapter 75, Punch Madman. Snap. A crisp sound. Before Lu Xiang could finish his words, Chao Wei slapped him in the face. What are you talking about, you idiot? You want to be banned, right? When Lu Xiang heard Chao Wei's words, a trace of grievance and embarrassment flashed across his face. Sorry, Wei Ge, I just wanted to say this subconsciously. I definitely didn't mean it. Chao Wei nodded and didn't pursue the matter any further. As a man, it's normal to have those thoughts. He just continued to look at Lu Xiangdao with a smile. That's right. Xiao Xiangzi, I see you have a strong character, so I decided to take you in as my younger brother. Let's go to the Cloud Sea Secret Realm tomorrow. I will definitely help you level up. How about setting a small goal first and reaching the peak of the first level? Hiss. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Lu Xiang couldn't help but take a breath. Then he asked again a little embarrassedly. Well, Wei Ge, can I? Why not? Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei patted him on the shoulder without saying a word. Don't worry, isn't it here? Let's form a team and I'll take you to gain experience. I guarantee that your upgrade speed will be as fast as a rocket. When Lu Xiang heard Chao Wei's words, a hint of excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes. Hey! I'm relying on you for Viagra. Of course. If you do well, I'll try to find you a sister-in-law next year. Thank you, brother. Ha ha ha. The next morning. When Chao Wei came to class F3. Sure enough, except for him and Lu Xiang, the whole class was absent. Looking at the class with only 2 people left, Chang Yaoyin was so angry that he jumped to his feet. On the other side, at the door of class F3. A male teacher who looked somewhat feminine suddenly appeared at the door, greeted Chang Yaoyin with a smile and said, Teacher Chang, I told you that a lot of students in your class would be absent, right? Fortunately, I had foresight at the time and applied for a bus to take your students with you. I'm not saying anything, but the quality of the students in your class. Hearing the words of the feminine teacher at the door, Chang Yaoyin's face seemed a little ugly. After sighing, he shouted to Chao Wei and the others to get in the car. As they walked, Chao Wei couldn't help but look at Lu Xiang beside him with some curiosity and asked, What's wrong with Lao Chang? It seems like he's having some problems with the teacher at the door? Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Lu Xiang couldn't help but curl his lips. What else can I do? We're all enemies in the same industry. The one at the door is the head teacher of class F2, named Xiao Nan, who is a smiling tiger. I like to stimulate Lao Chang every time, whether it is when paying salaries or comparing grades. There's nothing we can do about it. Our class is ranked last and theirs is ranked second to last. They really have no choice but to seek a sense of superiority with us. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei immediately showed an expression of understanding. He couldn't help but look at Lao Chang with some sympathy. It's really difficult for him to have such a class. Everyone likes to find him to show their presence. The most annoying thing is that there is no way to fight back. Isn't that infuriating? In this way, the group arrived at the school's special bus. As soon as they entered the door, they saw several classmates from class F2 looking at them in surprise. Hey! Isn't this Lu Xiang? How dare you come to the Cloud Sea Secret Realm? It seems that the lesson you learned last time wasn't enough. Ha ha! There's actually another person behind him. It looks like the F3 class has made progress. The number of people who came last time is double. Ha! I recognize this guy. He was the one who fought with Teacher Chung yesterday. Hiss. Now that I mention it, it reminds me of that guy who almost blew up the teaching building yesterday. After someone reminded me. Suddenly, everyone finally looked at Chao Wei straight in the eye. One by one, they looked at Chao Wei curiously, not understanding why such a talented person would be assigned to Class F3. Chao Wei didn't say much, but just looked around casually and found the seats in the last row. There are clearly 5 seats in the last row, but there is only one person sitting there. Just see. A boy with bright eyes and sharp eyebrows was sitting in the last row of the bus with a calm expression. As for his appearance, he looks good, but there are some bruises on his face. I don't know where he was injured. The boy was seen with his arms folded and bandaged. Not only were there several band-aids on his face, but there were also bruises of varying sizes. The classmates around him seemed to be very afraid of him and kept their distance from him. Seeing this scene, Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little curious. Just about to sit down, Lu Xiang, who was standing by, grabbed one of his corners. Viagra, the best seat is in the back. That's where the crazy boxer sits. Punch madman? Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei was slightly stunned. Who? Oh. It's that guy from Class F2 who's at the peak of his first transformation. His name is Su Wen, and he's nicknamed the Punch Madman. This guy, there is something wrong here. After saying that, Lu Xiang pointed to his head. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes. After just glancing at Su Wen behind him, he stopped nagging him. Along the way, Cheng Yaoyin looked at Chao Nan in front of him with a somewhat ugly expression and watched him bragging non-stop. And he had to listen because they were riding in the same car. Judging from Lao Cheng's expression, he seemed to want to jump out of the car. That's all. After wandering around, the group finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. By the time the bus stopped, it felt like a whole century had passed for Cheng Yaoyin. After getting out of the car with a gloomy look on his face, he immediately yelled at Chao Wei and Lu Xiang. You two, if you can beat Class F2 in the next promotion match, I'll treat you to a meal with all my performance points this month. Hearing Cheng Yaoyin's words, Chao Wei immediately showed a sympathetic expression. Look how depressed this kid is. He's even willing to spend money to hire someone to kill him. And your performance bonus for this month hasn't been deducted yet? Just like that, amidst Cheng Yaoyin's abuse, the two of them slowly arrived at the entrance of the dimensional gate of the Yunhai secret realm. Cheng Yaoyin took out his teaching certificate and handed it to the guard at the door. The other party took a look and let him go. The 3 of them easily passed through the dimensional gate. There was no sudden battle. On the contrary, behind the dimensional gate, there is harmony. In front of me is a bustling crowd, holding a sign and doing business. Buy the Yunhai Pearl at a high price. Buy the Yunhai Pearl. High-level boosting team, only 200 yuan for level 1, guaranteed to help you level up quickly. Equipment maintenance. Potion supply. Looking at the various businessmen in front of me. These are all staff members of the Yunhai secret realm. After all, although this place is open to high school students, everyone still needs to make a living. It is reasonable to charge a little money. Besides, didn't they also recycle the Yunhai Pearl? If the student is a stronger one, he can make back his investment and make a small profit in one day. Chao Wei was just about to follow Lu Xiang to check out the market here. The result is the next moment. The figure of a girl riding a pig appeared in front of him. It's Momo. Chapter 76 Map. When he saw his old friend, a hint of joy flashed across Chao Wei's face. Without saying a word, he rushed to the girl riding a pig. Momo! A loud roar. It scared Momo and the classmates around him. And when Momo saw that the person coming was Chao Wei, his face was instantly filled with surprise. Lao Chao! Immediately, Momo rolled over and jumped off his pig mount. With a sprint, he arrived in front of Chao Wei. There was no hug between old friends as I had imagined. Just see. Momo suddenly touched Chao Wei's body in front of everyone. Everyone. Chao Wei was also confused after seeing Momo's actions. Are girls nowadays all so proactive? But the next moment, Chao Wei understood what Momo meant. Momo shouted while searching me. Lao Chao. Is the scroll still with you? I'm so worried. You were so mean when we first parted ways, not even giving me your phone number. It was only after we left the trial grounds that I remembered we didn't exchange phone numbers. Good man, I feel like I lost 100 million. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He quickly pushed Momo away from in front of him and looked at the surprised faces of his classmates around him and Lu Xiang's admiring gaze. Chao Wei just explained with a smile. Don't worry, the scroll is here with me, it's useless. We agreed at the beginning that we would wait until you and Xiao Shuang were together before using it. By the way, why did you come to the Cloud Sea Secret Realm? I remember your level, the Cloud Sea Secret Realm is not very useful anymore, right? Hearing Chao Wei's words, a hint of pride flashed across Momo's face. The next moment, she showed some of her information. Name, Momo. Occupation, mechanical hunter. Level 20. Seeing Momo's level, Chao Wei's eyes widened immediately. How long has it been since he left? Momo's level has actually increased again. I'm afraid it won't be long before I reach the peak of the first level. Did you drink Sanlu milk powder? Did you upgrade so quickly? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Momo burst into laughter. I'm nowhere near that level. Xiao Shuang is already level 25 and is currently completing her second job quest. What? After hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei felt even more pressured. I never expected that Xiao Shuang is even more awesome than Momo. As expected of a descendant of a wealthy family, even his upgrades were so unique. However, before Chao Wei could explain in detail, Momo suddenly pulled him aside and said, It just so happens that you are here, you are also a good fighting force. Chao Wei, I didn't come to the Yunhai Secret Realm to level up today. I have something good in my hand. I wonder if you want to join in. Oh? Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there any benefit? Then he certainly can't miss it. Immediately, Chao Wei nodded vigorously. What's the benefit? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Momo's face suddenly flashed with a fox-like smile. That's it. The next moment. Suddenly, a scroll appeared in Momo's empty hands. Gently opening it, there was a map of the secret sea of clouds inside. Before coming, Chao Wei actually saw people selling things at the door. It's just that Cheng Yaoying said he already had it, so Chao Wei didn't plan to buy it. 1,000 yuan per serving is not a small amount. Children from poor families are afraid of poverty and don't like luxury. Seeing the map in Momo's hand, Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little confused. That's it? Aren't they sold everywhere? Who knows? After hearing what Chao Wei said, Momo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can this lady's map compare to the vulgar people out there? Before you came here, didn't you know that this secret sea of clouds has not been fully developed yet? The map I marked on this page actually contains the 1% of the unexplored area. Hiss. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei took a deep breath. As expected of the Mo family, they act so arrogantly. A member of a core family actually has such a precious map. How does this make Chao Wei feel? With such resources, why should he work hard? Sometimes, don't be afraid of others being richer than you. I'm afraid that people who are richer than you also work harder and are better than you. Suddenly, Chao Wei understood what Momo meant. Immediately, he prostrated himself and roared. Please support me, Master Momo. And Momo suddenly burst into exaggerated laughter. Okay. From now on, you will be my #1 leg pendant. Okay. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. Without saying a word, he hugged Momo's slender thighs. Although he was wearing leather pants, Chao Wei could already feel the toughness and elasticity coming from the leather pants. Hiss. He. Chao Wei, you're going to die. Seeing Chao Wei's actions, Momo kicked Chao Wei away. Then, she finally reacted. Blushing, she quickly mounted her boar and left the camp. But before leaving, Momo didn't forget to say a word to Chao Wei. Whether you spend money or collect it before this afternoon, get a Cloud Sea Orb. Otherwise, humph. I won't play with you anymore. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei, who was lying on the ground, sighed helplessly. As expected, people cannot be crazy. Just one step away. She was almost kept by a wealthy woman. Now, there is a fee. It's just a Yunhai pearl, and it only costs 100,000 yuan. He, Chao Wei, can afford it. The other side. Lu Xiangjing ran to Chao Wei with admiration on his face. He just spoke in a very servile manner. Wow! Wei Gu! You actually know such a beautiful girl. Looking at her clothes, she must be from Xuanwu City Private High School. That's a world of the strong. I heard that even the worst students can get into a second-rate Soul Power Academy. And that young lady actually has a mount. She must be rich. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, a trace of disdain flashed across Chao Wei's face. Ha, even that mount was made by me. Why are you envious? I'll get you one when the time comes. No, two. One to sit, one to watch. They take turns riding each other. Real? When Lu Xiang heard Chao Wei's words, a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed across his face. It seemed that he had already imagined his majestic appearance riding a wild boar. On the other side, Chang Yaoyin also came to Chao Wei and Lu Xiang with an unhappy look on his face. He took 2 medals and handed them to the two of them. Then, he explained it to Chao Wei. This medal is a specialty of the Yunhai secret book and also serves as a protective measure. If you are not killed instantly, you will be automatically teleported away when your health drops to 10%. But if you come in again, you have to pay 200 yuan, so if you can avoid it, try not to, understand? That's right. Speaking of this, Chang Yaoyin couldn't help but look at Chao Wei in front of him. He approached the other person carefully and spoke slowly. I think you are quite smart and have some strength. If you run into anyone from Class F2, beat them to death. If you kill a few of them, I'll give you a few hours of training. Chapter 77 Lu Xian's Job Change Mission. Cloud C Metal F, a special item. Within the Cloud C secret realm, if the wearer's health drops to 10%, they will be automatically teleported out. Even if their health drops to 0 in battle with their own kind, they will not die and will be automatically teleported out. Oh? Hearing what Lao Chang said, a smile suddenly flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. Good job. Old Chang, you are not honest. You are so bad, I like you so much. Immediately, Chao Wei smiled and nodded, then took Lu Xiang away. But what Chao Wei and the others didn't know was the other side. At this time, Chao Nan was looking at him and Lu Xiang's backs as they left with a sneer on his face. Looking at the classmates in front of him, Chao Nan sneered and said, If any one of you can send 2 people from Class F3 out, I'll prepare a piece of equipment for you. Remember, any equipment. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. After saying this, Chao Nan glanced at Su Wen. Really? The next moment, Su Wen looked at him and asked, Teacher, did you just say any equipment, including fist gloves? It's natural. Suddenly, when Su Wen heard Chao Nan's promise, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he burst into a hearty laugh. Looking at the group of classmates in front of him, Su Wen said directly and coldly, The 2 people in Class F3 are both mine. No one of you is allowed to interfere. After hearing Su Wen's words, none of the trainee soul power users in the class spoke. However, a few students who were first-level soul power users could not help but snort coldly after hearing Su Wen's words. Su Wen, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant with me? That's right. You've reached the peak of the first level and still don't have a main weapon. Your strength is probably about the same as a mid-level first-level soul master, right? That's right. Don't think we don't dare to compete with you. Hearing the words of the 3 first-level soul power classmates in front of him, a hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in Su Wen's eyes. However, he sneered slightly. That's fine. Since you want to snatch it from me, then go ahead and try. I'll be waiting for you. Finished. Su Wen left without saying anything. And his running speed is not any slower than that of a second-level soul power user. Seeing Su Wen leave, everyone couldn't help but grit their teeth. He looked at Su Wen's back with a somewhat ugly expression. Immediately, everyone stopped talking. Just follow Su Wen's back and hurry over. Now. Chao Wei was lazily taking Lu Xiang on the road. At this moment, the two have formed a team. That is, they are experience-sharing models. After looking at the map handed to him by Chang Yaoyin for a long time, Chao Wei still didn't see any advanced areas. Basically, the monsters around here are generally in their apprenticeship stage. Secret Realm of Sea of Clouds. It is said to be a secret place. In fact, the monsters here are not strong at all. All the monsters are mountain spirits and wild monsters. It looks a bit like a goblin or a goblin. They are all short and hold a stick. Name, Mountain Spirit. Level, 110. HP, 200-2000. Soul Power 1001000. Magic Attack 1050. Physical Defense 1050. Magical Defense 1050. Name Wild Monster. Level 115. HP 2002000. Soul Power 0. Physical Attack 1050. Physical Defense 1050. Magical Defense 1050. It can be seen that the wild monster is a purely physical monster without any soul power. As for the mountain spirits, they can release earth-attributed magic, and their attack power is very average. Faced with these two wild monsters, Chao Wei couldn't even muster up any energy. Without saying a word, justice came down from the sky and took away a group of people. To be honest, if it weren't for these mountain elves and monsters, there would still be a chance that they would drop some materials. Chao Wei didn't even plan to take action. However, Lu Xiang on the side seemed very excited at the moment. After following Chao Wei for such a short time, he had actually reached level 6. Less than an hour, level 2. The upgrade speed is not as fast as riding a rocket. Isn't this better than those boosters at the door? And along the way, the equipment dropped. Chao Wei didn't even bother to take a look. All were given to Lu Xiang. Immediately, Lu Xiang bowed down and almost called Chao Wei dad. Along the way, Chao Wei not only killed monsters but also taught Lu Xiang how to fight. Holding a small round shield, Chao Wei also saw a hint of Lu Xiang's profession. Lu Xiang's profession is shield warrior. The hidden profession of E+ is actually not much stronger than the warrior. However, the shield warrior has a talent skill, which is shield slam. Shield slam E+, all shield weapons used have their effectiveness increased by 5%. Shield skills used have their effectiveness increased by 5%. At low levels it's nothing. But at a high level, this effect will appear. The increased defense power at that time will definitely be considerable. After fighting for only half a day, Chao Wei and Lu Xiang collected no less than 1,000 Yunhai pearls. This thing is an F-level material. Even if Chao Wei uses Holy Evolution to upgrade it, it cannot increase his experience points. So Chao Wei picked up the Yunhai pearl and threw them all into the space ring. And Lu Xiang. Unknowingly, I slowly reached level 10. Accompanied by a flash of golden light. The next moment, a hint of excitement flashed in Lu Xiang's eyes. Boss! I got a job transfer mission. It seems to be, personally using shield skills to kill 10 level 10 soul users or beasts. Oh? After hearing Lu Xiang's job change mission, Chao Wei nodded. It's not a particularly difficult task. After all, it's just an E+ level hidden profession, not that difficult. Unlike Chao Wei, he has to kill the soul power user first. This soul power user is much more cunning than wild monsters. Moreover, the one Chao Wei kills must be a soul power user of the first level. It just so happened that he had nothing to do at the moment, so Chao Wei decided to take Lu Xiang to complete the job transfer task first. However, he was just about to take Lu Xiang to complete the task. Who knows? A figure suddenly rushed out from a jungle not far away. Without saying a word, the other party rushed directly towards Lu Xiang, who looked the weakest. Seeing this sudden figure, Lu Xiang was obviously stunned. Without giving it much thought, he subconsciously raised his round shield. The next moment, in Chao Wei's surprised eyes, the soul power user opposite attacked Lu Xiang. He actually ignored the round shield in front of him and launched an attack like a rainstorm. Damn! How dare you hit my little brother? At this moment, Chao Wei also reacted. When he saw someone attacking him, he didn't say a word and immediately delivered justice. The person who attacked seemed to have eyes on his back. I saw a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He actually took Chao Wei's attack head-on. The next moment, in Chao Wei's surprised eyes, the round shield in Lu Xiang's hand was actually smashed into pieces by the opponent's punch. Then, he punched Lu Xiang in the eye socket. Crack! The metal was broken. Lu Xiang, looking frustrated, was teleported back to the entrance of the Cloud Sea secret realm. Fuck! You're so brave. You actually broke my little brother's weapon with your fist. But, you've messed with the wrong guy. Haven't you heard of the saying, when beating a dog, look at its owner? At this time, Chao Wei had already recognized the attacker. This person is none other than the boxing madman seen in the car before Su Wen. Chapter 78, A boxer from the old times. When Suwon heard Chao Wei's words, there was not much expression on his face. I saw him slightly holding up his arms and blocking in front of me. The legs are crossed in a crescent shape. Judging from its appearance, it does look like a boxer's stance. Seeing Suwon's appearance, Chao Wei couldn't help but smile coldly. Boxer? How many centuries ago is that? A soul power user actually fights like an ordinary person. As I can guess, your fighting style must be very old-fashioned. I'll show you how a soul power user fights. Boo! Chao Wei just snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, countless holy lights appeared beside him. This is Chao Wei's most powerful attack method, holy light bombing. I saw countless holy light bullets rushing towards Suwon on the opposite side like a rainstorm. When Suwon asked, his expression turned slightly cold. Under Chao Wei's somewhat surprised gaze, he actually slowly shortened the distance between his legs. He took small steps, like a professional boxer, dodging the holy light bullets launched by Chao Wei. In Chao Wei's holy light bombardment, Suwon was like a small boat in a storm. Although it looked very dangerous, the boat never capsized. Chao Wei just threw at least 40 holy light bombs. And each one is as big as a fist. But with Suwon's flexible steps, all the holy light bullets were actually perfectly brushed past his body. He looked at Suwon's agile steps in front of him in shock. The next moment, Suwon's fist suddenly hit Chao Wei's face. Crack! Suddenly, a ball of liquid appeared in front of Chao Wei. It was his universal liquid. The moment he blocked Suwon's attack, Chao Wei also hurriedly retreated. Then, Chao Wei punched the ground hard. A sapling quickly grew into a towering tree. It is the ancient tree of light. The next moment, Chao Wei took the branch handed to him by the ancient tree and sat on his head. Looking at the ancient tree of light summoned by Chao Wei, Suwon was also slightly surprised. But soon, Chao Wei saw Suwon seem to take a deep breath. It seems like some explosive skill was used. Sudden. A ball of blood-red energy swirled around Suwon. And his overall attack speed has increased significantly. Facing the ancient tree of light with at least 4,000 health points, Suwon was not afraid at all. With his fists raised, he attacked the ancient tree in front of him fiercely at a speed of 5 punches per second. Woo woo! Suddenly, the ancient tree let out a mournful cry. Under Chao Wei's surprised gaze, the trunk of the ancient tree, which should have been hard, it was actually broken into pieces by Suwon. 200, 200, 200. The terrifying attack would defeat the ancient tree in just a few seconds. Chao Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath. This guy is quite capable. But, luckily I'm more awesome. Chao Wei just smiled. The next moment, he changed his ordinary priest suit into the forest suit he got at Yellowstone Camp. After changing into a suit with great mana, Chao Wei's entire magical power surged instantly. Boo! Another snap of the fingers. Beside Chao Wei, there are still 40 holy light bullets. But this time, each of these holy light bullets is as big as a wash basin. When Suwon saw the holy light bullet plus suddenly appear in the sky, his pupils shrank slightly. This time, he did not choose to dodge or resist. Under Chao Wei's surprised gaze, Suwon actually ran away. And Chao Wei just chuckled coldly. Run? Did I let you run? The next moment, a huge holy light bullet shot directly towards Suwon. After a while, Chao Wei saw that Suwon turned into a ball of light and disappeared into the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. TSK. Does he have a medal too? Shaking his head, Chao Wei didn't think much about it. I was just about to go back to pick up Lu Xiang, but the next moment, 3 somewhat familiar figures appeared in front of him. Chao Wei had seen these 3 people when he was in the car. They were the remaining 3 first-level soul power users from Class F2. Leading the group was a warrior. Behind him, there were 2 mages following. Seeing Chao Wei here alone, the expressions of the 3 people changed slightly. Where's Suwon? What did you do to him? Hearing the other party's words, Chao Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. As soon as I saw Suwon, I asked him why didn't he ask what he did to the students in our class? It just so happens that your people have teleported my little brother out, so is it okay for me to charge a little interest? After saying that, Chao Wei summoned his holy light bullet again. The 3 students from Class F2 in front of him changed slightly after hearing what Chao Wei said. This guy is a ruthless person, he actually beat up the crazy boxer. I'll block the front, and you 2 support me. With 3 of us, there's a chance. Shit. Here, the leading warrior is still formulating a strategy. But Chao Wei didn't have the time to wait for him. A holy light bullet as big as a washbasin instantly shot towards the group of people in front. The next moment, the 2 mages opened their protective shields. As for the warrior, who is he? Gone. You have no moral principles. Here, the soldier from Class F2 hadn't finished speaking yet. He was directly teleported back to the entrance of the Yunhai secret realm. He looked around blankly. Only then did he discover that the 2 teammates he had just met had also been teleported back. Hiss, you 2 couldn't block his attack even with your shields on? Hearing the warrior's words, the 2 mages couldn't help but say with a little discouragement. There's nothing we can do. He's too strong. We can't defeat him at our current level. We'll probably have to reach level 2 before we can fight him. That Chao Wei is at least at the 2nd level of strength. Hiss. Hearing his teammate's analysis, the soldier in front of him couldn't help but gasp. Second turn? Perhaps only the top students from Xuanwu City Private High School can have such strength? However, just when the 3 of them were about to analyze something, their attention was drawn to Su Wen's figure standing beside them. The soldier snorted coldly. Su Wen, didn't you say you were the best fighter in our school? I don't think you're anything more than that. Can you beat that priest just now? Hearing what his classmates said, Su Wen's expression remained unchanged. After giving the other person a cold look, Su Wen said this lightly. I was careless and didn't dodge. But you 3 are useless. How many seconds did you last against him? After saying this, he cursed without waiting for the soldier in front of him to open his mouth. Su Wen directly took out 200 yuan and bought a new Yunhai medal. Obviously, the matter between him and Chao Wei is not over yet. Chapter 79, First Transformation Shield Warrior. Right now. Chang Yaoing, sitting on the bus, was very proud. Ha ha. Xiaonan, I've always told you that your teaching skills are not good enough, right? A newcomer in our class actually defeated 4 veterans in your class? TSK, that's it, you usually dare to show off in front of me, blah blah. Listening to Chang Yaoing's boasting, Xiaonan's face looked a little gloomy. He also didn't expect that the 4 generals in the class would fall directly to the newcomer in Class F3. When he first saw Lu Xiang being killed, there was a hint of pride on his face. But before he and Chang Yaoing could brag about it, the next moment, Su Wen, the seed player of their class, actually appeared at the entrance of the Yunhai secret realm. You don't need to ask to know that it must have been beaten out by Chao Wei. Originally, Chao Nan was still secretly speculating. Even if Su Wen found out, it would definitely be a tense and exciting battle in which both sides would suffer losses. Who knows how long it will take? The remaining 3 soul power users in their class were teleported out almost at the same time. What does this mean? This shows that they are not on the same level as Chao Wei. I cursed secretly. This time, Chao Nan finally tasted the bitter fruit of his previous suffering. He had offended Chang Yaoing too severely in the past, and this time it was finally Chang Yaoing's turn to be rampant. And Chang Yaoing seemed to have been waiting for this day to come. He cursed out all kinds of dirty words. There are as many hermaphrodites as there are. Chao Nan couldn't help but grit his teeth and left the bus directly. Hey! Teacher Chao, where are you going? Aren't you going to talk to me about your teaching experience anymore? Ha ha! When Xiaonan heard what Chang Yaoing said on the bus, his face froze. He said coldly with an ugly smile that looked like he was crying. I need to pee urgently, so I'd like to smoke a cigarette. Ouch! What a coincidence! I also need to go to the bathroom to smoke. Chang, don't you know how to smoke? Ha ha! Just learned it. On this side, Lu Xiang was jogging all the way. Finally, he arrived at Chao Wei's side, panting. At this time, he was still cursing. That idiot Quan crazy, for no reason we didn't go looking for him, but he came looking for us. But Wei Gu, you are really awesome. You actually beat the boxing madman. Ha, this time you have given our squad leader face. Let us see if Class F2 dares to challenge us again in the future. Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei just laughed. But the next moment, he couldn't help but frown slightly, as if he thought of something and asked. That Su Wen's footwork is a little peculiar, what is going on? From the beginning to the end, I only saw him use one skill, and the rest was just relying on his combat instincts? Hearing Chao Wei's doubts, Lu Xiang suddenly turned into an encyclopedia. He just said it with a slightly gossipy tone. Oh no! Wei Ge, that Su Wen is nothing to worry about. His potential is only at this early stage. Oh? Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei was slightly stunned. He looked at Lu Xiang with some curiosity, not understanding what he meant by his words. Lu Xiang said with some pride. This is actually no secret in the F2 class. I have a friend in the F2 class who told me. That Su Wen, although he is a D-class hidden professional boxer, he can't wear equipment at all. Can't wear equipment? Hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei was slightly stunned. This is quite novel. It is the first time that Chao Wei has seen such a strange hidden professional soul power user. Lu Xiang nodded and continued. It seems like the boxer class is only for close combat. They primarily increase strength and speed, followed by physique. He has low intelligence, can't use many skills, and can't use weapons. No, it's not that it can't be used, but the weapon used is a very special kind of boxing glove that can only be customized, and basically no drop from monsters. Fortunately, the boxer's attack has the armor break ability, so their attack is still decent. After hearing Lu Xiang's words, Chao Wei immediately nodded in understanding. No wonder Su Wen only had his hands bandaged. It's not that he doesn't want to take a weapon, but that he doesn't have one. The bruises on his face must have been left during the battle. It's a pure melee profession that requires customized weapons, and ordinary people can't afford it at all. You know, anything related to customization must be associated with expensive. Although it is a hidden profession, I believe Su Wen must be very frustrated. But even so, Su Wen was able to raise his level to the peak of the first level. You can imagine the perseverance at this time. Wait until the two of them have finished chatting. Here, Chao Wei also began to help Lu Xiang complete his job transfer task. 5 level 10 monsters are not difficult to defeat. It's just a bit troublesome to find. Fortunately, there is nothing special about the Cloud Sea Secret Realm except for a lot of monsters. With the help of Chao Wei, he quickly helped Lu Xiang put together a set of equipment. The previous round shield was shattered due to Su Wen's armor-piercing attack. So this time, Chao Wei specially helped Lu Xiang to get a heavy shield equipment. Named Impact Heavy Shield E+. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Constitution, 15. Strength, 15. Speed, 20. Effect, Condensed Energy Shock. The shield absorbs enemy damage and automatically stores it. When the stored damage reaches 2,000 points, it automatically sends out a shockwave with an attack power of 2,000 points. Generally speaking, the additional attributes of the heavy shield here are average. However, the ability of Energy Concentration Impact is very good. Even though Lu Xiang had no attack or combat experience. Just by holding it up and getting hit, you can still hurt the enemy. It's just right for his job change battle. After getting the heavy impact shield, Lu Xiang couldn't let it go. Immediately, he found a level 10 wild monster and started fighting it. Wild monsters and mountain spirits are basically social creatures. When they saw the enemy, they all rushed forward. Normally it might be difficult for Lu Xiang to complete it, but today it was okay. Chao Wei killed the entire nest of monsters and left one wild monster for Lu Xiang to train. Gradually, Lu Xiang also adapted from his initial timidity. In addition, Chao Wei was able to continue to heal on the side, so Lu Xiang played very leisurely. On average, he could complete a charge of his heavy shield every half hour. The last 2,000 point attack can basically wipe out all the enemies on the opposite side. In this way, Chao Wei took Lu Xiang to several gathering places of mountain spirits and monsters. It took about 3 hours. Accompanied by Lu Xiang's roar. Energy-focused attack. Roar. Suddenly, the wild monster on the opposite side was knocked away by Lu Xiang's shield. After twitching unwillingly on the ground for a few seconds, he never woke up again. Accompanied by the death of the last mission monster. The next second, Lu Xiang's system voice arrived as expected. Ding! You have completed the job transfer quest. Do you want to transfer to Junior Shield Warrior E+? Chapter 80, A Sneak Attack from Class F2. When Lu Xiang heard the system's prompt, a hint of joy suddenly flashed across his face. Change job. Ding! You have completed the job change mission, and all attributes have increased by 25 points. You obtained the profession Shield Warrior E+. Ding! Your talent skill Shield Slam D has been upgraded. Ding! You have acquired the exclusive skill, Shield Counter, D. Name, Lu Xiang. Occupation, Shield Warrior E+. Level, 11. Equipment, Yunhai Helmet, Yunhai Armor, Yunhai Arm Guards, Yunhai Pants, Yunhai Boots, Impact Heavy Shield. HP, 7,200. Soul Power, 2,000. Physical Attack, 320. Magic Attack, 80. Physical Defense, 720. Magical Defense, 320. Skills, Shield Counter D, Block E. Talent, Shield Slam D, all shield weapons used have their effectiveness increased by 10%. Shield skills used have their effectiveness increased by 10%. Shield Counter D, use Shield Counter the moment the enemy attack hits, which can reflect the enemy's attack and cause 60% of the original attack damage. It consumes 300 soul power and has a cooldown of 20 seconds per time. Block E, block the moment an enemy attack hits you, negating 80% of the damage. No cost. Although he has become a first-level soul power user. However, Lu Xiang's attribute panel can only be described as mediocre. Not only are they very ordinary, but even their skills are the two skills that come with awakening and job change. But this is also normal. For ordinary high school students who want to acquire skills, there are only two ways, besides fighting monsters, to purchase them. Just the skill scrolls and the like, even an F-level scroll would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So children from ordinary families really can't afford to play with skills. Unlike Momo and Xiao Shuang. When Xiao Wei fought with them, Xiao Shuang's skills were basically the same. Even Momo has mastered several powerful skills. But now it seems Lu Xiang is the norm for thousands of ordinary soul power users. My parents were very protective of me, and I didn't have the money to buy scrolls. With only a few abilities, it's easy to be restrained by others. Xiao Wei couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Xiao Xiangzi, your attributes are too cheap, you are not worthy of me at all. When we get back together, you can go with me to some dangerous dimensional gates, and we'll practice our skills for a day. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to play any role in the promotion match. When Lu Xiang heard Xiao Wei's words, his face turned slightly red. He also knew that he was not very successful. But there's nothing we can do about it, his parents are just too strict. After sighing slightly, Lu Xiang no longer had the joy of changing jobs. Even the equipment he had on him was obtained by Xiao Wei, so he really had nothing to show off. When Lu Xiang heard that Xiao Wei was going to take him to another dimension to practice his skills, he was naturally very excited. But when he thought of his mother and father's reactions, Lu Xiang felt a little bitter. Or, wait for some time and then sneak out? Just as Lu Xiang was thinking about it. Suddenly, absent-mindedly, he bumped into Xiao Wei who was walking in front of him. What's wrong, Wei Guo? Why is it suddenly not moving? Lu Xiang supported his forehead and said with some confusion. Xiao Wei, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looked around with some disdain and said with a sneer. What else could it be? We've been taken over? Friends in front, you better stop hiding. This disguise is so poor. As Xiao Wei's words fell. Really? Several figures slowly walked out of the jungle in front of him and Lu Xiang. The leader was the soldier from Class F2. Behind him, in addition to several mages, there was also a large group of students from Class F2. Counting them front and back, there were about 30 people. It can be said that all staff are mobilized. I saw a large group of people in front of me. Suddenly, Xiao Wei smiled. Interesting, interesting. I was just thinking about how to find you, and you actually showed up at my door. Upon hearing Xiao Wei's words, the leading soldier's expression turned slightly cold. He was seen looking at Xiao Wei in front of him with gritted teeth. After a sound of poo, he said coldly. Xiao Wei. We've made preparations this time. Don't think you can beat us like you did just now. Everyone, follow my tactics, warriors, come with me. Accompanied by an order from the soldier in front. Suddenly, 7 or 8 students from Class F2 rushed out. Behind him, the students from the mage and archer groups also began to draw their bows and arrows and chant spells. If Xiao Wei cannot kill these soldiers in front of him instantly, what awaits him will be the collective bombardment of all the long-range professions in Class F2. Seeing the scene, Lu Xiang's eyes were bloodshot. Mean. Then, he roared angrily. He simply picked up his heavy impact shield and held it in front of everyone. Seeing Lu Xiang standing in front, the leading soldier couldn't help but flash a trace of disdain on his face. This guy is only an apprentice, let me deal with him. Finished. A ray of light condensed from the sword in the warrior's hand. Obviously, he was going to use some powerful skills. Facing the attack from the soldiers in front of him, Lu Xiang was secretly afraid. But there was no fear on his face. Bah! Chen Ming, you dog-eyed guy, do you understand what it means to look upon a man with new eyes after 3 days of absence? You're just the right tool to test out my new skill. Take my move. Shield counter. Just at the moment when the warrior Lu Ming's sword hit Lu Xiang's heavy shield. Clang. A dull sound was heard. The next moment, Lu Ming on the opposite side still hadn't figured out what was going on. A huge force suddenly hit Lu Xiang's shield from the opposite side. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. Good boy, when will you? But before Lu Ming could finish his words, the next moment, countless holy light bullets submerged him. Boom! A loud bang. All the soldiers in Class F2 were killed. But this is just the beginning, because the archers and mages behind them have finally gathered their skills. Ice arrow. Fireball. A fatal blow. Freeze. A sky full of colorful attacks came towards Chao Wei and Lu Xiang. With so many attacks, even if Lu Xiang used a heavy shield, it would be impossible to block them all. Just when Lu Xiang thought he was going to be teleported back home again. Sudden. At his feet, a sapling suddenly grew. After a while, a towering ancient tree appeared in front of Lu Xiang. It is Chao Wei's ancient tree of light. Without saying a word, the ancient tree used its branches to make a huge shield. All the attacks from the sky landed squarely on it. Boom! All I saw was an ancient tree as the center. A small mushroom cloud appeared on the ground. A group of students from Class F2 couldn't help but look towards the direction of the dark clouds with nervous expressions. Can such a large-scale attack kill Chao Wei? Just as everyone was secretly and anxiously waiting for the result. Sudden. A huge holy light bomb directly broke through the smoke. Smash hard towards the F2 Class S camp position. Chapter 81, Fighting Su-Wen again. Boom. A loud bang. The ground was covered with white light. With just one strike, the entire F2 class was knocked down by Chao Wei. This time, the F2 class's sneak attack ended in the annihilation of the entire team. Looking at the deep pit in front of him, a sneer flashed across Chao Wei's lips. How dare an ant shake a tree? The ant doesn't know its own strength. Lu Xiang, who was standing aside, had already been stunned. He swallowed his saliva, his admiration for Chao Wei flowing like a surging river. Another example is the Yellow River flooding, which is out of control. Fuck. Viagra is awesome. But the next moment, Lu Xiang hadn't screamed for long. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards him again. Bang, bang, bang. In just a moment, Lu Xiang was attacked by dozens of punches by the Black Shadow. The person who launched the sneak attack was none other than Su-Wen. You're so brave, kid. Seeing Lu Xiang being ambushed, Chao Wei felt a chill in his face. Without saying a word, he condensed a ball of liquid like a javelin in his hand. He threw it suddenly at Su-Wen in the distance. But before the liquid hits the opponent, Lu Xiang was so frustrated by Su-Wen that he received the effect of the Cloud Sea Metal. Su-Wen, on the other hand, decided to quit while he was ahead and suddenly retreated and fled. After dealing with Lu Xiang, he instantly fled the scene and no one knew where he went. Seeing Su-Wen escape, Chao Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy has learned his lesson. Knowing that I couldn't fight him head-on, I decided to launch a sneak attack. But, will Chao Wei really do as he wishes? The next moment, under Su-Wen's astonished gaze from a distance, Chao Wei actually took a scroll and started using it directly. Ding! You used the skill scroll Danger Sense D. Then, Chao Wei used Holy Evolution to evolve his newly acquired skills. Ding! You spent 10,000 experience points and gained the new skill Crisis Detection C+. Crisis Detection, after using, you can search for enemies within a 200-meter radius and classify them into strong, medium, and weak. This skill may be detected by high-level soul power users, so use with caution. Lasts 10 seconds and consumes 500 soul power. Cooldown, 20 seconds per use. This scroll was the one Chao Wei had exchanged with the alien soul masters when he was at Taleo Laudi's pharmacy. The reason why it is not used is because Chao Wei wants to save his experience points. On the one hand, it is to deal with emergencies like today. On the other hand, Chao Wei is preparing to reach the peak directly after the first promotion. At this moment, he had acquired a new skill and used crisis detection without saying a word. Suddenly, countless signals scanned his mind like a radar. Within a radius of 200 meters, several green or yellow dots of various sizes appeared around Chao Wei. Green represents no threat. Yellow means the opponent poses a moderate threat. But, among these few points, a red dot appeared very conspicuously 50 meters northwest of Chao Wei. Chao Wei couldn't help but glance slightly towards the northwest. Su Wen, who was in the distance, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Did he discover himself? No. Impossible. It must have been just an accident. Looking around him, Su Wen was confident that he had hidden himself very well. Even if Chao Wei had good eyesight, he wouldn't be able to spot him. Su Wen couldn't help but shrink his body. At this moment, he was like a poisonous snake, staring at Chao Wei. We have to wait for the moment when Chao Wei relaxes and then look for an opportunity to strike. Through previous lessons, Su Wen has clearly realized that he cannot give Chao Wei the opportunity to cast a spell. Otherwise, he would never be able to defeat Chao Wei. If you want to win, the only way is to launch a surprise attack. But what Su Wen didn't know was, at this moment, he was like a bright and dazzling moon. Even if his hiding skills are really excellent, they are nothing compared to Chao Wei's skills. Chao Wei suddenly summoned countless holy light bullets. The next moment, in Su Wen's puzzled gaze, it suddenly shot towards the direction where he was hiding. How is that possible? Seeing the countless holy light bullets shooting towards him, Su Wen couldn't help but gasp. The next moment, he rushed out of his hiding place and rushed towards Chao Wei. Since a sneak attack doesn't work, I have no choice but to take a gamble. But, will Chao Wei really give him a chance? Seeing Su Wen approaching quickly, a trace of disdain flashed across Chao Wei's face. Weakling. The next moment, countless holy light bullets surrounded Chao Wei. Just like just now, he suddenly rushed towards Su Wen. Looking at the countless holy light bullets rushing towards him, Su Wen's face was tense. Charge. You must charge. Body. Muscles. Nerves. Move. The next moment, under Chao Wei's surprised gaze, faced with holy light bullets as big as wash basins, Su Wen actually dodged several of them in a row. Boom, boom, boom. There were constant explosions coming from the ground, but Su Wen actually survived this round of bombing. Although he was still injured. But he actually walked up to Chao Wei. Looking at Chao Wei in front of him, Su Wen couldn't help but reveal a cruel smile on his face. Chao Wei, I win this time. All I heard was Su Wen roaring. Just attack Chao Wei. Bang. A muffled sound. The next moment, Su Wen's confident punch was actually caught by Chao Wei with one hand. Su asked. Seeing that his fist was being clamped, Su Wen subconsciously tried to break free. But at this moment he discovered. At some point, his hands seemed to be fixed in place by iron hoops. Can't be shaken at all. How is it possible? Looking at his hand that was fixed by Chao Wei, Su Wen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Chao Wei, on the other hand, looked at Su Wen in front of him with an indifferent expression. Shaking his head, he sighed slightly and said, Nothing is impossible, you are just too weak. When Su Wen heard Chao Wei's words, his pupils shrank. I am too weak? The next moment, Su Wen's face turned red. His eyes were filled with rage. Bullshit. Take my Hadouken. Just see. Su Wen's hands flashed with intense blue light. Obviously, Chao Wei's words angered his self-esteem, forcing Su Wen to use his most powerful skill. Only. This time, Chao Weiming did not give him the chance to use his skills. With both fists, he punched Su Wen in front of him like a rainstorm. Then he prepared a combination of punches for him. Puff. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of Su Wen's mouth. When Su Wen asked, a hint of confusion suddenly appeared in his eyes. Why are you so strong? Hearing Su Wen's mumbling, Chao Wei's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. Want to know? Be my little brother and I'll teach you. Finished. Chao Wei punched the opponent directly on the neck. The next moment, Su Wen disappeared into the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. Obviously, his health is less than 10%. Chapter 82 Cloud Sea Secret Pearl. After taking down Su Wen with one punch, Chao Wei couldn't help but brush off the dust on his body. This Su Wen is quite interesting. In the second attack, he was actually able to walk out of the range of his holy light bombing. In terms of fighting talent, he is the most talented person Qiao Wei has ever seen except Du Hua. Qiao Wei couldn't help but feel a sense of cherishing talent. If it was Su Wen, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be his younger brother. At the very least, he is much more intelligent than Mo Xiang. Akiyu. At this moment, Lu Xiang suddenly sneezed violently. He looked at old Cheng in front of him with a little apology, and continued to talk about the battle that had just happened in the secret realm of Yunhai. More than 30 students suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Yunhai secret realm. Such a big thing, even the person in charge was alarmed. I thought some scary monsters suddenly appeared inside. I found out after asking. Oh my god, it turns out they were just a few students who were brave and aggressive. Then, Lao Chang and Xiaonan apologized to everyone. But, even though it was an apology, there was always a smile on Lao Chang's face. This time, he has found a treasure. I didn't expect that Qiao Wei is so awesome. He took down an entire class by himself. Just a little bit worse than when he was in high school. Real. So without waiting for Lu Xiang to return to the secret realm to look for Qiao Wei, he dragged Lu Xiang in front of Xiaonan. I explained in detail what just happened in the secret realm. Xiaonan, who was standing by, looked like he had eaten shit. Listen to Lu Xiang's vivid and colorful explanation, and then look at several experts in the class. Suddenly, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. He has feelings. I'm afraid that an extraordinary person has emerged from Class F3. Qiao Wei, you shouldn't be in Class F3. With his ability, he could be in Class A. At this time, Qiao Wei had no idea what was happening outside the secret realm of the Sea of Clouds. Even if he knew about him, he didn't care much. Because at this moment, he was killing monsters. That's right. He was still a little short of collecting a Cloud Sea Pearl as Momo had promised. These are a total of 1,000 Yunhai Pearls. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to swipe so much. But Qiao Wei is different. With crisis detection, he can always observe the situation within 200 meters around him. He goes wherever there are monsters. In a short while, he had killed his way through the entire Yunhai secret realm. Finally, I have collected a total of 1,000 Yunhai Pearls in my hands. Ding! You have obtained 1,000 Cloud Sea Pearls, but you need to synthesize them into Cloud Sea Orbs. Do you want to synthesize them? Hearing the system prompt, Qiao Wei nodded in agreement. Synthesis. The next moment, all the Cloud Sea beads in front of him disappeared. Instead, there was a blue gem floating in the air. Name, Cloud Sea Orb D. Offhand equipment, wearing requirement, level 0. Intelligence, 50. Effect 1, recharge. The Cloud Sea Orb can store 5,000 soul points, which can be directly withdrawn when needed. It can only be recharged once a day. Effect 2, bait. The Cloud Sea Orb is a favorite food of certain special creatures. Leaving it for a long time may summon special monsters. Seeing the properties of the Yunhai Orb in front of him, Qiao Wei couldn't help but nodded. As a secondary equipment for mage professions, both mages and priests can wear the Cloud Orb. It just doesn't take up Qiao Wei's equipment slot. Although the attributes added are not much, the charging effect is undoubtedly a very good skill. At critical moments, it can even determine the outcome of a battle. For example, Qiao Wei's holy light bombing. If I had the Cloud Sea Pearl, I could put in at least a dozen more. Only. Seeing the second ability of the Yunhai Orb, Qiao Wei couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This bait. Could this be the real reason why Momo wants the Yunhai Pearl? After all, one Cloud Sea Orb is enough. The reason why Momo needs so many is probably to attract some special monster. Qiao Wei's eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. The next moment, he used the Divine Evolution on the Cloud Sea Orb in front of him. Ding! You consumed 10,000 experience points and obtained the equipment Cloud Sea Secret Pearl C+. Name, Cloud Sea Secret Pearl C+. Wearing requirements, level 0. Intelligence, 150. Luck, 50. Effect 1, recharge. The Cloud Sea Orb can store 15,000 soul points, which can be directly withdrawn when needed. It can only be recharged once a day. Effect 2, bait. The Cloud Sea Orb is a food item that certain special creatures are very obsessed with. If it is left outside, it is likely to be attacked by wild monsters. After the evolution, the charging effect of the Cloud Sea secret pearl becomes even stronger. With him, Chao Wei undoubtedly has more fighting power. As for the original bait effect, the introduction has also changed. From the original attracting monsters to being attacked by monsters. This secret pearl of the Sea of Clouds is undoubtedly very tempting. If you use it as bait, that would be perfect. 1 is worth 10. Only. Seeing the Yunhai secret pearl in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. The charging effect above is so good that he is reluctant to use it as bait. Sighed slightly. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Now that the Yunhai secret pearl has been synthesized, it is time to find Momo and the others. In the evening, at the gate of the secret realm of Sea of Clouds. At this time, Momo and her team members were standing bored at the entrance of the secret realm waiting for Chao Wei's arrival. Their 5-person team is a standard 5-professional team. Whether it is battery life, exploration or output, it is excellent. The leader is naturally Momo. Not only does it deal high damage, it can also create all kinds of strange and bizarre props. And her 4 girls all have ordinary professions. But everyone has reached the peak of the first level of strength, so naturally they are very powerful. In addition, they often team up together, so naturally they have a very good understanding of each other. I saw a female wizard at the side looking at the watch in her hand and asked with some boredom. Momo, why hasn't your boyfriend arrived yet? He actually made us girls wait for him, that's too unreasonable. What boyfriend? He's just my little brother. He barely even brings me water or shoes. Lulu, don't get the wrong idea. I heard what Lulu said beside me. Momo is like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. When the people on the side saw Momo's expression, they suddenly showed strange smiles on their faces. Okay, if you say so, then so be it. Hee, serving tea, water and shoes, my boyfriend can do this too. That's right. I just saw with my own eyes that Chao Wei was hugging your thigh. I never thought you were so influential, Momo. When will you teach me? When Momo heard what her sisters said, her face immediately turned red. She stamped her feet and immediately argued loudly. That Chao Wei and I really have nothing to do with each other. Oh, right, creditor. I'm his creditor. He owes me millions. After saying this, as if confirming his answer, Momo did not forget to emphasize it several times. But she had just finished speaking. Suddenly, Chao Wei's joking voice was heard from behind. Oh? Then, rich lady Momo, I can't pay you back. Can I sell myself? Chapter 83 Island in the Lake. Wow. Is that a confession? This Chao Wei has quite the personality. Oh my god, if I were Momo, I would definitely agree. Is this a declaration of marriage? Ha, exciting. Hearing Chao Wei's words from behind, Momo immediately turned around. At this moment, Chao Wei was looking at her with a joking expression. It was so embarrassing that Momo wanted to use his toenails to carve out a 1-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. What are you looking at? Have you collected the Cloud Sea orbs I asked you to collect? Hearing Momo change the subject, Chao Wei did not take advantage of it too much. He just smiled and shook his head. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, he slowly took out his Yunhai secret pearl. Cloud Sea orbs and the like are too low end. Look at my big treasure. Finished. He showed the properties of the Yunhai secret pearl to everyone. Suddenly, the 5 girls present had shocked expressions in their eyes. Oh my god, how come I've never heard of this Cloud Sea secret pearl? But the effect is indeed much stronger than the Cloud Sea orb in our cell phone. Wow. Chao Wei, where are you calling from? This equipment is so cool. Great. With this, our harvest today will definitely not be bad. Hearing the conversations of the girls around him, Chao Wei just laughed. Although it was a pity, he still decided to offer the Yunhai secret pearl. After all, as long as he has the Yunhai pearl, he can create the Yunhai secret pearl. Just a matter of spending a little more money and experience. Is there anything more important than showing off in front of girls? The answer is no. Really? Even Momo was slightly stunned when he saw the Yunhai secret pearl that Chao Wei took out. Although she was shocked by the properties and effects of the Yunhai secret pearl, she came to her senses and looked at Chao Wei with some uncertainty. Chao Wei, the properties of your Yunhai secret pearl are quite good, are you sure you want to give it to me? I'll be clear, I'm planning to use this as a one-time prop. As you can see from the instructions, it's the prop we're using as bait. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei just smiled and nodded. He just looked at Momo with a deeply affectionate look. For you, I'd give it all, sweetheart. Ah. 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 The girls around him burst into strange screams after hearing Chao Wei's declaration. Momo's face turned slightly red after hearing what Chao Wei said. Greasy. After giving Chao Wei a blank look, Momo immediately took the Yunhai secret pearl in front of him. After stuffing it into her backpack, Momo looked at everyone and said, "Alright. We have all the people and props, let's get ready to go." After that, she took out his map and spread it out in front of everyone. The map shows the distribution of the secret sea of clouds. The only difference between this map and the ordinary maps sold around is that it also marks an unknown area. Located in the middle of a lake in a secret place. The whole place was surrounded by smoke. Even if ordinary soul power users arrived in the vicinity, they probably wouldn't see the unknown island marked on the map. But right in the center of this lake, there is a question mark. Looking at the question mark in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's in this? Why do you want us to prepare the Cloud Sea Orb? Hearing Chao Wei's question, Momo immediately smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you get there. Don't worry, there's guaranteed to be good stuff there. Finished. Momo put the map away directly. The group of people finally stopped joking and started looking for the location on the map. Along the way, everyone stopped and walked. The closer Chao Wei got to the point marked on the map, the more he realized something was wrong around him. Obviously, the number of mountain elves and monsters began to increase. And they seemed to be heading in the direction Chao Wei was going. More and more mountain spirits and monsters above level 10 attacked Chao Wei and his team. Over level 10, it means these mountain spirits and monsters have reached the first level. Fortunately, Momo's small team is pretty good. Even if it is a team of more than 20 first level mountain spirits and monsters, they can easily deal with it. The girl named Lulu in the team is a fire mage. Although the profession is ordinary, it has many skills. The girl named Han Han is a warrior in the team, and she is also a relatively rare dual sword warrior. The attack speed is very fast and can often deal double damage. The other two girls, Xian Xian and Zhou Zhou, are a priest and an assassin. Everyone has their own characteristics. And because they are all from wealthy families, they all have no shortage of skills. Compared with them, the students in Chao Wei's school are undoubtedly much poorer. Whether it's skills or fighting styles, they are far behind. Chao Wei couldn't help but sigh slightly. He still remembers that there is a group battle in the college entrance examination. With the student strength of their school, it would be very difficult for them to defeat students from private schools like Momo and her classmates. Some children are born at the end of their life. Can't compare, can't compare. Even Chao Wei, if he didn't have the divine evolution talent. At this time, he was probably still worried about the 2 million foreign debt left at home. Just like that, with a slightly complicated mood. A group of people finally arrived at the location marked on the map. Looking at the mountain spirits and monsters crowded around the lake in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but frown slightly. Isn't this island in the center of the lake? How do we get there? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Momo couldn't help but smile mysteriously. After saying wait to Chao Wei, a group of people lay down on the small hill beside the lake and waited. At first, Chao Wei didn't understand why Momo asked them to wait. But after about an hour or two, Chao Wei finally understood what Momo meant. Just see. At this time, the lakeside was already crowded with mountain spirits and ghosts. Groups of mountain elves seemed to be discussing something. Finally, a leading mountain spirit rushed out of the crowd. He cast earth magic on the lake in front of him. Suddenly, the land on the lake in front of him bulged slightly, and a piece of land appeared that could accommodate one person's fighting force. After seeing the actions of the mountain spirit in front of him. Next, more and more mountain elves began to imitate the previous mountain elf in casting spells. Soon, a long passage appeared on the lake in front of them. When they saw the passage, the mountain spirits and ghosts immediately started dancing with joy. Immediately, they walked quickly along this magic passage. Wait until all the mountain spirits and ghosts have almost left. Momo's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light as he shouted. Now! Everyone hurry up and catch up. Chapter 84 Altar in the Lake. Following Momo's order. Suddenly, everyone rushed towards the path in the lake. After a while, the path behind them was disappearing rapidly. Obviously, those mountain elves and wild monsters have reached the island in the lake. Chao Wei couldn't help but grit his teeth and pulled out a scroll without saying a word. Ding! You used the skill scroll, Light Feather. Light Feather D increases party members' speed by 10% for 1 minute. Consumes 1000 soul points. Cooldown, 5 minutes time. Without holy evolution, Chao Wei directly released his skills. The next moment, the members of Momo's team around him felt their bodies instantly become much lighter. Good job, Chao Wei. Let's go faster. Momo cheered with joy, and immediately, everyone sped up even more. After a while, just when the path in front of me was about to disappear completely, finally, Chao Wei saw the full picture of the so-called island in the lake. At this time, it is located in the center of the lake. Through the smoke, a small island appeared before everyone. I saw the center of the island. 2 stone sculptures of mountain spirits and wild monsters were sitting cross-legged, back to back. They are like natural works of art. From a distance, these 2 huge stone sculptures look like they are alive. Countless mountain spirits and wild monsters were kneeling on the ground and kowtowing continuously. Chao Wei, Momo and the others carefully found a hidden spot and scouted the situation from a distance. What is going on? Chao Wei couldn't help but look at Momo, who was standing beside him. We've already reached the island, so what should we do? There are so many wild monsters, we may not be able to defeat them all. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Momo just laughed. He continued with the same mysterious tone as before and smiled faintly. Wait. Wait? Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little curious. He couldn't help but look into the distance, as if trying to guess what the surrounding mountain elves and monsters were going to do. Soon, he saw 3 or 5 mountain spirits walking out of the crowd. These mountain spirits seemed to be leaders, and they looked quite imposing. The wild goblins and monsters around them all kowtowed and bowed to them. Then, these 3 or 5 mountain elves each chose a direction and began to perform a strange dance facing the crowd. He was shouting in an unknown language, like the words of a sacrifice. And the mountain spirits and wild monsters around. With every beat of the drum, the priests would bow their heads reverently. The next moment, Chao Wei felt that something magical had happened. All the mountain spirits and wild monsters suddenly opened their mouths wide. Roar! Everyone shouted in unison as if to vent their anger. Chao Wei and his teammates couldn't help but cover their ears. The roars of thousands of mountain elves and monsters were enough to shake their eardrums. But soon, Chao Wei understood the reason for their roar. Just see. Suddenly, precious pearls slowly floated out from the mouths of these mountain elves and monsters. These precious beads are none other than the Cloud Sea Pearls. Thousands of Cloud Sea Pearls floated out of his mouth. I have to say, this scene was absolutely shocking. And what is even more shocking is yet to come. These Cloud Sea beads seem to have been attracted by something. At this moment, they all flew towards the 2 stone sculptures in the air. Tens of thousands of Yunhai beads were finally combined into 4 beads. These 4 gems are none other than the Sea of Clouds gemstones. There were only 4 Cloud Sea Pearls, which seemed to be endowed with spirituality. The next moment, they all flew towards the eyes of the 2 stone sculptures in the middle of the mountain. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the 2 stone sculptures in front of him. Moo! Whom? There seemed to be a melodious panting sound between heaven and earth. The 2 stone sculptures that were originally sitting back to back actually came alive after obtaining the Yunhai orb. Slowly, they dragged their heavy bodies and stood up. Immediately afterwards, an altar appeared in everyone's eyes. The next moment, the 4 Cloud Sea gems on the eyes of the stone carvings all fell off automatically and were inserted into the altar in a regular pattern. The moment the first orb fell on the altar, there was a flash of golden light. Moo! Suddenly, a melodious deer cry was heard. Immediately afterwards, Chao Wei saw a wild monster that looked like an elk appear in the center of the altar. This is. Seeing this wild monster, Chao Wei couldn't help but let out a low cry. Momo, who was standing beside him, lay down beside him and explained in a low voice. The Cloud Deer is a level 50 monster and is considered a special beast of the Cloud Sea secret realm. At the same time, the information shows that it is very likely the patron saint of mountain spirits and wild monsters. Only a level 50 guardian? Then these mountain elves and wild monsters don't seem to be that great? Looking at the deer in the clouds, Chao Wei complained silently in his heart. Having said that, but when Chao Wei looked at the deer in the cloud in front of him, a hint of excitement couldn't help but flash across his eyes. If you can kill this so-called guardian god, you should be able to get a lot of good things. Chao Wei couldn't help but lie down and asked excitedly, "When do we start?" "Don't worry, the best is yet to come." After saying that, Momo pointed at the deer in the cloud opposite. Under Chao Wei's surprised gaze, Yun's Honglu actually swallowed the Yunhai pearl in front of him in one gulp. The next moment, a ray of light burst out from the body of Yun's Honglu. I saw several mountain spirits performing sacrificial rituals around, directly illuminated by a colorful light. The colorful light of coffee, green, blue, red, and purple instantly illuminated the four priests. Something amazing happened to their bodies. The body structure of two of the four priests changed from flesh to skin like rock. As for the other two mountain elves, one's body looked like mud, and the other's body looked like magma. This is, the cloud deer can help the mountain spirits evolve? Seeing the scene that overturned his three views, Chao Wei was secretly shocked. He looked at Momo on the side, and Momo also looked at the four mountain spirit priests with a serious expression. If the deer in the clouds possesses the ability to evolve others, then he would undoubtedly be like a god. The information shows that the creatures in the secret realm of Yunhai are different from us humans. Their mysterious altar is equivalent to our soul power stone. According to the information currently available, if the deer in the cloud is given a corresponding benefit, it would be the cloud sea pearl. We can gain abilities or skills related to fire, earth, water, electricity, and wind. The elemental appearance of the skin is just one of its characteristics. After all these mountain elves and monsters leave, it will be our turn to open the altar. I've calculated that each Cloud Sea orb can gain one chance to evolve, and the Cloud Sea secret orb you gave me, Chao Wei, to be honest, I don't know what it does either. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei immediately nodded in understanding. A hint of anticipation flashed through my mind. Just an ordinary Yunhai gem orb can allow Yun's Hongla to gain the ability to grant biological evolution, so what about the Yunhai secret orb? Chapter 85 Boss Level Monster. In this way, Chao Wei and others didn't know how long they had been waiting. A group of mountain spirits and wild monsters finally completed their sacrifice. For mountain spirit priests gained new powers, and the earth shook with a wave of their hands. A magical path that originally required the combined efforts of many mountain elves to complete. In front of the two mountain spirit priests who had obtained the power of earth, a magnificent path was created in an instant. Seeing the two mountain spirit priests, Chao Wei was silent. This strength has at least reached the level of an ordinary second-level cultivator. The mountain spirit priest, who was originally at the peak of the first level, gained the strength of the second level just by praying to the deer in the clouds once. Chao Wei asked himself if he could also get Yun Zhonglu's help. Maybe during his apprenticeship period, he will be able to gain power beyond the second level. Wait until all the mountain elves and monsters have left. Chao Wei and others then appeared. Looking at the two closed stone sculptures, Chao Wei looked at Momo excitedly and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Now that all the people who are in the way have left, shouldn't we pray?" Unexpectedly, when they heard Chao Wei's words, there was not much joy on everyone's faces. I saw a trace of solemnity flash in Momo's eyes. He was not in a hurry to take out the Cloud Sea orb. After confirming with the team members around him again, Momo walked up to Chao Wei and said, "Chao Wei, I have something to tell you about our identities. In this world, we are equivalent to illegal residents. If the deer in the clouds find out that we are not native to this world, they will attack us. Only by defeating the deer in the clouds, but not killing it, can we gain the power of the deer in the clouds. Do you understand? The final distribution will be based on the contributions of all of us in the battle." Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei also changed his usual playful attitude. He looked at everyone seriously and asked after a long time, "So which position do you want me to play, tank, marksman, or priest?" After hearing Chao Wei's words, Momo's expression relaxed slightly. She just laughed and patted Chao Wei on the shoulder. "Lao Chao, I know you're an all-rounder. Our team already works well together, so we don't need you to get involved. You just need to assist us and try to minimize our maximum damage. In case of emergency, please be able to replace any of us at any time. Especially Han Han." After saying that, Momo pointed to the warrior girl beside him. As a warrior in the team, Han Han cannot use shield weapons because he is a dual-wielding warrior. The premise for ensuring output is to sacrifice defense and be prepared to rush to the front line at any time. Even if there is money for treatment, there is no guarantee that Han Han will be fine. So when Momo introduced Chao Wei into the team, Lulu and the others did not object. For an all-rounder like Chao Wei, they would naturally be happy to add an insurance policy. What's more, Chao Wei also brought the Yunhai secret pearl that they had never seen before. They also wanted to see what kind of changes would occur if the power sacrificed by the Yunhai secret pearl was used. In this way, a group of people discussed the tactics. Momo took out 4 Yunhai secret pearls from his backpack. He handed it to Han Han, who was standing aside, and Han Han suddenly let out a cry. The next moment, Han Han threw the Yunhai secret pearl like a baseball. It hit the stone sculpture's eyes hard. Awesome! Looking at the high-speed pitch of the girl in front of him, Chao Wei couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This kind of inlay is absolutely amazing. Sure enough, as long as they are soul power users related to warriors, they will not use their brains if they can. With this much strength, is there any need to use your brain? Soon. Han Han threw all 4 cloud sea beads towards the stone sculpture. At this moment, the 2 huge stone sculptures of mountain spirits and wild monsters also slowly moved. The altar appeared in front of everyone again. This time, when Chao Wei got closer, he discovered that the altar seemed much larger than he had imagined. Watching from a distance just now, Chao Wei thought the altar was only big enough for 3 or 5 people. What he didn't expect was that this altar could easily accommodate 20 people. Chao Wei couldn't help but change color slightly. Does this mean that the deer in the clouds is much bigger than Chao Wei imagined? Moo. However, Jun Zhanglu did not give Chao Wei time to react. Amidst a burst of ethereal chirping sounds, the next moment, the shadow of the deer in the clouds appeared on the altar. As Chao Wei had guessed, the deer in the clouds was much taller than he had seen from a distance. He is at least 5 meters tall, and as for his weight, Chao Wei feels it has to be calculated in tons. Just the terrifying antlers on his head felt to Chao Wei to be 1 meter tall. Unlike the rounded antlers of ordinary deer, these antlers look like the sharp spikes of a sword and are extremely sharp. At this time, Yun Zhonglu seemed a little confused, not understanding why he was awakened again after just being silent. However, the moment Yun Zhonglu saw Chao Wei and others, he understood the reason. Immediately, the deer in the cloud let out a roar. Moo! I saw a faint flash of lightning on his huge antlers. Everyone, be careful and defend yourself. When Momo saw the lightning on the horns of the deer in the cloud, his eyes turned cold. Immediately, she loudly commanded her team. The others also reacted instantly. Boom! A loud bang. Huge balls of thunder shot out from the huge horns of the deer in the clouds. It hit the ground, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless purple and silver lights flickered on the ground. Even though Chao Wei was several meters away from the uncovered ground, he could still feel a tingling sensation invading his body. Hiss, is it so strong? Looking at the deer in the clouds in front of him, a hint of surprise flashed in Chao Wei's eyes. Even Duva's attack was about the same level back then. The next moment, the attributes of the deer in the clouds appeared in front of Chao Wei. Name, Deer in the Clouds. Level, 50. HP, 50,000. Soul power, 50,000. Although I can only see a little introduction. But after seeing the blood volume of Yun Zhonglu, Chao Wei couldn't help but take a breath. Immediately, he started cursing. This thing is only level 2? With this amount of health and soul power, he would believe anyone who said he was a 3rd or 4th level boss. Obviously, this deer in the cloud is not like an ordinary wild monster, but is similar to a special high-level hidden profession among humans. And those ordinary mountain monsters are just small monsters or elite monsters. And the deer in the clouds is the boss. Momo also clearly saw the attributes of the deer in the clouds. Everyone's complexion turned unhappy. Everyone, be careful not to kill Yun Zhonglu. When his health drops to around 1,000 points, he will automatically lose his ability to fight. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei immediately spat out a mouthful of saliva. Good boy, if this thing doesn't beat the shit out of me, I'll call him brother. How do you fight with such a thick blood volume? Hearing Chao Wei's words, Momo's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. The next moment, under Chao Wei's surprised gaze, Momo actually put away her ordinary hunting rifle and took out a huge sniper rifle that was at least 2 meters long from her space watch. Chapter 86, Fierce Battle with Cloud Deer. Name, VM-798 Anti-Tank Sniper Rifle B. Level, 20. Effective range, 4,000 meters. Physical attack, 1,500. Strength, 120. Constitution, 100. Agility, 50. Effect 1, Overheat. After activating this skill, the user can fire 5 rounds in a row. After firing a round, the sniper rifle cools down for 5 minutes. This skill can only be used once within half an hour. Forcibly using overheat will damage the weapon. Effect 2, Dislocation. The VM-798 anti-tank sniper rifle has huge recoil. After using it, the user may be at risk of getting dislocation or fracture. Effect 3, Armor Piercing. The bullets fired by the VM-798 anti-tank sniper rifle have a 60% armor piercing effect. Call out. Looking at the sniper rifle that Momo took out from the Space Watch. Even though he knew nothing about guns, Chao Wei couldn't help but whistle. Compared with this B-level firearm, Chao Wei felt that any weapon he had obtained before seemed pale in comparison. Which man doesn't have a dream about guns? Sure enough, hot weapons are the romance of men. However, before Chao Wei could sigh for long, Momo shouted at him. Chao Wei, please take my place temporarily. I need a relatively safe sniper spot. Hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei came back to his senses instantly. Immediately, he took out a longbow from his backpack. It was the longbow that was obtained from the mountain elf camp. Because of his good attributes, Chao Wei chose to evolve directly. At the moment, the shooter Momo has temporarily left the team, and Chao Wei just took his place. Name, Glory of the Sunstrider B. Level, 10. Speed, 80. Strength, 80. Constitution, 80. Effect 1, 3-speed mode. Sunstrider's Glory is a very picky longbow. Its attack varies depending on the user's strength. With a strength of over 100 points, it can shoot arrows with a power of 500 points of damage. With a strength of over 200 points, it can shoot arrows with a power of 1000 points of damage. With a strength of over 300 points, it can shoot arrows with a power of 1500 points of damage. Effect 2, Scorching Overload. Infuse your bow with soul power, allowing you to shoot arrows that deal fire damage. Consumes 20 soul power points, and each arrow deals 20 points of fire damage for 5 seconds. The effect stacks. Who can compete with this bow? That's not all. Chao Wei slowly took out another bundle of quivers from his space ring. The arrows in the quiver were slightly special. The quiver only contained 20 arrows, but it was worth half of Chao Wei's net worth. Because all the arrows here are his evolved lava arrows. Lava arrow, see, sharpness +3, flame +4, speed +2. After the arrow hits the target, a high temperature of 1400 degrees will instantly be generated within a radius of 40 meters, lasting for 3 seconds. After the Sun Chaser team was killed by Duva, Chao Wei found a total of 20 remaining arrows from the items they dropped. Immediately, Chao Wei evolved them all without saying anything. You know, the lava arrows are so terrifying that even Duo would feel a chill in his heart when he saw them. Chao Wei is very confident about its attack. Plus the blessing of the Glory of the Sun Chaser. In just a moment, Chao Wei's strength attribute reached over 200. Immediately, Chao Wei drew his bow and shot an arrow. Boom! The sound of a spring shaking was heard. The loud roar was so loud that even the women around changed color slightly. The next moment, a crimson arrow shot towards the deer in the cloud in front of him at lightning speed. Moo! A mournful whine was heard. The next moment, the huge deer in the cloud in front of him was covered by clusters of lava. The terrifying lava, with a temperature of up to 1400 degrees, directly enveloped the deer in the cloud. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the deer in the cloud turned directly into a fireball. Well done, Chao Wei. The attack was effective and everyone's morale was immediately boosted. It was at this time. Suddenly, a roar was heard in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, 5 bullets as thick as a child's arm were shot towards the deer in the clouds in the distance. The one who shot the bullet was none other than Momo. 5 bullets directly hit the deer in the clouds in the distance. Suddenly, another wailing sound was heard from the flames. This time, Momo not only used powerful weapons. More importantly, the bullets he used were also very special. Chao Wei still remembered that in order to deal with the guardians of the Goblin clan, Momo specially used an armor-piercing bullet. This time, Momo used more than just armor-piercing bullets, but the armor-piercing uranium bullets she specially developed after returning. It not only has armor-piercing effects, but also has poisonous damage. Inside the fireball, the wailing sounds of the cloud deer continued to be heard. Because it was so painful, the wails were heard directly by the mountain elves and monsters who were about to leave in the distance. Quack! Suddenly, a few mountain spirit priests in the lead let out a strange roar. All of a sudden, all the mountain spirits and wild monsters that had just retreated rushed towards the island in the lake like crazy. Even before the mountain spirit priests could create a path leading to the island in the lake, many mountain spirits and wild monsters jumped into the river. In other words, if Chao Wei and his team cannot defeat Yin Zhenglu within half an hour, what awaits them will be an attack from the deer in the clouds and a group of mountain elves and wild monsters. As for Chao Wei and the others, what happened to them at this time? Looking at the fireball burning in front of them, Chao Wei and others did not show much joy on their faces. Because, even if the deer in the clouds continues to burn, but his roar was still vigorous and powerful. Obviously, he has not yet entered a weak state. And from time to time, attacks will flash in the fireball. Large amounts of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning shot out from the fireball. Obviously, the mad deer in the cloud began his indiscriminate attack. A powerful attack, coupled with the enemy's completely random attack trajectory. Chao Wei and others were beaten so badly that they suffered terribly. Not far away, Momo couldn't help but show a hint of hesitation on his face after seeing everyone's hard fight. Her face flickered again and again, but she still gritted her teeth and yelled at Chao Wei. Chao Wei, how much health do you think the attack we just made took from Yin Zhenglu? Hearing Momo's question, Chao Wei, who was dodging the attack, was slightly stunned. I don't know. But I still have 10,000 HP. Hearing Chao Wei's words, Momo immediately took a deep breath. Then how many arrows do you have left? 19. Hiss. This time, it was Momo's turn to be surprised. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and Momo made a decision immediately. Chao Wei, please shoot 5 more arrows. If the deer in the clouds survives, I'll grant you 3 chances to pray. Chapter 87 Fierce Battle. Good. After hearing what Momo said, Chao Wei agreed without saying a word. Although lava arrows are rare, the cost is naturally much smaller than blessing the deer in the clouds. There and then, he took up his Sunstrider's glory. Without saying a word, he took out another lava arrow and shot it out. But what Chao Wei didn't expect was, even though it was eroded by flames, Yin Zhenglu did not forget to defend itself this time. Moo! All I heard was an angry roar from the deer in the flames. A khaki halo of light shot out from his antlers. Suddenly, a semicircular earth-based protective shield enveloped the deer in the cloud. Clang! Chao Wei's arrow failed to penetrate Yin Zhenglu's protective shield and exploded directly in midair. At the same time, the flames on the deer in the cloud seemed to be slowly disappearing. The water flow washed over the body of the deer in the cloud. The next moment, the deer in the cloud, with half of its body hair burned, appeared in front of everyone again. Just as I had guessed before. Although Yin Zhenglu's injuries looked serious, they were far from being critical. This. No Momo. I can't break the defense. Chao Wei couldn't help but yell anxiously. Momo gritted her teeth after hearing what Chao Wei said. I looked at the VM798 in her hand with a distressed look. Immediately, Momo roared in a heart-wrenching voice. Give me 3 minutes and I'll give you a chance. Remember, you shoot only when I say shoot. Good. Everyone, attract the deer's attention. Give me time to shoot. Hearing Momo's cry, Han Han and the other girls immediately used all their best skills. Lulu, the fire mage, immediately began to chant a spell. Flame chains. The next moment, balls of flame like chains shot out from beside her, heading straight towards the deer in the clouds. Layer upon layer of flaming chains looked like living pythons. Even with the energy shield in between, the deer in the clouds was wrapped layer by layer. Pastor Qian Xian, standing by, was equally unwilling to be outdone. Mind control. All I heard was Qian Xian's delicate cry. The next moment, her eyes turned pink. He glared fiercely at the deer in the cloud opposite him. Suddenly, the deer in the cloud, which was still struggling, stopped. However, Yin Zhenglu's pause lasted less than 10 seconds. The next moment, a line of blood flowed from Qian Xian's nasal cavity. No! I have no soul power left. When people around heard Qian Xian's words, they immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Just the next second after Qian Xian finished speaking, moo! An angry deer cry was heard. Lulu's flaming chains were directly broken free by the furious Yin Zhenglu. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning burst out from the horns of the deer in the cloud. The sky was directly covered by dark clouds. The rumbling sound of thunder and lightning occasionally flashed in the dark clouds. That's nothing. Just as everyone was waiting for the attack of the deer in the clouds to come. Boom! A loud bang. A lightning column as thick as a bucket struck directly on the head of Qian Shen, who had lost her ability to fight. Qian Shen! Seeing the lightning pillar, everyone exclaimed in surprise. It happened in the blink of an eye. A golden shield suddenly blocked Qian Shen's head. Holy shield! The one who sent out the shield was none other than Qiao Wei. At the critical moment, he finally blocked the thunder. However, most of his shield value disappeared in an instant. Without thinking too much, Qiao Wei rushed directly to Qian Shen, who had lost her soul power. Excuse me. After saying that, Qiao Wei picked up Qian Shen like a princess. While picking up Qian Shen, the forest suit originally worn by Qiao Wei also changed its appearance. The mage's robes were being replaced by bright silver armor. In an instant, Qiao Wei transformed from a mage into a majestic warrior. It's the Enforcer set. Seeing Qiao Wei, whose entire temperament had changed, Shen Qian's gaze was instantly lost. Pastor can actually be so handsome. However, what Qian Shen didn't expect was that there was someone even more handsome behind. Looking at the turtle shell of Yun's Honglu in front of him, Qiao Wei snorted coldly and asked, "Everyone, prepare your strongest attacks. I might not be able to break this shield even if I try." After saying that, Qiao Wei put Qian Shen aside. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Qiao Wei actually gave up the advantage of distance and rushed towards Yun's Honglu. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning bolts struck Qiao Wei directly. Endurance. Light feather. Rapidly. Qiao Wei applied 3 layers of speed, increasing buff to himself without saying a word. Countless liquids condensed into a mirror, blocking Qiao Wei's head. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Finally. The moment Qiao Wei approached the deer in the clouds, he suddenly opened his blinding field. Moo. The sudden blindness scared Yun Zhonglu. Suddenly, the lightning that had been striking regularly just now turned into silver snakes that were striking randomly. Ancient Tree of Light. All I heard was Qiao Wei's angry roar. The next moment, a huge ancient tree of light appeared in front of Yun's Honglu. Although compared to the deer in the clouds, the ancient tree of light is like a child facing an adult. But under Qiao Wei's command, the ancient tree of light mobilized all its branches and wrapped the cloud deer in front of it. Jumping over the ancient tree, Qiao Wei suddenly jumped onto the top of the deer in the cloud. The next moment, a holy light bullet like a meteor condensed and took shape in Qiao Wei's hand. Fuck you. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion sounded from above Yun's Honglu's head. Then, everyone heard the mournful cries of the deer in the clouds. With a loud boom, Yun Zhonglu lost his balance and was knocked unconscious by the holy light bombardment from Qiao Wei. Chance. See the deer in the clouds fall down. Han Han and Zhou Zhou, who were standing by, suddenly had a gleam in their eyes. Blade storm. Poison strike. Only a cry was heard from the two of them. The two melee fighters who had not been able to make any moves from the beginning to the end finally used their signature skills. Han Han was seen dancing rapidly with 2 swords in his hands. The dagger in Zhou Zhou's hand emitted a dark green light. Puff. Moo. The deer in the cloud, who had already fainted, howled again. The next moment, a blood-red light bloomed in his eyes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This time, the mad Yun Zhonglu no longer cared about anything else. The lightning that had attacked indiscriminately before, this time all shot towards him. Careful. Seeing the lightning above his head, Qiao Wei's eyes were bloodshot. Without having time to think, he retreated rapidly behind him. Chapter 88 Soul Stone of Light. Boom. A loud bang. The huge pillar of lightning struck Yun Zhonglu himself directly. Then, Qiao Wei heard 2 screams. Ah! In the sky, Han Han and Zhou Zhou flew backwards. But Qiao Wei didn't have time to think about it. He suddenly hugged the 2 beauties. Looking at the 2 unconscious people in front of him, Qiao Wei's face looked a little ugly. In an instant, Momo's team lost 3 combatants. How could they continue to fight? Qiao Wei couldn't help but look at Momo, who was standing beside him, and shouted anxiously. Momo, how long will it take? Hearing Qiao Wei's question, Momo, who was already sweating profusely, shouted. Give me 2 more minutes. 2 minutes. Hearing Momo's words, Qiao Wei suddenly became anxious. because the deer in the clouds had already woken up at this time. At this time, Yun's Honglu had already left the range of Chao Wei's blinding area. At the same time, because of the lightning that just hit him, he became much more awake. A light khaki protective shield wrapped him again. The advantage that Chao Wei had just created with great difficulty disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. As for the ancient tree of light, it had already been chopped to pieces. As for Chao Wei, his soul power was almost gone due to the activation of the blinding field. Right now, only Chao Wei and Lulu are still capable of fighting. Chao Wei couldn't help but take a deep breath. He slowly took out a white gem from his space ring. The spirit of the ancestral beast soul stone of light sea. Ancestral beast spirit light soul stone C. You can summon any sea-level light-type creature to possess your body. During the period of possession by the ancestral beast, the user's physical fitness will be greatly improved. Lasts for 5 minutes. This soul stone is exactly the soul stone of light that Chao Wei exchanged for by increasing the favorability of the mountain elves. Originally, Chao Wei was planning to use it against Dua. As a result, on the day of the battle, he completely forgot about the relationship because it was so tense. This time, the soul stone of light finally came in handy. Chao Wei crushed the soul stone of light in his hand without saying a word. The next moment, the unicorn soul composed of light elements suddenly appeared above Chao Wei. Hiss! Suddenly, the unicorn neighed. Then, it stepped on all 4 hooves and rushed towards Chao Wei. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, the unicorn had already entered Chao Wei's body. Ding! You've been possessed by a C-rank magical beast, a unicorn. For the next 5 minutes, your soul power will recover at a rate of 300%, and the power of all light-based skills will increase by 50%. Gain temporary skills, Unicorn Charge, Unicorn Roar, and Call of the Wild. Unicorn Shock D shoots a shockwave with 2000 points of light damage to the enemy, and the enemy has a chance to become coma, consumes 1500 points of soul power, cooldown time, 1 minute time. Unicorn Roar D unleashes a terrifying roar at the enemy. Monsters below rank C will be stunned for 5 seconds, and the stun duration is reduced by 1 second for each level higher. This skill is ineffective against monsters above rank A. Consumes 1500 soul points. Cooldown, 1 minute use. Call of the Wild D summons a unicorn soul, increasing the user's stats by 100 points for 1 minute. Upon use, the effect of the light soul stone disappears. Consumes 1000 soul points. Cooldown, 1 minute use. At this moment, Chao Wei only felt that streams of energy were surging into his body. It's like a dry well that has been dry for many years suddenly has a clear spring flowing into it. The soul power that had originally disappeared was replenished instantly. A long, sharp horn sprouted from his forehead. Looking at the deer in the clouds in front of him. The next moment, Chao Wei let out a roar that was not like that of a human. It was the roar of the unicorn. Hiss! The deer in the cloud on the opposite side was obviously frightened by Chao Wei's roar. But in less than a second, the other party came to his senses. Suddenly, Chao Wei understood. The level of the Yun's Honglu on the opposite side is definitely above a level. It was precisely because of his roar that the deer in the cloud in front of him seemed to be completely enraged. I saw the deer in the clouds gently step on his front hooves and lower his head slightly. Obviously, the other party finally launched a love charge against Chao Wei. If you are stabbed by a deer antler, even if you don't die, you will turn into a candied hawes. Suddenly, Chao Wei's expression changed. Gather energy in your hands. A ball of light condensed between his hands. Unicorn Blaster. Boom. I saw visible white energy waves condensing from Chao Wei's hands. The shock wave it produces is like a sharp impact gun. It hit Yun Zhonglu's forehead hard. Moo. Suddenly, the deer in the cloud let out another wail. The next moment, he was actually knocked into a coma state by Chao Wei. Facing the unconscious Yun Zhonglu, there was no trace of pride in Chao Wei's eyes. I saw huge holy light bullets condensing from his palms. Every holy light bullet is as big as a doorframe. With the blessing of the unicorn soul, Chao Wei had never seen such a huge holy light bullet. Holy light. Bombing. Suddenly, countless holy light bullets directly hit the deer in the cloud. With triple the soul power recovery speed, Chao Wei can even easily launch an infinite combo of holy light bullets. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying holy light bullets hit the deer in the cloud one after another. But in a short while, the protective shield in front of him was shattered by Chao Wei. Seeing the protective shield in front of him being shattered, a gleam of light suddenly flashed in Lulu's eyes. Fire bombing. She actually used a skill similar to Chao Wei's holy light bombing. Suddenly, the attributes of fire and light continued to invade the body of the deer in the cloud. The deer in the cloud, which was under concentrated fire, immediately let out a series of wails. Unconsciously, Yun's Honglu's health was slowly decreasing. Maybe even without Chao Wei's lava arrows, we can reduce his health to below 1000. At this moment, Momo's sniper rifle's cooling time finally ended. Looking at the sniper rifle in front of him that was still not even warm, a trace of pain suddenly flashed across Momo's face. What a loss! The next moment, Momo's eyes turned into a cross star. Just like the sight on a sniper scope, it was aimed at Yun's Honglu's forehead. Radius trigger. Headshot. Overheat. Boom, 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 boom. 5 bullets hit Yun Zhonglu's forehead directly. As the last bullet was fired. Crack. The sniper rifle in Momo's hand actually scattered into a pile of useless parts. But the effect is surprisingly good. 5 bullets, frequent headshots. The health of the deer in the cloud, which was originally low, was reduced by half. Moo. Suddenly, the deer in the cloud, bombarded by the holy light, let out his last wail. The next moment, his huge body fell straight to the ground. The deer in the clouds was defeated. Chapter 89 Blessing. Chao Wei. Stop. The moment he saw Yun's Honglu fall, Momo hurriedly shouted loudly. And Chao Wei also stopped in time, looking at the deer in the clouds lying in front of him. At this moment, everyone rushed to Yun's Honglu excitedly. As for the deer in the clouds, although its eyes were still open, it no longer had the strength to move. He watched helplessly as Momo and the others walked towards him, but was powerless to do anything. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Momo immediately took out the Yunhai pearl from her space watch and handed it to Yun's Honglu's mouth. Looking at the Yunhai pearl in front of him, a hint of hesitation flashed across Yun's Honglu's face. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to take the Yunhai pearl, Chao Wei's face immediately turned cold. A dagger appeared in his hand and was pressed directly against Yun's Honglu's throat. Eat. Or die. It seemed that he understood what Chao Wei said. The deer in the clouds in front of him ate the Yunhai pearl that Momo handed to him with a frustrated look. The next moment, something strange happened. I saw that the body of the deer in the cloud quickly became transparent. Colorless light burst out from his body. Momo immediately grabbed Han Han and others who were unconscious and came to Yun Zhonglu. Pray for them first. Hearing Momo's words, Yun Zhonglu didn't seem to refuse. Suddenly, a ray of light was absorbed directly into Han Han's body. The next moment, everyone saw Han Han's originally pale face instantly turned rosy. Her body was also rapidly transforming into an elemental state. Han Han only let out an incomprehensible moan. After a while, she slowly woke up. Looking at his hardened skin, Han Han suddenly understood what was happening. Did we succeed? Seeing Han Han's changes, Momo immediately felt relieved. Excellent. Han Han, Chao Wei, bring Jojo and Xian Xian over here. Hearing Momo's request, Chao Wei and Han Han immediately nodded. Carrying the unconscious Jojo and Xian Xian, they came to Yun Zhonglu. Then, Momo took out 2 more Yunhai pearls and handed them to Yun's Honglu's mouth. After a while, Jojo and Xian Xian both achieved a new state. The bodies of both people showed different elemental changes. Jojo's skin became unusually rosy, and his body was several degrees taller than that of an ordinary person. As for Qian Shan, her eyes and hair turned dark purple. From time to time, there would be flashes of lightning. Apparently, she gained thunder attribute abilities. In the end, Lulu and Momo both used the power of Yun's Honglu's prayer one by one. What Lulu obtained was the fire attribute energy that was just right for her growth. And Momo also obtained the power of thunder. However, Momo made a great sacrifice in this mission, a sniper rifle. So, under Momo's persistence, Wang Haochen gave her another chance. And this time, the power Momo obtained was also the power of thunder and lightning. However, there are some differences between Weiwei and ordinary lightning power. Momo discovered that her lightning power seemed to be closer to magnetism. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to Chao Wei as the biggest contributor to this mission. Chao Wei's performance this time can definitely be called MVP. Seeing the looks everyone was giving him, Wang Haochen couldn't help but chuckle. He took the 2 Yunhai gems handed to him by Momo, as well as the Yunhai secret bead he had obtained. They were stuffed into the mouth of the deer in the cloud one by one. The next moment, he heard a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! You have received the blessing from the deer in the clouds. Ding! You have obtained the elemental body of Earth. Elemental body, Earth D+, passive skill. The host gains 20% resistance to Earth magic, and can use Earth magic up to D+ level. Seeing his newly acquired skills, Chao Wei's eyes lit up slightly. This elemental body is great. Not only can he gain resistance, but most importantly, Chao Wei will be able to use Earth magic in the future. You know, Earth magic is recognized as the best defense. From now on, Chao Wei will go further and further in terms of eroticism. Immediately, Chao Wei began to feed the second lesson of Yunhai Pearl to Yun's Honglu impatiently. Ding! You have received a blessing from the deer in the clouds. You will be given the following 2 choices. Choice 1, strengthen your acquired abilities, possibly gaining unknown and powerful skills. Option 2, acquire new abilities. Seeing the choice in the ear in front of him, Chao Wei was slightly distracted. If it comes to strengthening the elemental body, Chao Wei has actually already achieved divine evolution, but he disdains to use it. However, the unknown powerful skills made him slightly excited. The system suggests that it is very powerful, but this is the first time Chao Wei has seen it? As for acquiring new abilities, it might be acquiring a new elemental body, which means he might be able to use new spells. Chao Wei couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. But soon, Chao Wei's eyes became firm. I choose 2. Ding! You have obtained the elemental body, water. Elemental body, water D+, passive skill. The host gains 20% resistance to water magic, and can use water magic up to D+ level. Ding! Your skill universal liquid has changed and become liquid control. Liquid mastery C+, upon use, you condense a special liquid that can take on 3 forms, gas, solid, and liquid. This liquid deals 1000 damage to an enemy, restores 1000 health to an ally, and transforms into a shield with 3000 stamina points, consuming 1000 soul points. Cooldown, 10 seconds per use. Hearing the prompt in his head, Chao Wei couldn't help but clench his fists. Sure enough, his choice was right. He can also obtain the so-called powerful skills through divine evolution. Only by acquiring more skill options can he develop towards the all-rounder direction he envisions. Looking at the 2 elemental body skills in front of him, Chao Wei used Holy Evolution without saying a word. Ding! You consume 20,000 experience points and gain the skill Elemental Body Water B. Ding! You consume 20,000 experience points and gain the skill Elemental Body, Earth B. Elemental Body, Water B, passive skill. The host gains 30% resistance to water magic, and can use water magic up to level B. Elemental Body, Earth B, passive skill. The host gains 30% resistance to Earth magic, and can use Earth magic up to level B. Ding! Your skill Liquid Control has changed and automatically evolved into the skill Water Elemental Domain B. Chapter 90, Gift from the Deer in the Clouds. Water Elemental Domain B. After using this ability, you control a 10 by 10 meter water elemental domain, consuming 1000 soul points per second. Within this water elemental domain, you can use 3 liquids, gaseous, liquid, and solid. Attacking enemies deals 1000 damage, protecting allies by creating a protective shield with a durability of 1000 points, and healing allies by healing them for 1000 health points per second. Cooldown, none. When Chao Wei saw the new information about the water element that he had mastered, he was stunned at first. But then, there was great joy. The second field after the blinding field, Chao Wei's newly acquired water element field, is undoubtedly much stronger. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a panacea field. Combines damage, defense, and healing into one. Although the attack, defense and healing are not as much as when in liquid control, Chao Wei still needs to try it to know the specific effect. He was absolutely certain that as a B-level skill, the water elemental domain would definitely not be as simple as it seemed. But now is not the time for Chao Wei to test his skills. Under the expectant gaze of Momo and the others, Chao Wei slowly took out the Yunhai secret pearl from his backpack. Everyone is naturally very curious about what would happen if this kind of equipment, which has never been discovered before, was sacrificed. Even Yun Zhanlu, who had a very bad attitude just now. The moment Chao Wei took out the Yunhai secret pearl, his pupils widened. Obviously, the temptation of the Cloud Sea secret pearl is absolutely fatal to him. Roar! At this moment, just as Chao Wei was about to feed the Yunhai secret pearl to the Yunzhanblue, behind him, there were suddenly roars of mountain elves and wild monsters. A magical path appeared across the lake. Large numbers of mountain spirits and wild monsters rushed towards Chao Wei and his men like flying. Obviously, all the mountain spirits and monsters understand the role of the deer in the clouds. If Yunzhanblue died, everything in their Yunhai secret realm would be over. Seeing the thousands of mountain goblins and monsters behind them, everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. Not to mention tens of thousands, even if there were 100 of them, no one would be a match for them. A large number of ants can kill an elephant, let alone a group of first-level mountain goblins and monsters. Chao Wei, hurry up. We don't have much time to escape. After hearing Momo's words, Chao Wei had no time to consider the consequences of feeding the Yunhai secret pearl to the Yunzhanblue. I saw a glimmer of determination in his eyes. The next moment, he pried open the mouth of the deer in the clouds and stuffed the secret pearl of the Cloud Sea into its mouth. Moo! The moment when the deer in the clouds swallowed the secret pearl of the Sea of Clouds. The next moment, a brilliant light burst out from his body. Except red, green, brown, blue and purple. The body of the deer in the cloud actually showed a new color. The moment they saw that color, Chao Wei and the others couldn't help but flash with deep shock in their eyes. This color is light. The light is extremely white. This newly appeared white light surged directly towards the entire secret realm of the Sea of Clouds like a wave. All those mountain spirits and wild monsters that had been rushing forward one after another suddenly stood there in a daze. Moo! Another ethereal voice came from the throat of the deer in the cloud. But this time, the voice sounded obviously more joyful. Under the surprised gaze of Chao Wei and others, Yunzhanblue's body actually grew bigger again. From the original 5 meters, it slowly grew to 10 meters high. A terrifying aura continued to emanate from his body. This momentum is. Third turn. Looking at the deer in the clouds in front of him, Momo said in a daze. Roar! Quack! I saw Chao Wei and others behind him. The mountain elves and wild monsters who were originally stunned now actually started to roar strangely along with the deer in the cloud. Suddenly, the body of a mountain elf in the crowd suddenly burst into bright light. Then, this situation is directly contagious. In the crowd, large groups of mountain elves and wild monsters were all glowing with light. The entire secret realm of the Sea of Clouds was replaced by light in an instant. Under the surprised gaze of Chao Wei and others, the bodies of these mountain spirits and monsters gradually became taller than before. At the same time, their bodies became stronger and stronger. Especially the 4 mountain spirit priests in the lead, their bodies expanded to 2 meters in size at this time. The majestic aura emanating from his body convinced Chao Wei and others. They actually evolved to the second level. What is going on? Looking at such a shocking scene in front of me, Han Han, whose brain was already a little insufficient, suddenly asked a question. But no one could answer her question. A group of people just stood there in a daze, watching something like a miracle happen. Finally, the deer in the clouds no longer roared. The mountain elves and wild monsters also gave up their strange cries. The light is gone, but it can be seen from the enlarged body of the deer in the clouds and the strong bodies of the mountain elves and monsters. Everything that everyone just experienced was not a dream. Moo! Suddenly, the deer in the clouds called again. Hearing his presence, and then looking at his huge body. Suddenly, Chao Wei and others became cautious. It was so difficult to fight against Yun Zhonglu when he was in the second level, let alone the third level. Cold sweat flowed down everyone's body. Momo and the others were even thinking about how to die in a more beautiful way, while everyone was praying silently in their hearts. Sudden. The deer in the clouds in front of him slowly opened its mouth. Moo! It seems that he has no intention of blaming others. The next moment, something like glass floated out of his mouth. It fell on Chao Wei, but the name of this prop was very strange. Ding! You have obtained an unknown item that Yun Zhonglu gave you. The item level is? Level props? It was the first time that Chao Wei saw that the display of props was replaced by question mark. But why doesn't this prop even have an introduction? Could it be that the system is broken? It's a pity that Chao Wei is destined to have no one to ask. Because the deer in the cloud can only moo and can't speak anything else. But After taking the props handed over by Yun Zhonglu, everyone discovered. It seems, maybe, probably. The deer in the clouds and the surrounding mountain spirits and monsters had no intention of attacking them? Miraculously, all the mountain spirits and wild monsters did not attack everyone at this moment. After seeing Chao Wei, one by one, they actually smiled at him respectfully with a simple and honest expression. Not understanding what was going on, everyone had no choice but to bite the bullet and leave the island in the lake. After passing through countless mountain goblins and wild monsters, everyone felt their scalps tingling. Everyone, do you think we should report this? Suddenly, Han Han on the side asked with some embarrassment. After hearing Han Han's words, everyone fell into deep thought. After a long while, Momo finally shook his head firmly. No need. If we don't want to get into trouble, we'd better keep this to ourselves. Chapter 91 The Best in the Secret Realm. When Chao Wei and others returned to the entrance of the Cloud Sea Secret Realm, groups of humans turned into light and appeared outside the dimensional gate. Their faces were filled with confusion and disbelief. Several managers at the entrance of the Cloud Sea Secret Realm were also confused. They looked at each other and thought of a possibility at the same time. An unknown and powerful boss appeared in the secret realm of Yunhai. But, since the development of the Cloud Sea Secret Realm, no one has ever heard of such a powerful boss appearing. In order to confirm their idea, one of the administrators walked over to the students and asked in a low voice, "What happened in the secret realm?" A tall student replied with a sad face, "We were killing monsters just fine, but suddenly those mountain spirits became much stronger. We encountered the same thing too. The mountain spirit we had cornered suddenly grew to more than twice its size and killed us in an instant. So are we." As more and more students gave almost identical responses, the administrators had a general idea of what was happening in the secret realm. For some reason, the originally weak mountain spirits increased their strength, and because the level and grade of the students who entered the Cloud Sea Secret Realm were indeed not high enough, they were teleported back before they could even hold on for a moment. Chen Yaoyin also noticed something unusual. He went up behind a manager who was about the same size as him and patted his butt. What the hell? The manager obviously didn't expect that someone would tease him in such an occasion, and he was instantly furious. But when he turned around and saw Chang Yaoyin's smirking face, his expression changed instantly. He also responded to Cheng Yaoyin with a lewd smile. The ambiguous atmosphere between the two people instantly made the students uncomfortable. Tui, what's going on? Seeing that his image was about to be ruined, Cheng Yaoyin coughed lightly and asked with a serious expression. The strength of the monsters in the secret realm has suddenly increased a lot. The manager named Tui answered truthfully. There's such a thing? Cheng Yaoyin exclaimed in astonishment, this is a good trial ground. Have you thought of any countermeasures? Cheng Yaoyin continued to ask. Two colleagues have already reported the situation to their superiors, Tui said. Shu Wei and I will stay here, waiting for the students who persist to the end and collecting their information. The later they come out, the stronger they will be. Cheng Yaoyin nodded and said, this time, we can also directly select the good seedlings that can be trained as the focus. Everything has its pros and cons, Tui said leisurely. I wonder which outstanding individuals will be able to persevere to the end. As they spoke, students were teleported back one by one. Their strength is much stronger than those who came back the earliest, and they are basically all hidden professions that have reached the first level. Cheap silver, I tell you. Tui stared at the entrance to the secret realm and said, if your class can produce an outstanding student, then you won't have to endure the ridicule of other homeroom teachers in the future. Alas. Cheng Yaoyin nodded dejectedly, but he suddenly thought of something. The expression on his face immediately changed from disappointment to excitement. First, don't call me by that name in public. I'd rather you call me Teacher Chang. Secondly, it just so happens that there's a student in our class who's still in the secret realm. After Cheng Yaoyin finished speaking, Tui opened his mouth in shock. In his impression, everyone in class F3 under Cheng Yaoyin's leadership is a weakling. Because of this, Cheng Yaoyin's status among the teachers plummeted, and he completely turned from a somewhat wretched genius teacher to a last-place leader. Seeing Tui's disbelief, Cheng Yaoyin told him what Chao Wei had done not long ago. So, Chao Wei is truly a rare genius, Tui said softly. Teacher Chang, congratulations. It's finally my turn to be proud. Tui's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Thinking back on the humiliation he had suffered in the past few years, Chao Wei had finally changed his current situation. He had secretly vowed in his heart that he would do his best to cultivate this natural talent. Time passed minute by minute, and the students were almost ready, but without exception, they were all defeated by the enhanced mountain spirits. The students seemed to know this as well, and they were all paying attention to the entrance to the secret realm. Occasionally, one or two students who come out late will receive cheers from their classmates. Lu Xiang, come here. Chang Yaoyin turned around and shouted. Teacher, what's wrong? Lu Xiang dared not neglect him and hurried to his side. Call all the students in our class over here, quickly. Chang Yaoyin ordered. When Xiao Wei comes out later, you must greet him with unprecedented enthusiasm. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers came from the other side. Be more enthusiastic than them, understand? Chang Yaoyin said. I understand. I'll do it right away. Lu Xiang said loudly. Yeah, you look very energetic. Chang Yaoyin nodded with satisfaction. It seems like I have to take good care of you from now on. Teacher, that's not necessary. Lu Xiang shuddered involuntarily. Just take care of Xiao Wei. I want everyone to be treated equally. Chang Yaojin said halfway, then his tone suddenly changed. What are you waiting for? Go. Lu Xiang nodded and rushed towards their bus like a flash. The number of students being teleported out gradually decreased, and students from most classes had already returned to the entrance of the secret realm. But no class left first. Everyone was waiting quietly for the last person to be teleported out. Even the vendors and staff stopped working and stood to watch the dimensional gate. Soon, the two people were teleported back in a somewhat disheveled state. Their clothes had been torn to pieces and could barely cover their private parts. Mo Guiwei and Mo Xiao from Class B. Chang Yaoyin said softly. They are twins and are quite famous in school. Not only do they both have powerful hidden professions, but they also have perfect cooperation. Dusk was approaching, and Chang Yaoyin and all the students in Class F3 were becoming increasingly nervous. Why hasn't Xiao Wei appeared yet? Is there something dangerous going on? However, just when they had nowhere to vent their anxiety, 6 figures passed through the portal. Their movements are so graceful and calm. Xiao Wei. Chang Yaoyin recognized the only male in the team at a glance. Xiao Wei, number 1 in the world. Xiao Wei, invincible. Lu Xiang did not delay and immediately took the lead in shouting. Xiao Wei, Momo and the others looked at the huge crowd and the loud shouting people with puzzled expressions, feeling a little awkward for a moment. Chapter 92 Promotion Battle. As everyone cheered, Tui hurried forward and registered the information of several people. When Xiao Wei's name was registered, he smiled meaningfully at him and said in a voice that only Xiao Wei could hear, Jianyin is right. You are indeed quite capable. Thank you for the compliment, brother. From childhood to adulthood, Xiao Wei had never been surrounded by so many people in one day. But I have to say, this feeling. It's so fucking cool. Xiao Wei was about to say something to Momo, but he saw 2 teachers saying something to Momo and others with serious faces. Momo and the others also looked unhappy. He had no choice but to shrug his shoulders, waved goodbye to Momo and others casually, and then returned to Chang Yaoyin's side. Brother, what happened in the secret realm just now? Lu Xiang asked eagerly. Nothing. Xiao Wei replied expressionlessly. I heard that the strength of the mountain spirits inside has increased a lot. How did you hold on until now? A classmate asked. There aren't many mountain elves in the area we're going to hunt. We'll defeat them one by one. Xiao Wei lied without blushing. In fact, when they came back, they were not attacked by the mountain spirits at all. Although the mountain spirits had been strengthened by the cloud deer and had driven out most of the humans in a short period of time, they were very friendly to Xiao Wei and his companions. Presumably, this is also the credit of Yunzhan Blue. As for why Xiao Wei and the others came out so slowly, that's because they took a short break in a place with beautiful scenery and had a leisurely afternoon tea. These 5 girls each have their own characteristics, which really makes Xiao Wei have endless aftertastes. Boss, you're drooling at whatever you're thinking about. Lu Xiang saw that Xiao Wei was about to lose his composure and quickly reminded him. Oh, nothing. Xiao Wei said quickly, I got some good stuff this time, I'm just a little happy. Chang Yaoyin circled Xiao Wei twice, staring at his silver C medal and saying, I was right about you. You're not defeated. What? The students were dumbfounded when they heard Chang Yaoyin's words. Take a close look at your Sea of Clouds badges. Seeing the students' puzzled expressions, Chang Yaoyin explained, you were defeated by the mountain spirits, and you were teleported back thanks to the Sea of Clouds badges. The energy of the Yunhai metal is depleted. Your metals are all gray in color. Chen Yaoying took off Chao Wei's medal. As for Chao Wei, not only did his medal not lose energy, but it actually absorbed energy in the Cloud Sea secret realm. That's why his is white. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone noticed the clue. In other words, Chao Wei not only managed to hold out against the mountain spirits until this moment, but he was also able to calmly return to the exit. It can be said that he escaped unscathed. Lu Xiang analyzed. Is that really true? The students in class F3 looked at Chao Wei at the same time, their eyes full of admiration. Almost. Chao Wei waved his hand to everyone casually. Immediately afterwards, several more groups of students were teleported out. Although they held out longer, each of them was in a very miserable state. As night fell, many students left on buses. Chen Yaoying also said goodbye to 2E and left the secret realm of Yunhai. In the following days, Chao Wei's deeds were spread as a model in the school. However, there are also quite a few people who do not believe that Chao Wei, who is in class F3, is really so powerful. They think that he has only relied on Momo and other partners with hidden professions to persist in the secret realm for such a long time. Several students in the advanced classes also look down upon his behavior of being an experienced baby. A few days later, the story turned into another version. I heard that Chao Wei sold her body in exchange for those hidden professions to protect her. No way, that's too shameless. It's not just shameless, it's absolutely shameless. Chao Wei walked past the whispering crowd with an expressionless face, wanting to cry but unable to. His original heroic image completely disappeared under the guidance of rumors. Instead, she was replaced by a despicable villain who sold his body for profit. Even after returning to class, he couldn't be happy. Boss, that's not necessary. Lu Xian came up to him and said, they don't know your strength now, so they're naturally talking nonsense. But soon you'll have a chance to show what you're capable of, and then you'll be astonished. It's okay, I'll be fine once I get used to it. Chao Wei sighed, frowning. But just as he was about to continue to be depressed, a burly figure quickly approached him. Teacher, okay? Before Chao Wei and Lu Xiang could finish their words, they stuck to the wall at the back of the classroom, one after the other. You're so young, yet you're so depressed. Chen Yaoying said dissatisfiedly, let me whip you awake with the whip of justice. Bitch, you really are. Chao Wei gritted his teeth to prevent himself from moaning in comfort. After all, if he could look happy even after being beaten like Lu Xiang next to him, then his personality would have one more thing to add. Next Monday is our Class F promotion match. You're the backbone of our class, Chen Yaoying said. I don't care what others think of you, but you have to cheer up. Yes. Chao Wei quickly agreed. The same goes for you. We have a great chance of qualifying this time, so you all need to work harder. Chen Yaoying glanced around at everyone in the class. Whether we can make it to the trial tower depends on this one. Yes. The students of Class F3 shouted in unison. The appearance of Chao Wei also gave them great confidence, making them finally realize that their class was not an abandoned class, but a place where good and bad people mixed together. Now no one wants to treat themselves as salted fish, everyone wants to transform into a dragon. A week passed quickly, and Chao Wei finally got used to it. He could now face the rumors calmly. The promotion battle was held as scheduled. The three classes took turns fighting. Each victory earned 1 point. The class with the most points would be qualified to enter the trial tower. Chen Yaoying went to draw lots, and his face turned green after seeing the result. The note clearly read F1. Seeing that he was drawn into the F1 class, everyone in the F3 class sighed. The first thing they have to face is the toughest opponent. However, Chao Wei disagreed. He just asked Chen Yaoying lightly. Teacher, I'm in a hurry. Can they go together? Theoretically, it's possible, but given their strength. Chen Yaoying frowned and said, I suggest you don't be too confident. Just wait and see. Chao Wei raised a deep smile on his face. Chapter 93 You all come together. After Chao Wei proposed this idea, the students in Class F3 have been opposed to it. Although they hope to win, they are also worried that Chao Wei will not be able to defeat the elites in Class F1. However, when Chen Yaoying saw the firm and confident expression on Chao Wei's face, he hesitated for a moment and waved to the students in Class F3. Since he has confidence in himself, you should support him. Chen Yaoying patted Chao Wei's shoulder. Go ahead. If you can't hold on any longer, just admit defeat. Okay. Chao Wei nodded, then stood up first and walked to the combat platform. After he came on stage, another burly man from the F1 class also walked onto the stage. The first match is between Chao Wei from the F3 class and Cheng Pu from the F1 class. However, when Cheng Pu was stretching his muscles, Chao Wei suddenly raised his hand to the referee. After he made this move, he immediately caused laughter in the stands. Ha, is he afraid to fight Cheng Pu because of his size? These F3 class members are such cowards. They're always at the bottom of the class. Isn't this Chao Wei the gigolo? It seems the rumors are indeed correct. Student Chao Wei, what's the matter? The referee asked immediately when he saw that the stands were becoming more and more chaotic. It's like this, I think 1v1 is too boring. Besides, my time is a bit precious, so, Chao Wei said word by word, can you let them go a few more times? He spoke softly, but everyone watching could hear him clearly. When the people in the F1 class in the stands heard this, they all blamed Chao Wei for overestimating his abilities. But what is puzzling is that Class F2 fell silent after hearing what Chao Wei said. Even Su Wen, the leader of Class F2, had a grim face and remained silent. Are you here to cause trouble? The referee thought Chao Wei was joking. No, I'm serious. Chao Wei repeated his request. How many do you want to hit? The referee asked. How many wins does our F3 class need to qualify? Chao Wei asked. Each class must play 15 games against each other. The referee said, if your F3 class defeats the 10 people in the F1 class and the 10 people in the F2 class, then you will be the first to advance. Okay then. Chao Wei nodded and said casually, I'll fight 10 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. Even Chang Yaoyin and others couldn't help but worry for him. Boss, this is really looking for excitement. Lu Xiang said in shock. Even if he is personally strong, it will be difficult to face so many people. At this point, we have no choice but to believe that he can succeed. Chen Yaoyin said silently. The referee was also dazed for a while when he heard Chao Wei's request. In his impression, there was also a big man who made arrogant remarks a few years ago. But if he hadn't rescued him, the grass on his grave would probably have been 2 meters high. However, since Chao Wei made the request and it did not violate the rules, he immediately stood up and said to the F1 class. F1 class, 9 more people come up. The people in the F1 class looked at each other. After a while, 9 people of different body shapes walked onto the battle stage and stood with Cheng Pu. Okay, now Chao Wei from F3 will face Cheng Pu, Zheng Tianhao, Wang Feifei, and Wang Fugue from F1. Both sides have 1 minute to prepare. After the referee finished speaking, both sides began to get ready for battle. Chao Wei thought for a while and took out the energy storing staff from Father Thor's space ring. Chao Wei is such a bold guy. Chen Yaoyin shook his head after seeing this. Why do you say that? Lu Xiang asked. He's outnumbered alone. The people in the F1 class aren't fools. How could they give him time to cast his spell? Chen Yaoyin explained, if he uses melee weapons or bows and arrows, he might still be able to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the F3 class was in an uproar. Everyone was worried about Chao Wei, but now, even if they were worried, there was nothing they could do. The battle begins. Following the referee's order, 10 top students from the F1 class attacked Chao Wei at the same time. Chao Wei took 2 steps back, and 2 ancient trees of light grew up instantly, blocking all the people in the F1 class like a wall. However, Zhang Tianhao dodged and passed directly past the ancient tree of light, and rushed in front of Chao Wei in an instant. His profession is an assassin. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. After saying that, he stabbed Chao Wei directly with his 2 daggers without holding back at all. But Chao Wei, who was facing him at this time, was not at all panicked. On the contrary, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Justice from heaven. A phantom of a fist made of light elements suddenly appeared in front of Chao Wei. Zhang Tianhao's pupils suddenly widened, and then he was caught off guard and bumped into the fist. The audience only heard the sound of bones breaking, and then Zhang Tianhao was teleported back to the stands with a dazed look on his face. He looked at his hands in disbelief, as if he had just been dreaming. Although he is an assassin, his health is not low with the help of several pieces of equipment. But he was killed instantly so easily. After Chao Wei easily dealt with Zhang Tianhao, there was no relaxed expression on his face. He knew that the reason he was able to kill him in seconds was because his energy storing staff was full of energy, allowing his heavenly justice to exert several times the power. But next, it may not be so easy. At this time, the two ancient trees of light had been riddled with holes. Chengpu roared, and flames ignited on his body, breaking through the trunk of the ancient tree of light. The ancient tree of light turned into starlight and disappeared. Just when they thought they could defeat Qiao Wei, hundreds of holy light bombs as big as frying pans appeared in the sky behind Qiao Wei. Try this. Holy light bombing. The holy light bullets were not aimed at all and instantly poured down on the combat platform. However, the people in the F1 class were by no means ordinary people. Two of them immediately opened the shield, and the others hid inside the shield. However, the holy light bombardment was too fierce, and the two shields were broken one after another, and the latter half of the damage all hit them hard. That brat Qiao Wei. Cheng Yaoyin exclaimed in shock, he can actually launch so many holy light bullets simultaneously. No wonder he was so confident in taking out his staff. Not only him, but all the students, teachers and referees were shocked by this indiscriminate attack. Such a person actually appeared in the F3 class, which had been in decline for a long time. During this bombing, two more fragile people were teleported to the stands. Now, there are 7 people left on the battlefield. Chapter 94, A Great Victory. Ding! Your ID card has received a new mission. The current world is the Four-Armed Zerg planet. Ding! You have received the following tasks. The carapaces of the Four-Armed Zerg are highly malleable and visually appealing. Collect the carapaces of 100 Four-Armed Zerg individuals. Mission level, F, points earned, 50. Investigate the cultivation system of the four-armed insect race, preferably obtaining their skills. Mission level, E, points earned, 200. The body structure of a high-ranking four-armed insect warrior seems to undergo unknown changes. Collect a specimen of a beetle warrior with the strength of a rank 2 or higher. Mission level, D, points earned, 500. Gain the favorability of a certain four-armed Zerg nation and obtain the Beetle Lord's magical token. Mission level, C, points earned, 1000. The four-armed Zerg are said to possess 13 katanas with magical powers. Collect these legendary katanas. Current progress, 1013. Mission level, B, points earned, 5000. Obtained a special quest transfer scroll related to the four-armed Zerg. Quest level, a grade, points earned, 50,000. Destroy a soul power stone. Mission level, S level, points earned, 100,000. Pick up the mercenary identity card in your hand. Sure enough, a bunch of tasks have appeared above. From the simplest F-level tasks to the most difficult SSS-level tasks, it has everything. After randomly selecting a few tasks, Qiao Wei slowly set off with Lu Xiang and the others. Only. At this moment, Qiao Wei looked a little different from usual. Today he was wearing a pair of dark sunglasses. A pair of thick noise-canceling headphones hung on his ears. He wrapped himself tightly. If he didn't know, he would have thought it was winter. In fact, the temperature on the planet of the four-armed Zerg is suitable, and the temperature is about 23 degrees at this time. As for Qiao Wei, he had to dress like this because he had no choice. A week ago, Cheng Yaoyin taught Qiao Wei how to learn new skills. First of all, Cheng Yaoyin wanted Qiao Wei to learn how to control the soul power in his body. No longer use his skills roughly. What Cheng Yaoyin wants Qiao Wei to learn is how to use skills. G means technology and skill. The first step to mastering the skills is to learn to control the soul power in the body. Qiao Wei once thought that soul power was an ability gained through awakening the soul power stone. It exists in your own blood. But can people feel their own blood flowing? Of course not. But according to Cheng Yaoyin, anyone with soul power can actually feel the soul power in their bodies. It's just that you are not born with the ability to feel it, but you need to feel it carefully. It's like a blind person's hearing is better than that of an ordinary person. Cheng Yaoyin's training method is also very simple. It is to let Qiao Wei close his 5 senses and reach the point of controlling the soul power in his body. It is no exaggeration to say that the so-called soul power is Qiao Wei's 6th sense. Now, after a week of hard training, Qiao Wei has gradually grasped some skills. Don't underestimate this skill. For priests who assist the team, this skill is very important. It's like a priest hiding in the back, if your teammates are 20 meters away from you. At this time, your healing skills may not be able to hit your teammates well. However, each of the 7 people present had less than half of their health left, and some even had less than 1/10 of their health left. What's even worse is that among their 10 top students from different professions, there is not a single pastor. There were no supplies on the battle table, so now they had no choice but to go ahead. His soul power should be almost gone. Chengpu said, as long as we can successfully get close to him, we have a chance to turn the tables. We'll cover you, Wang Feifei said. Afterwards, several people formed a formation, with Chengpu in the front rolling towards Chao Wei like a tank. Rapidly. Green Spirit Feather. With the help of these two skills, his speed suddenly increased, and he even left a faint shadow in the air. Before Chengpu and others could get close to Chao Wei, he had already appeared on the other side. Tianba swept across the sky. Chengpu roared and rushed towards Chao Wei in a strange posture. After Chao Wei dodged to the side, he found helplessly that he had been firmly locked by him. Chengpu didn't want to expose this skill of his, but now, he felt that if he didn't defeat Chao Wei as soon as possible, their class would be disgraced. Tianba Hunkong can lock onto the opponent within a certain range, and has a 100% chance of grabbing the opponent and delivering a fierce attack. This skill is like a magical skill on the battlefield. Back then, the Chang family had spent countless resources and connections to acquire this skill. Originally, he planned to hide this skill and make a splash at a critical moment, but now he had to use this skill on a student in class F3. In a flash, Chengpu's speed increased to the extreme, and he was next to Chao Wei in an instant. He grabbed the corner of Chao Wei's clothes, lifted him up, and slammed him to the ground. A flash of panic appeared on Chao Wei's face just before he was about to make intimate contact with the ground. A golden shield instantly wrapped him up. If it were someone else, they might have suffered a heavy blow long ago. But Chao Wei has the 3 seconds of invincibility brought to him by the law enforcement armor. Chengpu threw several punches in a row as if he didn't believe it, but it had no effect at all. Don't waste your energy. Chao Wei laughed sarcastically, if you act like this, others will think you're a fool. Hearing the ridicule, Chengpu was about to fly into a rage, but Chao Wei did not give him the chance. He grabbed the staff with both hands and exerted force. The staff made close contact with Chengpu's head. Chengpu only felt a huge force coming, and he flew backwards. No one expected that Chao Wei could use this staff in this way. What a waste of natural resources. Chengpu fell heavily to the ground, and Chao Wei had already launched an attack. He rushed to the student nearest him and raised his hand violently. Liquid control. A ball of light green mist appeared instantly, and the student absorbed the mist before he could react. The next second, he returned to the stands. This kid's path is too wild. The referee thought helplessly, it looks like Cheng Yaoyin has gotten a great deal this time. Chao Wei's disorganized attack is a disgrace to the thousands of years of cultural heritage of mankind. But he had to admit that although Chao Wei did not follow any rules, his smart thinking in battle would definitely help him reach a higher level in the future. After all, in the ever-changing battlefield, only a flexible and changeable fighting style like Chao Wei can give you more chances of winning. The remaining 6 people finally got into their positions, and everyone tried their best to cooperate in the attack. Chao Wei also suffered setbacks in the attack and his health dropped sharply. However, as they watched Chao Wei take countless skills but still not be defeated, they immediately began to doubt Chao Wei's actual health value. I'm afraid Chao Wei's health points have exceeded 10,000. Wang Feifei said to the people around him while panting. He's very good at calculating damage. No way, isn't he a mage? Someone behind him said in shock. How come his health is higher than Chengpu's? I don't know. Wang Feifei sighed. He had to admit that Chao Wei's strength far surpassed all of them. He's probably already at the level of a second-level transformation. Chengpu finally reunited with them. It's hard to imagine that such a person would appear in the F3 class. But that's all, Wang Feifei said. Next, let's make a concerted effort and take him down in 1 second. Chao Wei's health points were already very low, and Cheng Yaoyin and the other students in class F3 couldn't help but sweat. Chao Wei's health is at most just over 10,000. Cheng Yaoyin said, he's in danger. Bitch, teacher Cheng Luxiang was about to say Cheng Yaoyin's nickname, but he was instantly threatened by Cheng Yaoyin's eyes, so he quickly changed his words. If I remember correctly, Chao Wei should be a pastor. After he finished speaking, Cheng Yaoyin slapped his thigh fiercely. Yes, he hasn't used his recovery skills yet. It's still uncertain who will win. While he was speaking, Chao Wei had already been forced into a corner by the crowd. Chao Wei, let me see what else you are capable of. Chengpu clenched his fists in a pretentious manner, and his joints made a crackling sound. It's too early for you to be happy. Chao Wei said with a sneer. The duck is at your mouth, but you still refuse to accept it. Chengpu snorted coldly, and everyone approached Chao Wei again. However, as everyone looked at their prey, Chao Wei slowly took out a curry stick. He ate the curry stick in a few bites, and at the same time, the liquid control appeared again, but this time the smoke floated towards Chao Wei himself. The cool smoke instantly restored a lot of Chao Wei's health. He only felt a sense of relief in his body, and his health immediately recovered to half. Why, do you have this kind of recovery item? Wang Feifei asked with eyes wide open. Is it strange? Chao Wei tilted his head and looked at Wang Feifei, because I am a pastor. After he finished speaking, Cheng Pu and the others stood there in a daze as if they had been struck by lightning. I don't believe it, you must have cheated. Wang Feifei shouted loudly. Whatever you think. Chao Wei shrugged. The rumors in the past few days have improved his mental quality a lot. Hundreds of holy light bullets appeared in the air again. Cheng Pu and others felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. Each of them was in poor condition and might not be able to withstand his attack at all. The next second, the holy light bullet fell instantly, and the battle platform was suddenly in a mess. The smoke cleared, and only Chao Wei was left standing on the battle platform. Judging from his expression, he is still very confident. Trainee Pastor, Chao Wei wins. Chapter 95 Shimanyu. After the referee finished speaking, the people in F1 and F2 classes were shocked again. He's a priest. There's such a powerful priest on Blue Star. Oh my god. He has tens of thousands of health points, a wide variety of skills, and powerful attack power, but he's actually a priest. Whoever told me that a priest was a sewer worker? Come out now and let me beat him up. Wait, he's still a trainee priest. Holy crap, a trainee priest can actually defeat 10 first-level masters? The noise in the stands was getting louder and louder. The referee coughed again and said, Class F3 was the first to get 10 points. Chao Wei's performance this time was so dazzling that he made a big splash. Chao Wei waved to the students in Class F3, then calmly walked down the combat platform. The students in Class F3 were all very excited, and their eyes were full of longing as they looked at Chao Wei. With Chao Wei, they finally have hope of entering the Tower of Trials this time. However, Chao Wei's 10 points does not mean the end of the promotion battle, as there are still 5 games waiting for them. The students in Class F3, who were excited by watching Chao Wei fight, rushed to challenge him. After all, Chao Wei had already swept all the top students in Class F1. At this time, a blonde boy in silver armor walked down from the F1 class. He has a sturdy figure, with well-defined cheeks and a majestic appearance. The blonde young man stared at Chao Wei closely, and Chao Wei was not afraid of his gaze. Their eyes met, and neither of them gave way. Then he walked to the referee and whispered something. The referee's face showed a helpless expression again. He said, First-level Holy Sword Master Shimanyu wants to fight 5. This. Chao Wei and Shang Yaoing looked at each other, both helpless. I've heard there's a great player in the F1 class. He must be it. Lu Xiang said solemnly, I just thought it was Cheng Pu. He has an extraordinary aura. Chao Wei said in a deep voice, you must be careful. Okay. Lu Xiang nodded and walked to the combat platform with several other partners who had decent fighting capabilities. Do you think they can win? Shang Yaoing asked, squinting his only remaining eye. Uncertain. Chao Wei replied, I just looked into his eyes, and I could tell that there seemed to be astonishing energy hidden within his body. Strange, why didn't he join the battle just now? Shang Yaoing was a little confused. Maybe he wants to go one-on-one with me, Chao Wei shrugged. And I think if we have 10 more matches, he might want to fight 10 people at once, just like me. Let's see if this young man is really capable. After Chang Yaoing said this, he looked at the battlefield with interest. The battle begins. 3 minutes later, Chang Yaoing shook his head helplessly. He hammered the handrail hard, and the marble handrail cracked instantly. In just these 3 minutes, the 5 people from Class F3 were completely unable to withstand Shimanyu's attack alone. They were losing ground and it seemed that they were about to lose the game. At this time, a guard came to Chang Yaoing and said to him seriously. You destroyed school supplies. Please pay 800 yuan in cash. Chang Yaoing stared blankly at the guard in front of him, looking frustrated. He patted Chao Wei beside him and said, I don't have any money with me today. Please help me pay first. When Chao Wei saw his eyes, he immediately understood that this guy would definitely not pay back the money. However, since he has spoken, he has already made up his mind to take advantage of me. In desperation, Chao Wei could only take out the money and hand it to the guard. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. Shang Yaoing patted Chao Wei's shoulder and said with satisfaction. Chao Wei immediately became alert. Could it be that they still asked me to pay for the meal? Although I'm not short of money, I can't be fleeced so easily, right? But before he could think about it, several people returned to the stands one after another. The eager expressions on their faces just now had completely disappeared, replaced by a somewhat frustrated, bitter smile. Alas, it seems that this Shiman Yu does have some abilities, said Chao Wei. The time interval was less than 20 seconds, and Lu Xiang, who had persisted to the end, also returned to the stands. It has been less than 10 minutes since the battle began. Shan Yaoyin sighed but couldn't say anything. Boss, his strength might actually be comparable to yours. Lu Xiang scratched his head, we simply can't beat him. I understand. Chao Wei nodded. But why would someone with his abilities want to be in Class F? Maybe his situation is similar to mine. Chao Wei thought. The race between Class F1 and Class F3 is over. 5 points to 10, the host stood up and said, our Class F is truly full of talent this time. Keep up the good work, everyone. After the first day of competition, everyone went home. In the evening, Chang Yaoyin really wanted to invite Lu Xiang and others to dinner. After 3 rounds of drinking, he was indeed drunk and unconscious. Lu Xiang and others seemed to have gotten used to him and went to pay the bill obediently. But Chao Wei got there first and paid for the meal. Brother, what are you doing? Lu Xiang asked in confusion. It's okay, it's just a few bucks. Chao Wei waved his hand. Just think of it as me treating you guys for cheering for me these few days. After saying that, he turned around and was about to help Chang Yaoyin up, but he ended up standing up by himself. Have you paid the bill? Then let's go home. Chang Yaoyin walked out of the room after he finished speaking. Chao Wei turned to look at Lu Xiang and others and found that there was nothing unusual in their expressions, as if this was something they were used to. It's really cheap silver. Chao Wei said helplessly, I have never seen such a shameless person. What did you say? Chang Yaoyin looked back at Chao Wei and others outside the door and said, I say, I have never seen such a wise and brave man. Chao Wei responded quickly and raised his thumb. Chang Yaoyin nodded with satisfaction, then walked further away. Pay. Chao Wei spat lightly. Brother, what do you think about tomorrow's game? Lu Xiang asked on the way home. I don't have any idea. Chao Wei shrugged. I've encountered the F2 class once before. Their strength is even worse than that of the F1 class. That's right, they're no match for you, big brother. Lu Xiang said excitedly, doesn't that mean we're set on going to the trial tower this time? I hope the enemies in the trial tower will satisfy me. Chao Wei rubbed his hands eagerly. I wonder what kind of weirdos I'll encounter. I have to work hard too. Lu Xiang echoed, if we keep losing, it would be a huge loss of face. Chapter 96, A Fierce Battle with Class F2. The next morning, the promotion match began again. Today, the F3 class will compete with the F2 class. The atmosphere today is much more relaxed than yesterday, because Chao Wei is already familiar with several of the stronger students in Class F2. Besides, they are no match for him at all. In Class F2, a group of people were arguing about the solution, and some even suggested using cheating. Su-wen ignored their noise and closed his eyes in the corner to rest. Su-wen, do you think the plan just now will work? A graceful figure sat next to Su-wen, immediately attracting several dissatisfied glances. Su-wen slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. Linya, I think I told you before that in the face of absolute strength, no tricks can increase your chances of winning in the slightest. Su-wen, you're too cowardly, aren't you? A classmate said dissatisfiedly, we lost to him once, but as long as we cooperate well, there's still hope of winning. Yeah, don't you want us to win the promotion match? It turns out Su-wen's elbows are bent outwards, huh? Su-wen ignored the sarcasm of these people and just said calmly. Believe me, when you actually face off against each other, you'll realize how naive your thoughts are. Let's wait and see. A student said with a stern look on his face. Brother Su, does that mean we won't be able to win the promotion match? Linya looked unhappy. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Su-wen felt sorry for her but still nodded. This time we not only have to face Chao Wei who appeared out of nowhere, but also Shiman Yu from the F1 class. Su-wen sighed, if I had the right boxing gloves, maybe I could fight them head-on, but I don't have any. While Class F2 was discussing, the head teacher of Class F2 also appeared beside them. This time, Chao Wei from Class F3 will likely use the same tactics as before, fighting 10 opponents alone. The head teacher of Class F2 is named Zhang Chufeng. He has long snow-white hair and charming facial features, making him look like a banished immortal. As soon as he became the head teacher, he became the object of pursuit by a group of female teachers. As time went on, even some male teachers could not resist his temptation. However, although he was popular in school, he almost never communicated with those people. So after a while, he got the nickname Ice Prince. So I plan to let the other 10 stronger students, excluding Su Wen, take over first. Zhang Chufeng said calmly, keep Su Wen as a backup. Why? Class F2 was shocked when they heard the news. Just because he is stronger than you. Zhang Chufeng snorted coldly, and his eyes swept over everyone like ice. When the students saw that Zhang Chufeng showed signs of anger, they dared not say anything more. They didn't even dare to breathe. There's little hope for our class to appear this time, so this is all we can do. Zhang Chufeng continued, if you want to prove that you are better than Su Wen, then defeat Qiao Wei. Seeing Zhang Chufeng's determined expression, the students reluctantly agreed. Several of the stronger ones gathered together to discuss countermeasures. From yesterday's battle, they have discovered Qiao Wei's weaknesses, and they are also familiar with Qiao Wei's skills. The preparation time is over and the referee announces that the promotion match will continue. Qiao Wei walked onto the fighting stage with ease. He stopped in front of the referee and said confidently, I'm going to fight 10. After yesterday's incident, the referee was clearly mentally prepared. He nodded and then shouted towards Class F2, Class F2, 10 people. The F2 class responded quickly. They assembled and marched towards the combat platform in unison. From the momentum, Qiao Wei vaguely felt that they were 3 points stronger than the F1 class yesterday. However, he did not see Su Wen among this group of people. Where is Su Wen? Qiao Wei asked. He's waiting in the wings. A short, pale man said, today, let us put an end to you. Okay. Qiao Wei nodded quickly, his face excited. Don't hold back. As the two sides were on the verge of a fight, the referee announced the start of the game. On the second day of the promotion match, F3 class Qiao Wei faced F2 class Zhang Yu, Wang Hao, Wu Lei, and Sun Jiani. After a brief preparation by both sides, the referee announced the start of the fight. Class F2 responded much faster than Class F1, and 6 people rushed to Qiao Wei's side in an instant. Their weapons are very similar and they all look like assassins. Wang Hao, it's now! A black-clad assassin shouted behind him. The pale young man responded immediately, summoning a book that exuded a strong smell of death. The book flipped a few times, and then Wang Hao suddenly pointed his finger at Qiao Wei. Sealing technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a cage formed by dark elements instantly imprisoned Qiao Wei. He also discovered that while he was trapped in the cage, his body also had several negative buffs. Weak, withered, soul power loss. Weakness, reduced target's output by 20%, lasts tens. Wither, after the target uses a skill, it will consume double the soul power and there is a certain chance of backfire on the target, causing damage equal to the lost soul power 0.2. Soul power loss, the target's soul power slowly decreases, and they are temporarily unable to use chanting skills. Qiao Wei was stunned for a moment. These debuffs were definitely aimed at him. When the debuff was added to himself, several people also approached Qiao Wei at this moment. Qiao Wei took a deep breath. Although he was in trouble, he was not panicked at all. Compared to what he encountered in the trial ground, these crises were simply not worth mentioning. Holy Shield. Liquid Control. Several golden shields appeared and revolved around Qiao Wei's body, and the green smoke also turned into the shape of shields. The shields successfully blocked the first wave of damage, but these assassins were obviously no ordinary people. Zhang Yu, break the shield. The black-clad assassin continued. Another assassin holding a dagger beside him nodded immediately. A red light appeared on his dagger, and after it touched the shield instantly collapsed. Let's see what you can do next. Zhang Yu said complacently when he saw that the shield protecting Qiao Wei had been broken. Little brother, it's too early for you to be happy. Qiao Wei still had a smile on his face. Everyone in Class F3 was worried about him. Chapter 97, Complete Victory. Let's see how you can keep your stubbornness. Zhang Yu shouted, brothers, attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, several assassins rushed towards Qiao Wei from different directions at the same time. It's over. Lu Xian's face was pale. Even he could see that if all their attacks hit Qiao Wei, he would be seriously injured even if he was not killed instantly. What's more, the remaining mages in Class F2 have also started chanting their skills. Their plan is good. They want to take advantage of the moment Chao Wei is restrained and kill him instantly. Chang Yaoing narrowed his eyes. I wonder how Chao Wei will deal with it. Blinding field. Just when they were about to hit Chao Wei, suddenly a thick black smoke enveloped them. Everyone lost their sense of direction in an instant, and the sound of swords clashing continued to come from the thick fog, but Chao Wei was unharmed. Justice from heaven. Wang Hao was just worried about the battle situation of everyone in the thick fog, but a second later, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. Before he could react, a cross made of holy light suddenly fell from the sky. Just this one strike, and he was killed instantly. After Wang Hao was killed instantly, the negative effects on Chao Wei disappeared without a trace, and he activated all his acceleration skills. He instantly withdrew from the range of the thick fog. Before several mages finished their chanting, they stared in amazement at Chao Wei standing steadily beside them. Behind Chao Wei, the familiar holy light bombardment condensed into shape again. Goodbye. Chao Wei snapped his fingers as he spoke. Suddenly, the holy light bullets in the sky shot into the thick fog. Zhang Yu and the other 5 poor assassins had low health points to begin with, and could not withstand such intensive damage. They were killed instantly. Everyone returned to the stands, all with regretful expressions on their faces. Chao Wei actually has domain-related skills. Who is he? Shan Yaoing said softly. When the F3 class saw the battle situation turned around in a few seconds, all the tension they had just felt turned into joy. Some of the students who were close to each other even hugged each other and cried with joy. Chao Wei's victory also meant that they finally had a place to enter the Tower of Trials. After being depressed for such a long time, they finally got to enter the long-awaited trial tower. The battle is not over yet. Now, only Chao Wei and 3 mages are left on the battlefield. Faced with Chao Wei, who was almost in full condition, they had no desire to resist at all. Because Chao Wei's attack just now was much stronger than those of these genuine mages. What do you want to do next? Chao Wei walked up to them and asked with his head tilted. The wizard closest to Li Chao Wei was so frightened that he stammered and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. I'm not a monster, is it that serious? Chao Wei patted his shoulder lightly. The mage's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. If it doesn't work, you can just admit defeat. It also saves me from having to hit you, right? Chao Wei said in a persuasive manner with a very rich facial expression. The wizard seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. Yes. I give up. After one wizard admitted defeat, the other 2 wizards also admitted defeat one after another. This was the first time the referee had seen such a situation. Obviously, Chao Wei is now like a devil in the eyes of some students. Today's match was again won by Chao Wei, and Class F3 once again earned 10 points. Congratulations to Class F3 for securing a spot in the trial tower. After the referee finished speaking, the students in Class F3 were so excited that they lost themselves in excitement. When they saw Chao Wei walk out of the combat platform, they excitedly rushed to his side and threw him high into the air. Amid the warm cheers, Chao Wei felt for the first time that life could be so wonderful. In contrast, classes F2 and F1 both looked bleak. They used to always trample on Class F3, but unexpectedly, Chao Wei alone could reverse the situation. Although Class F3 has qualified for the trial tower, the competition is not over yet. The referee coughed lightly and reminded. After hearing this, Suwon slowly stood up. Lin Ye looked at him with some concern. Don't worry, if I can't beat you, I will admit defeat. Suwon looked back at her and touched Lin Ye's hair lovingly. Afterwards, he went to the battlefield without hesitation. With the courage of one man guarding the pass, 10,000 men cannot break through. There is no need to think too much. Class F2 has already lost face in the previous battle. Now Suwon must fight 1 against 5 to save as much face as possible. However, this was not an easy thing for him. He had to admit that both Shiman Yu and Chao Wei were much stronger than him. Suwon told the referee that he would face 5 people. The referee was about to make the announcement but hesitated. Don't be so stubborn. If they can do it, I can definitely do it too. Suwon said calmly. His profession has never been favored by others, and due to the limitations of his profession, he doesn't even have a weapon. His hard work day after day has earned him his current strength. Now he wants to tell everyone through practical actions that hard work is just as important as talent and opportunity. The referee was moved by his indomitable spirit and nodded approvingly. Soon, Lu Xiang and the other 4 elites from Class F3 all stepped onto the battlefield. Even though Suwon was defeated by Chao Wei, they still did not dare to underestimate this boxing madman. The battle begins. At the referee's command, Suwon took nimble steps, dodging everyone's attacks while looking for their weaknesses. The battle was much more difficult than Suwon had imagined. Lu Xiang and others had already completed their first mission and their strength had improved significantly compared to before. Chao Wei and others couldn't help but be moved by Suwon's resolute expression. It was a fierce battle. At the end, only Lu Xiang and Suwon were left on the battlefield. "Brother, you are so awesome." Lu Xiang panted and gave Suwon a thumbs up. "Same to you. I didn't even break your shield today," Suwon said, panting. Both of their faces were covered in bruises and red. The bandage wrapped around Suwon's fist was stained with blood, and his hand was trembling slightly. "Forget it, big brother," Lu Xiang said reluctantly, "I give up. Your admission of defeat is an insult to me." Suwon said in a low voice, "I will defeat you fairly." Okay. Lu Xiang looked helpless. He persisted for another 2 minutes but was finally killed by Suwon. Suwon stood alone on the combat platform, raising his bloody right hand. He won. Chapter 98, Tower of Trial. After a moment's silence, the people in the stand spontaneously applauded and cheered for Suwon. It turns out that punching each other in the flesh is really a man's romance. Suwon returned to Class F2, and the classmates who had just ridiculed him now respected him. With Suwon's fighting spirit, he's bound to achieve great things in the future, Cheng Yaoing said leisurely. Perhaps, he's only slightly worse than me. If Chao Wei had not heard Cheng Yaoing's last words, he might have respected him. However, Chao Wei really couldn't understand why Cheng Yaoing was always thinking about pretending to be a wall. "You don't believe it?" Cheng Yaoing glanced at Chao Wei's strange expression and said with dissatisfaction. No. Chao Wei said hurriedly. "Then why do you have that expression?" Cheng Yaoing asked. I just thought of something happy." Chao Wei evaded the question. "One day you will believe it." Cheng Yaoing did not ask any further. He sighed softly and looked into the distance. "It looks even more pretentious." Chao Wei clenched his fists, took a few deep breaths, and then gave up the idea of continuing to complain. Today's operation has officially ended, and it is finally the turn of Class F3 to be proud. On the way back to the classroom, each of them had a look of great joy on their face. Even Cheng Yaoing finally had the courage to whistle at those handsome female teachers or male teachers. However, he still looks a little funny now. After returning to the classroom, many people gathered around Chao Wei and asked how they could become as strong as him. Chao Wei thought for a moment and then said, "The secret to success is 99% hard work and 1% talent." He couldn't remember which great man had said such a lewd remark, but it was obvious that this remark had successfully fooled the students who were watching him. So, as long as you work hard to develop your strengths, you will eventually succeed. Chao Wei smiled warmly at everyone. "Keep going." After hearing this, everyone felt enlightened. They felt that they had been awakened by Chao Wei's words. Several people even picked up their weapons and rushed to the school training ground. When Class F3 was in a commotion, a blonde young man walked into the classroom in a low-key manner. "Brother, you walked into the wrong room, didn't you?" Lu Xiang said dissatisfiedly, "This is Class F3's territory. I advise you." The blonde boy ignored him completely. He found a suitable seat and sat down. Lu Xiang's ruffian spirit instantly rushed to his head. He glanced at Chao Wei and said viciously, "Brother, can I?" "Forget it, you can't beat him." Chao Wei shook his head at him. "How is that possible?" "No matter what Lu Xiang, say," Lu Xiang said as he walked to the side of the blonde young man. The blonde young man also turned his head at the right time. When Lu Xiang saw this heroic face, his first feeling was that it seemed familiar. "Oh my god. Shi Menyu?" Lu Xiang asked in shock, "What are you doing here?" "Oh, that's right." Shi Menyu said expressionlessly, "I've changed classes. From today on, we're classmates." After he finished speaking, not only Lu Xiang, but also Chao Wei and others were all confused. Is there such a thing? His F1 class lost the spot to go to the Tower of Trials, but he was able to transfer directly to another class? Even a fool could guess that the reason he changed classes was to be able to enter the Tower of Trials, right? I just knew it. You joined our F3 class because you admire our boss, right? Lu Xiang said with a smile. Chao Wei's face looked a little ugly. How come Lu Xiang's IQ is always off the charts? You've only just arrived at the F1 class, haven't you? A classmate said. It's impossible for you to have the opportunity to transfer classes in such a short time. Chao Wei scratched his hair and immediately remembered that his name was Li Chizi. It was indeed a bit difficult. Shimanyu said truthfully, my dad and the school director had dinner for several hours, and then. I understand. Chao Wei interrupted Shimanyu. Although Shimanyu was outspoken, this was not a glorious thing after all, so it was better not to say it out loud. Please take care of me from today on. Shimanyu did not stand up, but stretched out his hand in the direction of Chao Wei. Oh, okay. Chao Wei nodded and gave him a thumbs up in the air. Is this how strong people greet each other? Lu Xiang thought to himself, they are really evenly matched. The two men's hands paused in the air for a while, then withdrew at the same time, and they immediately started to busy themselves with their own things. Shimanyu took out a blueprint from the ring, and he looked through it carefully, drawing circles around it. Lu Xiang, how much do you know about the Tower of Trials? Chao Wei asked. Although I haven't been in there yet, I've heard from friends that this trial tower is a small space similar to the Cloud Sea fantasy world, where you can encounter monsters or even encounter things from other planets. The trial tower exists not only on our blue planet, but also in other dimensions. Lu Xiang paused and continued, every time you successfully climb a level, you will receive a reward. The higher the level you clear, the greater the reward. Oh, I see. Chao Wei responded. I also heard that above the 50th floor of the Tower of Trials, high-level skill scrolls will drop. That's what everyone dreams of. Li Chizi came over and said. Everyone was suddenly filled with longing for the Tower of Trials, and they were eager to go in and experience it. However, given their strength, the chances of passing more than 50 levels are very slim. Although what Lu Xiang and Li Chizi said was not very detailed, the trial tower had already presented a basic framework in Chao Wei's mind. The resources in the Tower of Trials are limited. If you want to get more resources, you must be quick. His first level mission would definitely be completed in the Tower of Trials. Time passed quickly and it was almost time to go home from school. Just as Chao Wei was about to leave, Chang Yaoing stepped into the classroom. The class, which was as noisy as a vegetable market just now, suddenly became silent. As expected, Chang Yaoing still had a certain deterrent effect in the eyes of everyone. Chao Wei, Shimanyu, Lu Xiang. Chang Yaoing called out the names of 6 or 7 people, then said, come with me to the office. The others can go first. Confused Chao Wei, Lu Xiang and others looked at each other and stood up helplessly. When Shimanyu saw them stand up, she slowly got up. I have to say that his calmness in every gesture and movement is quite dignified. When he arrived at the office, Chang Yaoing looked at everyone with his facial expression changing constantly, and he cleared his throat. It looks like it must be a very important matter. Chao Wei thought to himself. Chapter 99 I Want It All. Chang Yaoing was silent for a while. Just when Lu Xiang and others were about to give up and were about to complain, he finally spoke. Although you have the qualifications to enter the trial tower, I still want to remind you that the trial tower is very dangerous. Although you will be teleported to the outside world if you die inside, the pain is still real. Chang Yaoing said seriously, there are endless creatures in the trial tower. No matter how rubbish the creatures you face may seem, you must not take them lightly. Okay, I understand. Chao Wei and others agreed. The first 30 floors are easy to deal with, but after the 30 floors you might encounter creatures from other planes. Chang Yaoing continued, let me put it this way. Apart from humans, you shouldn't trust any living creatures. It's best not to trust even humans. Li Chizi said. I called you here today to give you some advice. Chang Yaoing said, before the 30th floor of the trial tower, only one person can pass through, but after the 30th floor, teams are allowed. We can still form a team? Lu Xiang asked in surprise, how come I didn't know that? You know shit. Have you ever been to the Tower of Trials? Chang Yaoing retorted. I haven't been there. Lu Xiang lowered his head in shame. The 30th floor is a place similar to a lounge. You can buy supplies and adjust your status. I also recommend that you form a team there. Chang Yaoing said, in the trial tower, a maximum of 3 people can form a team. You will share the experience gained, and the rewards will be freely distributed. You all have no objections, right? Chang Yaoing asked. Before Chao Wei could speak, Shimanyu raised her hand first. I'm not used to being in a team. I'm more used to going it alone. Shimanyu said seriously, if I'm alone, I can concentrate on my output, but if I have teammates, I might be distracted. Me too. After Shimanyu finished speaking, Chao Wei also raised his hand. Chang Yaoyin was silent for a moment, then nodded, I know you're quite capable, but since you've made this choice, I can't force you. Just remember to protect yourselves, Chang Yaoyin said earnestly. Lu Xiang, split into 2 teams. Remember to distribute the classes evenly. I understand, teacher. Lu Xiang responded quickly. Alright, go back and prepare. The trial tower officially opens tomorrow, Chang Yaoyin said. The resources in the tower are limited. You must advance quickly to have a chance to obtain better things. Got it? Got it. Chao Wei and others said in unison. Afterwards, Chang Yaoyin waved to them and everyone left. Boss, I'm actually a little uneasy. On the way home, Lu Xiang said to Chao Wei with a worried look on his face. How? Chao Wei looked at him in confusion. Logically speaking, it was his first time entering the Tower of Trials, so he should be very excited. I'm worried I won't be able to get past the 30th floor. Lu Xiang said, you know my profession isn't offensive at all. It's indeed a tricky problem, Chao Wei said, stroking his chin. I'll go back and think of a solution for you, but I can't guarantee I can really help you. Brother, I am very touched by your words. Lu Xiang said. Just go for it. You have to have confidence in yourself, Chao Wei said. Even if you can't reach the 30th floor, at least you can't give up easily. I understand. Lu Xiang showed a determined expression. After the two separated, Chao Wei also returned home. Without saying a word, he took out the key to the Nuanami shop. With a flash of light, he was already in the Nuanami shop. Nuomi was lazily lying behind the counter at this time. Take whatever you want, we don't offer credit or discounts. Nuonumi said casually, then slowly raised her head. Dad. Several big question marks appeared on Chao Wei's forehead. When did I become her father? The transformed foxes have a very long lifespan, and this little lowly is probably an old goblin who is hundreds of years old. You've got the wrong person. Chao Wei said helplessly. I didn't admit my mistake. Nuanami suddenly jumped up from the recliner and jumped lightly to Chao Wei's side. Her big ears were spinning around and she looked very excited. As long as you are a big customer, you are my dad. Nuomi said, and now I only have you as a big customer. You'd better call me sir. Chao Wei is really not used to this title. You have to know that he is still. What if I get misunderstood by others? Wouldn't it be impossible to clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River? Okay then. Nuanami hung her head, like a child being criticized. Sir, what would you like to pick out this time? Asked Nuanami. Give me a few bottles of potions. Chao Wei thought for a moment, give me those that temporarily increase attack power, speed, and defense. We have everything. Nuanami said quickly, how much do you want, sir? Chao Wei hesitated for a moment, then said. However much you have, I want them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Nuonumi was stunned. She couldn't help but think about how correct her decision was to give the key to Chao Wei. Sir, what are you planning to pay with this time? Nuonumi's mouth was almost grinning behind her ears. Last time, Chao Wei had already gotten used to her money-grubbing look, so he simply didn't remind her of her current misconduct. Of course it's the scroll. Chao Wei said, I'm so poor that I only have the scroll left. Fortunately, this is Nuonumi's shop and there is no one else here. If Chao Wei said such words on the street, he would definitely attract a lot of hostile looks. Got it. Nuanami hurriedly began to count the medicines. She quickly took a few boxes and swept the medicines on the counter into them. The total is 1.2 million. Nuonumi said after counting the potions. Chao Wei made a rough calculation and concluded that the unit price would be about 10,000 yuan per bottle, which is considered a reasonable price. Chao Wei casually took out 2 F-level skill scrolls. Nuomi quickly caught them and said, Sir, the estimated price of these 2 scrolls is 1.4 million. You don't need to look for the rest. It's a reward for you. Chao Wei touched Nuanami's head and said gently. When Nuanami heard this, her body shook. Is this what joy feels like? Nuonumi swayed a few times before she stood firmly. It was obvious that she was very happy. By the way, I have one more thing. Chao Wei continued, do you know where I can buy skill scrolls? I'll take you to a place that will definitely satisfy you. Chapter 100, Do Good Things Without Leaving a Name. Take me there quickly. Chao Wei urged as he put the potion into the ring. Nuanami nodded quickly. After locking the shop door, she took Chao Wei to a store not far away. There are only 4 big characters on the sign of this store. Skill Scroll. Led by Nuanami, Chao Wei entered the scroll shop. What caught his eyes were rows of scrolls. The staff had already divided the scrolls according to profession and level. Chao Wei quickly found the scroll that the heavy armored warrior needed. He flipped through it for a moment, and then took a D-skill scroll called Thorn Armor in his hand. Sir, your profession seems to be a priest. Nuanami reminded. I bought it for a friend. Chao Wei said lightly. He picked out a few more scrolls here and there before finally paying with satisfaction. Sir, there are 3 D-level scrolls and 1 C-level scroll, totaling 13 million. How would you like to pay? I pay with a scroll. After Chao Wei finished speaking, he took out a few scrolls from his ring and threw them to Nuomi without even looking at them. Here you go. Nuanami nodded quickly. After she assessed the scroll's value at 13 million, she returned the rest to Chao Wei. I thought you would keep some for yourself. Chao Wei smiled. I also have professional ethics. Nuanami said, patting his barren chest. Chao Wei's action instantly attracted the attention of the store clerk and other buyers. Wow, so many scrolls. If someone didn't know, they would think he was here to supply the scroll shop. What's the origin of this person? This scroll is like free? We are all human beings, but some people may never get a top-grade scroll in their entire lives. However, this gentleman is definitely not that kind of person. Stop it, I'm that kind of person. I'm about to cry. Chao Wei ignored them and left amidst the envious gazes of the crowd after paying the bill. It can be said that he has hidden his merits in fame. After saying goodbye briefly to Nuanami, Chao Wei left the trading space. He checked the potions and found that most of them were E grade, and some were D grade. So, Nuanami's shop was indeed affordable. Chao Wei classified the medicines and planned to hand them over to his classmates tomorrow. He also took the 2 D-level scrolls in his hands and used Holy Evolution without hesitation. Ding, you used Holy Evolution, consuming 10,000 experience points, and obtained the Arcane Flash C upgrade. Ding, you used Holy Evolution, consuming 10,000 experience points, and obtained Holy Healing C. Arcane Flash condenses pure holy light energy into a beam. After charging for 1 second, the beam explodes, dealing 1,600 damage to enemies exposed to the beam and inflicting a burning eyes effect, reducing the target's chance of hitting by 20%. This skill is 50% more effective against dark race targets. Consumption, 800 soul points. Cooling time, 25's time. Holy Healing, use the power of Holy Light to heal yourself or friendly units, instantly recovering 800 HP and slowly recovering over 30 seconds. Being attacked during this period will enhance the recovery effect, recovering up to 50% of the maximum HP. Consumption, 500 soul points. Cooling, 240's time. These 2 skills were carefully selected by Chao Wei and can greatly enhance his combat effectiveness and survivability. The remaining scroll was to be given to Lu Xiang. Although he and Lu Xiang had a bad relationship when they first met, after such a long time of contact, he could also feel that this person was also a trustworthy person. After what happened last night, he hurried to rest. In order to prepare for tomorrow's trial tower, he must ensure that he is in good spirits. The next morning, Chao Wei got up early and waited in the classroom, but he saw at a glance that Shiminyu had already distributed recovery potions to everyone in the class. Is this guy the roundworm in my stomach? Shiminyu and Chao Wei looked at each other, neither of them spoke. Chao Wei also gritted his teeth and took out the attribute potion from the ring and distributed it to everyone's table. Shiminyu also looked at him helplessly, and it seemed that she had the same idea as Chao Wei just now. Don't think too much. I actually bought some recovery potions too. Chao Wei explained, it's just that since you posted it, I have to post something different. When I first met you, I thought you were domineering and definitely not ordinary, Shiminyu said. I didn't expect you to have this side. Same here, Chao Wei said. I thought you were some arrogant, domineering nobleman, but I didn't expect you to care so much about your classmates. As he spoke, he wrote a few big words on the blackboard. I've prepared some small gifts for everyone, come on everyone. The signature is a man who wants to be a hero. After he finished doing all this, he walked out of the classroom. He finished his breakfast leisurely, and as soon as he opened the classroom door, all the students stood up together. "Thank you, boss." Lu Xiang took the lead and said, "Thank you, boss." Chao Wei was silent for a while, glaring at Shimanyu, thinking that this guy must have exposed what he had done. "That's not what I said." Shimanyu shrugged. "I don't believe you at all. Who else could it be but you?" Chao Wei retorted. At this time, Lu Xiang stood up and said, "Brother, it really isn't him. The reason we know that you provided us with the potion is entirely because." Lu Xiang was silent for a moment, then continued, "You are the only one in the class who can write such ugly characters." Chao Wei was so sad that he could not even cry, and he made up his mind to practice calligraphy well. "Forget it, just know it now." Chao Wei sighed, "Come out with me for a moment." "Boss, you're not going to kill me to silence me, are you?" Lu Xiang said with a trembling voice. "Don't worry, I don't even need to leave the classroom to kill you," Chao Wei said with a smile. After hearing Chao Wei's answer, Lu Xiang gritted his teeth and followed him out of the classroom. Chao Wei turned around and handed him the thorn armor scroll without any further ado. "Brother, this is too precious," Lu Xiang said tremblingly. "You can spend the rest of your life repaying me." Chao Wei patted his shoulder and joked, "Would you like to?" "I do. Even if you fall in love with a man someday, I will." "Get lost." Chao Wei interrupted him and kicked him into the classroom while laughing. A D-level scroll would cost at least several million. Although Lu Xiang knew that Chao Wei was not short of money, he never expected that he would be so generous. Moreover, this scroll is very suitable for his profession. Thinking of this, Lu Xiang couldn't help but burst into tears, and Chao Wei's image in his mind suddenly became taller. Chapter 101: Attack on the Trial Tower. Lu Xiang's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement, and he also hurriedly learned the thorn armor. This skill can reflect the damage caused by the enemy to yourself, and the higher your own defense, the higher the reflected damage. It's a skill tailor-made for Lu Xiang. Soon, Cheng Yaoing also walked into the room. Today he changed into a more fitting suit, and his eye mask and tie were both red, which looked very festive. "Classmates, your opportunity is right before your eyes. Fight for it with all your might." Cheng Yaoing said with great emotion, "Let's go and conquer the Tower of Trials." The students in Class F3 also cheered a few times, then walked out of the classroom in an orderly manner and headed towards the trial tower. Everyone in Class F1 and Class F2 poked their heads out of the classroom, their eyes filled with envy. Led by Cheng Yaoing, everyone soon arrived at the trial tower. The trial tower covered a large area, and the area of the tower gradually decreased from the lower level to the upper level. The top layer is close to the clouds, and a golden gem is suspended on the top of the tower, emitting dazzling light. Several classes of students have already arrived at the Tower of Trials. As the lowest class, Class F3 is bound to be ridiculed by these outstanding students. However, everyone in Class F3 knew that nothing could go wrong at this critical juncture, otherwise they might not only lose the qualification to enter the tower, but also suffer physical pain. After all, Class A and Class E are much stronger than them. Chao Wei and Shimanyu didn't care about so many things. They were busy fighting back against those who ridiculed them. Shimanyu had been pampered since childhood and had never suffered such humiliation before, so naturally she could not bear it. As for Chao Wei, he simply felt that his strength was no worse than theirs, and with his own abilities, he didn't need to care about those people. Be patient. Once you've passed the 30th floor of the trial tower, you can attack anyone you dislike, Cheng Yaoing said to the two. Now, calm your minds. We'll be entering the tower soon. After Cheng Yaoing finished speaking, several leaders of the college began to give speeches, which were long and tedious and lacked substance. In Chao Wei's opinion, their narration of more than half an hour was not as effective in stirring up his emotions as the last 4 words. Start entering the tower. At the leader's command, the small door in front of Chao Wei was opened, and there seemed to be stars inside. The dimensional door can only accommodate one person at a time. Cheng Yaoing said, Chao Wei, who will go in first, you or Shimanyu? I. The two said at the same time. Everyone knows that the first person to enter the trial tower will give you a greater chance. Why you? You came here later. Chao Wei grabbed the doorframe. I'm the real F3 class student. I'll give you 1 million. Shimanyu said lightly. I'll give you an E-level scroll and I'll pay you in cash. Chao Wei refused to give in. While the two of them were arguing, they saw that people from other classes had begun to enter in an orderly manner. In desperation, Chang Yaoyin said, "You guys play rock, paper, scissors. Forget it, let him go in first." In the end, it was Shiman Yuan who showed his noble upbringing. He took the initiative to step aside, and Xiao Wei also stepped into the trial tower. Before he disappeared, Shiman Yu heard a soft thank you. Afterwards, Shiman Yu and other students from Class F3 began to enter the trial tower in an orderly manner. Xiao Wei's vision blurred for a moment, and when it became clear again, he was already in a jungle. The environments of the trial tower appear randomly to simulate the real environment. He carefully observed his surroundings, and crisis detection was automatically activated. He immediately realized that a shadow wind wolf was lurking behind him. I encountered such a cunning monster on the first floor. Xiao Wei took out his charged staff and turned quickly. A holy light bullet suddenly appeared and exploded above the shadow wind wolf's head. With just this one blow, the shadow wind wolf was easily killed. A space gate appeared near where the shadow wind wolf died. This was the entrance to the second floor. Xiao Wei approached the shadow wind wolf and found a scroll lying quietly on the ground. Damn, there is a skill scroll on the first floor? Xiao Wei hurriedly picked up the scroll and then entered the second floor. The monsters on the second floor are stronger than the Dark Addiction Wind Wolf, but for Xiao Wei, there is nothing that cannot be solved by a holy light bullet. If so, then 2 shots. After all the students entered the trial tower, the teachers gathered together. A to F were written on the top of the trial tower screen. In order to make it easier to distinguish students from each class must enter the trial tower through a fixed dimensional gate. Below AF is a number. At this time, the numbers of A and C have reached 11. This number represents the highest level of the trial tower that the students in a certain class are trying to reach. The teachers were discussing in front of the big screen. The fastest one in Class A should be Tang, right? Of course, his strength is among the best in the entire academy. As everyone was talking, they suddenly looked up and saw that the third place was Class F. The topic of their discussion immediately changed, because for a long time, Class F had always been at the bottom of the list, and the only reason they could enter the trial tower was to get the guaranteed rewards. But unexpectedly, their speed this time was beyond everyone's expectations. Chang Yaoyin grinned at everyone, as if to say, "The time has come for me to show off." In the Tower of Trials, Xiao Wei has successfully broken through the 13th floor and gained a lot of rewards, but these rewards are not very tempting to him. Below the 10th floor, he only needs to face one enemy on each floor of the trial tower, but above the 10th floor, he has to face several at the same time. However, the strength of these monsters is still not enough for Xiao Wei. He stepped into the portal on the 14th floor, and the scene changed to a grassland. As far as he could see, there were only wild grasses that were taller than his waist. A rustling sound was heard, and Xiao Wei immediately became alert. Then 2 red dots rushed towards him at a rapid speed. Xiao Wei took a few steps back, putting some distance between him and the enemy. A brilliant light emanated from his staff. Mathematical Olympiad flash. A ray of light suddenly refracted from his staff in front of him, and after a brief second, the light suddenly exploded. The poor monster was instantly killed by the light just as it was about to rush to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei felt that there was no other danger, so he walked contentedly to the monster that was killed instantly and picked up the reward. However, the rewards this time are still not very tempting, although the equipment dropped by these monsters can cause a scramble in the outside world. But to him, these things were just entertainment that was better than nothing. He sighed and stepped into the portal again. Chapter 102 Class A Teacher, Li Chunyang. The elites in the Tower of Trials are working hard to clear the tower. Class F has gradually risen to the second place, and the speed is beyond everyone's imagination. Teacher Chang, you really received a little monster this time. A teacher sighed. That's right, the 2 top players in our class are enough to cause quite a stir even in Class A. I'm really lucky this time. Chang Yaoyin said proudly. Humph, Teacher Chang, you don't know something. A somewhat old voice came from behind Chang Yaoyin. Chang Yaoyin immediately realized who this person was. He is Li Chunyang, the head teacher of Class A and one of the few masters at the peak of the 4th level in the academy. Although his energy channels have begun to dry up, it is undeniable that most people will never be able to reach this level in their lifetime. Moreover, if he really had another opportunity, he would be able to break through the 4th level and become a 5th level expert. You know, 5th level masters are rare in ordinary cities. Perhaps only he has the ability to transform Class A, which is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, into a true overlord. Teacher Li, I'm really not bragging. Chang Yaoing said with a smile, "If you don't believe me, we can have a friendly match someday." "You really are overestimating your own abilities," Li Chunyang said disdainfully. "Even if it were just Emperor Ting, dealing with those two elites you mentioned would be as easy as crushing an ant. Everyone knows how to boast." Chang Yaoing looked directly at Li Chunyang. "I'm asking you, do you dare?" "Snort." Li Chunyang snorted coldly, and a sense of oppression emanated from him. The faces of several teachers changed drastically, and they instantly stood further away. The pressure released by a fourth-level master can directly crush an ordinary person. Even if they were at the third or fourth level, they were completely powerless to resist. However, this pressure did not seem to have any effect on Chang Yaoing. He even changed his stance nonchalantly. "Old man, I respect that you are older than me, but I advise you not to mess with me." Chang Yaoing said calmly, "Your little tricks might scare those guys, but at least I'm a retired member of the Huiyao Legion. You don't really think I can't defeat you, do you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the pressure emanating from Li Chunyang disappeared without a trace in an instant. Li Chunyang glared at Chang Yaoing and said coldly, "I accept your challenge. You decide the time." "Okay, I'll definitely let the two guys from our class keep you company." Chang Yaoing smiled cunningly, then waved to the teachers who were hiding far away. "It's okay, come here." Several teachers saw it clearly just now, and it was the first time for them to see Chang Yaoing's strength directly. The fact that he could remain calm under the pressure of a peak fourth-level master proved that he might be at the same level as Li Chunyang, or even if they were a little worse, the difference was not much. Moreover, Chang Yaoing is much younger than Li Chunyang. It can be said that he has a great chance of surpassing Li Chunyang today in the future. Just when the homeroom teachers were arguing, the students from Class A and Class F had already entered the 19th floor of the trial tower. Students from other classes had just reached the 11th floor. In the Tower of Trial, Chao Wei had already stepped into the dimensional gate on the 19th floor. He was surrounded by yellow sand, and among the flying sand and rocks, two huge figures were looming. Name, Desert Crab. Level, 16. HP, 7000. Soul Power, 1200. Physical Attack, 536. Magic Attack, 450. Physical Defense, 752. Magical Defense, 124. Skills, Slap E, Sticky Saliva E, Strong Armor D. Chao Wei was shocked when he saw the monster introduction. These two monsters were much stronger than the previous ones. Many students may not be able to pass this level alone. However, these two desert crabs are just appetizers for Chao Wei. The two crabs clapped their claws at the same time, and then rushed towards Chao Wei like a train. Unexpectedly, they are huge in size, but their bodies are also very flexible. Chao Wei sneered, and at the moment when the desert crab approached his body, two huge ancient trees of light rose from the ground. They instantly repelled the charge of the desert crab, and then the two ancient trees of light also began to attack the desert crab. Although the attack of the ancient tree of light was not painful, it bought Chao Wei a lot of time. Justice from heaven. A huge lightsaber instantly condensed from the air and then fell directly down. A desert crab lost nearly 1/3 of its health in an instant. Mathematical Olympiad Flash. Chao Wei's staff suddenly emitted a ray of light. Chao Wei kept moving, and when the light penetrated the two desert crabs, it exploded instantly. The huge amount of damage directly killed one desert crab, and the remaining desert crab was not to be feared and was easily killed by Chao Wei. He fumbled around on the body of the desert crab and took a skill scroll and a shield flashing orange and yellow. Sturdy Armor D. Effect: over a period of 20 seconds, the user is given an armor boost of 33% of their maximum armor value. During the duration of the effect, there is a 1.5% chance of becoming immune to damage. Consumption: 350 soul points. Cooling: 120's time. This skill is quite good, and Chao Wei is even a little tempted, but he has no intention of becoming a heavy armored warrior. It would be a good idea to auction this scroll, or give it directly to Lu Xiang. Chao Wei was thinking as he stepped into the portal. What dangers await him after the 20th floor? Outside the trial tower, several teachers stared at the numbers in front of them. Suddenly, the number below Class F turned to 20. This speed is even faster than Class A. Seeing this, Li Chunyang's face turned ugly. On the other hand, although Chang Yaoing didn't say anything, his proud expression instantly hurt Li Chunyang's heart. The teachers were also amazed at the speed of Class F. As they were talking, a team wearing black and red robes walked up to the trial tower and stood with them. Li Chunyang greeted the newcomer with great respect. Captain Zhao, I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. It's okay. I came here because I heard that Di Ting participated in the trial tower. The man called Zhao Duwei said, you should also know Di Ting's background. This time he will prove himself. If he successfully passes the 50th floor of the trial tower, he will be directly accepted into the Di family. Everyone was confused after hearing this. Only Li Chunyang knew that although Di Ting had the surname Di, he was an illegitimate child, so he appeared in the school. If he wants to join the Di family, he must have enough strength. Chapter 103 Governor Zhao and the Di family. Governor Zhao walked over to the big screen, looked at it carefully, and then asked with a puzzled look. Why is Di Ting in Class F? Everyone looked embarrassed when they heard this. It turned out that Governor Zhao mistakenly thought that Di Ting was in Class F, which was the fastest progressing class in the trial tower. Li Chunyang coughed lightly and said, he is not in Class F, but in my Class A. Commander Zhao said without taking his eyes off the big screen. When he checked, the number under Class F had changed to 23. The number below Class A is still 21, and the gap between the two sides is gradually widening. So, there's a student in Class F who's even stronger than Di Ting? Governor Zhao said in a low voice. There was a reason why he said this. Although Di Ting was the illegitimate son of the head of the Di family, he had the pure blood of the Di family in his body, so his talent must be far beyond that of most of his peers. What's more, since Di Ting was born, Governor Zhao has devoted countless resources to train him, which has enabled him to achieve his current achievements that almost make him look down on all his peers. But today, he saw the myth he had created with his own hands being easily surpassed by a still unknown student. Maybe just by chance, he surpassed Di Ting. Li Chunyang explained. Don't talk nonsense. It's obvious that my students are better than yours. Cheng Yaoyin said dissatisfiedly. Who are you? Captain Zhao looked at Cheng Yaoyin. My name is Cheng Yaoyin, and I come from the Huiyao Legion. Cheng Yaoyin said, you can call me Teacher Chang. By the way, I'm the homeroom teacher of Class F. Governor Zhao nodded and then said, no matter what the reason is, even if it's really that the students in Class F are lucky, it is also part of his strength. Commander Zhao, just wait and see. After the 30th floor, the real test will be revealed. Li Chunyang said hurriedly. Commander Zhao came to Longjing City specifically to see Di Ting, and he was also a close confidant of the head of the Di family. It could be said that whether Di Ting could join the Di family in Longjing City depended entirely on a word from Commander Zhao. Whether Di Ting can complete the 50th level of trial first will determine whether he can achieve better development in the future. Governor Zhao nodded without saying anything more. He found a seat and sat down, his eyes still fixed on the big screen. Class F has already broken through the 25th floor. When Cheng Yaoyin saw this, he was so happy that he almost got carried away. In contrast, the other class teachers all had gloomy faces. Before, they always thought that Class F was just a bunch of rabble, but they didn't expect that today Class F's progress would surpass them. In the Tower of Trials, Chao Wei has successfully reached the 26th floor. After the 20th floor, monsters appeared in large numbers, especially after breaking through the 25th floor. The monsters on the 26th floor are called Song Lei Harrier Hawks. They gather in groups in the air, blocking out the sky and the sun. Light purple arcs of electricity flashed on the wings of each Song Lei Harrier Hawk, and in the middle of this group of Song Lei Harrier Hawks, an eagle king that was several times larger than the other Harrier Hawks was making a deafening cry at Chao Wei. Roar! Chao Wei quickly covered his ears with his hands. He didn't expect that this Harrier Hawk was also proficient in sonic attacks. There was a humanoid creature standing above the Song Lei Harrier Eagle. Although Chao Wei had never seen it before, he knew that this humanoid creature was not a human, but a humanoid monster. In the blink of an eye, after the Eagle King cried out, all the Song Lei Harriers swooped down towards Chao Wei at the same time. Their sharp beaks and claws flashed with cold light, and these sharp organs were getting closer and closer to Chao Wei. Liquid control. Holy shield. Dark shield. Chao Wei closed his eyes, and several layers of shields wrapped around his body at the same time. Several layers of shields blocked all the attacks of the Harriers, but because there were so many of them, the outermost shield only lasted for a few seconds before completely collapsing. However, what Chao Wei needed was just these few seconds. At this time, countless holy light bullets had gathered behind him. Beasts, take this. Chao Wei roared at the sky, and then the holy light bombardment fell from the sky in an instant. The holy light bombs in the sky blew the Thunder Harriers into pieces. After several seconds of bombing, only the Eagle King was left in the sky. The Eagle King roared again, and the humanoid creature riding on it also raised his hand, and the terrifying thunder element condensed in the humanoid creature's hand. Thunder gun. Chao Wei only heard a hoarse shout, and then the lightning spear made of thunder elements and containing terrifying energy instantly shot towards him. Endurance. Light feather. Rapidly. Chao Wei mobilized all the skills that could increase his movement speed. He retreated with all his strength, but the lightning spear seemed to have locked onto him. Seeing that the lightning spear was getting closer and closer to him and he could not escape from its pursuit, Chao Wei had to stop where he was, and a golden halo enveloped him. The next second, the terrifying thunder element exploded instantly after coming into contact with the ring, and a circle of dust spread outward with Chao Wei as the center. Boom! A huge noise resounded in the trial tower. When the smoke and dust cleared, the ground near Chao Wei was completely destroyed. Chao Wei also took no damage thanks to his 3-second invincibility. Chao Wei looked at the Eagle King in the air coldly. He raised his energy-generating staff and aimed it at the Eagle King. Justice from heaven. A lightsaber made of holy light appeared above the Eagle King's head, and the Eagle King was hit before he could even notice it. It suddenly fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. However, Chao Wei knew that he could not defeat the Eagle King with just this one attack. As the Eagle King fell, Chao Wei raised his staff again, and a ray of light shone on the ground not far away. 1 second. At the moment the light exploded, the Eagle King fell right above the light. It suffered sufficient damage again, and this time it finally couldn't hold on any longer. It staggered to the ground and its body gradually disappeared. The humanoid creature also jumped off the Eagle King's body and fought face to face with Chao Wei. Name, Yusalu. Occupation, Thunder Knight. Level, 19. HP, 6000. Soul Power, 4200. Physical Attack, 980. Magic Attack, 1320. Physical Defense, 330. Magical Defense, 400. Skills, Thunder Spear C+, Lightning Field D+, Thunder Palm D+. The strength of this humanoid creature exceeded Chao Wei's expectations. He originally thought that the Eagle King was the boss, but he didn't expect that the Zhonglei Knight was the real boss. It has such terrifying attack power. Chao Wei said in surprise. However, although you are very strong, you are still a little short of perfection. Chao Wei said arrogantly. Both sides roared at the same time and then rushed towards each other. The energy of thunder and lightning and the energy of holy light intertwined in the air like fireworks. However, the Zhonglei Knight only held on for a few seconds before being defeated. Chapter 104, A Turn, Balanced Priest. The staff and the lightning spear collided in the gray sky, emitting bursts of flashes. The sound of the wind was mixed with roars and growls. Chao Wei once again used the staff as a melee weapon, and with each confrontation, the light on the Zhonglei Knight dimmed by 3 points. Chao Wei took a step back, and several holy light bullets whizzed through the air and instantly hit the Zhonglei Knight. Although the Zhonglei Knight blocked 2 bullets, he was still hit. He howled in pain, and more holy light bullets flew towards him. At the last moment, it stretched out its bloody left hand, and in an instant, all the scattered thunder elements floating in the air gathered around it. Thunder Palm. The lightning element took the shape of a palm and reached out to Chao Wei. But it did not get close to Chao Wei's body. Under the attack of the holy light bombardment, the thunder palm collapsed in less than a second. I just wanted to have some fun, Chao Wei said calmly, but I have more important things to do. So, please die first. After Chao Wei finished speaking, the remaining holy light bullets hit the torso of the Zhonglei Knight, and it was instantly blown into pieces. Chao Wei walked over to the Zhonglei Knight and found 3 things on the ground. Skill Scroll, Thunder Spear. Thunder Spear. Thunder Harrier Pet Egg. Chao Wei was very satisfied with these rewards, and he put all the rewards into the space ring. After a short rest, he passed through the dimensional gate again and advanced to another level. On the next level, there are monsters like a tide, but they are destined to be unable to stop Chao Wei. More than 10 minutes later, Chao Wei stepped into the 29th floor of the trial tower. As soon as he entered the 29th floor, the smell of decay hit his nose. Chao Wei vaguely felt that he seemed to have smelled this smell somewhere not long ago. As Chao Wei was reminiscing, the ground beneath his feet loosened and he jumped high. Turning around, he found 2 gray-white hand bones sticking out from where he had just stood. Immediately afterwards, undead began to rise from the ground. They were divided into several groups, and each group had different weapons. This is actually an army of undead. Chao Wei took a quick look and found that most of the undead army had already completed a rotation. No wonder Chao Wei felt that this smell was familiar before. Not long ago, he encountered the same scene in the trial ground. Chao Wei calmly summoned the ancient tree of light. He stood on the treetop, and holy light bullets as big as wash basins were constantly generated in the sky. Holy light bombing. After the accumulation was completed, the holy light bullets suddenly fell, and each holy light bullet was detonated precisely in the place where the undead were densely populated. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion lasted for a few seconds and finally ended. At this time, the ground of the 29th floor was already a mess. Holy light bombing will cause more damage to dark creatures, and these undead may be a very difficult problem in the eyes of others. But for Chao Wei, there is no challenge at all. The undead legion that had experienced the baptism of the holy light bombardment now had only a few undead warriors with slightly more health left. Chao Wei continued to unleash a few more skills, and the undead warriors turned into gray-white powder and dissipated in space. Ding, you have completed the job change quest. You can change to Balance Priest. After hearing the news, Chao Wei was overjoyed. He could finally make his first job change. Ding, do you want to change your job? No. As Chao Wei spoke, he picked up the spoils on the ground. Among them, a nearly broken knife caught his attention. Although the blade of this knife is covered with cracks, it seems as if liquid gold is slowly flowing in the cracks. Name, Soul Tracing Sword D+. Wearing requirements, level 12. Attack, 420. Effect, single skill deals an additional 15% damage to the target and slows down the target's movement speed by 20%. This weapon is too powerful. Chao Wei exclaimed. Although its skills are not very good, only level 12 equipment can provide him with so much attack power bonus. Wouldn't it be great if I could evolve it further? As Chao Wei thought about it, he put away the soul tracing sword and turned to enter the portal. Class F actually reached the 30th floor so quickly. This is simply a monster. Class A has only just passed the 27th floor. It seems that the elites of Class F may indeed be able to defeat D Ting. The teachers were talking about it, and Chang Yaoing felt as if he was basking in the spring breeze. Chao Wei, you really make him proud. 70 minutes, that's an average of 2 minutes per level. Commander Zhao said softly, he's even better than I was when I was younger. This is the first time I've seen a student progress so quickly. It can simply be described as terrifying, a teacher echoed. Li Chunyang was behind them, looking helpless. He originally thought that D Ting would be the first to reach the 30th floor, but he didn't expect that a student from Class F would be much faster than him. Teacher Chang, have you heard of a legend? Commander Zhao asked, it's about Captain D. There are so many legends about Captain D, I'm a little tired of hearing them. Cheng Yaoing shrugged and said, I don't know which one Commander Zhao is talking about. It is said that he only took 60 minutes to clear the Tower of Trials. Commander Zhao said, he was also a young talent. After being discovered by the commander of the Imperial Guard, he defeated all enemies along the way and became the legend of the Radiant Legion. The Royal Guards are the ceiling of Blue Star's combat power. Shang Yaoyi nodded. He also realized something from what Governor Zhao said. Although he stated the facts, what he meant was, Chao Wei is currently a rough diamond. He needs more capable craftsmen to carve him into shape so that he can have greater opportunities for growth. And here, the only person who has the ability to focus on training Chao Wei is Governor Zhao. If Commander Zhao has any ideas, we can discuss them in detail during our free time. Shang Yaoing, ever so clever, immediately said, I believe the children in our class will definitely not let you down. Wait a little longer. Governor Zhao smiled, I want to see how great his potential is. Chao Wei entered the 30th floor. There were no monsters on this floor. Several old men set up stalls with a lot of potions and equipment on them. And now, apart from them, there are no other young faces at all. Chao Wei raised the corner of his mouth, he was indeed the fastest. He found a secluded place and sat down, muttering to himself. Change job, Balance Priest. Suddenly, all the spiritual energy in this small space was drawn towards Chao Wei and gathered at the center of his eyebrows. The dense energy nourished Chao Wei's tired body, and he also felt that his strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. After a few minutes, the energy calmed down. Chao Wei opened his eyes, and his body seemed to be filled with infinite power. Picking stars and breaking the moon, that's all. Chapter 105, Holy Evolution, Level 3. Name, Chao Wei. Occupation, Balance Priest. Level 12. Equipment: law enforcement suit, energy charging staff, and Father Thor's space ring. Health: 17,100. Soul power: 10,000. Physical attack: 905. Magic attack: 790. Physical defense: 1300. Magical defense: 1008. Strength: 282. Agility: 300. Intelligence: 320. Constitution: 609. Luck: 42. Skills: Energy Bar D, Sword Resistance D, Goblin Punks Magic I C, Blinding Field B, Holy Light Bombardment C, Archery Mastery B, Heavenly Justice D, Holy Shield D, High Speed Arrow Tower D+, Ancient of Light C+, Resurrection Spirit C+, Liquid Mastery C, Water Elemental Domain B, Tough Skinny, 8-Pack EVs F, Holy Healing C, Arcane Flash C. Chao Wei looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction. Besides being satisfied, he felt that his attributes seemed to be becoming more and more abnormal. Insanely strong. If other people saw Chao Wei's attribute data, their jaws would probably be dislocated with surprise. How does this look like a level 12 first level priest? Ding, congratulations on obtaining the Balance Priest exclusive skills: Occupational Transformation A, Holy Spirit Formation C, Fountain of Vitality C, Flash D, Purification D. Profession Transformation: Balance Priest can temporarily change his profession to warrior, mage, assassin, or archer. After the class change, the Balance Priest can still use his own skills, obtain all the basic skills of the converted class, and randomly obtain 3 advanced skills, 2 attack skills, and 1 status skill. Skill holders can actively learn skills for various professions. This skill lasts for 24 hours. Consumption: 1 soul point. Cooling: 24 hours. Chao Wei was amazed. This skill was even more powerful than he had imagined. He was able to retain the skills of a priest even after changing professions. Moreover, he can immediately acquire 3 powerful skills, which means that he does not need to spend energy to gain a deeper understanding of other professions. Chao Wei continued to click on other skill descriptions. The Holy Spirit Formation can provide recovery capabilities for him and friendly units, and there is a chance to summon light elves to assist in the attack when attacked. The Fountain of Vitality can open up a small area of spring water, which can restore Chao Wei's soul power. This skill just makes up for Chao Wei's problem of running out of mana easily, allowing him to release more skills. Flash and Purification are more common. The former can provide him with a short distance of displacement, while Purification can dispel negative effects for him. It can be said that after completing the first transformation, Chao Wei has more trump cards, and these basic skills also provide him with more varied combat strategies. Chao Wei still has a lot of experience points left. What he needs to do now is to make himself stronger in the shortest time possible. He took out all the skill scrolls and equipment he had obtained in the trial tower. Ding, you use Holy Evolution, consuming 10,000 experience points, and gain the skill, Gale 4C. Gas Power, creates 12 enhanced wind blades, each dealing 750 damage to the enemy. If the same enemy unit is hit by multiple wind blades, the damage decreases. Each Gale Power can deal a maximum of 3,750 damage to the enemy. Consumption, 650 soul points. Cooling, 35's time. Ding, you used Holy Evolution, consuming 10,000 experience points and gaining the skill, Thunder Dragon Flash C. Thunder Dragon Flash, summon a Thunder Dragon composed of thunder elements to launch a fierce attack on enemy units, causing 1,200–4,600 damage to the enemy. The higher the enemy's health, the higher the damage. Consumption, 1,100 soul points. Cooling, 65's time. Ding. You have successfully used Holy Evolution 500 times. Talent upgraded. Talent, Holy Evolution Level 3 SSS. Holy Evolution, use experience points to upgrade your skills, items, or equipment. Currently, the upgrade is 50 times. Holy Evolution Level 3 Special Skill, every time you increase your level by 10, you will get a special evolution opportunity. The special evolution is still a 50-fold upgrade, but it can release the soul binding. After the evolution is completed, you can use it at will. Advancement conditions, use 50 times to upgrade 800 times. 0800. Ding. Talent upgrade. Upgrading items below level D will no longer gain proficiency. After hearing the news of the sacred evolution and upgrade, Chao Wei was so excited that he almost fainted. 50 times upgrade, what does this mean? It is no exaggeration to say that after he has evolved all his equipment and weapons, he is confident that he can kill even a 3rd-level enemy. Not only is it certain, it is 80% certain. There's even better news, he can now transfer his sacred upgraded items to others. Although it can only be used once every 10 levels, it is enough for him. He is not short of money now, but if he can exchange his sacred upgraded items for items or resources that he needs more, it would be a great value. If he spreads this news, even wealthy and prominent families will humbly beg him when they need help. Although Chao Wei was excited, he did not stop what he was doing. After evolving a lot of things in one go, he realized that he still didn't have the right equipment. Maybe it will appear higher up. Chao Wei thought to himself and finally took out the soul-tracing sword. To what extent will this seemingly shabby mysterious equipment evolve under his hands? With a nervous heart, Chao Wei used Holy Evolution again. Ding, you used Holy Evolution on the soul-tracing sword, consuming 1000 experience points. A ball of golden energy enveloped the soul-tracing sword, and the sword's body began to tremble violently. Then, it exploded right under Chao Wei's nose. Chao Wei was confused. Could it be that this rubbish weapon couldn't withstand such powerful energy and was damaged? Damn it, I was wrong. Chao Wei sighed and said disappointedly. This seemingly mysterious weapon turned out to be so incompetent. At this time, Chao Wei had gradually begun to feel sorry for his 10,000 experience points. Just when Chao Wei was helpless, the fragments on the ground began to tremble again, as if a magnet was attracting them. Then, in his astonished eyes, all the fragments were combined together, and the previous cracks had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a dragon scale-like texture. Ding, you have obtained the dragon pattern soul-tracing sword C+. A loud dragon roar came from the sword, and Chao Wei was immediately ecstatic. After he saw the properties of the dragon pattern soul-tracing sword, he was so excited that he almost fainted. Chapter 106 Emperor Listens. Dragon Roaring Soul Tracing Sword C+, the evil spirits leave, and the dragon roars. Wearing requirements, level 12. Attack damage, 690. Effect, single skill deals an additional 30% damage to the target. Soul Eater, the dragon roaring soul tracing sword releases energy, causing 500 points of true damage to the enemy and randomly attaching 2 debuff skills. If the enemy is undead, the true damage will be doubled, and 4 recommended skills will be provided. Soul Guardian, this equipment can protect your soul and resist 1 fatal damage for you. After the resistance is completed, the equipment will shatter. The attack power and effect of this equipment are already very powerful, but what is even more powerful is its last skill. This is a piece of equipment that can offset 1 death. Although Chao Wei has not faced a life or death crisis yet, he knows that if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Now it is still a trial. When he becomes stronger, he will face a more brutal battlefield in every minute. By that time, there may be many people who are stronger than him. He doesn't want to be wiped out so easily. With this equipment, he had some protection. He really didn't expect that there would be such powerful equipment in the trial tower. I'll blow up the trial tower. Chao Wei stood up, raised the dragon roar soul tracing sword high, and said happily. Fuck. As soon as he stood up, he really scared a few people. It turned out that when Chao Wei was concentrating on evolving his equipment, some people also reached the 30th floor. They gathered in 2s and 3s, and seemed to have formed their own teams. Chao Wei looked around but did not see any other people from Class F. Could they all be dead? Chao Wei sighed. In fact, he is still a little disappointed now. After all, he had high hopes for Shimanyu, but in the end he was a drag. Chao Wei? A familiar voice sounded from behind Chao Wei. He turned around suddenly and saw Shimanyu sitting on a chair not far away, looking very comfortable. What's even more outrageous is that he actually has it in his hand. Holding a goblet. He skillfully swirled the liquid in the glass, and the thick red wine looked like settled blood. The young master is worthy of being called a young master. Shimanyu, you are indeed worthy of being me. Chao Wei gave him a thumbs up. In such an environment, there are still people who want to enjoy themselves. The first reason is that they have developed a habit of doing so, and the second reason is that they are a little bit crazy. Shimanyu should belong to the former. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Shimanyu drank the red wine in the glass, and a red mist suddenly emanated from her body. I thought you couldn't come up. I thought you couldn't come up. The two said at the same time. But what did you drink just now? Chao Wei asked puzzledly. Judging from Shimanyu's reaction after drinking the red wine, this should not be something ordinary. At the very least, the liquid in the glass should not be red wine. That's dragon blood mixture. Shimanyu said lightly, it can improve your basic stats within a certain period of time. Damn, this thing sounds good. Chao Wei said curiously. Dragon's blood, oh, how rare. Don't think too much. The dragon blood mixture is taken from the rhizome of dragon blood vine. It is different from what you imagine. Shimanyu explained. Oh no, I thought it was something good, but it turns out to be dragon blood vine. Chao Wei waved his hands and suddenly realized something. Wait, the dragon blood vine is extinct. Are you lying to me? Who told you that? Shimanyu said doubtfully, I have a lot of them at home, including all kinds of rare plants. Then there are specialized pharmacists who collect these plants and make them into medicines. Chao Wei's eyes widened. And you drank it like a drink? There's plenty anyway, so it's okay to drink a little. Shimanyu shrugged, as if this was as common as eating and drinking. He was so ordinary that he didn't even want to explain. It turns out that the gap between people is so huge. Chao Wei scratched his head helplessly. Adults always say that they don't want their children to lose at the starting line, but now he knows. You think I'm going to say some kids are born at the finish line? No, some children. Born on the podium. In fact, when he was born, he was holding a gold medal in his hand. Obviously, Shimanyu was such a person. I finally understand. You're not rich at all. Chao Wei jokingly said, you are a wealthy man. Just so. Shimanyu waved his hand, then he looked at Chao Wei carefully. Did you turn around? Shimanyu asked. Well, I just completed a mission. After Chao Wei showed some of his data, Shimanyu exclaimed repeatedly. Damn, after seeing this panel, who would dare to believe that you are a priest? Shimanyu herself does not have such a high blood volume, and what is even more strange is that Chao Wei's attributes are as balanced as a bucket. It is not an exaggeration to say that it has top-notch attributes. It's just so. Chao Wei also waved his hand like Shimanyu. Well, it's getting late, we should keep moving forward. Shimanyu stretched and said seriously. Indeed, they had been delayed for some time on the 30th floor. Just as they were about to leave, Shimanyu looked in one direction. The Emperor listens. Shimanyu's eyes were sharp. I didn't expect that he would choose to form a team. Is this the legendary Di-Ting, the best freshman in the world? Chao Wei had been at the academy for a while, so he'd naturally heard of him. He looked Di-Ting up and down, then looked away. In the eyes of others, he might be very strong, Chao Wei said, but in my opinion, he's just so. Brothers, were you talking about me just now? As if he felt the gazes of the two, Di-Ting frowned and took a few steps forward and asked. Yeah, that's right. Chao Wei nodded. I just want to see how extraordinary the top freshman in the academy is. I didn't expect that after seeing you today, I feel that you really deserve this title. Chao Wei continued to add. Just so. Di-Ting was a little flattered, then asked, most of those who can enter the 30th floor are masters of the academy. Logically speaking, I am basically familiar with the elites among the new students, but you two are definitely new faces. Which class are you from? Di-Ting asked. Class F3. Chao Wei replied immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Di-Ting's eyes immediately became disdainful. No wonder, it turns out you are in Class F. Di-Ting shook his head and turned to leave. Do you look down on our Class F? Chao Wei questioned in a low voice when he saw him like this. Humph, no one in the entire academy looks up to you. Di-Ting said truthfully. Since you look down on me, how about we make a bet? Chao Wei raised a smile. Let's bet on who can clear more floors in the trial tower. How about that? Chapter 107 The Strongest Duo. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Emperor Ting laughed sarcastically. You don't really think that just because you've reached this point, you can be compared to me, do you? So naive. Chao Wei stretched his neck and said unhappily, you were the first to look down on us. Why, you don't dare to accept our challenge. Shimanyu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and thought to herself, you made a bet with him, but what the hell does this have to do with me? Don't overthink it. I just don't want to fight with you. Di-Ting said, however, since you have challenged me sincerely. Then I will let you see the disparity in the world. Di-Ting said word by word. Well, let's wait and see. Chao Wei responded with a smile. Di-Ting snorted again and turned to leave. When he turned around and left, two students from Class A were standing there waiting for him. It seemed that they were planning to form a team. The three of them talked for a while, then walked towards Chao Wei and Shiminyu, and then turned and stepped into the dimensional gate. At this time, outside the trial tower, many students were defeated by monsters in the trial tower and returned to the outside world. Shan Yaoing looked back and found that most of the students in Class F3 had failed. Some of them had regretful expressions on their faces, while others were somewhat happy. Class A, D-Ting has begun its assault on the 31st floor. A sharp-eyed student noticed the changes on the big screen and quickly spoke. Commander Zhao squinted his eyes and looked at it, then nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Emperor Ting doesn't need to waste time to replenish his condition. Li Chunyang nodded quickly. Emperor Ting's own strength is very strong. For him, the level below 30 is as easy as eating and drinking. But the students in a certain class may not have such conditions. Li Chunyang said sarcastically. Old man, you're quite skilled at pulling and stepping on him. Shan Yaoing said disdainfully, he's only just entered the 31st floor, and you're praising him like this? Is that really necessary? Or do you think that his reaching the 31st floor is already a very glorious thing? Shan Yaoing changed the subject, which made Li Chunyang's face turn pale with anger. Governor Zhao just looked at the big screen quietly and ignored the confrontation between the two. He was a veteran and didn't really like the atmosphere of the academy. If he didn't have a close relationship with the D family and if D-Ting wasn't his childhood friend, he wouldn't have come here at all. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen through D-Ting's strength. Commander Zhao said dryly, I hope he won't let me down. Please rest assured, Commander Zhao. I guarantee with my character that he will not let you down. Li Chunyang replied, if nothing unexpected happens, he will create another legend. What do you mean? Governor Zhao looked back at him and asked in confusion. Based on my understanding of D-Ting, if nothing unexpected happens, he will break the record of the trial tower. Really? Governor Zhao became interested when he heard this. Of course, General Zhao, please watch patiently. Li Chunyang said. After hearing their conversation, Shan Yaoing felt a little worried about Chao Wei and Shiminyu. He didn't teach them much, and he probably wasn't a qualified teacher, so he didn't mention much about the situation in the Tower of Trials. How far they can go next depends on their luck. Shan Yaoing said to himself. At this time in the trial tower, Chao Wei and Shiminyu had both finished their repairs. Just as Shiminyu was about to step into the dimensional gate, Chao Wei stopped her. You're not really planning to do it alone, are you? Chao Wei questioned. Shiminyu looked at Chao Wei in confusion. Didn't we agree on this before entering the trial tower? You also seem to have said you wanted to solo it. That was then. Chao Wei said, now I have changed my mind. We have to form a team. Shiminyu was silent for a moment, then said, I don't want to team up with you. I think I'll be more efficient playing alone. Damn, you're such a stubborn person, Chao Wei complained. I just made a bet with D-Ting, so I have to be confident that I can beat him. Also, don't think that the bet just now was between him and me. In fact, it was a showdown between Class A and Class F. Chao Wei looked towards the dimensional gate, even though D-Ting had been gone for a while. I want to let them know that Class F3 is not as bad as they imagined. So you included me in the bet? Shiminyu looked at Chao Wei. Is this also part of your plan? That's right. Chao Wei responded with a smile. Also, let me tell you something else. What? Would you rather live a peaceful and stable life as a playboy, or would you rather have your parents and relatives take notice of you because of your strength? Shiminyu was silent for a while after hearing this, then nodded, you have a point. So, the best option is for us to join forces. Chao Wei extended his hand to him. After all, our strength is there, and no one will hold us back. Then I will team up with you to dampen the Emperor's enthusiasm. Shiminyu also said with great pride. The two held hands for the first time. Let's go without further ado, Chao Wei said hurriedly. D-Ting has been away for a while, maybe he has already cleared several levels. Okay, let's go. After Shiminyu finished speaking, he drew out his cross-star sword, and the two of them walked forward and backward to the dimensional gate. At the moment when he was about to step into the dimensional door, Chao Wei's body trembled violently. He just seemed to feel a familiar fear coming from deep within his heart. Duo! Chao Wei said through gritted teeth. What? Seeing Chao Wei stopped, Shiminyu hurriedly asked. I have a mortal enemy named Duwa, Chao Wei explained. He's incredibly powerful, and I'm a little worried I might run into him here. Don't worry, the trial tower only allows soul masters below the 3rd level to enter. There's absolutely no way that person called Dua can get in. Shimanyu explained, although you've only just reached the 1st level, your attributes can definitely be considered at the peak of the 2nd level. By the way, where did you and that Dua meet? Shimanyu continued to ask. The place of trial. Chao Wei said truthfully. Shimanyu was silent for a while, then patted his shoulder and said, then we must be prepared to fight him. I see. Chao Wei nodded, took a deep breath, and then stepped into the dimensional gate without hesitation. A new round of fighting is coming. Chapter 108. This pastor is not simple. Chen Yaoyin and the defeated students of Class F3 all stared at the big screen. Finally, the number below them turned into 31. Although Chen Yaoyin's face showed no expression, he felt relieved in his heart. They finally started to move forward. Chao Wei and Shimanyu entered the 31st floor one after another. What appeared in front of them was a jungle. The huge trees blocked the sunlight, and the smell of corroded rottenwood wafted on the ground. Chao Wei looked around but found no trace of the monster. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind. Chao Wei reacted quickly and several shields were instantly activated to protect him and Shimanyu. A pool of corrosive liquid adhered to the shield, and the light of the shield dimmed instantly. Chao Wei and Shimanyu retreated at the same time in perfect harmony. The corrosive liquid corroded the shield and fell to the ground, causing the plants on the ground to wither instantly. The attack just now came from above our heads. Shimanyu said in a deep voice, and the light on the cross sword lit up. Holy light! The light from the cross-star sword instantly illuminated the sky like a flashlight, allowing Chao Wei and Shimanyu to finally see clearly what was above their heads. What the hell? Chao Wei couldn't help but shiver again. This time, it was not out of fear, but out of disgust deep in the human soul. Above their heads were several giant spiders with a giant human face on their abdomen. These faces were crying and laughing, with different expressions. This alone made Chao Wei feel a little nauseous, but what made him even more nauseous was the densely packed little spiders he saw on the spider web. Name: Human-Faced Spider. Level: 22. HP: 5500. Soul Power: 2000. Physical Attack: 350. Magic Attack: 790. Physical Defense: 644. Magical Defense: 334. Skills: Corrosive Liquid E+, Web Binding E, Body Hardening E. Leave it to me. Shimanyu said, and his eyes instantly turned into bright gold. Immediately afterwards, a ray of light appeared from his eyes and instantly pierced through one of the human-faced spiders. Soon, the human-faced spider fell off the spider web. With just this one strike, he was able to kill instantly. It turns out that Shimanyu has some skills. His attack also attracted other human-faced spiders. Strange cries came from above their heads, and then spider webs were sprayed towards them from the sky. We have to find a way to take them down. Shimanyu's face was serious and she was about to use her skills again, but was interrupted by Chao Wei. Leave it to me. As soon as Chao Wei finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew around him. The force of the gale. He pointed the dragon roaring soul-tracing sword at the human-faced spider in the air, and 12 huge wind blades formed behind him. Immediately afterwards, the wind blade flew towards the human-faced spider at a rapid speed. The attack area of the strong wind was huge, and the huge human-faced spiders had no way to avoid it. Their bodies instantly turned into cast iron black, and they withstood the damage of the wind blade. Even though they strengthened their torsos, the wind blades instantly cut through their bodies, and disgusting body fluids fell to the ground from their wounds. The remaining force of the wind blade directly cut the spider web wrapped around the tree, and several huge human-faced spiders fell to the ground with countless small spiders. Thunder Dragon Flash. Chao Wei roared, and a blue-purple lightning flashed at the tip of his sword. The lightning quickly magnified and turned into the shape of a thunder dragon. The thunder dragon flash exploded where the human-faced spiders gathered, instantly killing several of them. Shimanyu was not to be outdone. The shadow of a six-winged angel appeared behind him, with its wings spread, and countless golden feathers shot towards the human-faced spider. A few seconds later, when the lightning and holy light disappeared, the jungle suddenly became quiet. A faint smell of burning lingered in the air. A dimensional gate also opened near the human-faced spider. Chao Wei cleaned up the battlefield, but found Shimanyu standing near the dimensional gate, motionless. Aren't you going to pick up something? Chao Wei asked doubtfully. Why do you want to pick them up? Shimanyu asked with her head tilted. These things are not very rare. Besides, even if there are rare things, I can always find a way to get them. Shimanyu said calmly. Okay, I get it. Chao Wei said impatiently, I shouldn't try to guess your thoughts from an ordinary person's perspective. Just be careful next time. Shimanyu said in a condescending tone. Chao Wei wanted to punch him. Then she stomped hard on his handsome face. But it's obviously not that time yet. After cleaning up the battlefield, Chao Wei and Shimanyu stepped into the dimensional gate. 32, 33, 34, 35. Outside the trial tower, everyone was stunned by Class F's incredible speed. Did I see correctly just now? Class F only stayed on the 34th floor for 30 seconds? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. This is probably what the saying scoring points is as easy as drinking water means. Class A is only on the 33rd floor now, and the speed gap between the two teams has widened again. Chang Yaoyin was also a little surprised. Although he knew that Chao Wei and Shimanyu's strength should not be underestimated, he was indeed surprised by their speed. Li Chizi, check the people in the class to see who else is in the trial tower. Chang Yaoyin ordered. Li Chizi nodded immediately. He had only made it to the 28th floor before being defeated. Although it was a pity, he also gained 2 good skill scrolls, which made him lucky. He quickly counted the number of people and then said to Chang Yaoyin, Teacher Chang, there are only 3 people left in the trial tower. Aside from Chao Wei and Shimanyu, the only one left should be Lu Xiang. Chang Yaoyin nodded. It looks like the 3 of them are teaming up together. Their professional matching is also relatively high, and it seems that this is why they can move so fast. Li Chizi nodded. At the same time, Lu Xiang had just stepped into the 30th floor. He was in a very miserable state now. Not only were his clothes badly damaged, but even a corner of his shield was broken, which really made him distressed. Lu Xiang's journey was extremely difficult, and the reason he was able to advance to the 30th floor was due to his own strong defense and the skill scroll given to him by Chao Wei. It can be said that he used defense as offense, and only then did he enter the 30th floor with some bumps and bruises. Lu Xiang originally thought that someone would come to pick him up, but it turned out that there was basically no one on the 30th floor. Chao Wei, Shimanyu, and others were nowhere to be found. Damn it, boss, this is too fast. Lu Xiang said with some resentment, I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. While he was complaining, Chao Wei and Shimanyu had already entered the 36th floor. Another environment appeared before them. Chapter 109 Berserker Priest. As soon as Chao Wei and Shimanyu stepped onto the 36th floor, they immediately attracted the attention of several sturdy orcs. I opened this mountain, I planted this tree. However, before the orc could finish his opening remarks, he was kicked away by Chao Wei. Damn it! I thought you were monsters, but it turns out you're also alien soul masters who entered the trial tower. Chao Wei sighed, I don't care about you. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Do you know who I am? The orc who was kicked to the ground by Chao Wei slowly stood up, his eyes red and looking very angry. Why can't you understand what people are saying? Chao Wei shook his head. Then, he appeared in front of the speaking orc at an incredible speed and knocked him to the ground with another punch. Then, as he screamed, Chao Wei stepped on his face without any hesitation. Seeing this, several orcs woke up instantly. They boasted of their extraordinary strength and wanted to kill people and rob here to make some extra money, but they didn't expect to meet a tough opponent today. The orc who spoke just now was the strongest among them, but he was unexpectedly easily subdued by a seemingly thin human. At this moment, the orc who was stepped on by Chao Wei felt like his head was about to explode. Helplessly, he had to beg for mercy. I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? Chao Wei asked with narrowed eyes. I shouldn't do such a bad thing. Please forgive me, said the orc miserably. As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Wei lifted his feet and looked forward. It seemed that there were several huge figures looming in the fog. When the orc saw that Chao Wei had diverted his attention, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He has been cared for since he was a child, and he is extremely talented, so he has never suffered any losses in fighting. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a humiliating thing today. It was simply unforgivable. Brothers, charge them, the orc roared. After hearing the order, the other orcs woke up as if from a dream, drew their weapons and rushed towards Chao Wei and Shimanyu. 20 seconds later. Amid the orcs' screams and pleas for mercy, Chao Wei tied them tightly to the tree. The rope used was still from the orc. You were robbing me, weren't you? After what happened just now, Chao Wei was completely enraged, and he spoke viciously. He knew that his most important task now was to continue rushing to the tower, and he didn't want any complications. Unexpectedly, these orcs were so blind that they even wanted to plot against them. We don't have. An orc said tremblingly. In the confrontation just now, they truly felt what it meant that there is always a mountain higher than the other. No? That's great. Chao Wei grinned. Now, please hand over all the valuables you have. Seeing that the orcs were silent, Chao Wei continued, if you don't obey, you might have to stay here for a while. Just think about it, you can't move, you're hungry and thirsty, and you have to be humiliated by passing soul masters. It's exciting just to think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, several orcs also recalled the scene and they instantly became cowardly. Since you are not a big threat to me, I will give you another benefit. Chao Wei said slowly, the first one to give in, I only want 2 treasures, the second one to give in, 4, the third one to give in, 6, and so on. So, who will be the first lucky person? Chao Wei asked, pointing at them with the dragon roaring soul tracing sword. When several orcs heard this, they all scrambled to be the first. In this way, Chao Wei easily obtained several pieces of equipment and basic skill scrolls. Chao Wei untied them with satisfaction and said, go away. The next time I see you, I will escort you out of the trial tower. The orcs didn't dare to stay any longer and fled. While running away, Chao Wei heard the beastman who gave in first was showing off. I only handed over 2 treasures. The tone was like winning the lottery, with excitement and joy, as if he had obtained 2 treasures. Seeing this, Chao Wei couldn't help but complain, this orc's IQ is really not enough. Although their IQ is insufficient, the orc's physique is recognized to be extremely strong. Shimanyu said in a low voice, looking at the direction of escape. Chao Wei put all the treasures he received into the space ring, and then pointed it in the direction of the giant monster. Go on. Shimanyu nodded, pointed his arm to the sky, and 2 light elves appeared beside him. Then, under his instructions, the light elves surrounded Chao Wei. This can continuously heal your injuries and increase your attack power. Shimanyu explained. I think you look down on me a little bit. Chao Wei rolled his eyes and threw a reply curry stick to Shimanyu. Shimanyu did not hesitate and ate it in 2 or 3 bites. Then, he found that his health was increasing rapidly, much faster than the recovery speed of the light elf. You are indeed the most capable priest I have ever seen. Shimanyu gave Chao Wei a thumbs up and said sincerely. Chao Wei raised the corner of his mouth, and the 2 of them started to move. After they walked for a while, they realized how huge the monster in front of them was. Name, Mineral Sand Monitor. Level, 25. HP, 16,000. Soul Power, 2,000. Physical Attack, 990. Magic Attack, 210. Physical Defense, 1190. Magical Defense, 346. Skills, Hardening E, Trampling D. This health value is too high. Shimanyu said in surprise. Yeah, if I lose this skill, it will take forever to get it back. So, leave it to me. Shimanyu said. Etc. Chao Wei waved at him. Class Transformation. Berserker. Ding, you have successfully transformed into a Berserker priest, gaining all basic warrior skills and advanced skills, 7-star sword C, New Moon C+, Berserker Bone C+. 7-star sword, causes 7 damages to the enemy in a very short period of time, with each damage increasing by 15%. These 7 damages are counted as independent attacks, and can be accompanied by attack effects or independent critical hits. Consumption, 750 soul points. Cooling, 25's time. New Moon, releases a crescent-shaped arc of sword energy, which will automatically attack the enemy's vital points. If it hits the vital points, it will cause 175% damage. Consumption, 400 soul points. Cooling, 30's time. Crazy Bone, increases attack power by 40% for a short period of time, lasting for 5 seconds. After the skill expires, the user will be inflicted with a weak status, with all attributes reduced by 30%, lasting for 5 minutes. Consumption, 0 soul points. Cooling time, 300's time. After completing the career transformation, Kai Wei only felt that the surging fighting spirit in her body was about to burst out. Who says priests can't kill monsters? Today I'll open your eyes. Chapter 110 Crossing the Sea. Under Shiman Yu's surprised gaze, Chao Wei rushed towards a giant mining lizard with the dragon roaring soul-tracing sword in hand. It has to be said that Chao Wei prefers the excitement of close combat. The mineral monitor lizard has a huge body, but when facing humans, its huge size becomes a burden. Chao Wei jumped lightly and stood on the head of the giant rhinoceros in the mine. 7-star sword. New moon. Thunder dragon flash. After several skills were poured down, a mineral sand giant lizard with huge health was killed instantly by Chao Wei's swift and fierce attack. The huge mineral sand monitor lizard fell to the ground with a loud bang, and more mineral sand monitor lizards began to charge at Chao Wei. Don't worry, come one by one. Chao Wei said calmly, and casually summoned a small spring of water. The appearance of the fountain of vitality replenished his almost exhausted soul power. Before the trampling of the mineral sand giant lizard arrived, he had recovered to his peak condition. Shiman Yu is now finding it increasingly difficult to understand Chao Wei. He always seems to be able to come up with something new. Shiman Yu imitated Chao Wei and fought hard to kill the mining monitor lizard. After more than 10 minutes, all the mining monitors were killed instantly. Chao Wei picked up a few pieces of monitor lizard leather. Although it looked a bit rubbish, it was a hot commodity in the eyes of craftsmen. The dimensional gate appeared, and Chao Wei and Shiman Yu ascended to another level. The two of them cooperated more and more tacitly, and they did not need to communicate too much in words to successfully defeat the enemies in the trial tower. Along the way, they also encountered soul power users of various races. However, most of them were relatively friendly, so Chao Wei and others did not conflict with them. Time passed minute by minute, and it was already afternoon. Many students had left, but Cheng Yaoyin and others were still waiting there. Class F has reached the 47th level, while Class A has just passed the 42nd level. The other classes are even worse than Class A, and some have not even passed level 40. It can be said that this time Chao Wei and Shiman Yu have given Cheng Yaoyin the capital to brag in the future. The record of the Tower of Trial seems to be 76 floors, said Governor Zhao. No, the 77th floor. Cheng Yaoyin corrected him, it was broken a year ago by Ji Wang, the second son of the Ji family. The blood of the ancient emperor? Governor Zhao's eyes were deep, he seemed to see that heroic and upright figure. Ji family, the ancient royal family. I heard that the Ji family and the Di family have always been at odds. I wonder if Di Ting can break through this shackle this time and bring honor to the Di family again. As soon as Li Chunyang finished speaking, Governor Zhao's face turned serious. It's better not to talk about matters between such prominent families, lest others covet them, Governor Zhao reminded. Li Chunyang immediately realized that he had said something wrong, his old face turned red, and he stopped talking. On the other hand, Cheng Yaoyin was covering his mouth and laughing. At this moment, Chao Wei and Shiman Yu were facing the endless. The sea. So how do we pass this level? Chao Wei scratched his head. Shiman Yu did not answer. He took out a telescope from his space ring and looked at the boundless sea. You actually bring these things with you? Chao Wei asked in surprise. This level of the Tower of Trials is recorded in the guide, Shiman Yu explained. As long as we can reach a small island in the center of the ocean and kill a monster, we'll be able to pass it. There is such a good thing? Chao Wei asked in surprise. I only got this guide through connections. It said that it was written down by a powerful person from memory. Shiman Yu explained, it only has 50 levels. Found it. Shiman Yu watched for a while, then pointed to the east and said, the island is over there. Chao Wei took the telescope and looked in the direction he said, and sure enough, he found the island at a glance. Does the guide tell us how to get there? Chao Wei asked. It is said that those with flying skills can fly over there. Shiman Yu said. Do you have any? I don't. Is there no other way? Chao Wei said dejectedly. Could it be that I have to cut down trees and build a boat myself? Another option is to wait for about 2 hours. The sea level will drop, and a pier will appear. Shiman Yu recalled, however, it is said that there are many sea monsters on this pier. 2 hours? I don't have that much time. After Chao Wei finished speaking, he began to flip through his space ring. Soon, he turned his attention to the pet egg. This is the pet egg he obtained after defeating the Tson Lei Knight. If it is hatched, it should also be a Tson Lei Harrier. Then, maybe it can carry himself and Shiman Yu across the river. Chao Wei immediately became alert and used Holy Evolution directly on the pet egg. Ding, you used Holy Evolution on the Thunder Harrier egg. Cost, 20,000 experience points. Chao Wei opened his eyes wide after hearing the prompt. Damn, 20,000 experience points? I worked so hard to get here and only managed to gain 30,000 experience points, but more than half of it was fed to this pet egg? The Thunder Harrier Pet Egg D Plus is upgraded to the Thunder Falcon Pet Egg B Plus. Pet egg hatching conditions: fish. The higher the level of the fish, the faster it hatches. This pet egg actually skipped several levels. Moreover, he was now facing the sea, with schools of fish swimming beneath the calm surface. Chao Wei took out the pet egg and went into the sea to easily catch a few fish. He put the fish in front of the pet egg, but the pet egg did not react at all. Isn't that enough? As Chao Wei was thinking, lightning gathered around him. What are you doing? Shiman Yu said hurriedly, electrofishing is prohibited. Why are you panicking? This isn't reality. Chao Wei complained. Besides, if you don't tell me and I don't tell anyone, who would know? What if others imitate us? Shiman Yu said worriedly. Then they'll go to jail. Chao Wei shrugged. Don't worry, fishermen are all very dedicated to their duties. I also hope that those who illegally use electric fishing will be locked up as soon as possible. Thunder Dragon Flash. After saying that, the dragon transformed from lightning beside Chao Wei dived into the sea. After a few seconds, countless stunned fish floated to the surface. Chao Wei hurried into the sea to collect the fish, and soon the fish in front of the pet egg piled up like a small mountain. The pet egg shook a few times, and then under Chao Wei's eager gaze, a crack began to extend downwards from the top of the pet egg. The eggshell broke, and the Tsong Lei War Falcon, whose fur had not yet fully grown, staggered out of the pet egg. You want this thing to take us across the river? Shiman Yu poked the ugly Sky War Falcon and asked with a complicated expression. How about, let's wait until the pier appears. Chapter 111 Dragon Girl. Shiman Yu and Chao Wei looked at the juvenile Tsong Lei War Falcon in front of them with helplessness, then turned around and dived into the pile of fish that was much taller than it. It opened its mouth wide and desperately swallowed the fish. In just a short while, it had eaten 1/3 of the fish. Is it okay to eat it like this? Shiman Yu asked doubtfully. I don't know, it should be okay. Chao Wei shrugged. In this way, Chao Wei and Shiman Yu watched helplessly as the juvenile Tsong Lei War Falcon ate all the fish in a short period of time. This little thing is quite good at eating. Shiman Yu looked at the slightly bulging belly of the Tsong Lei War Falcon and shook his head. Yeah, he can't do anything, but he's such a big eater. Chao Wei sighed, what a mistake. Put it in the pet space. Shiman Yu said helplessly, it doesn't seem to be able to resist danger now. After a pet is born, it will automatically occupy a part of the storage space, and people are accustomed to calling this space pet space. However, if someone does not have space storage equipment, then his pet will have to accompany him every day. I know. Chao Wei nodded and was about to take him away. However, when the Tsong Lei War Falcon saw him approaching, it suddenly let out a low cry and then dived into the water. Chao Wei was also confused at this time and had no idea what to do next. A series of water splashes rose on the sea surface, and soon, a black shadow rose from under the water. The black shadow broke through the water surface and went straight into the sky at an extremely fast speed. The black shadow circled in the air and flew over the heads of Chao Wei and Shiman Yu. When Chao Wei saw the patterns on its body, he quickly determined that the thing flying in the air was his pet, the Tsong Lei War Falcon. In such a short time, it has become like this. Shiman Yu exclaimed in amazement, it's amazing. It might have completed its transformation underwater. Chao Wei pondered, and suddenly a sound came, there is a thunder element in the water. So that's it. Shiman Yu also suddenly realized. At this time, Chao Wei and Tsong Lei War Falcon also formed a unique connection. The Tsong Lei War Falcon seemed to be a part of Chao Wei's body. Its state and emotions were accurately transmitted to Chao Wei's brain. Now, the Tsong Lei War Falcon was complaining about Shiman Yu's recent opinion of it. It's so steep and winding that it seems like there's no way out. Chao Wei let the Tsong Lei War Falcon land. Its current size is several times larger than when it was just born. It should have no problem carrying Chao Wei and Shiman Yu. Falcon, which direction are you taking us? Chao Wei pointed in the direction of the island in the lake and said. The Tsong Lei War Falcon cried out at Shiman Yu, and a thin ray of lightning also struck Shiman Yu. Shiman Yu blocked the attack effortlessly and looked at Chao Wei, who also looked a little embarrassed. Okay, don't be angry. The way you looked just now would make anyone lose confidence in you, okay? Chao Wei hurriedly said to Tsong Lei Jean Falcon. Once we complete the task, I will collect for you all kinds of fish that you like to eat, how about that? Chao Wei continued. The Tsong Lei War Falcon waited until Chao Wei finished saying this before it screamed happily twice, and then it jumped step by step to the side of Chao Wei and Shimanyu. Chao Wei and Shimanyu each grabbed one of the legs of the Tsong Lei War Falcon, and then it took off into the air. Even with two adults in tow, the Tsong Lei War Falcon was still very fast. Isn't this much faster than walking on the plank road? Chao Wei said happily. The Tsong Lei War Falcon is not an ordinary pet. It has more abilities that will appear as it grows. Chao Wei is still very much looking forward to it. With the help of Tsong Lei War Falcon, the two quickly arrived at the small island in the sea. After landing, the Tsong Lei War Falcon looked a little lethargic, having obviously consumed too much energy. It dived underwater to catch a few fish, then automatically returned to the pet space. This island is not small and the scenery is very nice, but the roars of monsters also tear the tranquility of the island apart. It seems that someone has got there first. Shimanyu said hurriedly. The sound is over there. Let's go and take a look. Chao Wei said, pointing in a direction. The two nodded and cautiously followed the direction of the source of the sound. Soon, they saw 3 humans. They were now facing the siege of several huge pythons, and both of them were covered in blood. They were already on the verge of collapse, with only one person struggling to hold on. Although the teacher told us not to meddle in other people's affairs. Chao Wei took up his weapon. But the teacher also told us that we can't just stand by and watch someone die. As Shimanyu spoke, a beam of blazing light shot straight towards the python that was about to attack. The python's attack was interrupted and it screamed in pain. The human who was still fighting hard, seeing someone helping him, could no longer hold on and slowly collapsed to the ground. It seemed that she was just struggling to hold on. Chao Wei and Shimanyu increased their speed and used all their strength to fight against several pythons. They were soon defeated by Chao Wei, and the heads of 2 pythons were chopped off one after another. The force of the gale. 12 huge wind blades flew towards the 3 pythons respectively, and Chao Wei instantly got close to one of the pythons. 7-star sword. The blade of the Longming soul-tracing sword flashed with light, and 7 attacks were completed in an instant, killing the attacked python instantly. The other python wanted to launch a sneak attack on Chao Wei while he was attacking, but Shimanyu had already noticed this. Hammer of Holy Light. Shimanyu stretched out his arms towards the sky, and a golden warhammer appeared from the sky and smashed towards the python. The python's head was smashed hard to the ground, and then it was greeted by 2 holy light bullets as big as wash basins. The battle lasted for a while, and several pythons were killed instantly. Shimanyu also walked to the side of the injured with concern. Are you okay? Shimanyu asked with concern. Only then did he and Chao Wei see clearly that all 3 of them had 2 small horns on their heads. It turns out that they are not humans, they are dragons. I'm fine, just exhausted. The girl who held on to the end said, please save my 2 friends first. Shimanyu nodded, the cross sword lit up, and a small recovery magic circle appeared in front of them. Okay, leave this kind of thing to me. Chao Wei patted his chest. Holy healing technique. A ray of light appeared from above Chao Wei's head and directly merged into the injured man's forehead. The injuries on his body were healing at an extremely fast rate. Chao Wei also threw a curry stick to the dragon girl, eat it, and your strength will be restored. Thank you. The dragon girl said repeatedly. At this time, the dragon boy who was being treated by Chao Wei also opened his eyes. As soon as he saw Chao Wei and Shimanyu, his eyes instantly became cold. Human, roared the dragon boy. Chapter 112, General with Dry Bones. Calm down, calm down. Seeing this, Chao Wei hurriedly spoke. But the dragon boy's eyebrows had begun to flash, and Chao Wei was ready for battle. As expected, most aliens have bad intentions. I just saved him, and he turned against me. However, the dragon boy's attack was not successful. The dragon girl finally let out a dragon roar, and her eyes changed color instantly. There are vague signs of turning into a dragon. When the young dragon heard the dragon's roar, his momentum immediately disappeared. These 2 human warriors just pulled you back from the brink of death, and you actually want to attack them. The dragon girl scolded. Then, she ate the recovery curry stick, and her energy and health were instantly replenished. Thank you, brave warriors of the human race. The dragon girl said, my name is Qin Han. My name is Shimanyu. Shimanyu stood up and said, then pointed at Chao Wei, his name is Chao Wei. It seems that you are all quite strong. Qin Han said, you are almost as fast as us in clearing the tower, and there are only 2 of you. Thank you for the compliment. It's just luck. Shimanyu said humbly. While the two were talking, Chao Wei and another dragon boy were looking at each other. But soon, Chao Wei gave up this meaningless action. He threw 2 recovery curry sticks to the dragon boy and said nonchalantly, feed him this and his injuries will almost heal. The dragon boy took the recovery curry stick and hesitated. You can also throw them away. Chao Wei seemed to have anticipated his concerns. No one forced you to feed them to him. But if you don't make a decision quickly, he'll die soon. Chao Wei said with a smile. His smile was a little bit sinister, which really scared the dragon boy. Chu Fengyue, what are you still hesitating about? Qin Han said, Brother Qi's injuries are even more serious than yours. If he is defeated, how many floors can we climb? You decide for yourselves. Chao Wei clapped his hands and stood up. He then picked up the snake gall, snake skin, and other materials, and by chance, he found a round mauve gem. This gem is extremely round, and there seems to be something swimming inside. Snake pearl, wearing it protects you from snake venom. Crushing the snake pearl signifies a level 55 python will fight for you. Chao Wei exclaimed in amazement as he quietly put the snake bead away. After Chao Wei finished cleaning up the battlefield, he saw Shimanyu still communicating with Qin Han. He waved his hand and urged, let's go. It's time to set off. Shimanyu nodded quickly, waved to Qin Han, left a few bottles of potion for her out of concern, and then went into the dimensional door with Lin Hao. Seeing Chao Wei and Shimanyu leaving the dimensional gate, Chu Fengyue said with some dissatisfaction, we should just destroy them directly. They have no ill will towards us, and they even saved us. Qin Han looked at Chu Fengyue with complicated eyes. Repaying kindness with enmity, is this what your Chu family always does? When Chu Fengyue heard Qin Han's ridicule, his eyes suddenly became cold. He opened his mouth and exhaled, and his target was Qin Han. Qin Han had no defense at all. The light between her eyebrows flashed, and the dragon breath instantly dissipated in the air. Chu Fengyue, you know I have the right to kill you anytime and anywhere. Qin Han said coldly, I hope you won't force me. Poof. Chu Fengyue snorted coldly and stuffed the recovery curry stick into the mouth of another injured person in a bad mood. After a while, the young dragon man whom Qin Han called Brother Qi also opened his eyes. While they were arguing, Chao Wei and Shimanyu had already sped up again. With the help of Shimanyu's strategy, they quickly reached the 51st floor. This floor is littered with coffins and corpses. It seems like an ancient battlefield. What does the guide say? Chao Wei asked. The guide only goes up to the 50th floor. Shimanyu said, the author of this guide probably couldn't even get past it. Seeing this scene, I guess we will have to deal with the undead again. Chao Wei has also encountered this kind of scene, and he didn't feel that scared. On the contrary, Shimanyu was a little scared when she saw this terrifying and gloomy environment. You'll experience this kind of environment again and again, Chao Wei consoled him. The trial tower probably exists to help us become as familiar with the battlefield as possible. After all, the wind is going to blow. Shimanyu raised the cross-star sword above his head, and the pure and sacred holy angel appeared behind him again. As if sensing this energy, the coffins began to make noises. Skeletons slowly rose from the ground. On the top of a mountain not far from them, several huge skeletons appeared in front of them. Human, how dare you trespass into my territory? The huge skeleton wearing armor and holding a sword and shield made a sharp and piercing sound. Name, General Kukugu. Occupation, Assault Warrior. Level, 32. HP, 27,800. Soul Power, 6,000. Physical Attack, 1,001. Magic Attack, 160. Physical Defense, 480. Magical Defense, 0. Skills, Summon Guards D+, Dark Soul Surge C, Absorb D. So fucking childish. Chao Wei complained. The physical defense is quite strong. Shimanyu reminded after seeing the number. I don't care how strong he is. Chao Wei said disdainfully. As they spoke, the sky was already filled with hundreds of holy light bullets. Let's target the skeleton general first, Chao Wei said. As long as we take care of him first, the other monsters won't be a threat. Good. Shimanyu nodded. Holy light bombing. Sacred feather edge. Chao Wei and Shi Menyu used their skills at the same time, and the holy light bullets and the six-winged angel's golden feathers flew towards the direction of General Kugu. In this dim world, it seemed as if such a bright light appeared for the first time. The rumbling sound of explosions was endless, making the ground tremble continuously. After dozens of seconds, the attacks of Chao Wei and Shi Menyu finally disappeared. Apart from the two of them, there was no other living creature standing on the ground. Just when Chao Wei was about to collect the spoils, Shi Menyu stopped him. There is a sound, Shi Menyu said cautiously. Chao Wei knew that Shi Menyu would never lie, so he closed his eyes and listened carefully. Kachaka kachaka kachaka. It sounded like bones breaking. Just as Chao Wei was about to speak his thoughts, a huge arm made of countless skeletons rose from under his feet, and several bone spurs on it instantly pierced his body. Chao Wei screamed in pain, and was then slapped away by the huge arm. Human, you've pissed me off. General Skeleton emerged from the mud, several times larger than before. Chapter 113 Beyond Fear. It was the first time that Shi Menyu had seen such a scene. No matter how elegant and calm he usually was, he could not remain calm at all. His two calves were shaking constantly, and affected by his emotions, the six-winged angel above his head was 3 points dimmer than before. Don't be afraid, Chao Wei said, it's just an insignificant stumbling block on your life path. You can't let it defeat you. After Chao Wei finished speaking, he endured the severe pain and performed a holy healing spell on himself. The wounds on his body healed quickly, and he stood up and continued to charge at General Kugu. At this juncture, Shi Menyu's fear was beyond his expectations. General Kugu absorbed countless skeletons, and his body became dozens of times larger than before. At this time, Chao Wei and Shi Menyu were just like ants. But Chao Wei was not afraid at all, because he had encountered this kind of scene before when he was in the trial ground. Recalling what happened in the trial ground, a nameless fire of karma ignited in Chao Wei's heart. I was almost scared to death by Dua at the beginning, but this time, I will definitely not retreat even a little bit. The force of the gale. Chao Wei ran forward, and several translucent wind blades shot towards General Kugu's head. Chao Wei took advantage of this time to rush to the feet of General Kugu. He used several acceleration skills at the same time, and his speed soared instantly. Under the influence of inertia, he actually began to run upwards along the legs of General Kugu. The countless skeletons in General Kugu's legs changed to show this, but it was enough to slow Chao Wei down a little bit. Take my sword. Chao Wei rushed to General Kugu's chest and stabbed him in the chest with a sword. New moon. A bright white arc of sword energy flew directly towards the huge head of General Kugu. At the same time, Chao Wei also took off into the air with the help of the weapon stuck in General Kugu's chest. He leaped into the air, and the energy staff appeared beside him. Holy light bombing. Chao Wei rose to the same level as General Kugu's eyes. He could already see the fire in General Kugu's soul that was swirling with anger. Countless huge holy light bombs hit the head of General Skeletal from all directions. Although he raised his shield to block them, he was still blown to pieces. But while Chao Wei was falling, he was slapped away by General Kugu. Chao Wei smashed the two coffin lids into pieces, and at this time he had no time to care about the severe pain in his body. Because his dragon roaring soul-tracing sword was flying towards his forehead at this moment. Just now, this sharp weapon also flew out of General Kugu's body. He mobilized all his strength to try to dodge, but found that he had lost control of his body. He wanted to use his invincibility skill, but it still didn't work. Negative effects of fracture, inability to move, and paralysis appeared on Chao Wei's attribute panel. It turned out that the strong impact just now had made him lose his ability to move. Damn it, am I going to be killed by my own weapon? Chao Wei's heart trembled. It would be so embarrassing if this got out. Am I really going to lose to Di-Ting? In less than a second, countless thoughts emerged in Chao Wei's mind. When the Longming soul-tracing sword was about to pierce his forehead, Chao Wei closed his eyes helplessly. However, the expected pain did not come. He gasped violently a few times before opening his eyes. The person standing in front of him was Shi Menyu. At this time, Shi Menyu's arm had been pierced by the Longming soul-tracing sword, but it was he who used his body to block the attack and saved Chao Wei's life. You. Chao Wei was filled with emotion. He admitted that for a moment, he was moved by Shi Menyu. Shi Menyu's image in his mind suddenly became taller. If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you, Chao Wei said bitterly. Forget it, I have no appetite for your appearance. Shimanyu said, gritting his teeth, pulling out the dragon roaring soul tracing sword and throwing it in front of Chao Wei. Do you like people with horns on their heads? Chao Wei teased. You can rest here. Shimanyu did not answer this question. But Chao Wei already had the answer in his heart. The six-winged angel behind Shimanyu shed light, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. You're not scared anymore? Chao Wei asked. I'm not afraid anymore. Shimanyu nodded. Just now, he was indeed dominated by fear, but when he saw Chao Wei rushing towards General Ku Guess without fear. At that moment, his fear of General Ku Guess was swept away. I represent the holy light. How could I allow darkness and evil to stop my progress? After Shimanyu finished speaking with great righteousness, he rushed towards the huge skeleton general with a cross sword in his hand. The man and the skeleton fought fiercely again, and the six-winged angel behind Shimanyu, who had originally closed his eyes, also opened them slightly. Shimanyu's strength increased instantly, and rays of sacred light burned the body of the skeleton general. Holy Spirit Sword Formation. Shimanyu inserted the cross-star sword into the ground, and a formation suddenly appeared beside him. Various long swords made of light elements gathered above the formation. Shimanyu pointed at General Kugu's head, and several flying swords flew towards the direction he pointed with fierce momentum. General Drybones raised his bone shield to resist, but he obviously underestimated the damage of the Holy Spirit Sword Formation. Several flying swords combined together to directly penetrate the bone shield, and the remaining flying swords directly smashed General Drybone's skull. General Kugu screamed in pain, and a bone spur formed by the solidification of white bones pointed directly at Shimanyu's torso. Coffin of God. Shimanyu raised his hand, and a six-winged angel guarded him inside, and then turned into a spotless white coffin with complex golden patterns on it. The bone spurs shattered immediately when they touched the coffin of God. So fierce. Seeing this, Chao Wei couldn't help but sigh. Shimanyu at this moment was completely different from the one he was 10 minutes ago. Perhaps, this is the blessing of courage. Chao Wei was finally able to move, and he hurriedly performed the holy healing and purification techniques on himself. After a few seconds, he returned to his normal state. I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. Chao Wei said, gritting his teeth as he raised the dragon roaring soul tracing sword. He flashed and rushed into the battlefield again, and together with Shimanyu, defeated General Kugu. The huge skeleton fell to the ground with a loud bang, and Chao Wei and Shimanyu both breathed a sigh of relief. If the current environment wasn't filled with bones, Chao Wei really wanted to lie down and take a rest. A dimensional gate appeared in front of them. After they recovered a bit, they planned to continue rushing towards the tower. Just when Shimanyu was about to step into the dimensional door, Chao Wei suddenly called him. Wait. Chao Wei said with a serious expression. This level is not over yet. Chapter 114 General Kukui's Treasure House. Shimanyu looked confused, but still stepped back. What did you mean by not over yet? Shimanyu asked. What this means is that even though we've defeated the monster, we haven't received the reward yet. Chao Wei smiled mysteriously. In fact, he was about to leave, but in just a few seconds, a skill that he was about to forget was automatically activated. That's the Eyes of Goblin Punk. This skill can detect nearby hidden levels or treasures, and once helped Chao Wei a lot. He quickly located the treasure, which was right under the coffin of General Ku Guess. This is just an ordinary coffin, and the wooden boards are even rotten and dilapidated. If Chao Wei didn't have this skill, he naturally wouldn't have thought that the treasure would be hidden in such a place. Just like that, Chao Wei used his weapon to pry open the coffin lid under Shimanyu's puzzled gaze. Sure enough, a secret passage appeared in front of them. This. Shimanyu hissed, obviously very shocked. A rotten wind blew through the dark secret passage, and it smelled a bit like the sewer. Chao Wei swallowed his saliva, and without much hesitation, he jumped down the secret passage first. Shimanyu also jumped in. There was no light in the secret passage, and it was very dark and eerie. Shimanyu raised the cross-star sword, and when the corner of his mouth moved, the cross-star sword began to emit light. This light may be insignificant in the outside world, but here, it is the most reliable light source. The two walked in the secret passage for a while, and suddenly the road ahead became clear. Oh my god! Chao Wei looked around, his heart filled with shock. I have to say, General Kugu is really something. This is a cave, which contains various weapons. Although the levels are not very high, they are still hot equipment on Blue Star. 2 suits of armor, one light and one dark, were in the center of the cave, with several notes posted on them. Chao Wei and Shiman Yu walked over curiously and looked at the twisted characters on it. Although it is ugly, it is still vaguely recognizable. Today I fought against Lord Dawnbright. My strength was insufficient, but fortunately he didn't kill me. Today I fought against Lord Dawn, and both of us were injured. I hope I can recover faster than he did, so that I can kill him next time. I fought against Lord Dawnbright today, but I still couldn't defeat him. Why does he always spare my life? It's really strange. Today I will fight against the Lord of Dawn. The note recorded one thing, and from the information above, Chao Wei and Shiman Yu also learned that General Ku Gu had suffered most of his defeats. This Lord of Morning Glory seems very powerful, Chao Wei said, but why haven't I heard of him? I've heard of him, Shiman Yu said. He's a lesser god of the Holy Light Kingdom. Although he's a lesser god, he's made great military achievements and was personally blessed with the power of a primary god by the Holy Emperor of Light. Then what? Chao Wei said. It is said that he was killed by the Dragon Clan during a dark tide. Shiman Yu recalled, as for the cause of his death, the book only records a few words. The two continued reading and finally came to the last few pictures. Lord Chenowei didn't fight me today. I was so bored that I could only kill a few aliens. Their strength is far inferior to mine. It's boring. It's said that Lord Dawnbright was killed. I obviously don't believe it. Not only do I not believe it, I also killed the skeleton soldier who delivered the message. How could a powerful person like Lord Dawnbright, who can rival me, be killed so easily? Is it true? Lord Chenowei, we haven't even determined who's better. Why were you killed by someone else? Damn it! I almost got killed when I went to Dragon Island to retrieve your armor today. I have to admit, the people on Dragon Island are really strong. I was impeached for sending troops without authorization, but it doesn't matter. It's just that no one wants to fight me now, so it's a bit boring. I have to go and help you get revenge. Chao Wei and Shiman Yu saw the last note. No, their Dragon King is too strong. I can't defeat him. I'm also seriously injured. The last battle severely damaged our vitality, and now General Kogugu is also gone. Lord Dawn, you don't know my name yet, right? My name is Sasiri. Is this the legendary no fight, no acquaintance? Chao Wei said with deep emotion. He felt the armor of Lord Dawn, which had many cracks on it. Even if he put it on, it probably wouldn't provide any protection. But if one day it can be restored, it will definitely be a unique piece of equipment. This armor suits your temperament very well. Chao Wei handed the armor reflecting holy light to Shiman Yu. I'll give it to you. After Shiman Yu took over the equipment, Chao Wei also directly put the black armor that originally belonged to General Ku Gu into his pocket. This piece of armor was even more severely damaged than the previous one, and was now in pieces. Afterwards, Chao Wei and Shiman Yu took away all the valuable treasures. Of course, most of them were taken away by Chao Wei, and Shiman Yu only took away what he thought was useful. When Chao Wei finished his search and was about to leave, he noticed the skull in the corner. There was a faint light flashing inside the skull. As if possessed by some mysterious force, Chao Wei put the skull into his bag. The two crawled out of the secret passage, turned around and stepped into the dimensional gate. They fought all night long, and the enemies became stronger and stronger, but Chao Wei and Shiman Yu relied on their strong recovery ability and combat effectiveness to hold on to the 75th floor, and they are still holding on. Early in the morning, the teachers didn't even teach their classes, but gathered in the hall outside the trial tower. Shan Yaoing also met Lu Xiang, who had just finished breakfast, on the road. Why are you the only one out? Shan Yaoing asked, where are Chao Wei and the others? They're still charging the tower, Lu Xiang said. When I reached the 30th floor, they were gone. I only reached the 39th floor and then left. Are they the only two teaming up to charge the tower? Shang Yaoing asked in surprise. Although I don't know for sure, it is very likely to be the case. Lu Xiang nodded. Shang Yaoing touched his chin. Chao Wei and Shiman Yu had exceeded his imagination. When he saw the big screen, he was really shocked. Not only him, but other teachers also focused their attention on Class F at this time. Teacher Chang, who are these two students, asked the head teacher of Class C. I'm not quite sure yet. Shang Yaoing said truthfully. This is absolutely terrifying. I'm so lucky to have seen someone reach the 75th floor in such a short time. If nothing unexpected happens, these two students should be the hidden descendants of a secluded family. Commander Zhao said as he walked, wearing a cloak. Teacher Chang, you are so lucky. Chapter 115 New Record, One Step Away. Shiman Yu is from the Shiman family. He is very famous and has plenty of resources to cultivate his growth. Chang Yaoyin recalled, but I really can't see through Chao Wei. Maybe he really is the heir of some hidden family. What does the appearance of this group of guys mean? Chang Yaoyin thought thoughtfully. It proves that something big is going to happen. Governor Zhao said bluntly. This is no longer a secret, and he doesn't need to hide it at all. The top management of Blue Star has already started planning, but there are some details that he certainly cannot reveal. Emperor Ting has reached the 70th floor. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. It is very unlikely that two classes in one term would reach the 70th level. But today, this incident really happened, which also proves that the students of this class are indeed more capable than usual. Can they break the record? Governor Zhao said to himself. Before Chang Yaoyin could speak, Li Chunyang spoke first. Haste makes waste. Sometimes people who are fast don't necessarily achieve amazing results. On the other hand, people who are slower can often accumulate strength and achieve breakthroughs in one fell swoop. You old thing are slandering my students in every word and every action. Chang Yaoyin really couldn't stand this old thing anymore and scolded him angrily. How dare you call me an old thing? Li Chunyang said with a glare. You old bastard with white hair and gray beard. Chang Yaoyin turned around and spoke word by word. It can be said that the harm is not high, but it is extremely insulting. You really have no respect for your elders. I don't know how someone like you could become a teacher. Li Chunyang said. That's strange. Just because I'm younger than you, do I deserve to be humiliated by you? Chang Yaoyin said bluntly, if you don't target me, I can indeed respect you, but why do you repeatedly belittle my students' abilities? What's your purpose? What I said is just what I have learned from being a teacher for several years, said Li Chunyang. No, I think you're just trying to show off in front of Commander Zhao and curry favor with the D family? Chang Yaoyin said disdainfully, old man, your tricks are outdated. Now is the era of strength. You. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to tell the principal right away. Li Chunyang said angrily. It's up to you. Anyway, when the principal invited me in, he signed a multi-million-dollar contract with me. If he fires me, I'll have millions to spend right away. Chang Yaoyin changed the subject and said, if you really want to do this, you'd better do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once my student breaks the record, you won't be able to shake my position. After he finished speaking, Li Chunyang's face had turned pale with anger. Several teachers looked at the two of them nervously, fearing that they would have a conflict and accidentally hurt them. However, their concerns were unnecessary. After all, Governor Zhao was still here. Okay, you will still work together in the future, so harmony is the most important thing. Governor Zhao said. They both nodded and continued to stare at the display. However, it was obvious that after Governor Zhao determined that Chao Wei was the descendant of a hidden family, he began to talk more to Chang Yaoyin. Every hidden family should not be underestimated. Of course, strength is not the most amazing thing about a hidden family. The most terrifying thing is their intricate web of relationships. Commander Zhao remembered that when he was a child, a young man from the Bai family killed a royal descendant at the street corner. Just when the young man of the Bai family was about to be tortured to death by slicing, the head of the Bai family came out. As soon as he came out, the royal family immediately cancelled the trial of the young man. The fact that even the royal family is so wary of them is enough to make people re-examine the hidden family. Time passed minute by minute, and the numbers below Class F had not been updated for 2 hours, which made Chang Yaoyin a little anxious. Now that it has come to this, you must hold on and prove your strength. Chang Yaoyin said secretly. The situation of Class A is similar. Generally speaking, after the 70th floor, every floor is extremely difficult. It's a pity that Chang Yaoyin and others didn't make it to this point. Several lights flashed at the door, representing Class B, Class D, Class E, and the students who persevered to the end. The tallest among them didn't even reach the 65th floor. But even so, they are still considered geniuses by students. After everyone came out, they found that Class A and Class F were still rushing to the tower, and they were all deeply shocked. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of monster would appear in the trial tower with more than 70 floors. It's already the 76th floor. Isn't Class F's speed too fast? In the Tower of Trial, Shiman Yu and Chao Wei were already exhausted after a long battle. However, neither of them had any intention of backing down, because they knew they were only one step away from breaking the record. The equipment of both of them was changed, and Xiao Wei was wearing a sea-level wind spirit suit. Although he lost the 3 seconds of invincibility of the law enforcer suit, the wind spirit suit can provide Xiao Wei with more and more movement speed in battle and can comprehensively enhance his perception. It is also a top-quality equipment. After finishing this level, let's take a break. Xiao Wei looked around and spoke a little weakly. Okay. Shiman Yu nodded quickly. I'm a little tired too. As the two were talking, a thin humanoid creature, as thin as a bamboo pole, appeared from under the shade of the tree. Xiao Wei and Shiman Yu immediately became alert. After Xiao Wei started crisis reconnaissance, he found that there was only a flashing red dot nearby, and the source of the red dot was this humanoid creature. There is only one monster, Xiao Wei said in a deep voice. Name, Trista. Occupation, Spear of the Night. Level, 25. HP, 64,000. Soul Power, 36,000. Physical Attack, 2220. Magic Attack, 700. Physical Defense, 760. Magical Defense, 630. Skills, Vengeance Thorn C+, Extraction C, Desperate Killing B, Night Flash B+. After seeing the data, the two were stunned. Wow, it has a lot of health points, but its attack power is also so strong. But at this point, they have no way out. Xiao Wei and Shiman Yu nodded to each other and took the initiative to attack Trista. When Trista saw the two men coming, he raised his hand and summoned 2 spears with a strong breath of death. After the spears appeared, they flew towards the 2 men with afterimages. A shield suddenly appeared on Xiao Wei's body. After the spear broke through his 2 layers of shield, it fell to the ground powerlessly. At this time, Xiao Wei was already close to Trista, with the wind blade waiting for an opportunity behind him. Just as he was fighting hard, 3 figures appeared outside the trial tower. These 3 figures were Di Ting and his 2 classmates. Chapter 116 He Jiu Zhong. Di Ting and 2 students from class A slowly walked towards the big screen. During this time, Di Ting kept scolding the 2 students. They all lowered their heads, looking as if they had done something wrong. Li Chunyang's face darkened. He didn't expect that he couldn't even reach the 75th floor. He originally had high hopes for Di Ting. What's going on? When Li Chunyang got closer, he found that Di Ting had a face full of anger, and the 2 students were dejected, obviously hurt by Di Ting's words. You ask them. Di Ting snorted coldly. Brother Di Ting rescued us from danger, and we were controlled by the monsters. After we escaped, we lost our composure and were both defeated, a student said dejectedly. Brother Di Ting couldn't handle such a large number of monsters on his own, and he was defeated as well. Well, Li Chunyang said regretfully, Commander Zhao and I had high hopes for you. We originally thought you could easily break the trial tower record. After all, you were the one with the most hope. The Tower of Trials opens every 3 months. After 3 months, I will definitely succeed in breaking the record. Di Ting patted his chest and said confidently. Nonsense. Are you going to stay where you are for 3 months? Li Chunyang scolded. I estimate that you will break through to the 3rd level in a month at most. No one would let their level stagnate just to break the record. After being scolded, the emperor felt that what Li Chunyang said made sense. Is there really no other way? Emperor Ting said dejectedly. However, he seemed to remember something all of a sudden, and Di Ting suddenly looked up at Li Chunyang. Teacher, did we persevere to the end? No. Li Chunyang shook his head. Someone has already reached the 76th floor. They are only 1 step away from breaking the record. After hearing the answer, Di Ting felt a chill in his heart, and the appearance of the 2 F-class students who had made a bet with him suddenly appeared in his mind. Which class? Di Ting's face was full of confusion and anxiety, and he asked softly. Class F, Li Chunyang replied. They say they're freshmen, and there are only 2 of them. Emperor Ting's face turned pale instantly. Yes, the ones who are currently holding on in the Tower of Trials should be the 2 members of Class F who don't seem to pose any threat at all. They actually managed to reach the 76th floor. Di Ting seemed to have lost all his strength in an instant. Now, when he recalled the bet he made with Xiao Wei on the 30th floor of the trial tower, he realized how careless he had been. After the 70th floor of the Tower of Trials, every step becomes as difficult as ascending to heaven. He now had to admit that there was indeed some gap between him and Xiao Wei. In an instant, expressions of regret, shame, anger, and panic appeared on his face one after another. His face was completely lost today. Don't worry, I have accepted a challenge for you. You can regain your lost face through the challenge. Li Chunyang hurriedly said when he saw that Di Ting was on the verge of collapse. With whom? Di Ting asked doubtfully. Chao Wei, Li Chunyang replied, that's one of the people in the trial tower. As soon as he finished speaking, Di Ting's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. His action was seen by many students and teachers, and some of them even laughed out loud. Realizing his loss of composure, Di Ting immediately struggled to stand up. Can I win against him? Di Ting's face turned pale and his voice was weak. Di Ting, who always prided himself on being the best freshman in the academy, was actually so frightened. Commander Zhao and I have put so much effort into training you. Are you any less than a so-called scion of a hidden family? Li Chunyang encouraged him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. After all, it's unlikely that Chao Wei and the others could reach the 76th floor on their own. Could it be they're communicating with other alien races? Di Ting whispered, or are they using forbidden resources? It's all possible. Li Chunyang nodded. So you should prepare well. 3 days after he leaves the tower, that's when you'll play against him. I look forward to you defeating him successfully and regaining your confidence. I will. Emperor Tinglian Shang said. When Di Ting and Li Chunyang, the master and disciple, met together, Chao Wei and Shi Minyu had already gained the upper hand when facing Trista. Although Trista's damage is explosive, Chao Wei and Shi Minyu each have recovery abilities that cannot be underestimated. A few minutes later, Chao Wei and Shi Minyu won the battle. Damn, I'm so tired. Chao Wei threw the fallen equipment to Shi Minyu. Don't refuse it, you have to bring something back from the trial tower. Shi Minyu's words of refusal were stuck in his stomach, so he had no choice but to nod and put the spoils into the space ring. The two of them had expended too much energy, so they found a flat ground to lie down and recover. I'm about to break the record, Chao Wei said, but why am I not excited at all? Because you're too tired. Shi Minyu said truthfully, I wonder if the people who have reached this level are the same as you and me. Maybe they are even worse off than us, said Chao Wei. I'm going to have a good sleep for 2 days after I leave the tower. Shi Minyu said lazily. +1, said Chao Wei. The two rested for about an hour, then stood up and stepped into the dimensional gate again. 77th floor, your grandpa Chao is here. Chao Wei's arrogant voice echoed in the sky. The people outside the trial tower saw the numbers below Class F change again, and they cheered deafeningly. Whether or not they can successfully break this record, they have already successfully proved their strength, Commander Zhao said with emotion. The ceiling of these two guys is terrifyingly high. They will definitely break through. Xiang Yaoyin said with a serious face. This was the most critical moment. He put away his nonchalant image and couldn't help but pray for Chao Wei and Shi Minyu in his heart. If they can really break the record, I will help them get the position of Day-Star Guardian so that they can have better room for development, said Governor Zhao. Don't worry about that, Xiang Yaoyin said. There's an old saying, good things should be kept within the family. The Radiant Legion is most in need of talent in this area right now. The Imperial Guards are also short of talent in this area. A voice sounded from outside the room. The source of the voice was the person who was wrapped in bandages. Who are you? Commander Zhao's face darkened. Before this person appeared, he had not sensed any aura at all. In this case, his strength must be above his own. General Zhao, I've long heard of your name, the mysterious man said. Nice to meet you. My name is He Jiuchong. What? Commander Zhao looked shocked. Chapter 117, Refreshing the Trial Tower and Meeting Su again. Governor Zhao has extensive connections, so naturally he had heard of the person in front of him. He Jiuchong was originally just a lone man who fought against alien races on his own, but his absolutely powerful strength also made all the major forces on Blue Star salivate. In the end, he joined the Imperial Guard, led troops to fight against the enemy, and made great military achievements. It can be said that the glory he has accumulated is far greater than that of Governor Zhao. Brother He, what brings you here today? Asked Governor Zhao. I just happened to pass by. He Jiuchong said casually, but I suddenly heard you guys discussing a good seedling, and I wanted to open my eyes. Governor Zhao and Xiang Yaoyin looked at each other, and they instantly knew that He Jiuchong was not telling the truth. How could such a coincidence happen? There is only one possibility for him to come to the academy, that is, there are spies from the royal guards in the academy. The royal guards are different from other forces. They are divided into yin and yang parts. Yin is responsible for assassination, espionage, reconnaissance, and other actions. Yang is responsible for fighting the enemy head-on. However, what puzzled Chang Yaoyin and Governor Zhao was why there were spies from the Imperial Guards buried in the school. Brother He, do you also want to extend an olive branch to Chao Wei? Governor Zhao asked with a smile. Look, if he is truly a brilliant talent, I would be happy to take him into the Imperial Guards and even become his master. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. The three major military forces on Blue Star actually extended olive branches to Chao Wei at the same time. This is really enviable. In particular, He Jiuzhong also said that he wanted Chao Wei to become his apprentice. This condition may very well be a big step on Chao Wei's road to becoming a god. Brother He, if it were anything else, I would definitely give in to you, but if it's Chao Wei, I can't give up on him so easily, Commander Zhao said. The Imperial Guards are good, but they're too murderous. How could they possibly be suitable for a child? Yes, the Huiyao Legion also advocates gradual progress, so he is still the most suitable person for the Huiyao Legion. Chang Yaoyin said. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the sharp gazes of He Jiuzhong and Governor Zhao. Why, you still want to fight me? Chang Yaoyin took a deep breath. Let me tell you straight up, Chao Wei wants to join the Shining Legion with me. The three of them looked at each other and walked over at the same time. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Then, an astonishing energy field burst out from everyone. He Jiuzhong's red energy field is the most powerful, while Chang Yaoyin's golden energy field is the smallest. Just as the teachers were hesitating whether to call the dean or an ambulance, three people suddenly. A violent quarrel broke out. They vividly interpreted in front of the teachers and students what it meant to a gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Di Ting, who was resting behind Li Chungyang, showed an unconcealable jealousy in his eyes after seeing this scene. In his expectation, all this glory should have belonged to him. Chao Wei. Di Ting clenched his fists and said to himself, I will make you kneel down before me and admit your mistake. While everyone's attention was drawn to the three people, Chao Wei and Shiman Yu had already successfully passed the 77th floor. I think I can still fight. Shiman Yu said breathlessly, Chao Wei, you are really tough. You are tougher than me. Chao Wei sat on the ground with a dry mouth and gave Shiman Yu a thumbs up. He had already consumed too much energy in the previous battle. The two of them tacitly summoned the recovery formation and the fountain of vitality, seizing the time to restore themselves to their strongest state. At this time, both of them had reached the peak of the first level. The Tower of Trials has brought enormous improvements to each of them. When the fountain of vitality disappeared, Chao Wei and Shiman Yu nodded, and they stepped into the dimensional gate again. The 78th floor. A sharp-eyed teacher shouted, pointing at the big screen, his expression as if he had won the lottery. All the teachers and students witnessed history with their own eyes. The record that has not been broken for several years has been refreshed this time. Governor Zhao said. It's been less than an hour, and their speed is really amazing. Chang Yaoyin said. So how long does it normally take to build one level? He Jiuzhong was silent for a while and asked helplessly. Chang Yaoyin looked at He Jiuzhong with confusion. He has a different background than us. Commander Zhao came to He Jiuzhong's rescue. I guess he has never entered the trial tower. So that's how it is. Chang Yaoyin suddenly realized. When I was on the 50th floor, it would take me an hour at most. Commander Zhao answered He Jiuzhong's question. I couldn't even imagine the 70th floor at that time. You have great potential. I'm very satisfied with you. He Jiuzhong laughed dryly twice. This smile is a bit eerie. What's the point of you being satisfied? Chang Yaoyin said, he is not your disciple yet. You are so arrogant. He Jiuzhong gritted his teeth. All right, let's stop arguing. Governor Zhao said helplessly, we are all well-known people, except for Teacher Chang, of course. Hey, what do you mean? Chang Yaoyin looked displeased. However, what Governor Zhao said was indeed the truth. Ultimately, the decision lies with Chao Wei. Arguing fiercely will be pointless, Commander Zhao said. Why don't we rest for a while and let him make the final decision after he comes out? Okay. Chang Yaoyin thought it was reasonable and nodded. Just like that, the three of them sat in the most conspicuous place in the hall outside the trial tower, drinking tea and chatting, waiting for Chao Wei to come out. A few hours later, Chao Wei and Shiman Yu had reached the 80th floor. Including He Jiuqian, Governor Zhao, and Chang Yaoing, everyone was stunned. Even Di Ting felt his blood boiling. He was eager to know how high Chao Wei could reach. Chao Wei and Shi Minyu stepped into the 80th floor, and now they felt that their fighting had become a little numb. As soon as they entered the 80th floor, they were shocked by the scene before them. What is going on? Shi Minyu's hair stood on end, and the trembling in his voice could not be concealed at all. What appeared before them were endless corpses. The phrase blood flowing everywhere is not an exaggeration when used in this environment. Chao Wei looked around and felt that this scene seemed familiar. Yes. As far as Chao Wei knows, there is only one person who can achieve this. It's not a human, but a ghost. That was his mortal enemy, Dua, whom he met in the trial ground. Next, you need to be mentally prepared. Chao Wei drew his sword and warned Shi Minyu, I'm worried that the incident will actually happen. Your mortal enemy? Shi Minyu asked hurriedly when she saw Chao Wei's serious expression. That's right. Chao Wei nodded. Hey, human. A teasing and hoarse voice came from behind the two of them. Long time no see. Chapter 118 Lifelong Enemy. Chao Wei and Shi Minyu turned around and found a skeleton warrior sitting on a blood-stained throne, licking a head. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to kill you. Chao Wei raised the dragon-roaring soul-tracing sword and said coldly, You really are a haunting ghost. You have single-handedly offended the undead realm, Duval said. Do you really think you can escape? I didn't even think about escaping. Chao Wei said coldly, What I wanted was to kill you all. Okay, you're bold. Duva laughed and said, Well, shall we start now? As soon as he finished speaking, Chao Wei and Shi Minyu instantly flew into the air. A six-winged angel appeared behind Shi Minyu. Dua's soul fire jumped violently, and then he cast a resentful look at Shi Minyu. Soul shock. Buzz. Shi Minyu's body in mid-air suddenly fell down and hit the ground like a kite with a broken string. Dua took down Shi Minyu with just one strike. He quickly picked up the big sword at hand and slashed at Chao Wei. The two weapons collided with each other, and Chao Wei only felt a huge force coming from his arm. You disappoint me a little. Dua's soul fire jumped twice, and then he took a step forward, forcing Chao Wei to retreat repeatedly. Stop talking big. Chao Wei growled, and the seven-star sword suddenly activated. The dragon-roaring soul-tracing sword emitted a dazzling light, and Dua was hit several times in just 1 second. After a round of confrontation, neither side gained any advantage. Chao Wei shook his numb arm and secretly marveled at Dua's rapid improvement in strength. The force of the gale. 12 giant wind blades formed in the air and flew towards Dua. Chao Wei took this opportunity to rush to Shi Minyu's side. Shi Minyu's eyes were unfocused and her body was shaking uncontrollably. Purification. A holy light shone on Simon's body, and his expression was finally no longer dazed. Don't take him lightly. Chao Wei warned him as he handed him the curry stick. Chao Wei knew that he did not have the territory bonus of the law enforcer suit now. Therefore, if he still wants to win this time, Shi Minyu will be his last trump card. Shi Minyu nodded, and the six-winged angel's eyes opened a slit again, and his aura instantly became stronger. Sacred Feather Edge. The six-winged angel waved countless golden wings, the tips of which were sharp like crossbow arrows. Chaos Storm. Duva raised his hand, and a huge vortex appeared on the ground. The golden wings were all sucked into the vortex. But at this time, Chao Wei was already close to Dua. New Moon. He suddenly swung out a white sword energy, pointing directly at Dua's head. It's not good enough. Dua roared and actually dispersed the sword energy directly. See if this is enough. After Chao Wei finished speaking, Mathematical Olympiad Flash suddenly started. Just now, he was preparing this skill, and he successfully deceived Dua. This beam of light exploded violently, and Duva was blown away and fell heavily to the ground. Holy light bombing. Chao Wei was waiting for this opportunity. Countless holy light bombs were aimed at Dua and bombarded continuously. Holy Spirit Sword Formation. Shi Minyu also joined the battlefield, and lightsabers condensed from light elements flew towards Dua. The violent explosions continued for a full half-minute before stopping. The place that had just been bombed was already in ruins, but Chao Wei and Shi Minyu did not let down their guard. They knew what a powerful opponent they were facing. Sure enough, as they watched, a skeleton reached out from the ground. Then, Duva, who was almost unharmed, appeared in front of them, humming a tune from the world of the dead. Chao Wei and Shiman Yu's expressions changed drastically. Although they did not expect to kill it with these skills alone, they could at least take away half of its life. It's a bit hard to accept? Duva sneered. Chao Wei did not respond. He was thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Under the current situation, he had no choice but to fight to the death if he wanted to survive. He also has a skill that he has never used before, and that is Crazy Bone. Shiman, cover me, I want to get to him. Chao Wei said. Okay. Shiman Yu nodded, and the new round of Holy Feather Edge was ready. My subjects, come back to life. Duva raised the long sword in his hand, and black souls flew out from the sword and penetrated into the broken bodies. Next, hundreds of undead spirits that had been controlled by Dua appeared in front of Chao Wei. Most of them were missing arms and legs, and some even had no heads. Kill them. Duva pointed at Chao Wei and Shiman Yu, and the undead immediately took action. Damn, you think I don't have this trick? Chao Wei roared and used the holy evolution directly on the snake bead he had obtained by chance. Then he crushed the snake bead without hesitation. Hiss. As the undead moved, waves of snake wriggling sounds emerged from underground, and then 3 giant snakes of enormous size broke through the ground. They held their heads high, their sharp fangs pointed in the direction of Dua. According to the original plan, give me a chance to get close. Chao Wei said to Shiman Yu. I understand. Shiman Yu nodded. The two looked at each other and charged at Duva at the same time. Facing the huge number of undead army, Chao Wei was not afraid at all. Wherever the dragon-roaring soul-tracing sword went, there were corpses left. The 3-headed giant snake also joined the battlefield. It opened its huge mouth, which seemed to be able to swallow thousands of feet of stars. In front of it, the undead are really tiny. With the help of the giant snake, Chao Wei and Shiman Yu were finally able to get close to Dua again. The 3 men roared and growled at the same time, and their weapons kept clashing. Judgment of the Dead. Dua stretched out one arm and made a gesture, and a huge sickle suddenly fell on Chao Wei's head. Coffin of God. Shiman Yu was quick and agile, and the god's coffin protected Chao Wei before any harm came. The huge energy released by the collision between the pitch-black sickle and the silver-white coffin caused the surrounding space to distort. After one blow, cracks appeared on the indestructible coffin of God. Chao Wei walked out of the god's coffin with lingering fear. If it weren't for Shiman Yu's protection, he even felt that this sickle would kill him instantly. At this moment, facing Dua, Chao Wei finally felt a deep sense of powerlessness. But it is obvious that now is not the time for him to back down. Is this the extent of your strength? Duva snorted coldly and raised his weapon. Then face your fate. Chapter 119 The Invincible Enemy. Dua took the initiative to attack and actually defeated Chao Wei and Shiman Yu. His fighting skills were so sophisticated that Chao Wei and Shiman Yu were not even rookies in front of him. The two were defeated one after another. Although Chao Wei was looking for opportunities, he could not see any hope for the time being. Duva's and Chao Wei's weapons collided again. He quickly freed his other hand and instantly hit Chao Wei in the chest. Chao Wei only felt that his heart seemed to skip a beat, and when he reacted, he was already lying on the ground. He coughed violently twice and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood foam. Chao Wei quickly ate a recovery curry stick, and his body functions were recovering rapidly. During the time he was injured, Shiman Yu was trying his best to slow down Dua's steps. He also had several stab wounds on his body and looked extremely miserable. But he still stood like a wall, guarding Chao Wei. Breath of the Holy Sword. Shiman Yu's cross-star sword flashed, and then he swung the sword forward fiercely. The sword energy spread in an arc shape towards Dua, and Dua quickly summoned a layer of shield. However, what he didn't expect was that the sword energy actually penetrated the shield directly and then hit him hard. 2 of Dua's ribs were directly cut off. If it weren't for the strong defensive power of his equipment at that time, he might even be cut in half by this sword energy. Shiman Yu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The Breath of Holy Sword skill was his only B+ level skill, which could ignore all defensive skills. Dua suffered a loss, and the fire of his soul beat more violently. Shiman Yu could already feel his anger. Human, the aura you exude disgusts me greatly. Duva said, I originally wanted to deal with Chao Wei first before dealing with you, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient. After saying that, he raised the sword above his head and slashed it down fiercely. The ground suddenly cracked, and a pile of dry bones crawled out from the ground. 6-winged angel, ward off evil and avoid darkness. Shimanyu said softly, and holy light sprinkled from the wings of the six-winged angel. All the dry bones turned into ashes in an instant when they were about to approach Shimanyu. This. Duva did not expect this scene to happen. He looked at Shimanyu seriously, and at this time Shimanyu had already walked in front of him. The dead souls and bones on the ground continued to emerge, but they did not slow down Shimanyu at all. Chao Wei had also struggled to stand up at this time. The fountain of vitality under his feet was almost dried up after replenishing Chao Wei with a large amount of soul power. The realm of eternal night. Duva threw a cloud of purple-black smoke at Chao Wei. Chao Wei was about to dodge, but Shimanyu had already opened the coffin of God again. The moment the god's coffin appeared, Shimanyu lost all protection. "You've been fooled," Duva said jokingly. "My target was originally you." Shimanyu felt a chill in her heart, and then the cloud of smoke bypassed Chao Wei and hit him directly in the back. The bone-chilling cold instantly engulfed him, his eyes rolled back, and he fell limply to the ground. "Experience the fear of death in your dreams," Dua said as he looked at Chao Wei, who emerged from the god's coffin. "There are only 2 of us left. Now, do you have any helpers?" "It seems to be gone." Chao Wei shrugged and said calmly. In fact, when he felt that there was no hope of winning against Dua, Chao Wei was relieved. Ever since Chao Wei gained the gift of divine evolution, his growth rate has indeed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even the wealthy nobles can only watch from behind him. However, when he faced Dua again, he realized that his growth rate was far from enough. But he still walked towards Duva without hesitation. This is what he must face. Shimanyu is still in trouble, and he must not escape. Come on, come on. Chao Wei flashed to Dua's side and used the 7-star sword again. This time Duva had found a way to defend himself. His sword spun nimbly, blocking all his attacks. The force of the gale. Chao Wei chopped off Dua's leg bone with a sword, and then countless huge wind blades attacked Dua's head. Elements retreat. Duva raised his hand, and the ring on his arm emitted colorful light. Then a translucent barrier appeared in front of him. The wind blade dissipated instantly after touching the barrier. What tricks do you have? Feel free to use them. Dua laughed. Have you finally experienced the feeling of being at the end of your rope? My mental state isn't that bad, Chao Wei said while panting. Besides, this is the trial tower. Even if you kill me, I won't die. You are too naive, Duva said cruelly. I will make you experience endless pain. Then, even if you leave the trial tower, you will go crazy. You will die by then, Duval continued. I am very good at this kind of torture. Come on then. The fire in Dua's soul was shaking, and it was obvious that he was provoked by Chao Wei. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Chao Wei's lips. Finally broke through the defense. As soon as Dua approached Chao Wei directly opened the blinding field and water element field. Before Duva hit Chao Wei, he thought to himself that it was not good. He actually fell into such a low-level trap set by Chao Wei. Crazy bones. Chao Wei finally released this skill, and his combat effectiveness took a big step forward. His attacks in the blinding area were successful one after another, but Duva was like a headless fly. At the last second, Chao Wei directly infused all the attack skills he could use. Whether or not Duva can be defeated in seconds depends on now. But what made him despair was, although Dua's bones were shattered all over the ground, he still stood there. Chao Wei had already felt it just now, and the fire of his soul was almost extinguished. But it was this tiny gap that made Chao Wei realize that there was no hope of a comeback. A second later, an intense feeling of fatigue enveloped his body, and all his attributes dropped significantly. Dua finally found Chao Wei's position and stabbed him in the abdomen with a sword. Afterwards, Chao Wei's soul power was exhausted and the 2 major domains disappeared at the same time. Although Duva looked extremely miserable at this time, he was still capable of fighting. Despair? Duva's empty eye sockets met Chao Wei's. I originally wanted to torture you, but I suddenly changed my mind. Now, are you starting to doubt yourself? Seeing that Chao Wei still didn't speak, Dua said something lightly. After hearing this, Chao Wei was shocked to the extreme. Chapter 120 Misunderstanding. Actually, the 2 people you met were my clones. Dua kicked Chao Wei's Wu Qing aside. Guess how much of my original strength each clone inherited? Duva asked. 5 times? Chao Wei said with pain. You underestimate me. Duva said, to tell you the truth, you are only about 1% of my strength. Are you lying to me? Chao Wei said coldly. I wouldn't lie to a piece of trash like you. Duva kicked Chao Wei hard in the abdomen. He felt his stomach churning and a stream of acid gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Then why were you able to enter the trial tower? Chao Wei asked strugglingly. It's a secret. Duva said with a smile, maybe I'll tell you next time you meet me. How does it feel to fall from your own altar? Duva taunted, I can sense that you have a strong sense of self-esteem. Before Chao Wei could reply, Duva stepped on his face. So, this is the method we have to use to deal with people like you, Duva said with a sinister grin. Open your humble eyes and take a good look. There are many people stronger than you. You are just a clown. Chao Wei was mercilessly mocked by Du Hua, and the last hope in his heart was completely shattered. His eyes were extremely dim, as if his soul had been drained away. You've never been a genius. Duva laughed. You might be a little luckier, but what good is that? In the face of absolute strength, what can your talent and so-called luck do for you? Du Hua drew out his sword and stabbed Chao Wei again. Chao Wei clenched his teeth and didn't let out a scream. Du Hua tortured Chao Wei for a while and felt a little bored. He turned around and looked in the direction of Shi Mingyu. I'm your enemy, he's not. Chao Wei hugged his legs. If you have anything to say, come to me. You are strange. When you want to kill an ant, do you consider whether the ant is innocent? Duva kicked Chao Wei away. But this time Chao Wei still struggled to get up. He didn't know where he got the strength from, even though his abdomen was bleeding profusely. Chao Wei threw Du Hua to the ground. He rolled over on the ground and used up his last soul power to perform purification magic on Shi Mingyu. Shi Mingyu woke up instantly, but what greeted him was the sickle with a strong smell of death. Chao Wei, you impressed me last time, but this time, you really disappointed me. Duva said calmly, you are just an ordinary person. Let me tell you something else. I arrived here a day ago. After Duva finished speaking, he slashed down with his sickle. Chao Wei and Shi Mingyu were killed instantly. Duva showed a terrifying smile and said to himself, Chao Wei, I really don't know where you will go after what happened now. Will you choose to continue to degenerate, or will you improve your strength as quickly as possible and prepare to challenge me again? After Duva finished speaking, he also crossed the dimensional gate and continued to rush to the higher levels of the trial tower. As long as he wanted, he could easily pass the last level of the trial tower. Just as he stepped into the dimensional gate, Shi Mingyu and Chao Wei, who was already in a deep coma, appeared outside the trial tower. As soon as they appeared, a crowd of people gathered around them and congratulated them. Emperor Ting saw that Chao Wei, with whom he had made a bet, was unconscious. I didn't expect this Chao Wei to be just average. Yeah, I thought he was so strong, but I didn't expect he still had to rely on Shi Mingyu's help. No wonder, it turns out he's really an experienced guy. I thought the Yunhai Secret Realm story was fake. Various comments came one after another, and Shi Mingyu looked helpless. Shan Yaoyin and others also surrounded Shi Mingyu and asked him about his well-being. At this time, Governor Zhao walked up, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, You successfully broke the record of the trial tower this time. I can apply to the Daylight Guard to let you join. Do you have any objections? Shi Mingyu scratched his head and said awkwardly, Actually, it's impossible for me to break the record by myself. Chao Wei is the main force. Don't be so modest at this hour. Li Chunyang stepped forward. Everyone can see that you're still quite energetic. As for Chao Wei, who knows how long he'll remain unconscious? Shi Mingyu was a little embarrassed, but still insisted on what she said. Chang Yaoyin and He Jiuzhong looked at each other. They felt that Chao Wei's physical condition was very bad. He must have been in a fierce battle. Especially He Jiuzhong, who had too much experience in the battlefield and could see at a glance that Chao Wei was not as bad as everyone said. He's been misunderstood once before, Chang Yaoyin whispered, this time he's going to be treated as a real experience baby. That's fine. How could a true hero be defeated by such remarks? He Jiuzhong said, I'm increasingly looking forward to him. Of the three people present, only Governor Zhao extended an olive branch to Shi Mingyu. Maybe it was because he really didn't like Chao Wei. Shi Mingyu was not used to this feeling, so he said to Chang Yaoyin, Teacher Chang, everything I said just now is true. Chao Wei and I encountered a powerful undead warrior. He reached the 80th floor in just one day and was waiting for Chao Wei there. I fainted at the last moment of the war. It was Chao Wei who tried his best to protect me, so that I can come out safe and sound now. Shi Mingyu continued. He Zhozhong and Xiang Yaoing looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. The undead realm and Blue Star have always been incompatible, but their younger generation actually has such a powerful opponent. It can be said that if we don't seize the time to eradicate it, then when it grows up, it will definitely become a catastrophe for the Blue Planet. They wanted to know more, but Shiman Yu was hesitant and this was all he knew. Although he said all this, those who gathered around him still unanimously believed that he was the one who led Chao Wei to successfully break the record. Although what Shiman Yu said was true, no one was willing to believe that a person with no background could be so powerful. What people prefer to believe is that a person who comes from a prominent noble family and is righteous should be the one who deserves to be admired the most. They all agreed that even without Chao Wei, Shiman Yu could successfully break through the 80th floor with anyone present. Compared with him, Chao Wei is simply a joke. Shiman Yu's face darkened after hearing so many comments. To be honest, he hated this situation. After all, this honor does not belong to him. Chapter 121 Awakening, Decision. Shiman Yu broke free from the crowd and left the academy with the unconscious Chao Wei. On the second day, Chao Wei reluctantly opened his eyes. What came into view was the pale ceiling, and the faint smell of formaldehyde wafted into his nostrils. He has been admitted to the hospital. Although there are many soul power users who have the ability to treat injuries, hospitals are still facilities that cannot be abolished. Most of the people they serve are ordinary people with little ability. Chao Wei hurriedly recalled what happened before he fell into a coma. Unable to help, the terrifying figure of Dua emerged in his mind, and his body shuddered uncontrollably. I can't be defeated by him. Chao Wei gritted his teeth and said to himself. This time, after experiencing this great battle, Chao Wei became more and more aware that he must seize every opportunity to improve his strength. He clenched his fists. Dua's true form must be defeated by me, Chao Wei, in the future. Just as Chao Wei was thinking, the door of the ward was pushed open and Shiman Yu walked in with an expressionless face. Then, he brought a huge fruit basket to Chao Wei, which contained many rare fruits that Chao Wei had never even seen before. The two of them exchanged a few simple greetings, and Chao Wei then realized that he was in great pain all over. These are some fruits from my manor. They will be very helpful for your recovery. Shiman Yu said. The doctor said you're just exhausted and tired. There's nothing wrong with your body, but you should get more rest. Thank you. Chao Wei said. Shiman Yu threw a piece of fruit to Chao Wei, and then told him what happened after the two of them left the tower. After hearing this, Chao Wei fell silent. I really didn't mean to take credit for your work. Shiman Yu shrugged, but even after I explained, they didn't want to believe me. Normal. Chao Wei said calmly, if it were me, I wouldn't believe that a student from an ordinary family could break the record of the trial tower. Don't you feel unbalanced? Shiman Yu asked doubtfully. What's the big deal? It's just right that they think it's your honor. I'm too lazy to show up in public and be sought after by others. Chao Wei said. The two of them talked about Dua, and at this time, Xiang Yaoing also pushed the door open and walked in. Shiman, you are here too. Xiang Yaoing walked to the fruit basket carelessly and picked up the most precious fruit in the basket. Teacher Chang, this fire peach. Shiman Yu hesitated to speak. Hey, I'm your teacher, so it's only natural for me to eat a piece of fruit. Xiang Yaoing said. Besides, you don't lack these things at home. Then, under Shiman Yu's gaze, he swallowed the fire peach in just a few bites. Immediately afterwards, Xiang Yaoing felt a sore and itchy sensation in his nasal cavity. He subconsciously touched it and found that his nosebleed could no longer be stopped. This. Xiang Yaoing was horrified. I was just about to say that this fire peach is too nutritious and your body might not be able to handle it. Shiman Yu said. It's okay, it's okay. For someone like me with a strong blood, a little bleeding is no big deal. Xiang Yaoing wiped the blood as he spoke. At this time, a slim and beautiful nurse walked into the ward and asked about Chao Wei's physical condition. As luck would have it, Xiang Yaoing only glanced at the nurse twice and his nose started bleeding again. When the beautiful nurse saw Xiang Yaoing's obscene appearance, she screamed and rushed out of the room with a shy face. Misunderstanding, what a misunderstanding! Xiang Yaoing hurriedly explained, but when he just walked out of the ward and wanted to explain to the nurse, he found that the nurse had disappeared. It's all your fault. I can't even wash myself clean by jumping into Taiping Lake. Xiang Yaoing sighed and said. Chao Wei and Shiman Yu both tried to hold back their laughter. The reason for all this was because he was greedy. Teacher Chang, you didn't come here just to eat some fruit, did you? Chao Wei asked. Of course not. Shan Yaoing blocked his nostrils with a tissue, and his voice became distorted. I came here this time to talk to you about something serious. After saying that, he turned and looked at Shimanyu. Shimanyu naturally knew what this meant. He shrugged, turned and walked out of the ward, and closed the door gently. Actually, I came here this time to tell you two important things. Shang Yaoing said seriously. Chao Wei rarely saw him like this and was obviously a little uncomfortable. The first thing is that both the Royal Guards and the Radiant Legion have sent you invitations. Shang Yaoing said, originally, the Zhuming garrison had also sent you an invitation, but that Commander Zhao wasn't very smart. He thought Shimanyu was the main force, so he invited Shimanyu instead. Actually, it was really Shimanyu. Chao Wei said expressionlessly. You can fool others, but you can't fool us, Shang Yaoing said. I've seen your strength. In fact, I want to tell you that this is your chance. If you seize it, your future development will definitely exceed your own imagination. I've already said hello to the guys in the Radiant Legion. He said that as long as you can successfully complete the third transfer and the tasks assigned by them, you can join smoothly. As for the Royal Guards, I don't know the specific details, but I know their test for you might be a little harder. After hearing this, Chao Wei pondered for a moment, then said, I'll think about this matter carefully. Teacher Chang, what's the second thing? The second thing is that I agreed to a duel with Di Ting on your behalf. The original plan was for the third day after you left the trial tower, but after seeing your condition yesterday, I postponed it for 2 days. What? Chao Wei was shocked. It was true that he had made a bet with Di Ting in the trial tower, but if he were asked to fight with Di Ting, he would still be reluctant. After all, if he really beat Di Ting, how much Di Ting would hate him? Can I not participate? Chao Wei asked. Of course, no. Shang Yaoing said righteously, you have to know that the duel between you and Di Ting is not between the two of you, but it's about the honor of the class, Chao Wei continued. Yes, so no matter what, you must do your best. Okay. Chao Wei wanted to continue to refuse, but he saw that Shang Yaoing was already showing signs of getting angry, so he had no choice but to agree. That's right. Shang Yaoing patted Chao Wei's shoulder, and his body, which had just recovered, seemed to be shattered again. Then you should have a good rest. All of us in Class F3 will cheer you on. Shang Yaoing smiled obscenely. I know you're going to win, right? Chapter 122, Battle to Defend Glory. After Shang Yaoing finished speaking, he turned and walked out of the ward. Chao Wei looked worried. However, because he was exerting too much force, this worry did not last long and was dispelled by sleepiness. After spending 2 days in a daze, Chao Wei's body finally recovered. He packed his things and went to the hospital counter to pay. Ward A16, Chao Wei. Sir, someone has already paid your bill while you were in the hospital. The nurse said as she inquired. Besides, he even made you a VVIP in this hospital. What is that? Chao Wei asked. In the next 6 years, you won't have to pay any fees to go to the hospital, and you will receive better treatment, the nurse replied. Chao Wei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. It was obvious that this was the style of Shimanyu, the eldest son of the Shiman family. But he really couldn't afford to be a VVIP in the hospital for 6 years. While complaining about Shimanyu, Chao Wei came to the school and went straight to the training ground. Sure enough, he had heard various versions of rumors since he entered the academy. It is said that Chao Wei, in order to gain benefits, not only seduced several young girls from prominent families, but also seduced the eldest son of the Shiman family. So disgusting. I've known for a long time that he's not very strong. Look at him, he looks like a pretty boy. But everyone likes this kind of thing. Otherwise, how could Chao Wei have taken advantage of this opportunity and even managed to get the title of Trial Tower record breaker? Even though Chao Wei had prepared himself mentally, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch after hearing this. This is too outrageous. It would be fine if these contents were spread, but there are actually so many people who believe them. It takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. Chao Wei said with a sigh. He completely ignored these remarks and just practiced his combat skills in the trial field. 2 days passed quickly and Chao Wei returned home exhausted. He had already rehearsed various confrontation scenes in his mind. At the same time, in a courtyard on the other side of the city, Di Ting was breathing heavily, trying to make his condition more stable. After observing for the past few days, Di Ting felt more and more that Chao Wei's strength was just so-so. He has been in the training room these days and it is obvious that he is not confident. Just as he was about to leave, a figure quietly appeared beside him. "Who are you?" Di Ting said vigilantly. "This is the Di family's residence. I advise you not to act recklessly, otherwise you won't be able to survive even with several lives." "It doesn't matter who I am," the mysterious man said. "What's important is why I'm here. Tell me." Di Ting quietly held the two summoning beads in his hands. As long as the mysterious man in front of him made any suspicious movements, he would be torn into pieces by these two powerful summoned beasts in the next second. "I heard that you are going to have a duel tomorrow, and it seems the person you are dueling with is very powerful," said the mysterious man. "What a joke! There's no way he can beat me," Di Ting said confidently. "But you have to consider unexpected factors in everything, such as what forbidden methods he used to improve his strength," said the mysterious man. "What do you mean?" Di Ting narrowed his eyes and gradually became interested in the mysterious man's words. "I know this match may affect your dignity in school. As a descendant of the imperial family, it would be a shame to lose to an ordinary person." The mysterious man pulled a box from his pocket. "So, I thought you might need this." "What is this?" Di Ting asked with a frown. "This item is called the Spirit Purifying Pill, and it can significantly increase your strength in a short period of time," the mysterious man introduced. "With the help of this thing, I think you will be 100% sure to defeat your opponent." "Is it really so magical?" Di Ting questioned. After all, if such a thing really existed, Governor Zhao should have given it to himself. This substance was only recently developed, and it also has side effects. The mysterious man explained. "After using it, your strength will be greatly improved within 3 hours, but after the effect wears off, you will enter a weakened state." After he finished speaking truthfully, Emperor Ting fell silent. He did not reject the mysterious man, but he did not agree to him either. "You only have one chance," said the mysterious man. "I have one last question," Di Ting said. "Why did you give me this?" "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," the mysterious man said. "After all, I hate Chao Wei too." "What do you want?" Di Ting asked. "Money or resources?" "I just want you to defeat him," the mysterious man said, and disappeared in an instant. A cool breeze blew in the courtyard, as if nothing had happened. Di Ting looked around before putting the spirit purifying pill into the space ring. With the help of this thing, defeating Chao Wei would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Emperor Ting laughed contentedly, and then returned to the room. Not far from the courtyard, the mysterious man also let out a low laugh. He never thought that his plan would be so easy to succeed. A big fish has been hooked. The next morning, all the students drove to the stands early. Chao Wei had just won a spot for Class F3 to enter the trial tower here a while ago, so he felt very familiar with this place. Not only students, but also many teachers, school leaders, and even city officials came to watch the match. Chao Wei walked calmly onto the battlefield, and Di Ting also came with him. However, the aura he exuded today was much stronger than before. "What? Emperor, listening to this aura, could it be that he has already broken through to the 3rd level? Achieving the 3rd level at such a young age? He's truly a genius. Under the current circumstances, we can unilaterally declare Chao Wei the loser," everyone said. The corners of Chao Wei's mouth twitched. He looked around at everyone's faces and subconsciously clenched his fists. Today, he will prove it to everyone here. "Come on, Chao Wei. Come on, Chao Wei." Among the many voices supporting Di Ting, the students in Class F3 tried their best to cheer Chao Wei on. The students in Class F2 looked at each other and began to cheer for Chao Wei. Apart from anything else, the fact that Chao Wei, a person of lower status, could calmly accept the challenge of being the number 1 in the academy made them feel endless emotion. Chao Wei waved to everyone and then adjusted his state. Di Ting pulled out 2 light green daggers. His profession was a wind-controlling assassin. Chao Wei also drew out the dragon roaring soul-tracing sword and pointed the blade at Di Ting. "Are you all ready? The battle begins." Chapter 123 Defeat Emperor Ting. After the referee finished speaking, the two men raised their hands at the same time and rushed towards each other. The dagger and the long sword collided, and both of them burst out with terrifying momentum. Could it be that Di Ting has already broken through to the 3rd level? There's no doubt about it. I didn't expect his improvement to be so fast. 7-star sword. Chao Wei's sword was as powerful as a rainbow, and he completed 7 attacks in an instant. Di Ting took a step back and his figure became blurred in an instant. He actually managed to block all of Chao Wei's attacks so easily. Then, he flashed behind Chao Wei, and the dagger pointed directly at Chao Wei's back like a poisonous fang. Chao Wei was quick and agile, and in a flash he distanced himself from him. He raised his hand, and several huge wind blades blasted towards Di Ting. Emperor Ting laughed disdainfully twice, and then actually released the same moves as Chao Wei. Showing off one's skills before an expert. Wind blades exploded one after another, and waves of air enveloped the entire combat platform. But at the same time, the two men's weapons had collided dozens of times in the blink of an eye. Seeing how fierce the battle was, those who had mocked Chao Wei before were obviously embarrassed. After all, if Chao Wei didn't have any skills, how could he be so at ease when facing a third-level master? After the attacks of the two collided again and again, Chao Wei vaguely felt that although he had indeed reached the third level, his strength seemed a little weak. The two of them confronted each other for a while, and then, in the eyes of everyone's disbelief, Di Ting gradually lost. Although his attacks were successful twice, Chao Wei's health and defense were not low, so he was unable to threaten Chao Wei's life. What bothered him most was that he was always looking for opportunities to get close to Chao Wei, but no matter which angle he attacked from, Chao Wei could deal with it calmly. All of this is the result of Chao Wei's training in the training ground in recent days. He has learned how to parry attacks from all angles. Thunder Dragon Flash. Chao Wei once again distanced himself from Di Ting, and the thunder element transformed into a violent thunder dragon, roaring and biting towards Di Ting. Emperor Ting summoned a shield, and when Thunder Dragon Flash touched the shield, it suddenly disappeared. Let's see how you can defend yourself from now on. As Chao Wei spoke, countless holy light bullets began to condense in the sky. Holy light bombing. Under Chao Wei's control, countless holy light bullets began to fly towards Di Ting. The emperor was a little afraid when he heard this kind of attack. He used the same trick again and his figure became blurred again. The holy light bullet could not cause any harm to him. But what he didn't expect was that the holy light bombardment lasted much longer than he imagined. Di Ting's invincible state lasted only 3 seconds, and then he was blown to pieces by the remaining holy light bombs. Chao Wei flashed to his side again, activated the blinding field and the water element field, and Di Ting was attacked continuously by Chao Wei in a state of near blindness. Although he had tried his best to block Chao Wei's damage, his last bit of health was soon consumed by Chao Wei. The blinding field disappeared, and now, only Chao Wei was still on the battle stage. There was a flash of light, and Di Ting was teleported away with an embarrassed look on his face. The audience in the stands was suddenly in an uproar. What just happened? Chao Wei won? He defeated Di Ting so easily? I haven't seen enough yet. Why is it over? If I remember correctly, Chao Wei is a priest. A priest actually killed an assassin in seconds. I've never seen anything like this before. They seemed unable to believe that Chao Wei could defeat the third-level Emperor Ting so easily in just a few minutes. And Chao Wei has just made a breakthrough. The students in Class F began to cheer, and after a moment of silence, the others also expressed their congratulations to Chao Wei. Teacher Li, I'm sorry for the offense. Shimin Yu raised the corners of her mouth, with an unconcealable pride on her face. Humph, I shouldn't have accepted your challenge. Li Chunyang sighed. You actually set me up. Then let me apologize to you? Chang Yaoyin asked with a smile. Li Chunyang pointed at Chang Yaoyin in frustration. He had never seen a teacher like Chang Yaoyin. Di Ting looked bewildered. He still couldn't accept the fact that he was easily defeated by Chao Wei. All kinds of painful emotions intertwined in his heart. He only felt that his body seemed to be in endless pain, and he couldn't help but scream. Look! A student discovered the clue of Di Ting. How so? Li Chunyang was also horrified, because he had noticed that Di Ting's skin was covered with purple and black lines, and a small amount of blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. He looked like a devil from hell. Everyone looked at Di Ting in surprise. Di Ting took a few deep breaths, then collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Governor Zhao and others came to his side with concern. They didn't understand why such a thing happened to Di Ting. Could it be that he is possessed by an evil spirit? Li Chunyang guessed. No, he shouldn't be. After all, he is a descendant of the Di family. Ordinary evil spirits cannot invade him. Governor Zhao said as he ordered people to find a doctor. Seeing that everyone was in chaos, He Zhouzhong squatted beside Di Ting. He observed carefully for a moment, then stood up and sighed a few times. Brother He, have you discovered any clues? Governor Zhao asked hurriedly. He has watched Di Ting grow up since he was a child, and he absolutely cannot bear to see anything happen to him. This is not an ordinary thing. He Zhong said in a deep voice, someone in the army has experienced this before. I remember it clearly. What's the reason? Shang Yaoyin also asked in confusion. He took a drug, He Zhong said. It's a banned drug that can boost his combat effectiveness in the short term, but it has significant side effects. You mean? Commander Zhao's face darkened. The emperor heard that he took banned drugs before the battle? Yeah. He Zhong nodded firmly. Governor Zhao looked at Li Chunyang, and Li Chunyang hurriedly explained. Commander Zhao has nothing to do with me. I only discovered this morning that he has broken through to the 3rd level. Di Ting, this kid is becoming more and more disappointing. After saying this, Governor Zhao left with Di Ting with a gloomy face. This Chao Wei is truly a genius created by heaven. He Zhong turned around, looked at Chao Wei, and said with satisfaction. One person can defeat a 3rd-level master. This potential is truly terrifying. Chang Yaoyin said. But compared to me, it's still a little bit behind. Hey! Brother He, why are you drawing your sword? I'm really not pretending. Not far behind them, Chao Wei walked down the battle stage step by step. After this battle, he finally succeeded in proving his strength. This game also laid the foundation for him to be the number 1 in the college. Looking at the classmates around him cheering, Chao Wei felt mixed emotions. Chapter 124 The One Who Can't Be Licked. Chao Wei simply waved to the cheering students and left calmly. He greeted Chang Yaoyin and happened to meet the legendary He Zhong. The two looked at each other, and Chao Wei's hair suddenly stood up uncontrollably. What kind of look is this? Like a hungry beast, but extremely determined. Heroes emerge young, and I'm optimistic about you. He Zhong said, if you have time, I'd like to talk to you alone. No problem. Chao Wei said calmly, I'm free recently. Then I'll come to see you after I finish the things at hand. He Zhong patted Chao Wei's shoulder with a smile, and then quietly disappeared from everyone's sight. It seems that he is really busy. Chao Wei stretched and walked back to the classroom under the admiring gazes of the crowd. After he came back, he finally felt what it meant to be crowded with people. Student Chao, my name is Lu Jiao. This is my space ring at home. It can store 500 square meters of items. No need, mine can accommodate 5,000 square meters. Chao Wei said expressionlessly. Student Chao, my name is Sun Wudi. I don't have any hobbies except collecting skill scrolls. I have 2 D-level skill scrolls here. Take a look. No need, I don't like it. Chao Wei said calmly. Hello, classmate Chao. I'm currently in need of a Taoist partner for dual cultivation. What do you think? My friend, if you have read too many martial arts novels, I suggest you change your appetite and read other types of novels. You are obsessed with them. Chao Wei said helplessly with a twitch of his mouth. All kinds of people flocked into Chao Wei's class, vying to give Chao Wei something. But to be honest, Chao Wei doesn't care about these things at all. He also knew in his heart that these people were just trying to establish a relationship with him. After all, Chao Wei's strength is obvious to all, and he has been appreciated by several major legions before he even left school. In time, his development may well exceed everyone's imagination. Rather than being unable to reach her when the time comes, it is better to lick her first to show your respect now. But what made everyone helpless was that Chao Wei was too aloof and didn't buy their tricks at all. However, they soon discovered Shiman Yu sitting not far from Chao Wei. So in the next few minutes, Shiman Yu vividly demonstrated to this group of people what a rich man is. Everyone suffered 2 blows in a short period of time. They found that Chao Wei and Shiman Yu were people they could not afford to flatter. Everyone walked out of class F3 with sad faces. Just when everyone felt that the storm was about to pass, several teachers rushed into the door of class F3. Chao Wei had some impression of several of them. Student Chao Wei, you're simply an unsung genius in class F. How about this, you come to our class B. Our teaching staff will be able to help you take off immediately. Becoming a god is not just a dream. You'd better step back a bit. Class B is the worst in the Tower of Trials. How much better can your resources be? Mr. Chao, why don't you join our class D? Our teachers may not be as good, but I have a special method that can help you improve your combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Forget it, it's just an entrance ticket to the Red Dragon Canyon. You're treating it like it's some precious treasure. Chow, if you join our class C, I'll give you a C rank skill scroll that's perfect for your class. How about that? Teachers, don't you have classes? Chow Wei frowned, looking a little annoyed. It's okay if it's just students, but even teachers come here to lick it. It's really unnecessary. Seeing Chow Wei's impatient look, several teachers became more excited and kept adding to the pressure, just hoping that Chow Wei would transfer to their class. Just when Chow Wei was helpless but had no idea what to do, Chang Yaoing walked into the classroom carelessly. He walked over to a few teachers and patted their shoulders lightly. You guys are really brave. How dare you steal my girlfriend so blatantly? Seeing Chang Yaoing coming, several teachers looked a little embarrassed. After all, their behavior was not very glorious. Get out of here before I lose my temper, Chang Yaoing said bluntly, otherwise, I'll let you experience the spur of justice. After saying that, he even showed off his muscles in a serious manner. Several teachers knew that their strength was still no match for Chang Yaoing, so they had to leave in disgrace, and Chow Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is the price of fame. There will be many more such incidents in the future. Chang Yaoing said earnestly, however, I hope that everyone in our class can have such an opportunity to become famous. I reflected on myself a few days ago and found that I was indeed negligent in management. Chang Yaoing continued, so I've decided that starting today, I'm going to train you like a devil, so that each of you can become a top fighter. Although the students in class F3 all had gloomy expressions, they were still somewhat expectant. No one wants to be a useless person. Even though they are recognized as the worst class F, they all have a heart to be a hero. Well, starting now, everyone go to the training ground and clock in for 1 hour. As the sun sets, the members of class F3 are still sweating. Although some of them are exhausted, they are still persevering. At the same time, in a courtyard not far from the academy, Ting slowly opened his eyes. He just felt extremely tired now. Are you awake? Governor Zhao ordered someone to put a glass of water on the bedside table. He lowered his head and looked at Emperor Ting. Uncle Zhao, what's wrong with me? Emperor Ting asked softly. Look at yourself. Governor Zhao sighed, his voice revealing disappointment. Ting looked down at the strange lines on his arm and for a moment didn't know how to explain it. I won't ask how you got the banned drug. I know you want to win, Commander Zhao said earnestly, but as a descendant of the D family, you absolutely cannot touch those crooked ways. You may not bring honor to your family, but you cannot bring shame to them. Enough. Ting's emotions instantly lost control. Uncle Zhao, you keep saying that I'm a descendant of the D family, but you also know that the D family is unwilling to acknowledge me at all. You think I don't know? Ting laughed coldly, you keep increasing my chances of joining the D family, just to make me lose confidence and give up. Things are not what you think. Governor Zhao said seriously, you are still too young. There are many things you don't understand. But before he could say the next word, Ting grabbed the hooded jacket beside the bed and ran away. Governor Zhao looked at Ting's back with mixed feelings. Chapter 125 The Crisis Approaches. Emperor Ting disappeared for a few days before returning, but Governor Zhao had already left home. He also needs to return to the D family to report. Now the lines on Ting's body have been reduced a lot, but they still exist. In fact, Ting didn't have to worry about this matter at all. What he was more worried about was that he was becoming more and more eager to eat the soul refining pill again. This thought became stronger and stronger over the past few days, and finally almost completely occupied his consciousness. Although he knew that he could not be controlled by desire, his willpower became weaker and weaker as time went on. Finally, when he could no longer bear it and was about to go crazy, the mysterious man appeared in front of him again. Do you still have the spirit purifying pill? Ting asked. Also, what did you do to me? I didn't do anything. The mysterious man shrugged. You just got a taste of the sweetness. The mysterious man held a spirit purifying pill in his hand, and Ting immediately showed an expectant look, his body leaning forward uncontrollably. The lines on your body will soon disappear, which proves that you have adapted to the energy of the spirit refining pill. The mysterious man said, as long as you keep using the spirit refining pill, your growth rate will be much faster than before. You're lying. Ting's last bit of rationality made him shout out these words, I believed you at first, but I didn't win at all. There's no point in me lying to you. Besides, I didn't know he had such strength. After the mysterious man finished speaking, he threw down the soul refining pill and disappeared without further explanation. Ting was breathing heavily, trying desperately to control his desire, but he discovered in despair that his body was moving uncontrollably towards the Tsuation pill. No, I can't do this. Di Ting closed his eyes, stumbled back to the courtyard, and locked the door. He closed his eyes, his mind a mess. Just when he was extremely desperate, another prominent family in the city, the Li family, was also showing signs of impending disaster. The head of the Li family, Li Dian, looked anxious at this time. He and his wife have looked much more haggard these days, and the reason for this is that their only son, Li Hong, has disappeared for a long time. Although Li Dian knew that the trial site was very dangerous, he was very sure that Li Hang would not die so easily. After all, Li Hang's strength is already at the top level, and he is often surrounded by a group of younger brothers. However, later on, the people he sent out found Li Hang's damaged battle robe and the bodies of several of his brothers, which forced Li Dian to accept this fact with great pain. Furious, he mobilized all his resources and finally found the three most suspected murderers who were in the Awakening Hall at that time and killed Li Hang. These three people are Si Taopu, the eldest son of the Si family. The incompatibility between the Si and Li families was common knowledge in the city, and Si Taopu and Li Hong, instilled with family values, had harbored a grudge since childhood. Chao Wei, who came from an unknown background, was just a low-ranking priest in the past. He was bullied many times by Li Hong, and Li Hong also coveted the items left to him by Chao Wei's parents. After Chao Wei came out of the trial ground, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he was also well known, so he was also a big suspect. The third one is Duan Kai. He's said to have quite a few followers at school, and the two of you have had a few run-ins. You've stepped in to smooth things over twice, so he's the most likely suspect. The person who was speaking was completely covered in clothes, with only his scarlet eyes showing. He was wearing the standard assassin's attire. However, on his chest, there was a scarlet moon mark tattooed. This mark comes from an organization called Yaoyu. This organization is an assassination force entrenched in major cities. Their subordinates disguise themselves as various professions, and most of them are quite powerful. Of course, Yaoyu has another identity, which is responsible for collecting and spying on intelligence. This is why the members of Yaoyu appeared in front of Li Dian. Do you know how to do it? Li Dian asked. I know, but who do you want to kill? The assassin asked. Kill them all. Li Dian's voice was filled with endless anger. Now that my only son is gone, I'm not afraid of breaking up with them anymore. Okay, I'll take note. The assassin nodded. In 3 hours, a dedicated assassin will meet with you. If you have anything you want to tell them, you can communicate directly with them. Yeah. Li Dian nodded. I have been working with you for a long time, you should know that. Li Dian said, as long as you can do the job beautifully, money is not a problem. After that, he handed a card to the assassin and said, this is the deposit. I will give you the rest after the deal is done. Mr. Li is a very understanding man. You can rest assured that we are a professional team. After the assassin finished speaking, he slowly left the room and gradually disappeared. Li Dian walked around the room awkwardly, issuing several orders to his subordinates, targeting the Si family. He and the Si family have been at odds for a long time, but both sides are wary of each other and have never really fallen out. But Li Dian knew that the peaceful days were over. Just like the dark cloud floating above their heads, although it looks calm now, it is a sign of the coming storm. A few hours later, 3 people in different clothes were brought before Li Dian. These are the killers hired by Yaoyu. They usually have other jobs, but once they are summoned, their hands will be stained with blood. Li Dian communicated with the 2 people and promised to give them 3 million each after the end. The 2 assassins were very satisfied and turned around and left, preparing for the assassination. Since the targets of this assassination were children, it was relatively easy to succeed, so it was relatively simple. But the man in the college uniform did not leave. He stood there, deep in thought. What's the matter with you? Li Dian asked doubtfully. Mr. Li, my target this time is a student from our college. I also know this guy named Chao Wei. He is very popular now, said the man. Why, do you think it's tricky? Li Dian frowned. No, I mean, no matter what, he is still a student of the academy, said the man. People like you still care about these things? Mr. Li, you misunderstood. You should know that a teacher like me who is dedicated to my duties really cares about these students, especially gifted students like Chao Wei. The man said slowly. It turns out that besides being an assassin, he is actually a teacher in the academy. So, you have to pay more. Chapter 126 Auction. Li Dian was stunned, then relieved. If you act in school, you will indeed face greater risks. After all, the academy is a place where hidden talents are hidden. Li Dian touched his chin and said, "How about this? I'll pay you double the reward." "Okay, Mr. Li is indeed a sensible man," the man said happily and turned to leave. "The money is enough, but how can you prove that you are 100% sure you can kill Chao Wei?" Li Dian asked. "Mr. Li, they say the customer is God, and I should seriously answer God's questions," the man said. "But really, I just need to make one thing clear to you: we, Huanyue, are an absolutely reliable organization. Whoever we kill will die. No one can save him." The man walked away slowly, and after his figure disappeared, his last words floated in the air. "Besides, I'm already at the middle stage of the 4th level. No matter how powerful Chao Wei is, he's only a first-level student." Li Dian looked in the direction where the man disappeared with a gloomy expression. Although he spent money, he didn't get any respect. However, he can't care so much now. The world is going to change, Li Dian said, looking into the distance. Raindrops as big as soybeans fell on the ground of the huge Li family mansion, and the smell of soil filled the air. Chao Wei was busy in the training ground for another day. Shang Yaoyin was very strict with the other members of Class F3, but his management of Chao Wei and Shimen Yu was a little vague. After all, he wants to give these top students room to continue developing. Chao Wei returned home and felt his space ring vibrating. The color of the cut ring also turned light yellow. "Huh? What's going on?" Chao Wei touched the space ring with a puzzled look on his face, and a piece of information was immediately transmitted to his brain through the ring. "Dear guest, the auction of Thor's treasures is about to begin. If you are interested, please use the dimensional key in your space ring to teleport into Thor's wonderful house." Chao Wei's eyes lit up. He was worried about the lack of resources. This auction was a good opportunity to solve his problem. As he was thinking, he took out the dimensional key from his space ring. He injected a little energy into the dimensional key, and the gems above and below the key collided with each other. A dimensional door appeared in front of Chao Wei, and Chao Wei also entered this space. It was still a familiar scene, but today Nuonumi didn't seem to show up on time to greet him. Without that clever little fox, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. As he followed his memory and walked towards Father Thor's wonderful house, he caught a glimpse of Nuonumi's shop. The door of the shop was ajar, and it seemed that Nuonumi was inside. Chao Wei was a little curious about what this little guy was doing. He didn't even notice his arrival. So he tiptoed to the door of the glutinous rice shop and pushed it open. "Hello, guest. Nuonumi is not feeling well today and is not accepting any guests for the time being." Nuonumi's weak voice came from outside the counter. Chao Wei immediately realized that Nuonumi was sick. He walked to the counter and found Nuomi lying on the recliner with red cheeks. Nuonumi opened her eyes with some difficulty and saw Chao Wei. She immediately struggled to get up. Boss, long time no see." Before she could finish her words, she collapsed. "Sorry, boss, Nuomi is sick today. I'm afraid I can't help you. I can't do it without you." Chao Wei used the holy healing technique on her. Nuomi only felt a burst of amazing energy entering her body in an instant. The previous discomfort was swept away, and replaced by a very comfortable feeling. She couldn't help but moan. "Don't forget, boss, I'm a priest by profession." Chao Wei said with a smile, "Hurry up and get up once you've recovered. You'll have a lot to do today." "Yes. I guarantee to complete the task." Nuonumi saluted Chao Wei. The two of them wasted no time and quickly entered Father Thor's wonderful house. Chao Wei sat in the familiar private room number 12, which was his first time here. Nuonumi whispered a few words to the Fox Tribe's waiter, who immediately nodded in shock and then brought a variety of high-end food and drinks to Chao Wei. "Boss, the auction won't start for another half an hour, so we can have a good meal first." Nuonumi licked her tongue excitedly. In this state, she looked like a pet dog. However, seeing these delicious foods, Chao Wei was really a little hungry, so he didn't hesitate and started to eat with relish. Soon, the auction was held as scheduled. This time, the items auctioned by Father Thor were not the potions he made himself, but some rare items. Chao Wei had no interest in the first few items, and he even had some doubts about the value of this auction. "The next item to be auctioned will surely interest you." Father Thor spoke excitedly, and then two graceful fox girls showed an ancient spear to everyone. This weapon, painstakingly crafted by the dwarves, is called Whisper. Although it can only be used once, it possesses astonishing lethality. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sighed. What good is a weapon that can only be used once, no matter how powerful it is? Everyone, let me be frank with you. This weapon can instantly kill a master below the 5th level. Father Thor shouted, even if he has amazing health points, even if his defense is stronger than a dragon turtle, as long as this spear hits him, he will not escape death. So, this whisper is simply a weapon for traveling at home, for killing. No, for protecting yourself. After Father Thor finished his addition, the guests who had originally not intended to buy the food instantly became interested. Everyone has enemies to some extent, especially among those present here, many of whom are on the run. Having this piece of equipment is like having an extra layer of insurance. Although it can only be used once, it is definitely worth it. Starting price, 3 million. After Thor's father finished speaking, people began to bid, and the price soared to 700W in an instant, and the price was showing a trend of continuing to rise. It can be seen that this whisper is really a hot commodity. Chapter 127 Crisis, Assassination is coming. Number 12, bid 4 E-level scrolls and 1 D-level scroll, worth 10 million. Nuomi shouted. Everyone was shocked when they heard the sound. Damn, the boss from number 12 is squandering scrolls again? Does his family produce scrolls? Are there really such rich people in the world? I was almost scared to death by him last time, how come I met him again this time? Anything he sets his sights on, he's determined to get. I traded scrolls with him last time, so I'll just do him a favor this time and not bid anymore. The auctioneers who encountered Chao Wei last time all chose to retreat. The reason is simple, it's just that they feel Chao Wei is more valuable than this weapon. With so many competitors gone, Chao Wei easily outbid other bidders in the next bid and successfully won the spear named Whisper. The next auction item is also a heavyweight, and I'm sure everyone will be very interested. Father Thor said mysteriously, this is a piece of armor made by a famous dwarf craftsman, called the Divine Body Soft Armor. This armor possesses extraordinary defensive power and also provides the wearer with a special ability. Father Thor paused for a moment in a mysterious manner, which immediately aroused people's dissatisfaction. Come on, Thor, you keep me in suspense and it makes me anxious every time. Fuck, hurry up and tell me, I'm really listening. Do you believe I buried you with gold coins? Hearing the dissatisfied voices, Father Thor felt a little ashamed. This habit of being mysterious has been with him for a long time. Although it does cause dissatisfaction among some people, its real purpose is to strengthen the desires in people's hearts. This armor can be attached to your current armor, retaining its original properties while also adding the attributes of the Divine Body Soft Armor. Father Thor didn't dare to neglect it and quickly said, this is equivalent to being able to equip 2 pieces of armor. Is there anything more exciting than this in the world? Also, this Divine Soft Armor can also allow the wearer to transform into a fire giant for a period of time. It has high-intensity health and attack power, and can release a variety of skills. After Father Thor finished speaking, everyone was excited again. This piece of equipment is simply the best of the best. It seems that this equipment should be the finale of this event. Starting price, 14 million. After Father Thor finished speaking, everyone started bidding frantically. The price kept rising and was about to reach 30 million. It seems that everyone here is a wealthy master. Anyone who can casually spend 30 million to buy a piece of equipment must have a prominent background. Boss, can you give me a quote? Nuanami asked. Report. This time, Chao Wei directly took out a whole sack of skill scrolls from the space ring. These are scrolls that he has sorted out and are basically useless. Just treated as waste disposal. Chao Wei said calmly. If other people heard what he said, they would fight with him in a moment. What is this called? This is called a waste of resources. This is a shameful waste. This is called a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. Okay. After a brief moment of surprise, Nuonumi immediately recovered and began to estimate the price. If it were anyone else, they would probably faint seeing this. But Nuonami had experienced this before and was used to it. In other words, this is her great boss's normal operation. Number 12, offer, 24 F-level skill scrolls plus 8 E-level scrolls. Value, 40 million. Damn, this. Everyone was stunned by Chao Wei's generosity. This is completely relying on the fact that he is rich, and he has no rules at all. How could a normal person quote a price like that? However, his actions did directly intimidate several people who were financially insufficient, and they did not dare to raise the price again. There were only a few people left at the scene, continuing to fight with Chao Wei. Ad. 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 Chao Wei threw scrolls to Nuonumi, who hurriedly began to calculate and continue quoting. In the end, Chao Wei defeated the other bidders without any surprise. He successfully obtained the Divine Body Soft Armor. The items to be auctioned next seemed unimportant, and Chao Wei had no interest in them and just participated briefly. After the auction, Father Thor personally delivered the item that Chao Wei had successfully bid for to his box, which was a great honor for him. Along with the equipment, there were also several Na Yuan beads. Experience points can be stored in the Na Yuan beads. Such a number of Na Yuan beads can apparently directly help Chao Wei improve his strength by a large margin. Mr. Chao, long time no see. Father Thor said with a grin, I originally said I'd give you a 10% discount, but now it seems you don't need the money, so I'm taking the liberty of giving you the Na Yuan pearls I've been collecting for a long time. Very good. Chao Wei nodded repeatedly, obviously very satisfied. Also, I have something to ask Father Thor. Chao Wei continued. Just tell me, if I can do it, I will do my best. I feel like my skills are a little inadequate lately, so I need some equipment scrolls. Preferably for the priest class, light-related, and quality. A or B, higher is no problem either, said Chao Wei. If there is one, I will certainly pay attention to it. Father Thor said, but the price? Don't worry, I can afford it. Chao Wei said confidently. Okay, then if there is any news, I will inform you through the ring, said Father Thor. Chao Wei nodded, said goodbye to him and Nuonumi, and returned to his home. Looking at the 2 extra pieces of equipment in the space ring, Chao Wei was overjoyed. Ever since his last defeat to Dua, Chao Wei had always felt that he lacked the means to kill or escape. With these 2 pieces of equipment, he would be protected. Chao Wei used up all of his Na Yuan beads, and instantly the time came for him to achieve the second transformation. As long as he completes the task, he will immediately become a second-level student. However, Chao Wei was not in a hurry. After he completed the sacred evolution of the Divine Body Soft Armor and Whisper, he fell asleep happily. The next day was calm and everything went on as usual. However, Chao Wei kept feeling that his right eyelid was twitching. He was not very superstitious, so he didn't care too much. In the evening, the teacher of Class E was about to get off work when he saw a familiar figure rushing back from outside. Teacher Hui Tian, are you back to work overtime? Well, I have to help some students recently. The teacher named Hui Tian replied. He was wearing the college's teacher's uniform at this time, and his narrow eyes revealed a faint gloomy light. He was actually the Phantom Moon Killer who had accepted Li Dian's mission. Come back soon after you're done. The weather's been bad lately. Hui Tian waved to the E-class teacher. I have a feeling something might be going on. Chapter 128, Fierce Battle with a Rank 4 Master. During these few days, Hui Tian also figured out Chao Wei's daily exercise trajectory. In his eyes, Chao Wei's daily activities were basically the same, very boring. What's more advantageous for him is that Chao Wei often keeps to himself, which greatly increases his chances of success. It was soon time to go home from school, and a large number of students hurried home. After all, most people did not have the habit of carrying an umbrella. Chao Wei had just come out of the training ground. When he saw the leaden clouds in the sky, his face changed slightly. He really hates getting wet in the rain. Chao Wei couldn't help but quicken his pace, but just as he was about to walk out of the school gate, someone called him. Chao Wei's crisis investigation started instantly, and the source of the huge flashing red dot was this role model teacher. Student Chao, I have 2 students who are also pastors. They want to ask you for some advice. Could you spare some time? Let's do it another time. Chao Wei said calmly, it's going to rain. Where do you live? I can take you back. Hui Tian said hurriedly. I said, I don't have time today. Chao Wei said calmly, besides, I'm not successful, I'm just lucky. Hui Tian frowned after hearing this. This Chao Wei was a little more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Both priests are girls, one is a lowly, the other is a queen. Hui Tian continued. Chao Wei was about to leave when his steps suddenly slowed down. Hui Tian was secretly delighted when he saw this. No matter who he is, as long as the bait is in place, there is no need to worry that he won't take the bait. Teacher, let me make it clear first. I am doing this to give more pastors the opportunity to prove themselves. Chao Wei said righteously, so, are these 2 schoolmates pretty? I mean, do these two schoolmates have any specific problems? You'll know if you come with me. Hui Tian couldn't hide his smile. They will definitely be very happy to see you. Hui Tian continued. As he spoke, he walked ahead, and Xiao Wei turned his eyes and followed him into the alley. After entering the alley of the academy, the surrounding scene changed rapidly. Xiao Wei looked around and was not very shocked. The transformation map, you've got quite a bit of talent. Xiao Wei said slowly. This transformation map is a magical prop that can simulate various scenes. As long as people step into the previously prepared formation, they will directly enter the scene of the transformation map. However, this prop rarely appears on the market anymore, not only because it is expensive, but also because its appearance provides more possibilities for assassination. Blue Star will never tolerate the existence of assassins. My employer has given me enough money, so I will do a great job of dealing with you. Hui Tian saw Xiao Wei's indifferent expression and was a little confused. Why aren't you shocked? Hey, you don't really think that I followed you in because I was attracted by your bait, do you? Xiao Wei said seriously, actually, I've already noticed your intention. Then why don't you run? Hui Tian was a little confused. If I run away, you'll have more opportunities to attack me, and I don't have that much time to deal with you. Xiao Wei said calmly, besides, I don't like to let my enemies live for too long. As soon as he finished speaking, Hui Tian's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Even though he was gifted, he was just a student who was less than the second level. There was no way he could defeat me. However, seeing his calm look, Hui Tian also had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Xiao Wei has hidden his strength? It must be like this, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident like he is now. A chill flashed in Hui Tian's eyes. Without thinking too much, he took out a spirit refining pill from his pocket. After eating it, his strength soared to the peak of the 4th level. Xiao Wei felt tremendous pressure instantly, and without saying a word, he launched an attack. Xiao Wei was careless. He originally thought that the teacher in front of him was only at the 3rd level. He didn't expect that he still underestimated the determination of the person who wanted to assassinate him. Holy light bombing. The force of the gale. In the blink of an eye, countless holy light bullets and wind blades smashed towards Hui Tian. Xiao Wei also flashed to Hui Tian's side, the sword blade flashed, and the 7-star sword suddenly started. Facing the attack that came like a tidal wave, Hui Tian's facial expression didn't even change. The next second, he disappeared mysteriously from the spot, and Xiao Wei's attack missed. Just as he was anxiously looking for Hui Tian's location, a sound of breaking wind came from behind him. Xiao Wei rolled forward, and the dragon-roaring soul-tracing sword let out a roar. Hui Tian's attack was about to succeed, but he suddenly felt dizzy. When the state was lifted, Xiao Wei had already escaped from his attack range. Xiao Wei took a few deep breaths. If it weren't for the active skill of the dragon-roaring soul sword, he might have been hit. When I was your age, I wasn't as shocked as you. Hui Tian said, and then flashed in front of Xiao Wei again. Xiao Wei swung his sword and chopped, but he only felt a huge force coming from his sword-holding arm. Xiao Wei gritted his teeth and activated the blinding field and water element field at the same time. Hui Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Xiao Wei was about to attack from behind, but Hui Tian turned around at the right time, raised his foot hard, and kicked Xiao Wei away. Xiao Wei slammed down to the ground, and it seemed as if all his internal organs had been displaced by this blow. As a good assassin, you sometimes have to be invisible to carry out assassinations. Hui Tian said, so you'd better save yourself from all those tricks. You don't have to stand up. There's no need. Hui Tian saw Xiao Wei struggling to get up and quickly dissuaded him. Everyone is very busy. Don't worry, I will do it quickly and you won't even feel any pain. Xiao Wei's face was gloomy. The previous attack took away almost half of his health. It seemed that the gap between the two was quite big. I don't know how much the person who wants to kill me hates me. There is only one way. Xiao Wei slowly stood up and pulled out the spear named Whisper from the space ring. Oh? Hui Tian was a little surprised, and then greed appeared on his face. Whisper, I've had the pleasure of using it once before, Hui Tian said. However, I advise you to give up on it. Although theoretically it can kill people below level 5, my armor has a damage reduction effect, so it can't kill me at all. How do you know if you don't try it? Xiao Wei said as he suddenly threw the spear full of death breath. Chapter 129 A Big Misunderstanding. After the Whisper was thrown out, Hui Tian hid his figure. Just when Chao Wei was worried that the whisper wouldn't find its target, it suddenly changed direction and pointed directly at Chao Wei. Chao Wei was startled and subconsciously bent down. The next second after he bent down, the spear passed over his head. Chao Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. If his reaction had been just a little bit slower, he would have been dead for sure. He hadn't stood up yet, only heard a puff sound. Chao Wei suddenly realized that this was the sound of a weapon piercing flesh. He had experienced hundreds of battles, big and small, so he was naturally very familiar with this sound. He turned his head and saw Hui Tian in an attacking posture, his fist blade still gathered in the air. Although he was close, he could no longer attack. Because the whisper had pierced his heart. First, never underestimate your opponent in battle. Chao Wei raised a finger and said calmly. Second, never be too confident in your own abilities. Chao Wei raised his second finger. Be more careful in your next life, maybe you can live a few more chapters. At this moment, Hui Tian, who was pierced, only felt that the energy in his body was rapidly disappearing. He could not stand steadily and fell to his knees on the ground. Why? This weapon is obviously not that powerful. Hui Tian said unwillingly. According to common sense, that's indeed the case. Chao Wei shrugged. However, the weapons forged through my divine evolution are several times more powerful than you can imagine. While you are still alive, tell me who hired you. Chao Wei slowly sat down in front of him and snatched his fist blade away. In exchange, I can hand over your will. If you kill me, you will face endless pursuit in the future. It takes Hui Tian a long time to say a word, but fortunately, Chao Wei now has plenty of time. Your life will be taken away by Yao Yue one day. Hui Tian gritted his teeth and said this, and his eyes lost their luster. Just when Chao Wei and Hui Tian were fighting fiercely, Momo stepped into the gate of the academy. She was at another campus and had accidentally heard about Chao Wei breaking the record of the trial tower, so she wanted to come and congratulate him in person today. However, the person she ran into head-on was Di Ting, who had just returned to school today. Hey, Momo, long time no see. Di Ting's face was full of smiles, and he even looked a little wretched. Long time no see. Momo frowned calmly and responded indifferently. What are you doing here? Di Ting asked, I think it's going to rain soon. How about we go get something to eat first? No need. Momo decisively rejected the invitation. I'm not here to see you this time, I'm here to see Chao Wei. Do you know where he is? When he heard Chao Wei, Di Ting's face showed unconcealable anger. Momo was not surprised by his reaction, because she also knew that the two of them had dueled and Di Ting had been defeated miserably. He should go home. Di Ting whispered, after all, there's nothing for him to do at school. Are we still a little late? Momo's face looked a little gloomy. This expression made Di Ting even more furious. Before Chao Wei appeared, he and Momo had a good relationship. Moreover, as long as he successfully joins the Di family, then he and the Mo family can be considered a match made in heaven, and the two of them should be able to make further progress soon. And all this was disrupted by Chao Wei. Momo was about to leave the school with a helpless look on her face, but she and Di Ting noticed at the same time that a flash of light came from the alley next to them. Hui Tian was killed, and Chao Wei looked at the almost damaged spear with some pain. It's such a pity that the things I spent tens of millions of dollars on are just wasted like this. But soon, Chao Wei no longer had time to feel sad, because the scene in the transformation map began to gradually loosen and disappear. As the carrier of the transformation map, if Hui Tian dies, the transformation map will lose all its function. Chao Wei returned to the alley again. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on his body. This is a school, and killing is not allowed. What's more, Hui Tian's disguised identity in school is a teacher. According to the laws of Blue Star, killing one's master is a serious crime. Chao Wei felt a little regretful. He didn't have any fire skills, so he couldn't burn it now. Ah! Just when Chao Wei was getting extremely worried, a familiar scream came from behind him. This is Momo's voice. Chao Wei suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. Why did Momo suddenly appear here? Chao Wei thought as he turned his head. Momo was indeed behind him. At this moment, she covered her mouth with her hands, and 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes involuntarily. Chao Wei, why? Momo questioned with a trembling voice. He wants to kill me, but I can't do anything about it. Chao Wei frowned and said, it's not what you think. He isn't a teacher, but a killer. Chao Wei, I didn't expect that. Di Tinjiuyu appeared and took a few pictures. I've known for a long time that you are a warmonger, but I only found out today that you are not only warmongering, but also like to kill people. I don't. Chao Wei immediately retorted. The truth is behind you. Di Ting said, do you dare to say that you didn't kill him? Chao Wei was silent. He kept thinking about the solution in his mind, but he helplessly found that there was no other solution except to run away. If someone else discovered me, I might still have room for explanation. But now these two people, one is Chao Wei's good friend, and the other hates him very much. Chao Wei is in a dead end. Actually, it's not difficult for you to get away. I can pretend not to see it. Di Ting walked forward until he was a few steps away from Chao Wei. Kneel down and call me grandpa. And every time you see me from now on, you must bow to me respectfully. Di Ting said, I will consider helping you keep the secret. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Chao Wei's angry gaze. Are you trying to blackmail me with this? Chao Wei asked, tilting his head. Why, is this your way of balancing yourself? Emperor Ting's expression gradually became gloomy. I'm Chao Wei. I'll always be known by my given name. Chao Wei placed his hand on his shoulder. I was the one who killed him. I don't need you to keep the secret for me. After Chao Wei finished speaking, he punched Di Ting hard in the abdomen. Di Ting felt a sharp pain and then collapsed to the ground. Chao Wei looked at Momo with a complicated expression. He walked past her and left only one sentence. Today, either he dies or I die. I have no other choice. Chapter 130 Imprisonment. After Chao Wei finished talking to Momo, he walked out of the alley with dignity. Then he explained the matter to several teachers stationed at the school gate. He repeatedly stressed that it was Hui Tian who attacked him first, but he had no evidence. The teachers discussed for a while and said to Chao Wei, the school has no right to detain you for the time being. We have already notified the guards, and they will decide your future fate. When they spoke, they all expressed regret. Chao Wei had just sparked a spark, and now it seemed that this spark would soon be extinguished. The crime of killing one's teacher is punishable by death in serious cases, and decades of imprisonment in less serious cases. It seems that he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Chao Wei sighed and thanked all the teachers. Afterwards, several guards who were armed to the teeth handcuffed Chao Wei and took him away directly. After a while, Zhang Yaoyin, looking confused, finally arrived at the school gate. After asking a few teachers about the situation, he frowned. I know this kid Chao Wei. Although he is indeed impolite, he would not do such a thing. Zhang Yaoyin said as he came to the alley where Hui Tian died. He observed his surroundings carefully and soon found a clue. Teacher Chang, what did you find? In just over 10 minutes, Shiman Yu also rushed to the school after receiving the news. I remember this weapon. It's called Whisper. It can kill enemies instantly. Zhang Yaoyin pointed at the spear and said, if this thing hadn't appeared, Chao Wei would still have a chance of survival. In other words, he had planned this for a long time? Shiman Yu rubbed his eyes. But that doesn't make sense. If he wanted to kill someone, he could have gone outside the school. I'm not sure about that, but maybe I'll have a chance to meet him in a couple of days, Zhang Yaoyin said. Maybe I can find out something. All the evidence is extremely unfavorable to him. Shiman Yu said, we have to think of a solution. Unless he has some evidence to prove that it was teacher who attacked him first, Zhang Yaoyin pondered, there's only one way. While they were discussing countermeasures, Di Ting also limped out of the alley. Just now, neither Zhang Yaoyin nor Shiman Yu noticed him. Chao Wei, believe me, no matter what, you will never leave the place where you are imprisoned. The emperor listened and said with resentment. The guards and forensic doctors quickly arrived at the school to investigate the scene. Chao Wei was briefly interrogated and then imprisoned by the guards. All his equipment was temporarily confiscated, even his space ring. However, Chao Wei was still cautious and hid the soft armor on his prison uniform. It also leaves a way out for myself. After all, prison is different from school, and there are no good people there. Come in. The prison guard opened the door of a cell with a look of contempt on his face. Chao Wei took a deep breath and walked slowly into the prison. As soon as he entered, he felt deep hostility. He stretched out his arms, but found that he couldn't use any skills. The anti-magic formations in the prison are everywhere, and no one except the prison management can use any skills at all. Hey, you're here so young, a bearded man asked. What's your name? What did you do wrong? Chao Wei glanced at him and did not answer his question. My goodness, is this kid deaf? The bearded man said with dissatisfaction, Jiao Si, Xiaobin, let him understand the rules here. After he finished speaking, the two strong men stood up and walked to Chao Wei. Chao Wei glanced at them indifferently and still said nothing. There's no point pretending to be dumb here, said the burly man named Jiao Si. No matter what your background is outside, here, if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. If you're a tiger, you have to lie down. Do you understand? I'm in a bad mood. Chao Wei sat down on the bed and held his forehead with his hand. Can you guys please stop bothering me? When several people in the prison heard him speak, they all frowned in unison. A thin old man reluctantly reminded, young man, it's good to be brave at a young age, but sometimes you have to learn to be humble. Just them? Chao Wei glanced at the bearded man and the others. Are they worthy? Damn, this guy is too arrogant. My fists are thirsty for it. Today, let him know why the flowers are so red. Superior. After everyone finished talking, they attacked Chao Wei at the same time. Chao Wei saw those fists coming towards him like a storm, but he was not panicked at all. Afterwards, in the stunned eyes of everyone, Chao Wei easily endured the first wave of attacks, and his counterattack began instantly. His speed was far beyond everyone's imagination. When the bearded man saw Chao Wei rushing towards him, before he could dodge, Chao Wei hit him in the chin with a heavy punch. The bearded man felt a sharp pain, and his jaw seemed to be broken by the blow. Afterwards, Chao Wei's punches as big as sandbags landed on the bearded man's body one after another, making him scream in pain. What are you waiting for? Why don't you come and help me? The bearded man cried out in pain. Immediately afterwards, Chao Wei punched him in the eye, and the bearded man's eyes immediately swelled up. Anyone who dares to help will definitely end up worse off than him, Chao Wei said coldly. I mean what I say. After he finished speaking, no one dared to come forward anymore. After a few minutes, the bearded man finally gave in. I was wrong, Grandpa, I was wrong. From today on, you are the boss of this cell. Stop fighting. Someone's going to die if you keep fighting. After the bearded man finished screaming, Chao Wei stopped, breathing heavily. My name is Chao Wei, and I'm here because of murder. Chao Wei looked around at everyone. I hope you won't have the chance to witness my methods. Wouldn't it have been over if you had just said it earlier? The bearded man said helplessly. If I had told you earlier, you wouldn't have let me go. Chao Wei patted his shoulder, but this action made the bearded man stand up straight. I heard that new employees have to clean the toilets for a month and are also responsible for bringing foot washing water to others? Chao Wei said lightly as he lay back on the bed. Everyone looked at each other and said with a smile, No, you are the boss now. Then let's start with that, bearded man. What's your name? Chao Wei asked. Brother Chao, my name is Yi Qing. Okay, you'll start by cleaning the toilets for a month. After Chao Wei finished speaking, he turned over and closed his eyes. Yi Qing looked embarrassed, but when he thought of Chao Wei's swift attack just now, he had no choice but to agree. Oh, by the way, there is also foot washing water. Chao Wei said calmly. Yes, leave it to me. Oh, and sorry to bother you with the laundry as well. Yes, I understand. Oh right. Chao Wei gave several orders in succession, and Yi Qing obeyed them all, not daring to say a word of objection. It took less than an hour from the time Chao Wei entered the cell until everyone was subdued.